Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Dell. Is he not here? We don't know. Is he here or not here? We don't really know if he's here. Did you see him? Have you heard him?
I believe at some point a man needs to take personal responsibility. He knows what time the show starts every day. I got to check down the hall to make sure he gets down here on time.
Oh, I just don't know.
7 o'clock all the time, every day for the last how many years? And I got to go down there and say, hey, time for the show. Not even
it's only been 26 plus years.
What's the deal? Just roll your dumbass chair down here and start the show. Your special ergonomic chair and start the show.
Oh, maybe he doesn't want to start the show after that game last night.
Yeah, that was ugly.
That was okay. The Charlotte loss, and that was the first game of the season. This is the worst. That was the worst loss of the year. That was the worst loss of the year.
Brooklyn took it personal, apparently. They heard Ime talk about the previous game and talked about them being a low-level team, and they didn't appreciate the commentary. Now they waited to hear the chair rolling?
I hear the chair rolling.
They waited to the final seconds to take it out on the Rockets, but look at that. Look at Lance.
We didn't tell you what time it was? Well, see, Dell, nice job. You didn't even tell him what time it was. He doesn't have access to a clock in there.
No, he's staring at a computer that's on an atomic clock.
Thanks for ruining the show, Dell.
Can't figure out how to get here on time.
Not telling him what time it was.
Nice trick, Dell.
Yeah, trick.
You listen to this guy. He'll get after players for quitting and the NIL, getting the transfer portal, not being responsible, always taking these out. He's gonna blame me because he doesn't know what time it is.
Didn't know what time it was, but you're the producer. About time you took some responsibility.
My job is to tell him what time it is.
What do you do?
What do you do?
You need to just say, "Hey,
no,
get in here." You do that all the time.
How come no one does that to me? How come no one informs me what time it is? I have to know what time it is. How come you don't do that?
Why? I don't understand why he doesn't just work in here.
Yeah, I don't, because he's writing up players in there.
Well, instead of getting ready for the show.
Yes.
No, that's first of all. I like watching on my TV, looking at like the screen. It's easier to see stuff on that big screen I have.
Well, I know, but you're supposed to be getting ready for the show, not watching players.
No. I also get ready for the show where I can see it easy.
Oh.
Look how little this is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway,
all you got to do is say, "Hey," like you always do. Get in. You have a show to do. That's what you usually do, but you intentionally didn't do it today.
Well, maybe you're trying to sabotage the show again, Del.
Maybe I'm a fan of, hey, it's a new America. We take personal responsibility. Just because you're a DEI host doesn't mean I got to help you out in all regards.
He's the DEI hire? Who's the DEI hire here?
I know I've been called that by certain people on our stream, but apparently he is. He doesn't know how to get to work on time. That feels like DEI to me.
Reed Shepherd's DEI hire.
Reed Shepherd was a DEI hire. What is he putting up a shot, running down the court with the ball with a minute left, up 4, and firing a 3? They get the rebound. Jalen fires it up right away too. What is there no understanding of the shot clock? Is there no understanding of running some clock so that you can get a win? What are they doing?
I mean, this is such an F up. This team is playing so bad in the fourth quarter right now. So stupid, dumb basketball. They're not able to finish at all late in games now. I mean, and they're their own worst enemies. They effed up the Cleveland game that they pulled out because a miraculous set of missed free throws were able to untangle them after stupid basketball in that one where Fred's falling down and all that stuff. Then you get to the game yesterday where you're not guarding anybody. You're turning the ball over late. Yesterday, bad shots, bad possessions, no defense again when you need it at a critical time. This is 4 losses in a row, but the way they're losing is bad. It's bad. And I'm not even counting got their ass kicked by the Nets at home, which, that team at that time had won 15 games. Now they put 2 more wins on the board against the Rockets, so they've got 17 wins. Disappointing win. Ime is going to be mad.
Oh, no, he is mad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he already is mad. Oh, man, did you see We'll play Calvin Murphy last night? He was pissed after the game. I mean,
adding up, like they're playing like a dumb basketball team.
Yeah.
They're playing like losers at the end of games.
It was awful, awful, awful. And That's 2 games in a row that Amen. First, the other night he just dribbled right down the middle, and it was stolen away from him by Jalen Brunson. And then that inbounds pass. I mean, I know Fred is Fred and not worth $40 million, but you sure could have used a guy that had his head on at the end of the game that isn't going to throw a bounce pass across the middle of the lane with nobody there.
Fred can hook you up with some late turnovers too now, but I would agree that was like he couldn't have been worse.
That could not have been a worse inbound. What are you doing? Call a timeout if there's nobody open. What are you doing?
Just
you threw it right
bad.
to D'Angelo Russell, and he hits. They were up 4 with 9 seconds left. How do you lose that basketball game?
No, it's one of the worst losses they've taken in 3 years.
Yeah, it was the worst. Certainly the worst this season.
It's almost impossible. You know, the ESPN. Where's that win chart that they have?
Yeah,
the win probability.
9 seconds left.
Yeah, the win probability was probably at 99.8.
Yeah.
Like it was one of the worst losses you could possibly imagine.
Can you imagine if you'd have bet on Brooklyn right with 9 seconds left? How much money you would have won?
They close that stuff down.
They do?
Yeah, they usually close it down like a minute to go.
Oh, they
2
do?
minutes to go.
Oh, they
yeah.
don't let you bet in the
In
last minute?
football, basketball.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Oh.
Because they don't want you having a chance
To destroy them.
pull a miracle.
Yeah, right. Anyway, that was.
But like you could have bet Brooklyn with 2 minutes ago.
So ever since Amen was the toast of the town and just everybody's.
Well, he did have a triple-double last game.
It was great. That was really nice. That was great. But in a crunch time in the last 2 nights, and oh, by the way, before that, he's the guy that was covering Jalen Brunson at the end of the game, and Jalen Brunson just went off on him. And then again last night, well, they threw it. It wasn't his fault offensively, but boy, they just gave up an easy 3. When up 4 with 9 seconds left, just an easy 3, and then the inbounds lost it for him. But Ime Udoka, when asked after this, I think it was the wrong time to ask Ime about Amen. And I'm pretty sure that it was not. And Amen, listen, Amen's going to catch it just like everybody's going to catch it today.
Our supposed good defenders. That was aimed at Amen.
Yeah, right.
Well, because he's not playing favorites.
Well, that was listen to this one last night about Amen winning a defensive player of the month in January.
Somebody had to ask him yesterday.
The versatility that we always have with him. He can guard pretty much every position. He wasn't for February, was he? On Brunson last night, was he? January. It's January, but no, he's guarding 1 through 5 and doing what he does, what he's always done. So we know that about him already. Gives us the versatility to put him with any lineup and guard any position. And so obviously stands out the blocks, the steals, with the on-ball defense, whether it's 1 through 5. And saw that obviously January and all year so far.
January.
Yeah, he said it wasn't January against Brunson last night, was it? No, it wasn't. But he's, you know what? He's got love for Amen, but that was awful.
Amen actually has awful. Not been a bad turnover player this year. He's averaging 2 a game, but he had 7 last night. And I don't see, everyone likes to default into he's the point guard. Just because that was what they said when he got drafted. You know, he's a wing. I mean, he's a wing who can handle the ball, just the same way Jalen Green can handle the ball. Jalen Green gets the offense set up. This offense really doesn't have a true point guard. It has, well, it does with Fred, but it's really more of a get the offense started. You can run a high screen roll.
He's more of a power forward. The way he rebounds, the way he's around the basket, he doesn't take outside shots. He's not gonna. I mean, I feel like he almost got a couple of 4s on the floor with he's on the
stretch 4s. You got they shoot more 3s.
Yeah, right.
Well, he's more of an old school
stretch 4. He's a 4.
He's more of an old school 3
4
is what he is. He's an old school 3 who can defend multiple positions. That's what he is. Everything about his game is old school, including the fact that he can't shoot from distance.
Well, Again, he really doesn't. He passes up every 3. He passes up every 3.
Great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Don't
shoot what you can't make.
Yeah. I have nothing wrong with that. That was the worst loss this season, and I don't even know. I mean, the Charlotte loss to start the season, but it was the first game. Oh well, whatever. Threw in a stinker. They had another stinker against a bad team. Well, the Brooklyn game the other night. Those 2. Listen. Brooklyn had 5 wins at home going into this game last night. 5 wins at home. And Brooklyn is not a good basketball team. But you know what? Thank God Brooklyn isn't in the West, because Brooklyn is an ass kicker of the Houston Rockets. Man, oh, man, oh, man. They beat their tails here. It wasn't even close. And then they come up with a miraculous win last night. You had Alpy back, which was really, really nice. He had a nice game. Were you guys nervous at all?
By the way, Amen's 3 of his last 19 from 3. I don't want him shooting.
No.
I mean, that dates all the way back to the beginning of January. He shot 19 threes since January.
He really shot that many?
He shot 19 since January. I mean, that's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games.
Yeah, almost one again.
19 threes, 15 games, and he's made 3.
Yeah.
Don't shoot it.
Yeah, right. Do you guys worried at all when you saw how many Turkish people there are in this country?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, because
Where
they
did I
don't
see
like
that?
you two because of your attitude towards Alpy. At the game last night, there was 500 Turkish people there.
Oh, cool.
Why would I be concerned?
Well, they ain't my business.
Well,
gotta be
because
In this America,
yeah.
they better be careful in this America.
Well,
Trump will send people to games.
I don't know. Are we going after Turkish people too?
Trump's going after everybody. You're not safe. You've got two different types of
Greek and Italian.
Yeah, you got tomato juice and olive oil in you.
Tomato juice.
We got olive oil. There's olive oil in both. Okay. There's a lot of
double
olive oil in Italy too.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, just so you know.
Doubly olive
Yeah,
oil.
He'll let the Russian.
Why do you think
Trump's going to let the Russian and Ukrainian women stay?
Probably.
He'll let them stay. He's got a thing for them.
Wow.
I think it has a lot to do with tone, and by that I mean of skin.
Yeah.
Like Turkish people.
All of a sudden, you're calling yourself dark meat?
Turkish people should be fine. They're from Europe. They should be okay. I mean, if you are from
they're
if
probably
you're
okay.
from the south of here, and all of a sudden, apparently north of here too. Apparently, Canadians better watch it. But I think if you're east of here, as long as it's from Europe, you're fine.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
You're okay. Just okay.
Yeah.
You're all right.
You sort of look like some of us. You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Now I am a little bit worried because I buy stuff out of the vending machine. They got little, like that popcorn, that smart food.
No
popcorn.
one's gonna fill it up anymore.
No, I'm worried that it's gonna get tariffs on it, and all of a sudden,
now it's gonna cost.
My Diet Dr. Pepper is gonna be $9.
You're what?
Yeah, I'm worried the tariffs are gonna hit my.
You think it's gonna be $9 instead of what are you paying now?
I don't know.
$1.75.
$1.25. You think it's gonna be $9 now?
$1.25.
Okay.
What do you live in 84?
I think it might be $1.75. Right?
$1.75.
That's
What are you
a hell
getting
of
out of these? What are you
that's a
getting
hell
out
of
of
a
vending
deal.
machines?
The Diet Dr. Pepper.
How much are you spending on a Diet Dr. Pepper?
I don't know. I just tapped my card, but it's about to be $6 when the tariffs hit. And I'll be like,
it's gonna be 4 times.
This will be beep, tap. I could go but even at the stores,
It's gonna be more expensive.
But
it just is.
in
That's
this
all.
economy.
In
It's
this
just
economy.
we gotta get the
Now
my eggs. Now I buy eggs out of there also, and that's
do not buy
gone way
eggs
down.
anymore.
I buy eggs out of the
vending machine.
Out of the vending machine.
and it's gone way. And as I was told, it's gone way down.
Nah, I don't
think they've.
The eggs are low now.
I don't think that's happening.
They
in that
crack
vending
when they
machine.
come down off this thing.
It's a mess in there.
So Turkey was there to witness a loss. That was good.
We did
4
not.
straight. That one, that was a disgusting loss. I can't say enough about how terrible it is to lose
As
like that.
Alpy got a lot of opportunities, and the free throws weren't great. I mean, he made a couple late, but splitting a pair is kind of what he does. The young players were a key in the loss, and when you ask why not us, all those 20-somethings, that's why. When you start to ask yourself why people may not think highly of us as far as the playoff team, it's all the young guys who have to go through things like this.
The last 4 games are a good example of why Vegas had them, even when they're number 2 in the West, they had them 6 to win the West behind the Sun. I still think that's disrespectful, but at the same time, I get it because you're right. They've played like a young team down the stretch. And for a long time this year, like it's not just the last 4 games. This has been an ongoing problem for them. Is they cannot finish games right now, and even when they win games, they didn't finish in the fourth quarter. They're not putting a foot on somebody's throat and finishing the game. They're They're letting people hang around. Hang around. You can't do that.
Don't hang around. Yeah. All right.
Hanging around.
Hang around. All right, 7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 95. You got anything you want to add to that? You're both welcome. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Derek Stingley had some comments that will be interesting for everybody. Dana Brown had some very interesting comments. So we'll hear from him about where they are in the Bregman negotiations. And right now, I mean, I don't know how much negotiation there is, but I'll tell you this, Brinkman is going to come to your home. BrinkmanQuality.com is where you find it. BrinkMann, 2 N's at the end. BrinkmanQuality.com. If your situation, after our freeze, after our storms, after everything, we're going into a new year. We're going to hit hurricane season about, the end of summer. And is your roof ready for it? If it is not, if you haven't done anything to your roof in years, if you just haven't even looked at it, you don't even think about your roof. Well, I would think about it. Why don't you have Brinkman Quality come to your home, check out your roof? You can have an affidavit that shows your insurance company that Brinkman Quality checked out your roof and got the passing grade. Okay. Otherwise, when it comes time to pay you, if you have anything that happens, and oh, by the way, if you haven't done anything, there might be some work that needs to be done up there. You want to save your whole house from a possible flooding because your roof can't take it. Well, then have Brinkman come to your home. BrinkmanQuality.com. BrinkMann quality.com. They've been doing this for over 50 years. Let them come and check out your roof. If you haven't done it, it's something you got to do. BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets with a terrible, terrible, terrible loss last night. Worst of the season, maybe the worst. I think you said one of the worst the last 3 years.
Well, it's somebody in the tweets that I've been watching this team since Moses Malone. It's the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Somebody I think YouTube said that.
Yeah, I mean the losses over the last haven't really meant that much.
They don't
because
matter as much.
This matters because of where they are in the standings now. So
it's really hard to lose a game with
just terrible
with that many. It's hard to lose a game with that type of lead. With that, if you have a 4-point lead with a minute to go, you should win. You're going to win most. My guess is you win over 80% of your games, probably even higher than that.
God, if you're jacking up threes without running any clock. I mean,
No,
I've never seen anything dumber in my life. When Reed Shepherd put that up, I was like, that's not it. And then they get the rebound, and Jalen puts it right up after him. It was like, what are you guys? What is wrong? What the hell are you doing?
It's not always a high IQ team.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't then. Dana Brown. Let's hear from Dana Brown. He. For anybody hoping that Alex Bregman is coming back, I think you can put those hopes to
Well,
rest.
he hasn't been the one saying it.
What?
He's had to address it, but this entire time that we've talked about it, Dana's like,
media.
well, we have to, I owe Boris a call. Oh, so this isn't an active conversation? Yeah, no. So, I mean, well, you don't want to close the door on anything. And this doesn't sound like this is coming from Dana.
Right. No, it's not. It's not coming from Dana. This must be coming from the Boris side, because it certainly doesn't come from Dana. From his last comments last week to this one yesterday, here he is talking about Alex Bregman in the past tense.
And so we're trying to build this club not only for 2025, but we're building it for the future and beyond. And so, I know we're going to miss out on Tucker. We're missing out on Bregman because he was a free agent. And, but we felt like we added two big pieces back in that first through five in the order. We lost Tucker and Bregman, but, adding back Paredes and Walker, guys that are going to hit, that early in your lineup, we felt like, we're a good team. I mean, we know that those guys that are leaving that were good, they were a big part of the winning here, but we also feel good about, the current team, and we feel like we've got every opportunity to win the division again.
Well, I mean, ultimately, we're still having conversations about Bregman internally, and I could probably leave it at that.
That's it. He hasn't talked. He's not talking to Boris. I don't even. I think everybody's speculating that the offer is still on the table. Is it? We don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
They've already signed. Like, why would that money be there? It put them in.
Yeah, they spent that money already.
It was spent. Yeah. Why do people think Jim Crane's going way over some tax threshold? He's not.
He's not.
He never has. He's not going to.
Oh, he's going after Polanco, and I just don't. That's something. You've been on them a little bit, a little bit more than I have been. That one was the eye opener for me. You're like, what the hell are you doing? I could see moving Altuve to left for Bregman, but for Polanco, what the hell are we doing? I mean, Polanco was terrible last year. You want to put him at second base and move Jose Altuve, a non-left fielder? You saw the video of Altuve going for that ball, the route he took for that fly ball out there. It's just, what are we doing?
It's dumb. It's terrible. You'd rather look, man, try Paredes there. If you had Bregman, which you're not going to, but let's just say you had that, or let's say you had Bregman. Then Bregman plays third. You don't take a Gold Glover off of his spot, and you put Paredes out there. You don't put Biggio out in left. I'm sorry. That was actual slip of the tongue. You don't put Altuve out in left field. You just don't do it. Like, I don't understand what we're doing here.
Well,
what the thought is.
Dana Brown addressed that. And he addressed Lance McCullers. I don't care. No.
Honestly, don't care what he's going to say.
You're going to like this. You're going to like this about Lance McCullers?
Okay, let's hear.
Okay.
Yeah, so I walked out one day. I saw him taking some fly balls, and beat me being a scout from coming out of a scouting background. I was like, look, this guy looks pretty good out there, and we all know he can run. And I just saw the fun and joy on his face, like a little kid. You know, he was out there having some fun. So that's always a good thing.
You were also an outfielder too, weren't you? Danny, going into camp, what's it look like right now for Lance McCullers? Where is he in his rehab?
Yeah, he's been throwing very well. I think he's had like 5 workouts off the mound. There's no pain. I think he's been up to 90, and so he's throwing the ball very well. It looks very promising, and we hope he continue to progress.
90. Okay.
Well, I mean,
and he's thrown 5 sessions, and he's not even hurt yet. How about that?
He didn't phrase it like he's
That's
not
exactly
hurt
what he
yet.
said.
He didn't say he's not hurt yet.
He's not even hurt yet.
But we infer that.
Well, how else are you going to look at that?
Yeah,
I mean, he's
kinda
thrown 5 sessions, and he hasn't even broken down yet.
Do you think Dana Brown imagined this sound coming out of Altuve while he was having the time of his life playing left? He was having the time of his life out there.
Man, me
Like
coming
a
from
little
a scouting
kid.
background,
Like a little kid.
the joy he had
Where
on
did
his
you get that?
face.
That's awful. You're a bad person.
It sounded like he was talking about a little kid, like the joy he had on his
Listen to
face.
your GM. He
Like,
said he
I don't care about the joy. Can he throw anyone
Listen
out
to
on
him.
fly balls?
Yeah,
He's having
so
fun.
Listen.
I walked out one day. I saw him taking some fly balls, and beat me being a scout from coming out of a scouting
This is
background.
all
I was
very
like, look,
serious.
this guy looks pretty good out
Got
there.
it.
And we all know he can run, and I just saw the fun and joy
Oh,
on
look,
his
the
face
fun.
like a little kid. You know, he was out there having some fun. So
Can you stop doing that? You can stop that now, right?
Stop what?
Stop doing that. You're a bad person. He was having fun.
Don't blame
and
me.
here you are ruining it.
Listen to the GM. He was like a little kid out there. Oh, okay.
I mean, Dana's already trying to convince himself that he's, Altuve's a left fielder. I don't know about this organization. It's a hell of a run. I don't fundamentally know what they think sometimes.
No.
But
that's all.
Kikuchi was, he ended up being a pretty good player.
What was your favorite Bregman moment now that it's over?
God, there's so many postseason home runs and moments. I don't know.
I still think I'm immediately of the Red Sox.
I know, I do too, but that's not like
off Sale in the 7th inning.
But that was the first year, which was great. But I'm trying to think of there's been plenty since.
Oh no, yeah.
I don't know why I don't think of them, because there's been so many for George, for Carlos, for Bregman, for Jordan. Like there's so many, not as much for Tucker, but there's been so many great postseason moments that I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I'd have to go look at how many home runs he has. My favorite, because probably recency bias, but the home run in the postseason for Altuve against the Rangers is one of my. Now, unfortunately, they lost that series, but that was one of my
but he
favorite
won that
Altuve
game
moments.
in Dallas in
dramatic fashion.
Yeah.
To give you what we thought was going to be,
well, it's not
a
Altuve.
real good chance to win.
We're not eulogizing Altuve.
Well, his time at second. They're clearly trying to get him
as a second baseman.
I mean, Polanco wasn't even good, and they're trying to hit a 650 OPS, and they're like, "What can we do to add Polanco? Like, Are we sure we want to add? This is what we want to add. We're trying to get rid of Jake, and we would add up a Jake in the infield. Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Right now, though, you're talking about Underdog.
Yeah, I'm talking about Underdog Fantasy. I'm talking about the big game that's coming up. Everyone's all excited. Like, what's going to happen? Listen, you have an opinion. I have, but my opinion has shifted. I think, it's actually strengthened. I think Philly is going to roll Kansas City. Yeah, this feels like Seattle versus Denver all over again. So what I got to do is figure out how the game is going to go. Do I want to go higher on Saquon Barkley, on his yards in the first quarter, on his yards at the half? Do I want to go lower on passing yards for Patrick Mahomes? Do I want to go lower on catches for Travis Kelce? How do you think the game's going to go? And then, adjust your highs and lows, your picks against the stats that are out there according to how you think the game's going to go. Use your sports knowledge to make real money. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. You can crisscross sports. You can do football along with pro basketball, along with college basketball. That's something people do all the time. They have profit boosts in the lobby that you need to take advantage of because it simply means more money for you when you win. And the best way to do this is by using my promo code Lance. When you use my promo code Lance, they're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash, and then you start playing. It's that easy. Download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You get up to $1,000 of bonus cash, and you are set to go for the big game, and you are going to be a winner. Go play and go win. Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older, and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Gary, if you want to call back in, we'll get you in here. Sorry we missed you in the last segment, but we got Paul that wants to get into here now. Hey, Paul.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Dell just said something that it struck me. He said, I'm not sure about this organization, meaning the Astros, and I think James Click deserves a lot more credit than probably we gave him. Everybody thought, he's a pretty good GM, whatever, but who knows how many crazy-ass ideas that he had to fend off from Bagwell and Enos Cabell and Reggie and Crane. I mean, just to kind of just the train on the tracks. I think that guy deserves even more credit than we've probably given him.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's probably true. I've always felt kind of weird that he didn't, he came right after Jeff Leno. And so it was tough because we all, loved Jeff Leno. He took over a team that was ready-made. But the fact is he built that bullpen. And that bullpen was historically good in 2022 postseason. James Click had a lot to do with the 2022 championship. I think it's unfortunate that it became Click versus Dusty in Dusty's mind, and maybe in Click's, I don't know, and certainly in the front office. And it was also like the shine was on a lot of times Dusty because he had been a baseball lifer and had never won a World Series, and that was Dusty's World Series, and we were all really excited for Dusty to win that World Series. So I get it, but Click was just kind of an afterthought. It is in hindsight.
He was gone.
No, I mean afterthought with fans too. They want to win a title, and it's like, well, Dusty won this title, and Click just had all of Leno's guys. But I mean, he built that bullpen.
Yeah,
Click did a great job with the bullpen, and that bullpen played a massive role in winning the title. So he did deserve more, and yeah, he maybe did have to fend off a lot of stuff. One of the reasons that he was gone, I was told, is that Dusty just didn't. He just thought he was too, Click was too much of a gatekeeper of moves and gatekeeper of things that maybe the organization thought should have happened. Trying to guard against certain trades, things like that. And I don't know.
Well, looking at some of the things they're doing,
they need to be gatekept.
There needs to be some gatekeeping. After he left, as soon as he left, they went They went crazy with Montero and Abreu, and goodness gracious, what are we doing? 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. Elliot wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Elliot, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. I was looking at Lance's mock draft that he put out. I know he said he had spoke to Omar Khan last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, and I was curious with you having them drafting Golden, does that pretty much confirm they're not going to re-sign Pickens? I don't know if you had some behind-the-scenes conversations with him about that, but reading through the lines here, that kind of seems like that they're going to move on from him, but everybody seems to think that they're going to give him a contract. So I'm just curious if that's what you're implying here by them drafting a receiver in the first round.
It's twofold. Number one, it's a second target for whoever your quarterback is, because if you're going to just go get a game manager, you better have some weapons around them. So really, it was twofold. Number one, it's to guard against Pickens flipping out like all Steeler wide receivers do. It's to guard against Pickens not being a Steeler. It's to add weapons as a wide receiver too. Like it does all those things. It adds to the room, another talented wide receiver, and then also it guards against everything that you talked about in case that happens. So I was just I made a pick that I thought, it's a need. They need another weapon, but also it works with Pickens and it works without Pickens. So that was it. My first mock, I try to just, I don't want to take 7 hours on my first mock because it's all going to get messed up anyway in free agency. All these teams are going to address needs in free agency, and your mock drafts completely change and your draft needs completely change. So I hate this first mock because it's like, who cares? Everything, after free agency is done, a lot of these teams' needs are going to completely shift, and it's going to completely blow everything up. And players who are going to go one place now are wide open for other places. So I don't even care to do a mock draft until after free agency, to be honest with you. But
how many dumpsters did you get on your?
Just Dan, not Dan Holden.
Not Dan Holden.
Yeah, he always does dumpsters.
What? Well, nobody else.
I
gave
had
you
some
dumpsters?
clown stuff. I had a few clown stuff actually, like that. I was a
But it
clown.
was disappointing this year.
Ashton Genty to the Jets. That was a huge clown.
Yeah, that's
He has a
clownish.
clown move.
That's clown.
Shows you don't know. Brees Hall's elite. All this stuff, and like I wish you watch football. I mean, things that are kind of mild, honestly.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Like, I'm
disappointed.
When do they hire someone who watches football? Like, that's pretty good.
I mean,
it's
it
not
is
bad.
a good question.
That's not bad.
It's legitimate.
That's not bad.
That's legit.
Brees Hall's elite. I said Brees Hall's elite. Brees Hall has had like 13 touchdowns in the last 2 years, and he averages like 82 yards a game total offense. I said, "This is elite, sir."
Man, it is elite.
Man, we just put elite on everything.
I wish they could hire someone that watches football.
I know.
Don't you think that should be something?
I would respond and help Lance out. Trust us. He's watching. He watches it so much. He's late for his own show.
Yeah. Well, I think David makes a good point. Hall of Famers should not have to be looking at the time. They should have someone tell them what time.
Yeah, that's actually fair.
Right.
For those who don't know, Dell usually says, "Hey, I'm in my office, and today I was listening to some music, listening to some Gregory Porter."
So you weren't even working?
You weren't? What?
Yeah, I have it in the background. It's a whole vibe in my office. And then it's like the Rocket circa 2022, 22 before Udoka got here. It's a total vibe in my office. And I had Gregory Porter on, and I'm listening, and all of a sudden I'm like, and then my computer says 7.00, which means 7 o'clock on my computer. And I'm like
7:00. That's what it usually means all over the world. But
and I'm like, this idiot Dell didn't tell me it was time for my
church.
I'm the idiot. How come the other Hall of Famer has no problem being in his seat?
Because he sits there
right
in his broke down computer that goes.
While that is true,
that's his volume. He had his. You got to get rid of that poverty computer. You fixed the.
My wife asked me what I want for my birthday, and it might be a laptop.
It's going to have to be a laptop if you can afford a laptop after you got your gas bill. Jeez, if you can't, I got some old Marty used to use something she didn't use anymore.
John need to buy
Give me something where you can actually hear the volume out of the speakers.
Are we going to have to get John a prefurbish because he has to pay for his electric and gas? So we're going to get him a prefurbished laptop that he can afford.
Can y'all stop that, please? My 4-year-old is now going wee.
Yeah, that was annoying.
Nonstop.
Don't blame me. Blame Dana Brown.
That's Dana Brown's fault.
I mean, he's the one talking.
Is that
about
the pig?
Blame Altuve
is that
for
the pig hanging out the window?
I know someone did tweet us that, but no, it just happens to be something someone created.
Oh, okay.
Blame it on. Oh, I hate that. If you're gonna blame anyone, blame it on Jose Altuve for having so much joy.
The time of his life out there.
I don't know. He had the time of his life out there. I mean, all I could think of was, are you kidding me? I got Polanco at second and Altuve at left. No bat at second and no arm in left. I feel like another title's on the way. But you know why? Because McCullers just thrown 5 times without getting hurt.
How about that?
And he's up to 90.
That is something.
And he's up to 90.
It's not so much who he picked in his mock draft, but who he left out that I'm concerned with. I have a few names.
Quintravious Jackson.
Is this a Mockingdale?
Yes, this is going to be David.
Okay.
Well, you did leave out Starks.
Actually,
did you leave out Starks?
Malachi Starks.
Yeah. You did leave him out.
Yeah. His tape ain't first round just because somebody puts it in there.
No, everybody thinks that's very clownish of you. I saw that was the comment I saw most.
No, the one they hated the most is Genty to the Jets. Yeah. The Jets are mad at me. And Michigan fans got mad that I had Mason Graham, their defensive tackle,
11th. Yeah.
They were all mad. Most people weren't too mad though. Like it was, I knew who was going to be mad going in. And then I've been told now I got tagged into a conversation.
Try to make everybody happy instead of bad.
I got tagged into because I know F your happiness. I want you to be sad. And then I get tagged into.
Wow.
I get tagged into the Rockets are.
Well,
losing.
you had zero trades in the first round.
I don't do trades in the first one.
Oh.
But then I had to hear people tell me that Shedeur is an elite player. Like you have 2 elite Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks like Cam Ward and Shedeur. And I'm like, listen, I know you're Jets, they're Giants fans. And I saw this happen with Bears fans and Commanders fans. Because last year, once you have that pick, you want to believe that you have incredible players there available for you. So you start really hyping them up. Like Caleb was generational. I found out that last year. Caleb Williams was generational, even though his tape was like, ugh. And then I went to the year before, and I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't as good as I thought it was going to be. There's nothing generational about this. And then Washington fans got really mad when I had Jaden Daniels ahead of Drake May, because Drake May, they had been told, was elite.
Drake May is elite.
And so I found out how elite Drake May was and that Caleb was generational. And now I'm finding out that Cam and Shador are Super Bowl caliber playmakers. Even though I told a guy, I said, look, Shador's going to be fine if he plays Kirk Cousins type ball, is a game manager. And everyone thinks game manager is some kind of, in a way, CJ Stroud is a game manager in some ways. There's very few true playmakers. There's very few true playmakers who get outside the pocket.
Year, him making plays in the final minutes.
Making a few plays. Well, look, you can make throws and all that stuff, but look, if you put a team on your back, that's a playmaker.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Joe Burrow is not a runner, but he's
a playmaker.
He's a playmaker. And CJ's got some of that too. He's flashed it. It doesn't always sustain.
No.
But Shador is not going to be. He didn't even have arm talent. Like, he has kind of not a great arm, but he's really accurate. And it's okay. Do what you do best, and you can be a really good player. There's a lot of players who become very good quarterbacks and make a lot of money, Kirk Cousins, because they're accurate and they make good decisions with the football. Yep. Just do that.
All right. And you know what I do and what I did yesterday? When
Drink Coors Light.
You're damn right. I went out to Wildcat, me and Tim and Manny and Clay, and we played. We drank. We were throwing down Coors Lights, and that was just great fun. Then we went over to Luling's and had Coors Lights, and that's just great fun. Went home, watched the Rockets and Coors Lights. I mean, there seems to be a common bond here. There seems to be a common thread, and it's Coors Lights, and that's what I love about my life. There's a commonality, okay? I'm consistent. I love me some Coors Lights. I have been loving them a lot more recently than, I guess I think so, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty consistent with my Coors Light intake. So here's the deal, is I love me some Coors Light. I want you to love you some Coors Light. If you haven't tried it, please do. I know your friend, I'm telling you, order it, and your friends, all of a sudden, everybody, you'll notice, hey, man, everybody's drinking Coors Lights around here. Why are there all those other beers still in the fridge when Coors Light is emptying out? You know why? Because cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Because you know you're refreshed. Because you know the mountains are blue. Let's go. Let's climb on, brother. If you're looking for a great way to keep Texas chill, Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Our own Quentin Grimes on the move. He's going to Philadelphia, and Caleb Martin is going to the Sixers. Caleb Martin has a 4-year, $28 million deal. Wow, that seems like a lot for a Caleb Martin. Quentin Grimes.
You think $7 million per year for
that's poverty?
For Caleb Martin,
he couldn't even live in Los Angeles.
Seventh or eighth man is too much.
Yeah, or ninth man.
Yeah, he couldn't live in Los Angeles for that.
I mean, that guy.
He'd have to live in the Valley.
That guy nearly won an Eastern Conference Finals himself. Remember, that's why he got paid. Now it took 2 seasons, but he got paid for that. He's like an eighth man. That's what eighth men make.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as
maybe more.
As long as you get to a second contract.
I need to be an eighth man in the league.
You do.
Move to LA.
You live in LA.
I know. Well, we don't own anything in LA. I'm hoping maybe she'll get fired before.
Maybe she'll get fired.
Before you have to buy a house. I was listening to a podcast yesterday. Sam Harris was talking about all the disaster stuff, and the guy he had on there was like, "Yeah, my son, some of his property." They were talking about how what's going to happen with insurance, that the state and local government's going to have to step in and help people, from an insurance standpoint, because you're not you can't get insurance anymore, which is not.
Well, we found that you can get insurance. You can.
Not affordable. Your wife makes substantially more than most people do in LA.
No. Well, no, I'm not substantially more than most.
Well, than most people. Yeah, more than most people.
Well, yes.
Yeah, so it's not affordable. Like some people can't even get homeowners insurance. So how are they going to do it? And they were talking about how this may have to turn into a government thing because they can't get businesses to insure. And the guy said, my son, I thought of you. He said, my son had some of his house was partially damaged and he, and he was looking for a new insurance company. And he's like, the quote he told me he got was, he said, it was like the price of, it was like you're paying more than 2 mortgages. He said it was unbelievable how much the price is. So you need Wendy to get fired.
Yeah. It would be great if she, I don't know.
What can you could do male golfer. You could get her fired.
I could get her fired.
What's the age-old saying behind every successful woman in LA is a man hoping she gets fired?
Yes. You know what his nickname is?
The problem?
The problem.
I am the problem. I am certainly not the solution.
If you have a problematic husband and you are in LA, that could be enough to hey, listen, the juice isn't worth the squeeze here, Miss Granada.
I know who can afford to live in LA, and that's going to be Derek Stingley. He's going to get paid.
Eventually.
He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
He's already making enough. Thank you. The 3 overall pick money is pretty good. He can live in LA.
That's enough.
Yeah, he can live in LA.
Well.
But the money that he's going to make. And the good news is he wants to make it all right here in the city of Houston.
For you, you've put the groundwork in to have an opportunity to get there. How important is it for you to get a deal done and remain a Houston Texan?
Well, I mean, I want to stay in Houston for the rest of my career, really. The deal gonna happen when it happens. We still gotta take care of business. I still gotta work out, still gotta be there, be around the team. Because Nico Collins, when he was doing all that last year, every day I'm in there working out. I see him working out, so that's the standard that we got over there with the Texans. So that's what I'm gonna try to keep on doing.
He's got a great attitude. The kid, that was Ryan Clark's podcast. He's got
the pivot.
What is it?
Yeah, the pivot. Ryan Clark.
Pivot. Anyway, he had, the other guys there, and Ryan Clark was talking about just how unassuming Derek Stingley is, that, other guys are. Derek Stingley answered a question, how'd you know he goes, well, I'm in college and I'm watching these guys in the NFL, and I go, I covered that guy. Wow, maybe I could play. Maybe I can be a pro. And they were all amazed. You're the best guy in the draft, and here you are just wondering whether or not you can play. But that's Derek Stingley. He's very unassuming. He's very
They say he's
very
really
humble.
At LSU, he was really. They call him a different kind of guy, which wasn't necessarily a compliment, but it wasn't a slam. He's just like he's kind of off on his own.
Yeah.
He's got some, from what I heard from LSU people, was kind of a loner, kind of a Ricky Williams vibe where he doesn't like to be around people a lot. Like he's like Dell. Selective But what I liked about what he said there was
Dell Stingley.
That's the only way he's like me.
A lot like that. But what he said was that was really cool is that, hey man, Nico Collins, this is what happens when you have a lead by example guy. This is what happens when you have good culture in the locker room. You have a guy like Nico's like, I'm getting paid. I'm not worried about it. I'm trying to win too. The money's going to come because the money is going to come. If you're good at any sport, at any position, the money is going to come. And so he saw Nico in there, and listen, he mentions like, man, I see Nico in there. He's working. Now, had he been a guy who said, I'm not coming in here till I get my bag. Yeah. That could have been an impact on Derek Stingley at that time where he said, well, Nico's not in here. Instead, Nico is in there. And so now he's telling people, man, Nico was in there getting his stuff done, so I need to be in there working. That's just one example of how one good football character guy who cares about the game and knows the money's coming, that had an impact on Derek Stingley, who is this guy's one of the best corners in the league. He's in the conversation as top 3 corner in the league right now. Surtain is number 1, but he's in that conversation.
I've seen other ones that Stingley won and Surtain second. So I mean, he's getting his due because he deserves it.
Stingley could live in.
Is there
LA.
any?
I'm looking at this contract.
Is there any point that Nico regrets signing that deal?
No.
I mean, because he's not going to be the highest paid wide receiver. Is he going to be like, man, I guess I'm not getting paid like I should be? I mean, I hope not. I hope that's not going to be the case. But he signed a deal that was very team friendly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. I just care about if he's winning.
Well, I know I care if he's not happy, then you'll care.
I guess they'll have to redo a deal. Is Mulgeta his agent?
I don't know who his agent is.
He's not. So I don't care as much.
It's Drew Rosenhaus.
Yeah.
So the Texans have found.
And what that tells you, by the way, is that Nico was good with the deal. Rosenhaus isn't just going to settle for a team-friendly deal. That was Nico said, let's just get it done. This is good money. Let's get it done. Yep. Nico even said after the contract was signed, he goes, this is good money. This is more money than I'll ever have in my life or whatever. Yeah. So Nico's not really about what the number is as much as trying to win championships.
Right.
He's a dog, man. Nico is. And look, if the Texans, it wouldn't surprise me in a couple of years if he keeps playing like this, if the Texans extend him and give him a bunch more money. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if he basically gets an influx of guaranteed money and cash up front. In fact, I would be shocked if Drew Rosenhaus doesn't bring that up in a couple of years. Kind of his job to say, hey, guys, how about we do another extension?
Yeah, right.
And let's add 2 more years on here and maybe get my guy a signing bonus right now.
Well, you can tell you're listening to our station and not the other station, the Texan station, because we buried the lead, and we will give you the lead on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, Lance and I are both talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We love what Billy does. We love I'm a big fan of, from the top on down, having a philosophy, having integrity, having a plan, being actually so aware of your clientele and making sure that they get a great deal. Because I love when businesses, and I love speaking for businesses like that. And I know that that's Billy Brown as well. Billy cares. Billy wants to do the best plumbing job he can for you. He's here. I know every time Billy comes to your house, it's not an easy time because you have some kind of a problem with your plumbing. That's not a great thing. So Billy is here to make sure that you get the best deal that you possibly can, that you get a free evaluation when they walk in, as opposed to a lot of other plumbers who are going to charge you just to show up.
People charging you to show up. I mean, I hate that because then they've got the leverage over you. Because then if you say, okay, that's what the problem is. Yeah, we'll apply this fee to you if we do the work. If not, too bad, so sad. Like, I don't want that. I'm going to probably choose that company anyway. Why don't I just go with Well, the company that's not charging me that fee at the front end, and that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They do the small jobs, the big jobs. They can move gas lines. They can repipe underneath your home. The difficult jobs, you trust a company that's going to have fair pricing, that are transparent. They get it done the right way. No one's having to come in and do work behind them like I've had Aqueduct have to do for another plumbing company. So make sure that Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the first call you make. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
All right, well, the Houston Texans have a new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, and they have a new offensive line coach. That was the lead this morning. I know the Rockets lost a heartbreaker, fourth in a row. They squandered away a game that will haunt them for years and years to come. I know. Well, whoa, and what else are we talking about? Derek Stingley, blah, blah, blah. Dana Brown, blah, blah, blah. Offensive line coach for the Houston Texans, Cole Popovich. He wasn't like he was the assistant. I don't know that they re-signed him, but they brought him back. And listen, if he was assisting last year with that offensive line, why wouldn't you bring him back? Why wouldn't you? Now, maybe behind the scenes, he was none too pleased with what Strasser was doing. But I would think that you wouldn't want anybody associated with that line last year to be back, but apparently they did, and that's the new offensive line coach. No longer assistant offensive line. He is now the primary offensive line coach.
And he's called the run game coordinator.
Yeah. Right. Because, well, Caley's specialty is the passing game, right? He was the passing game coordinator with the Rams.
Uh-huh.
So maybe he doesn't know anything about the run game. I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping he knows some stuff about it. There's going to be will the Texans offense look drastically different? I mean, I think there's going to be a lot more motion.
No, I don't think it's going to look
There's going to be a lot more motion.
I think you're going to have to go to PFF to get all these numbers and stuff. I don't think the trained eye you're going to notice. They actually motion more than we thought, right? 71%. You told me yesterday?
No, that wasn't.
I thought the number you told me was really
high.
high.
But not motion at snap.
Oh, okay.
Yes, right. They'd move people around, but motion at snap, the Rams were much higher. Much higher.
Look, Houston also fired offensive line coach Chris Strausser and assistant offensive line Cole Popovich, according to sources. I knew I read that in the article on ESPN.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Bring them back.
Look, after conflicting
Dell does
reports,
that all the time here.
Oh, January 25th. Okay, that was on the 24th. I missed this. On the 25th, it said, after conflicting reports.
Look how proud he is of himself.
Assistant offensive line coach Cole
Why is that my
Popovich
favorite thing?
was not fired. What?
And then what happened? Oh, he wasn't fired?
My firings.
Well, no, here's the conflicting, because I read that he got fired on the day it happened. I'm like, oh, Cole Popovich got fired. And then they said there was conflicting reports.
Oh, see?
Although his contract expired, his contract had expired, and they didn't pick it up.
Well, they did now. They just took a little time. Hannah took a little time before.
Or they couldn't find the guy they wanted.
Yeah.
Perhaps. And they came back to old, less than reliable Cole Popovich.
Well, I mean, let's face it. They got it. Like I told you yesterday on the show, there's so much for line coaches to do right now. Popovich is already way, way behind. At least you now have a guy who knows the current team, because a new coach would have to come in, watch all the tape, figure out the new team. Then you have to go look at all the free agents on the market, an offensive line that you may be targeting. Then you have to go learn all the combine guys. Like, there's a ton for him to do. They can't afford not to have somebody in that building. And now you get Chris Strausser's protege. So sleep tight.
That's exciting.
And Greg Popovich's son.
They're not father and son, but they are related. They are related, but not father and son.
They are kind of. Oh, they're related?
Yes, Cole Popovich didn't know.
I thought I saw that he was not related.
He found out later than you would think he was related to Popovich, but not that close. They're not father and son.
Oh, they're not father and son. They didn't know that?
He's distantly. They did know they weren't father and son, but Cole Popovich did not know he was related. They're distantly related somehow, some way.
Of course they are.
But at least we got a Popovich in the building.
Distantly related.
Distantly related.
So Aaron Wilson, I think, was the first one who put it out there that Popovich was gone along with Strausser. But he's back.
Aaron.
But he's back. Well, he might have been gone. And they decided, you know what?
Well, his contract expired.
Yeah. And they brought him back. It's exciting.
Isn't it different to being fired and your contract expires and they don't pick it up?
No, this is an exciting time. We have a new offensive line coach. Houston needs to get excited.
Mm-hmm.
So I told you it's the lead, and we buried the lead.
He was the understudy to the guy.
We would be fired if we worked at 6'10".
He worked with Chris Strausser,
the guy who they had to get
on that stuff.
Right. That's why. Well, why wouldn't you keep him then?
To be fair, it doesn't mean that he
agreed,
or that he thought it was being done well.
Right. No.
It doesn't mean that he didn't either.
No, it doesn't. Or he could have been Littlefinger behind the scenes.
I don't think we needed him to be Littlefinger.
No,
the evidence
it was all
was
out
on
there
the field.
on every snap, every game.
He didn't have to trick
right there
anyone.
for us to see.
All he had to do was
another
look.
twist. Shaq Mason's on the ground
What
again.
if he believes chaos and chaos?
Maybe he was.
He got it.
I know. Maybe he was instructing the linemen to do one thing, and Strausser was instructing them to do a different thing, and it confused them, and that's why they never picked up a stunt.
Snap the ball, and chaos ensued.
I don't know what to do.
That's what you think?
Maybe that's the chaos he was creating.
Maybe that was the chaos.
Of course, he didn't take into account the beating his quarterback would take. But hey, things will be different now. One vision, one set of instructions.
And look what happened.
Everyone will be fine.
And now he's hand to the king. Now he's hand to the king.
I don't
Isn't
know.
An offensive line coach?
Is Kaylee the king?
Right? Yeah. So
I think I would go Popovich, Master of Whispers.
I just think it's a little odd to bring anyone back.
It's not confidence inspiring. It's like we don't know. I mean, I would have preferred.
He might be great.
He might be.
Strausser might have been just keeping him down.
Yeah, holding them back. Yeah. I would prefer an established offensive line coach with a level of success in the NFL. But hey, we got the guy who was the understudy to Strausser.
Was there any of those guys available?
No.
This could be. I hope Popovich does a great job, and he should not be. In all honesty, he should not be held to. his feet to the fire immediately because he worked under Strouser. That's really, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it may not have any relevancy in how this team moves forward. However, I'll also say that there's a good chance anybody that they would have targeted they're already soaked up.
Well, but these guys have worked. I mean, D'Amico and everybody in this organization has worked with guys throughout the years. They didn't know anybody. Didn't know anybody.
Well, some don't. Actually, some don't. You stay in your little bubble, your San Francisco bubble.
San Francisco bubble. But you worked with guys in San Francisco. You worked with guys with the Rams. You worked
maybe
with guys
all the San Francisco guys are taken up.
Well, yeah. Well,
why is the NFL so insular? We see college now. There's a lot more coaches.
I don't know.
We see college coaches reach out to people they've never met to come coach for them. Why doesn't NFL do more of that?
It just depends on. It depends on if you stay in a bubble. So there are coaching bubbles where guys hire their same guys over and over at different stops.
That's what. Hey, Vrabel's getting ripped for bringing back a lot of his Titans staff
because that's all he knows.
That's it. And he does. That's what he does.
And so it actually happens a lot. My dad's first job in the NFL was highly unusual because Butch Davis didn't even know him. And Butch was asking coaches like, "Who's an O-line coach I need? Who's the hot guy that knows what he's doing?" And like multiple coaches said, "Larry Zerline." And my dad was at the University of Cincinnati at the time, so he had no like. He got these from other coaches and brought him in, but usually you just go with who you know.
Yeah.
You go with who you know and
business.
Your staff. And yeah, it is because you don't, a lot of these guys don't.
That's why I had some respect for Butch, what he did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Going out there and finding, hey, let me get the best guy.
Who's the best guy? And then, that's one of the things that I used to have a little bit of a problem with Rick Smith was I didn't think Rick, I was getting this from people who were on other teams. Like, they didn't see Rick out and about at Senior Bowl, at Combine. Was it?
He allegedly didn't even answer calls from people.
Yeah, agents were multiple agents told me that, which was shocking to find out. But you can't be in your bubble. You have to expand and know people so that you get the best hire. So you know who the up and comers are and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the Texans have that. Maybe they don't. But it can be a problem with certain organizations where you don't know people outside of your little bubble. And all that does is it just limits the talent pool. That's all. It doesn't mean you can't win, but it's good to know people outside of your bubble.
Mm-hmm.
We as a society are in our bubble society. Woo, if somebody is not in your bubble, they are the enemy.
No, they're enemy. No, we don't like those people.
And maybe that's what the Texans thought. All other offensive line coaches were enemies.
Yeah, we don't like those people. 814 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You don't like those people, but you don't even know who those people are.
I know, but
just
I don't
other
care.
people.
I don't like them if they're not my bubble.
Yeah,
I don't like them, and I'm not gonna. I want them deported.
Anybody who's not in your bubble, you want deported,
even if they're American.
Is Jeremy Branham in your bubble?
Yeah, Jeremy's in my bubble. We work together.
What bubble? You don't work together.
In the K-Gal bubble with a family. We're family.
So how many people do you want in America?
I don't know, 12, 15.
Okay.
That's all.
Housing's more affordable.
It's a lot more.
That's true.
If I get rid of all these people. Time for you to talk about Underdog
Fantasy. Time for you to go make money. And how are you going to do it? Take that big brain that you have, that big sports brain, and apply it to the big game. You've got the big game is coming up. So you need to know what you're going to do with all these picks, all these pick'ems that you're going to make, the higher or lower. You're going to have statistics. And sometimes it's up to 17, 22. I've seen 22 picks for a single player, 22 statistics. And I'm like, wow. There's so much to get through here. But you know what it is? You can go find something soft. You can go find matchups. You can go find game flow that works in your favor or against the player's favors to go higher or lower. I always tell people, don't be afraid to go lower. Lowers win too. And in fact, lowers win more than higher. So don't be afraid to do that. And only the Underdog platform puts the power to cash out in your hands now. You can, you can either keep riding your entry or tap the win now button when you're playing the streaks game. Every dog deserves a second chance. That's why they have rescues where you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. And with Underdog's double flex option, you can lose 2 of your plays and still get a W. How does that happen? Through double flex. Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got callers here. Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. I think this is the second time Gary's called, so let's get him in here. Hey, Gary, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, just want to say, huge D'Amico fan. I thought like the speculation about him being fired earlier this season is ridiculous. However, if Cole Popovich is good enough to be our O-line coach next year under a new offensive coordinator, why didn't we try that during the season when our offensive line was an abject disaster? I mean, we gave up 8 sacks during the playoff game, right? So it just kind of begs the question, like, we should have fired, the other O-line coach had, the off bye week would have been perfect. Just giving this guy a shot. Like, it couldn't have been worse, right? So once again, I mean, you can always Monday night quarterback stuff, but it's just a little odd, right? We had a terrible offensive line, and then you have a guy on staff that you think can be your O-line coach. Why didn't you try it during the season? Maybe it would have helped.
Yeah, that is. I mean, if you thought he was good enough to be the guy, as much as you were struggling, maybe you'd. I don't know.
It's hard. It's a lot for one coach.
I don't remember D'Amico being under fire to be fired.
I don't either. That's Twitter people saying that. But
who are these people?
Speculation. There's no credible speculation. D'Amico was gone. Anybody who speculated that should have been immediately tased and put into a prison.
What?
That's it.
Wow.
We're not doing this. We're not doing dumb stuff anymore.
You're putting people in prison for opinions?
No, for speculation that he's going to be fired.
Free speech, you have an issue.
No.
Speculation is a news. That's
not free speech.
Speculation he's going to be fired is not an opinion.
It is
you making stuff up. And you know what? And also clickbait. We're going to start putting clickbait people in jail. If you put headlines that are clickbait, you're going to jail. As far as you
like
can't.
Ashton Genty to the Jets.
That's not clickbait. That's real.
Isn't it?
Breece Hall's elite. Breece Hall's getting 82 yards a game. That ain't elite. Beat it.
You got Braylon Allen. Breece Hall. And you're going to give them another back? Clickbait.
Who's the owner? Who's the owner?
Woody Johnson.
Whose son runs the team?
Brick.
Whose son plays video games?
Brick.
Who had the highest 99 Madden rating, college football rating?
Well, we don't know that
Ashton
Brick plays
Genty.
that game.
Brick plays.
We know he plays Madden.
It's not going to take long for him to look up the ratings.
Clickbait.
You guys are stupid if you don't think Brick is not going to be all over Ashton Genty. All over. If Hunter's there, he'll take Hunter. But if Genty's there, he'll take Genty. That's simple. Brick is pretty base level. Is pretty surface level.
If you don't know, Brick Johnson is Woody Johnson's teenage son.
Could be Woody Allen too.
Well, you
but
never
his
know.
Teenage son who did what?
who allegedly was helping to run the Jets draft board because he loved Madden. Apparently.
No, he didn't want to.
On Madden.
No, he didn't want to.
He wasn't good.
He didn't want it. Was there a free agent? Who did he
there
not
was
want?
a receiver. He didn't want Jerry Judy. He didn't want them to
free
acquire
agency.
Jerry Judy because his Madden rating was low.
Yeah.
And the Jets allegedly listened to the teenage son of Woody Johnson.
Well, the owner listened, and then they probably listened to the owner. I don't know that. Who's the GM? Joe Douglas was like, "Are you serious? His Madden rating's that low, Brick?" Okay. I didn't know that. I thought his Madden rating was higher. I know the guy that does Madden ratings. That guy should have no impact on any general managers. Dustin is not qualified to have an impact on a general manager's decision making.
Well, if that general,
he's just a guy. He's just a guy.
If that general manager's 16 years old, then maybe he does.
Yeah.
Madden probably uses formulas that are no. It's just some guy named Dustin. That's all it is. It's some guy named Dustin who does Madden ratings adjustments. And they're like, well, if you take a look at how the formulas and the algorithms, if Madden actually is a way that you can start to formulate teams. No, it's just Dustin. Trust me. Dustin should not have the ability to make decisions on free agency.
Catching one from your buddy Lance.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. Dustin's not a free agent. A free agent guy. Dustin just is trying to make these video games work. That's all.
Well, piss off players with his ratings that are inaccurate.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he does original ratings or just ratings adjustments. Probably both. And we're actually talking to him, me and Craddock, who is one of the premier sports scientists in the world who works at A&M, about providing college football ratings with his computer vision, because he'd have actual real AI creating with a regression model from the Madden rating or from the college football ratings, regression model that creates the athletic scores through AI, not through just your own personal opinion. They're actually movement stuff that are captured by AI and computer vision. So that would make a little bit more sense. Now, that's not clickbait. That's not clickbait.
How about this story? The Houston Rockets are not interested in discussing trades for their young players unless Devin Booker is involved. I'm all about that life. I'm all about that.
Who's that a report from?
Chris Mannix.
Oh, he's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't it can't be somebody from Yard Barker who's like Jeff Quamston. Who's this?
Jeff Quamston never wrote a thing
or
about
ML. What's that terrible site? Rookie Watch.
NFL Rookie Watch.
That guy should be put in prison, 100%.
Mm.
The stuff he's doing on Twitter, and he's got a bunch of followers. He's a college kid who claims that he's always talking to scouts and sources. Then he puts everything in quotation, random quotation marks. Have you ever seen this account? NFL Rookie Watch.
He's great.
He's known as the worst person on earth.
Houston continues to take a very disciplined approach to this trade deadline. The Rockets, arguably the NBA's biggest surprise this season, have not expressed any interest in engaging with teams about any of the top young talent. As one exec put it, unless you're calling them about Booker, they are not interested.
Good. I love it.
Call us. But call us. Would you rather Jalen or Booker?
I don't know. He had that first half of January that I loved.
Yeah. He did have that 2 weeks.
So it's close.
He did have
All-star Jalen Green. I know that was a thing for some people.
I don't know what else you'd give up. Would you give up Tari now?
Yeah, for Booker?
Injuries?
What kind of question is this? Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Tari, Jalen. Who else do you want to throw
Tari,
in there?
look, I love Tari. He's an injury factory, and that's never going away. He's got an injury that will not heal.
Yeah, apparently.
It has to be managed, and he's 23 years old managing a chronic injury. That ain't getting better. A 23-year-old with a chronic injury is not ideal.
2 first-rounders, Tari, Jalen, Dylan. Get it done. What are we talking about
Don't
here?
make trades for us.
What are we talking about?
John and I will make the trades.
You know, I know Devin Booker missed a late free throw against Portland that cost them the game. But you know who's probably not taking a 30-footer when you're up 4?
Devin Booker. He might actually dribble out the clock and then take a crappy three-pointer just like Jalen did.
Well, he
only worked 23 more seconds.
Well, he can't be both guys. I had to put one guy in the mix, and he would not have taken the Reed Shepherd shot. And if he did,
the Reed Shepherd shot was terrible.
Yeah, that was
terrible.
Not good.
Reed, what are you doing? That's just way too much confidence in your shot.
Here's
especially a guy who's shooting like 27%.
Who was only getting minutes because the starting point guard's hurt.
Yeah. Throwing that up. He had the best game of his career, though.
Until that point.
Great. No, that's still included. That's still included in his best game of his career.
Knock it down a little bit, though.
Oh, my goodness. You guys, come on. A little intelligent basketball, please.
You got a 20-year-old and 22-year-old, and then your inbounder was 22 years old, too.
Yeah.
On the final play.
Well, he is the number 1 pick in the Rising Stars. We'll hear about that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we're going to talk about HR&P. We're going to talk about your business. We're going to talk about making your business better. We're going to talk about doing it better, doing it right. You sell your widgets. You don't know payroll. You don't know HR. You don't know taxes. You don't know which of the 401k or insurance plan would be best for your business. You don't do those things. Why are you taking them under your wing and saying, well, I can do this? No, you can't. No, you're not good at it. You're just not. Let the people who do that, let their expertise come through for you. And HR&P is that company. They have the expertise in these things. Okay. Now, the difference is these other admin companies, what they do is they make money on the 401ks. They make money on the insurance. Okay. And it's theirs. And they force it upon you. That's not what HR&P does. They give you options on those things. Now, of course, you're going to take their payroll and their HR. That's what they do every single day. And they're going to help you and make your tax season so easy. If all of these things are difficult for you, or if you're trying to make your own decisions on these things, let HR&P show you what they can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Wow. The Dallas Mavericks are offering refunds for all home games this season to season ticket holders who canceled packages after the Luka AD trade. Like, they're giving their money back.
Now say it again.
The Mavericks are offering refunds for all home games this season to season ticket holders. Like,
that's really,
this is an incredibly unpopular trade in Dallas. Did you see they had a big event
protest?
Did you see it?
Were there Luka flags?
No, they had coffins.
They did.
They had coffins with Dallas's name on it, and like, this is the end. This is the death of the Mavericks, and they spray painted something nasty there on the side. They're really not happy. That's like if we traded
CJ.
Yeah, we traded CJ for
Justin Fields. No.
Cooper Kupp.
No. No, because Anthony Davis. I mean, we're being a little disrespectful.
Cooper Kupp, you mean
but a guy
former
who's
pro,
injured,
all-pro?
oft injured, who's won a title.
Justin Fields is really,
but oft injured, and he's one of the. Listen, Anthony Davis is one of the top 15 players in the league. One top 12 players in the league.
He's older. Okay,
Yeah.
It'd be like CJ for
Russell Wilson.
He traded for Matt Stafford.
Not
Yeah.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
He
no,
traded for Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
But Matt Stafford's a little older, but quarterbacks.
But
play a little
quarterbacks
longer.
last longer.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
Yeah, Matt Stafford.
And that's the only thing you got. Although, to be fair, CJ's not on Luka's.
He is not. He's not that.
Luka's
Yeah.
way up here. CJ's not there.
But okay, but we don't have a player. of
Okay.
that ilk.
Yeah, it is. It would
Jordan.
be like if we traded Jordan.
Jordan.
Right. If we traded Jordan for Polanco.
Not Polanco.
Well, you can put him at second base
He's
then,
not-
and you can get
not
Altuve out of
Polanco.
there.
No, think of a better player.
Perfect. Altuve slides right in the left, just like they want.
Jordan for an aging player who's won a title, but still a very good player.
What up,
But
Bryce?
you're again, we are. I mean, we're not giving enough respect to Anthony Davis.
Jordan
Okay.
for Bryce Harper?
No, is Bryce Harper? Well, maybe. I mean, that's
Bryce Harper
that's
is
close.
It's not because we want.
But Bryce Harper's not old enough, and he is hurt enough.
He gets
It's
injured.
not
He's
Strasburg.
32.
How about for Scherzer? Jordan for Scherzer.
No, because Scherzer's at the very end. Bryce Harper's 32. How old is Jordan?
25,
Yeah.
6, yeah.
Similar ages. Well, Anthony Davis, one of the top 15
It would
players.
not be as hated as
Is
this.
Bryce?
It would not be as hated as this.
Oh, Astros fans would hate it.
No, you're getting Bryce Harper. No.
You're getting Anthony Davis.
Yeah, no.
It's a really
That's
good
what
player.
I'm saying.
Have you seen what Anthony Davis is doing this year?
He's great.
That's what I'm saying. How's it different? You're saying don't
But-
disrespect
but-
Anthony
but
Davis.
You're
they
trading
hate
him to the Lakers too, which adds to the mix.
Yeah.
You'd have to like trade someone for a Dodger.
Did you see Dwayne Wade's comments about that?
Yes,
He's like, this is a $25 billion deal for the league.
Oh,
Because
what does that mean?
But because
Moving
Luka's
Luka.
popularity in LA is going to mean all Europeans, everyone is going to be. The Lakers are a much bigger
Well,
brand than Dallas, and he is going to mean that
Like
much.
every
more.
Asian player, you have to get to a coast if they're in baseball or
Well, but it's
basketball.
the Lakers, it's the Dodgers,
No,
it's the
no. Lakers, Dodgers, Knicks, Yankees. Yeah,
Right.
it's
right.
But that's the thought: is every major Asian player must get to a coast, must. And granted, it's a population thing also. We've got a high Vietnamese population here. If there's a great Vietnamese basketball player, hopefully we get him. I don't know who that's going to be.
You're banking on that?
Maybe if there's a great Vietnamese pitcher that comes out, we get that Vietnamese pitcher because we have a high Vietnamese population.
You
but
think the Banh Mi is going to get him here?
The crawfish.
Well,
Vietnamese crawfish.
Vietnamese crawfish.
Have you been there on Richmond yet?
No.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Vietnamese crawfish
Nope.
places here. But no, if it's a Japanese player, they're going to LA or New York. And now we can't even get Chinese basketball players because Daryl ruined it.
That's
The Rockets don't even exist. There'll be a whole generations of kids who grow up who don't even know there's a Houston Rockets NBA team.
What about
They took all the Rocket signs down. They don't let any Rocket games play in China. Like, come on. He said something about Hong Kong. Get over it, China. Big deal anyway.
what about this comp? He is a recent World Series hero. 8 years older. Jordan for Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're trading Jordan to the Dodgers.
That's a good one
for Freddie Freeman.
Is Freddie Freeman the top?
He's a good player. Yeah. Coming off a great postseason.
Freddie's been good for a long time, but there's no way he's still in his prime.
Jordan for Freddie. That makes more. I think that's a little bit more accurate. Yeah.
Well,
and people would hate that.
Bryce can bomb. Bryce
has still got
serious home run power.
I mean, Freddie, the last 5 years has been really good.
No, Freddie Freeman is a consistently good player. Yeah, but it just but we would feel betrayed.
Exactly.
We would feel betrayed. Stingley for Sauce. We would be disgusted. Sauce is terrible. Stingley's great. It's been my thoughts from
they're the
day
same
one.
age. That's really not. I don't know about that one.
I don't want your poverty cornerbacks, Jets.
You watch it. The last time you did this in an offseason, you know what happened.
I know. I ruined the quarterback.
You did.
With my arrogance.
Gerard Johnson looks like he's staying. So that was the second lead. If we were at 6'10", we'd be fired by now.
Yeah, I know.
Right? I mean, we didn't even bring up Gerard Johnson until now.
We're Houston sports leader. Guys, coming up next, we've got Toro's going to be in here to tell you about how you can get Tiff's Treats cookies delivered from Toro to your elementary school. And we're going to talk about Gerard Johnson. What are the Texans going to do with this quarterback coach? Are there other quarterback coaches they can be looking at?
Having very strong opinions about Cole Popovich.
I know. Listen, anyone saying Popovich can't do this job doesn't know football. Cole Popovich is great. He is this guy is really, really good.
He hated Strausser.
They almost fought because he was so tired of all the bad blocking stuff that he was calling.
All the bad blocking plays.
We finally got rid of Slowick's bad calls and Strausser's bad blocking calls.
And now Nick Caley, you see? Passing game coordinator.
Finally.
What?
He was in the same room with Sean McVay.
Yep.
That's all we need.
Hopefully,
Let's get our good friend Nick Caserio in to talk about it with our good friend, the king of Houston, and one of the best guys and funniest guys we've ever seen, Nick Caserio. Football robot.
All right. Let's get Julian in here before we take a break. Hey, Julian.
John, I have you know I'm about to go to a border inspection, so if I hang up, you know they deported me. So as far as the second baseman,
wait, what?
Why did they
Julian.
wait so long to go for a second baseman? Young Sung Kim got 3 years, 12 and a half. He's 26 years old. He's a great defensive player. Like, I don't understand why they didn't make this a priority earlier in the offseason. And John, they're waving me in, so you might do it, brother. Bye.
You want Julian deported?
I don't want Julian deported.
He said you may get
is
your
he inside
wish.
your bubble?
I don't know. He's probably he's inside the bubble.
Okay.
He calls the show.
Yeah.
Okay, then you don't want
He's
to deport
inside
it.
the bubble.
Bang bang Niner.
I like him. I'm not deporting Julian.
Now
He likes
people
to
on
call the
Twitch are
show.
saying deport Julian now. Just because he's a Niner caller doesn't mean we're not doing this, guys. You don't get to choose like when do I get a this isn't a snake draft.
Wait.
Where you get to pick deportations and you snake draft it. That's not how this works. We're not doing that. Julian, you're fine. Deport his ass, somebody said on there. Deport every Niner fan, like beat it. Man,
Jordan for Trout. You know what?
Oh, Jordan for Trout's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Injured.
That's good, Jason.
Yep.
Yeah, Jordan for Trout.
That is like a very
what the
similar.
bleep? He never plays. He never
Doesn't impact winning.
But he doesn't have a
Oh,
title.
Bravo
That's
said
true, he
Jordan's not as good as Luka.
Well,
who's got more titles? Well, Jordan's got one, but it's still more. Jordan has been, and no, he's as good. Stop
is he?
it. Yeah.
I think it's hard to quantify, considering how much importance Luka has to now to the Lakers.
Luka's got no titles like Jordan does.
Jordan's got one. Yeah.
Yeah. Jordan
He's played in the
okay,
championship.
he ain't no Jordan. Luka ain't no Jordan. Okay, stop already.
Probably have the same type of foot speed. Maybe Jordan's faster.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, if you're about to get deported, call us. We'll see if we can't help.
We're not lawyers. We're not immigration lawyers. We can't help.
We got John Daspit.
Is he an immigration lawyer?
No, he's not
But
an
you could
immigration
call him
lawyer,
and see.
and he doesn't want that smoke. John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer. He doesn't do immigration, okay? So don't call him. But if you do, now, I will say it is a bilingual office, but he does personal injury, and that is his lawyers. He's got a huge number of lawyers, and the reason's simple. They have a lot of cases. He wants to make sure that every case has every lawyer has a small caseload, relatively small caseload, so that they can give the right amount of attention to what you've got going on. They need to look. All these depositions have to be done, depending on your injury, especially at the workplace. But sometimes he's handled major injuries. Huge pileups and car crashes have turned into massive amounts of damage and loss of life. They do refinery blasts. They handle major cases, but they also handle smaller ones that just one individual is involved, because they want to make sure that you're taken care of, that your bills are paid, your physical therapy is paid for, your pain and suffering is properly compensated for, because in many cases, your pain and suffering is going to follow you for the rest of your life. I wish that everyone got better at 100%, but the reality is that doesn't happen in many of these cases. So your pain and suffering needs to account for the change in your quality of life due to someone else's negligence. That's only fair. And John Daspit will fight for what's fair for you. 713, call now. You are his number one priority. You will be taken care of, and John Daspit will win for you, and he'll win big. 713, call now. That's 713, call now.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have a new intern, Leo. Welcome to the show, Leo. She is a senior at U of H.
Does she know the rules about Fight Club?
She doesn't know the rules about Fight Club. Okay. Just know, Leo. And that's a little. I said, wait a minute, what, Leah? And she said, no, Leo. Because she has a name that it's very difficult to pronounce.
Yeah, it's short for something else.
So they call her Leo.
Whatever happens on this show stays on the show.
That's what it is, Leo. Do you understand?
Whatever happens off the air stays off the air.
You mean off the air on the show, yeah.
Or off the air on the show.
Off the air stays off the air.
Yeah, off
and
the air.
out
Leo.
of everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave that door.
Yeah, we don't want you tweeting it out. Oh, Lance said this again.
Telling
inappropriately.
friends, like, you know that guy they call the problem?
Yeah.
You should have heard
really
what
is
he
a
said
solution.
during the break. No one ever called you the solution.
713-780-3776 is the number. Reed Shepard. It was interesting to see him on the floor.
Man, that guy got a lot of time.
Got a lot of time. Well, Fred wasn't around, so but even when Fred wasn't around, it didn't matter. Reed was not getting on the floor. But he did have his best night as a professional, despite the three-pointer that he threw up with no time running off the clock.
That was his best night as a pro, 5 of 14.
16 points. Did he have 16, I think?
He was 5 of 14.
He had a big quarter.
Yeah.
He scored 11 points in a quarter.
7 rebounds, no assists. I mean,
he had 16
no
points. He had
good.
7 rebounds. Yeah, no turnovers, no assists. So there's that.
But he was making passes. That's about his teammates, fellas.
Yeah, and 5 of 14, 3 for 9, which is 33%, 50% true shooting.
So he shot less than 40%.
Yeah,
that's kind of like Fred.
It was very Fredish.
It was
Fredish.
He got off 14 shots.
Unfortunately,
he got off 3. He got off 9 threes. That's pretty Freddy.
I think Fred might have pulled up though instead of just firing that 3 on the break, as opposed with a minute
Fred
left.
probably would have done a veteran thing and not just like, I got to get this up. I don't know if it's like Reed was playing for the Vipers. Bro, this isn't we're not in the Valley.
That's true.
You're playing Viper ball right now. We're trying to milk this clock.
Right.
And Jalen's like, oh, Vipers. Did somebody say Vipers? No, pull it out.
Yeah, and Ime at the first time out yelled at Jalen, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
He did.
Yes. Like
I can see him. He's a rookie. Not you.
What are you doing?
Here's Reed Shepard talking
And what
about.
did you say? And Dell in our text string said, this is what happens when you have a 20-year-old and a 22-year-old making decisions at the end of the game. And what did you say? That 22-year-old is a father and a stepfather.
He's very mature.
He's very mature.
You
are not a
he
serious.
should.
You are not.
He's got a
serious
22-year-old stepson.
He's serious people.
He's got a 22-year-old stepson. You should be responsible and mature now.
If he wasn't an NBA star, you hear that go, oh, that guy's like 50, and of course he's mature, but he's an NBA star, and he's with an assassin, so it doesn't hit the same. He doesn't have to be as mature.
He feels like he should be more mature than he is.
You watch him play. Does he feel that mature?
Here's Reed Shepard talking about Reed Shepard.
Obviously not the result that this team wanted, but you contributed a lot to this win. How did it feel to get significant minutes and make an impact tonight?
Yeah, it felt good being out there, being able to help the team. And, I got to give a lot of credit to them. They've put confidence in me since I've been here. So, seeing them celebrate over there when I hit a shot or something, and just every time out or every time I go in, just them talking to me, it's really cool for me, and it means a lot, and it gives me more confidence every time I go out. So being able to go out there and play tonight was really cool.
What did you like about your game defensively specifically? Because I know that's an area that you've worked on.
Yeah, I think just trying to disrupt the best that I can. I'm 6'2" and don't have long arms, so I have to try and figure out other ways to impact the game on defense. So just trying to, be as disruptive as I can and disturb on defense.
What did Ime think of your defense? He wasn't that happy.
You know that thing he said to LeBron last season? Said it to me.
What and was
He
Coach,
was disruptive, though. I'll
was
give him
Coach
credit.
Udoka happy with your defensive effort and your defense? No, he wasn't happy with it.
No, but well, he did have that almost steal.
He was bothersome in the backcourt.
Yeah, he was.
No, he's got great instincts.
He got good hands.
He's got very good
Really
hands and good
yeah.
off-ball instincts
Yeah.
to disrupt. But you know how I know that's not a quarterback, a collegiate or NFL quarterback? Who did he thank? Not Jesus.
He didn't say.
He said something about his teammates. Instead of Jesus didn't come first for him. He didn't even mention Jesus there. This is not a quarterback we're talking to.
It's true.
There is a great run for Jesus with quarterbacks right now. Have you noticed that? It's literally every quarterback on TV.
Does
now.
Mahomes thank Jesus?
No, Mahomes doesn't thank Jesus. And of all the people who should be because of their lucky
or he should be thanking the other guy.
I want to take this time to personally thank Satan for everything he's done for us. Satan's made it really happen for me. I mean, how do we keep winning with guys like Hollywood Brown and like Kadarius Toney? No one got shot and killed when Kadarius was in our locker room. We won a Super Bowl. He scored a touchdown. Thanks, Satan.
Well, he was asked this at the Super Bowl Media Day. There were a lot of stupid questions, and Travis Kelce was not pleased with one of the questions about Taylor Swift. Who he loves more, or what he loves more. I think it was, do you love Taylor Swift more or winning Super Bowls more? And
he's not playing. You can't be playing with Taylor Swift's name.
No.
He hears it all the time.
Well,
he reads and hears the terrible things.
Mahomes was asked, so which would you rather have? Your arm, Steph Curry's shooting ability, or Taylor Swift's singing ability? And he said, this is a stupid question. It's not even close. Taylor Swift's singing ability. I mean, come on. That's not even close. But he also was asked this at the Super Bowl.
Well, Mahomes or Kelce?
Mahomes.
Patrick, for your whole career, you have had so many great people help you win. So who is your favorite ref?
All the refs are great, man. All the refs are great. They do the best they can. We go out there and play the game the right way.
Is there one that you give a Christmas card to every year, possibly?
Not that I can remember. I'll have to talk to some of my teammates and try to figure it out.
I give him credit for staying in character.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't. Well, Mahomes is just like, this is.
I mean, he answered.
He answered. Yeah, it's a free for all. It's so stupid.
But he's been there long enough that he could, and he's built up enough goodwill that he could have literally said "shut the f up" but said the real thing and gotten away with it.
Right.
But then what happens? He loses on Twitter.
This is not good for the NFL, though. This narrative. It's just not.
What can they do?
Well, stop calling every play for the Chiefs.
Well, it's going to help when the Eagles roll them off the field this Sunday.
You really believe this?
Yeah, I do. It just came to me. I realized, oh yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen this with Denver versus Seattle.
But the
Seattle
Chiefs have a good defense.
So Seattle was substantially faster. They were substantially more athletic. They gave problems. This is not the best Kansas City we've seen by any stretch.
No.
Kansas City was outplayed by the Texans. They still won by 9, should have been 11. This Kansas City version, I've seen substantially better versions of Kansas City. And now I got a good defensive front, a good secondary, a running back who's playing at his peak, who is maybe the best player in pro football right now, in Saquon Barkley. They got 2 wide receivers that are better than any 2 wide receivers that, like, if you look at the overlay of talent and you look at the corners, the defensive back, Slay and DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell versus the wide receivers. Then you take the corners, the DBs for Kansas City, and they got a really good slot. McDuffie's excellent. But you take them and now you put Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and A.J. Brown. I'm like, okay. Now I take the Chiefs tackles and the Chiefs offense, the pass protection, and I take the pass rush.
Lane Johnson. Nobody's better than Lane Johnson.
The defensive speed, right? The defensive speed of the Chiefs, which is, I think, average with Bolton, for example, back there, and Tranquil. No, who's the other? Is it Tranquil? Yeah, it's Tranquil, right? And now you throw him up against Saquon Barkley. Like, I'm starting to realize there's an advantage for Philadelphia in a lot of overlay positions where your defense is matching up against my offense. And I just started thinking, Barkley allows Jalen to play a safer brand of football. He doesn't have to make a bunch of plays. The more I think about this game, I just think this is not a great Kansas City team. I know what their record is, but it's not the best. We've seen some amazing. This is not the best version of Kelsey. He doesn't have a true number one wide receiver with him. There's no Tyreek here. You've got a lot of talent over there. The Eagles, I think the Eagles play better on offense and defense more consistently than the Chiefs do. I just think the Chiefs are going to get rolled in this.
Were the 49ers more talented last year than the Chiefs?
Than the Chiefs? Oh, on the field?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. 49ers have tremendous talent.
That's why I understand what you're saying, but I don't know that it matters.
Well, Chiefs are the favorite. Small favorite, but the Chiefs are the favorite. But I just think so was Denver.
Because I think
Denver came off a great win-loss.
Who do you trust more, Jalen or Purdy? Especially an injured Purdy, right?
Jalen, because
Jalen's
Jalen
banged up too.
Jalen doesn't have
He's
to
banged up.
throw the ball well. You know, I was at the Arandis sports bar with Saul and Todd, and so we were in there, and they had the old Super Bowl on. The old Super Bowl. They had the last Super Bowl that Jalen played in against Kansas City.
Mm-hmm. He was great.
Jalen was fantastic.
Yeah, he was great.
I forgot.
No, he was great.
He threw the ball well. He ran. He was fast.
That fumble was a killer.
He's faster then than he is now.
Yeah.
He's a little bit faster then. Because I was like, man, Jalen is moving.
Jalen had the 42-yarder to start the playoff game. It was pretty good.
Jalen looked great. And so I just think Jalen can have an impact on the game, even if he's not throwing great. But he has three really good targets. So the more I look at this, I just think if both teams play their best football, Eagles win.
Goddard, first touchdown. First receiving touchdown.
I don't hate that.
Goddard.
He's probably going to be 8-1 is my guess.
Well, you get money. 9 o'clock, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We got 1 hour to go in this show, so get in a hurry. All right. So cleaning it up, Travis Kelce was asked which he loves more, Taylor Swift or phantom 15-yard roughing the passer penalties. That's what he wasn't pleased with. Not what I had said earlier, but which does he love more, Taylor Swift or phantom roughing the passer penalties? Members of the Nats media determined, I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse than Tari Eason, okay, or Lance McCullers. Members of the Nationals media determined that they had used 19 third basemen since Anthony Rendon left.
Rendon is oh yeah. Who is it that?
But the Angels have used 28 third basemen since they signed him.
Rendon is the worst.
He's the worst
because he tells you
he doesn't like
he
baseball.
Basically he flaunts it in your face that he got paid a bunch of money. He doesn't really I don't care about baseball anymore. Hey, is that check? Is the check in yet?
Yeah.
Look at this, guys. I want to show you all my bank account real quick. Let me pull up my bank app.
It's
with
bad.
the media. Tell me what I have more of: games played or millions in my bank account. That's right. I played 43 games this year, and I've got 196 million in the bank. And then he does this.
He doesn't dab.
If he
dab.
said, "I'm still getting paid whether I play or not," and I don't even like baseball, and it did this and hit him with the dab, that would be the most insidious thing that's ever happened in interview history.
Yep. The Texans are expected to hire Rams senior offensive assistant Jerry Shuplinski.
That's a waste.
Why are we
To
playing
their
that?
offensive staff. What do you mean? It's
Why are we
breaking
playing that
news.
noise?
We're
for
not
that?
6'10".
A former Tom Brady coach lands in Houston. He has spent a lot of time with Kaylee in the past. Jerry Shuplinski. That's going to be so hard to say. Cooper Kupp put out, I was informed that the team will be seeking a trade immediately. I'll be working with me and my family to find the right place. Is Houston the right place for Cooper Kupp? I wouldn't mind.
Could
Cooper
be.
Kupp.
I mean, you don't give up anything for him. He's not doing anything. They have no leverage.
Yeah.
Everyone knows they want to trade him. He has no leverage. A fifth is the highest you give up for him. My guess is they probably get a sixth that might turn into a fifth.
Mm-hmm.
See, it might be worth it. If we're renting wide receivers, you want to just rent. You're used to renting in LA now, so all you care about is renting receivers. Here's your second round rental for this Diggs. Here's your third and fourth round rental for DK Metcalf, or was it second and third? Whatever it was. You just want to rent
it was
receivers
a third
anyway.
and a fourth.
Yeah, you just want to rent receivers anyway. Why don't we just rent
Well, but that one's not going to be. That's going to be cheap.
Cooper Kupp?
That one's going to be cheap.
Cooper Kupp will be. By the way, Rendon, I forgot he went to Lamar. He went to my school.
Lamar Consolidated.
Oh no, wait. He went to Lamar High School, not Lamar Consolidated.
Okay, that's even more Houston. Lamar
Yeah,
Consolidated.
but he's from Richmond, Texas.
He is, and he went there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's from Richmond, Texas, apparently. And where did he play his college ball?
Rice.
Does he
Nice
comport
guy.
himself like a Rice, like a Wayne Grant
Yes.
baseball player?
A moneymaker.
Quitting?
A moneymaker?
Quitting on baseball?
He didn't quit on baseball. He's injured. He doesn't care to come back anytime soon, but he's injured.
He tells you he doesn't want to come back.
I know. He does.
Well, if I could just not play baseball. Oh, wait, I can. Bang. Dab. That's what I want his next interview to be.
Mm-hmm. 713-780.
Do you know we had an Anthony Rendon Day?
377. We had an
In
Anthony.
2010.
We did here?
Mayor Parker.
I
Yeah,
missed
we
it.
had an Anthony Rendon Day,
I
June
forgot to
29,
celebrate that day.
2010.
I didn't celebrate that day. I should have. Rockets lost last night in disgusting fashion. I mean, in disgusting fashion. It was it's one of the worst losses it's the worst loss in recent memory, actually. Up by 4 with 9 seconds to play. Boom, 3. Amen throws it right to D'Angelo Russell. Boom, 3. And the game's over. Holy crap. That was about I almost puked all over. And I couldn't, though, because I had a bunch of Coors Lights in me, and I didn't want to waste them. So that was just about, that was a heartbreaker, too, because you're looking to, I mean, you got places to go this year. I mean, this is a good basketball team. You are down players. You didn't play Tari because it was a back-to-back. You didn't play Fred. He's hurt. You're not at full strength. Alpy with his first game back. He looked great, except for a lot of missed free throws. Other than that, Alpy was back and playing well, and he makes a difference. So you lost all 3 of those games previously because Alpy wasn't in the lineup, in large part because Alpy wasn't in the lineup. So, I mean, it was a nut cutter, that one. So, but you're still very much you're still, I guess you're still a contender.
You're fine.
Apparently, but not according to Vegas. I mean, Vegas might be right about this. You just got a game lead now, 32-18 over the Nuggets. You've got 2-game lead over the Lakers. And now they're rejuvenated.
We need this break coming up, All-Star break. Yeah. We need to get to an All-Star game. Well, we don't need to get to an All-Star game, but we need to get to an All-Star break.
Rockets.
Yeah. They got to get him healthy so Alperen can play his 11 minutes. And they need a break. Somebody brought this up. Maybe they play so hard because defensively they're number 2 in the league in the first quarter, number 2 in the league in the second quarter in points against. Then in the third quarter, they're 9th, and in the fourth quarter, they're 18th. Is there a chance that because of how hard they play, they wear down? It's feasible.
Yeah. I mean,
you know what Ime will say? Let's hit the stands in. Let's start running let's start running steps.
But you got 2 you got 5 games before you hit the break. So you can't just let's just hold on until the break. You got 5 games till you hit the break. At Minnesota, at Dallas, Toronto, Phoenix, and Golden State. And then you got 8 days off. So there's still a lot of ball to be played before and teams that you need to beat. You need to beat. You got 4 of the 5 are in the West. And, you need Toronto's going to come in here, and they're a pretty decent basketball team. You need to beat that. I mean, this ain't easy. We can't just, let's just hang on until we hit the All-Star break. It's 5 games. They could be in the play-in by then. Literally, they could be in the play-in by then.
Stop.
Well, they're not playing very good basketball.
No, but all these games have been winnable. They just bleep it up at the end.
Well, except Brooklyn.
Yeah, that was the one that wasn't winnable, but all the rest of them were.
Yeah, but they find a way to. There's people who know how to win, and this team seems to know how to.
The coin has spoken.
They know how to throw it away in the fourth quarter.
The coin is just flipped back. 2 weeks ago, we're talking about how they're finding a way to win all the
a regression ones. To the mean. So
you play these type of games, at some point the coin will flip, and you'll lose.
I just wanted to finish in the top 4. That's all.
Well, they're in a little danger of that.
They're also in striking distance of being the best team in basketball.
No, not really.
It's a strike.
No,
it's a long distance strike, but it's a strike.
Yeah, it's like
how many games away are they?
They're 8 games back of the Thunder, who have the fewest losses in basketball.
Okay, that's
quite a bit.
We just need a losing streak by the Thunder.
No,
are you going to stop your losing streak?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's coming. Whatever the next game is, it's the lock of the year.
At the Timberwolves is the lock of the year.
Yep. You heard it here first. Lock of the year.
Okay. All right.
Lock of the year. Tari will be back because it's not a back-to-back. So we get Tari playing. I'm going to predict that Alperen's going to be back.
Well, he was back last night.
But I'm going to predict he's going to be back for that game too.
Okay.
And you know what? While we're at it, why don't we bring Fred back?
That would be nice, actually.
Okay. Full steam ahead, focused Rockets effort. Minnesota's going to get rolled. It's that simple.
All right.
And the streak is over, and a new streak is beginning, a win streak.
Oh.
And maybe in Oklahoma City, losing streak is on the way.
Let's go.
Only 3 games. I'm not going to get greedy. 3-game losing streak for Oklahoma City.
Well, I will say this. The Timberwolves will be on the second night of a back-to-back. Now, they're both home games. They have the Bulls tonight, and then they have the Rockets, so the Rockets will have the rest advantage. So maybe you're on to something.
Maybe you might be. Maybe you might be on to something. Hopefully. ¿Cómo está, Melissa? Being. We were in
Lake Charles.
No, we got to tell Melissa when we're not going to be in.
I know.
In studio.
We were in Lake Charles.
She was worried about us. Okay. 914 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Time to talk about my bookie. Okay. Listen, this is the time for my bookie. Have you seen what they're doing with all the prop bets? Okay. For the big game. It is fantastic. You're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid, and all kinds of fun stuff. They've got what'll be higher UFC total knockouts or TKOs versus the Super Bowl total thrown. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of exotics right now. Will anyone trip and fall during the halftime show? Will there be a taunting penalty called? Will President Trump tweet during the game? Which commercial be on first, Budweiser or Coke, Toyota or Jeep, Netflix or Amazon? What color is the Gatorade? That's always out there. But you got boosted parlays right now. Every extra leg in your parlay means a bigger payout, automatically boosted with no rollover requirements. Money back. It's like a slot machine for sports bettors. You spin the wheel, and some crazy odds props come up. Squares you can play, tiered bonuses. The big game's coming up, and you're going to get a bonus just for signing up if you're a first-timer. If you're looking for the best way to play, when to get paid, and don't sleep on the sports jackpots. It's a chance to turn $1 into a massive payday. You're looking for the best way to have some fun watching the big game. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Listen. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dios, guapa. That's Melissa was hanging out with us here, explaining they get to play music. Del, why don't we play songs here so we can take a break?
They added a fourth.
We can
show.
go have a smoke or something.
El Cheto added a fourth person to the show, another woman.
Yeah,
3 women. And El Cheto.
I know his
2
game.
Colombianas and a
You know
Mexicana
his
now.
game.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah,
I know what he's up to.
Yeah,
but how come we can't?
Del's always trying to add female interns.
How come we can't add
I have no
a
control
fourth person
over
on
that.
our show?
Yeah.
That's not true.
I feel like it is kind of.
I don't meet the interns until the Monday that they start.
Well, it just seems like it to me. But anyway, why don't we play music so we can take a break, go have a cigarette or something? I mean, that would be great. They play music so they get to sit around for a while. We don't get to do anything. Just terrible. I'm going to strike. I'm going to protest.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Protesting what? There are no rules for you. What are you protesting?
I'm protesting. I'm going to bring an Italian flag out there and protest against the station. No music.
Why an Italian flag?
It's very similar to the Mexican flag. Same colors.
You better watch it. I don't know how many people are going to be able to tell the difference. You might be in real trouble.
And I'll get, Then, did you see what they were playing as they're driving by the protest? Ice, Ice, Baby. That was awful. Come on, people. Let's clean this up. Let's clean this country up, okay? We can't be like that.
People are like, hey, how come you don't want to be around people? Why? What are people offering me? Look at what is going on. People are afraid for their lives, and people, you know what we're gonna do? We got a bit we're gonna do. We're gonna play Vanilla Ice.
You know what? I'm surprised you haven't pulled, and I hesitate even telling you this because it's just going to be used against us. But there's a lady yesterday. I don't really keep up with. I don't consider politics to be like a life. Like some people think it's their identity now. I consider politics to be about policy and stuff like that, and other people think it's reality TV now, culture wars. So I don't really follow it like that. But there's somebody named Jasmine Crockett who was on yesterday.
Well, she said some things that fit the profile.
See, here we go. So you heard it then.
People
she
aren't
talked
happy with
about
her.
the people complaining about DEI stuff. At the end of it, she goes, "You got a bunch of mediocre white boys crying," and I was like, "How has Dell not made that?"
Yeah, right.
One of the drops
because it's from a political point of view, and I don't want to get involved in that.
I know, but I know you're dying to make that a drop.
Yep.
Don't act like you weren't.
I saw that.
We got more breaking news?
No.
Oh.
That mediocre white guys are scared of DEI. That's what we're worried about.
I mean, it's not breaking news to call
I'm
you guys
afraid
mediocre.
of humidity and that.
No, we're very mediocre white guys. Extremely mediocre. Yeah.
As long as you say and Hall of Fame members.
Yeah.
As long as you put that in there too.
Mediocre white guys.
I don't know.
In the hall.
The producers around the station were having a discussion about the Hall of Fame, the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Now it's become the Hall of Very Good.
That's fine.
With you two being in it.
That's fine.
What we need?
I'll know you this.
We need a separate
You better
wing.
drive out. Where do we go to again? What was that place? Where was that?
Where were we going? What?
Was it in Crockett? Like, what was the name of that place?
What city?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Where's
where
the
you
Texas
guys
Radio
went?
Hall of Fame?
I don't remember.
Well, next time you're there, look us up.
Yeah. No one knows.
We need a Hall of Fame wing, and then you guys can be in the Hall of
Hold
Very
on, let me
Good.
see where it is.
Like Barry Warner,
can't
Hall of
remember.
Fame. You guys, Hall of Pretty Good.
Hall of meh.
If you can't remember
In
the city,
in the Hall of meh.
Can't believe they've been around this long.
Where is it?
Kilgore.
Yeah,
Kilgore.
Next time you're in
Texas.
Kilgore,
Right.
okay? Next time you're in Kilgore, make sure and look us up, Dell,
Yeah.
because we're in there. Our names are in there. And Kilgore's actually like Fulshire. You ever heard about how fast Fulshire's growing? It's one of the fastest growing places in the country.
Yeah.
They say it's great. You know what's the second fastest? Kilgore, where the Texas Radio Hall of
Really?
Fame is. Yep.
where'd you get that information from?
I was there and I could tell.
When
They've got an Italian restaurant.
They do. No, they have a really good. They got a really good steakhouse too.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's good.
It's blowing
was
up
good.
over there.
I look at this stat. Okay, 2 5-year periods. Anthony Rendon's 5-year period since he signed with the Angels,
Ooh.
and Ted Williams' 5-year period
With the Red Sox?
with the Red Sox.
Okay.
It was during World War II.
Right.
He missed the entire 1943, 1944, and 1945 military service.
So he missed 3 of the 5 years.
3 of the 5 years, and he played more games than Anthony Rendon has in his $245 million contract.
So I was
years.
looking through Rendon's injury history. It's unbelievable. And it's all soft tissue stuff. It's all I'm out of shape stuff. If you have groin, hamstring, you're either not stretching or you're out of shape. It's the soft tissue stuff is one of the biggest telltale signs that either a guy is wound very tightly and is not doing enough stretching.
Will Fuller, I could see. I don't. Think
Yeah,
he
I
was
could
out of
see
shape.
that.
Yeah,
I could see that. But the other one is being out of shape is where you do that. And that's all Rendon is nothing but groin, hip impingement. He had a wrist, which I don't know about wrist. He had a hamstring. Like this guy's injuries. If I were Washington Angels fans have got to be just absolutely furious. I mean, look at how bad their luck is. It started with Albert Pujols, Scherzer. Who's the other pitcher that was hurt? Not Scherzer, but
well, what about
that's always
the
hurt.
Nationals? Strasburg.
Strasburg, and now you have Rendon.
Yeah.
Like, no matter who they give money to, and Rendon signed a $245 million deal back in 20. No, I guess it was technically
20.
Yeah, it was 20.
22,
Dude,
24.
245 and 20 was a monster contract.
Yeah.
He's been awful.
Well, not awful. He hasn't been there. Just hasn't been there. It's just, man, the Angels make the worst decisions. That's just so good.
Some of it is they're just like, it's just bad luck. Because Rendon played well and was relatively healthy with Washington.
Yeah.
But you didn't know that he didn't, although I take it back. Anthony Rendon actually hinted that he didn't really care about baseball. Well, he didn't even hint. So this is one of the things. You always want to find guys who have good football character or baseball character or basketball character. It means they love the sport. Here's some things that Anthony Rendon has said in the past. Por ejemplo. Anthony Rendon once said, let's see. Anthony Rendon back in 2000 and explaining his philosophy on baseball to the Washington Post during spring training in 2017. This is before the Angels signed him. On the record, he said, obviously I want to win, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's a game, and that's what I'm going to treat it as. He claimed in a 2014 interview with the Post that he prefers watching the History Channel to baseball, calling baseball too long and boring. Potential red flags now that we look back at it. Now that you look back on it, it's like, this may be his favorite sport, basketball. He follows the Rockets, and he's maintained close ties to Houston. In the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, he and Matt Albers, a fellow Houstonian, set up a You Caring Foundation, which is great. You know, he's a born-again Christian, and he stated in 2018, at the end, I want to be more Christian than baseball player. Okay. He's trying to tell you
I'm not
everything
History
he said.
Channel.
14, 17, and 18. He had all these opportunities to big up baseball. He's like, boring. I had to become a born-again Christian because I got tired of being known as a baseball player. Yuck. And 17, it's a game. It's not serious, people. I'm treating it like a game. And you know what they said? We got to shuffle $245 million.
And they, you know what? It's just getting worse and worse and worse. That loss to the Nationals, I'm looking at a stat here. Brooksgate put this out. The 25 best offenses and starting rotations since 2000 by runs above replacement.
Oh, the Astros were a killer.
The 2019 Astros were the best offense.
The best.
The best.
Have you ever looked at
And
that
it's
roster?
not even close.
Did you look at that roster? You know,
Yeah.
George was still there.
Yeah. George was still there.
That roster.
Carlos was batting 7th. Tucker was batting 8th.
Tucker, Jordan, Carlos. Now, there's a little different version of Tucker, but Tucker, Jordan, George. That's the outfielder, not Altuve and Jake Myers.
The 2019
Carlos,
Astros.
Bregman, Altuve, and who's your first baseman? Who am I forgetting? Oh, Yuli.
Yeah, Yuli.
Yuli. Your catcher was Machete?
No. Catcher was McCann. Was it?
But it would have been full time though.
Who was
Here, 2019 Astros. Well, Machete has been here and then gone, so
Yeah, right.
it's tough to keep up. It wouldn't shock me if it was Machete. Let's see. Your catcher was. Well, it was not Robinson Chirinos. I mean, he was
He
here.
was, yeah. Chirinos was
Martin Maldonado.
It was Maldonado?
Yeah, he played 27 games. Wait a minute. Chirinos played 114 games. He had that many at bats.
Wow.
Do you remember that?
The Chirinos was your everyday catcher? Well, almost everyday catcher? No, I don't remember that. In 2019? Really?
This must be. Oh yeah, Brantley.
Oh yeah, you had Michael Brantley too. Yeah.
Michael Brantley.
Yeah.
Yuli, Altuve, Correa, Bregman, Brantley. Let's see, they got Marisnik here. What am I looking at exactly?
Yeah, you sure?
Didn't we have George? Did we lose George after 18? No. George was here.
That
Yeah.
was the
Bregman, Brantley, Yuli, Reddick in right field. Yeah, Reddick was in right field more than Tucker was. God, it's so
that
long
was
ago.
the best. That was the
Kyle Tucker only played 22 games.
He just came up, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. That they lost that World Series with that offense is like one of the crimes of the century. AJ, what are you thinking about? You got Cole sitting there in the bullpen. By the way, the 2017 Astros were the fifth best because at 19 Astros, 23 Braves, 07 Yankees, 03 Red Sox, 17 Astros. And then Astros were one more time. 2021 Astros were 25th. So we've had some great teams, and only one of those won the title. Only one of those top offenses won the title. All right, breaking it here. 713-780-3776. You got to talk a little Zadok Jewelers.
Well, it's Valentine's Day is around the corner, and it's a chance for you to, and frankly, for some guys out there, it's a chance to screw this up, right? You're either going to do good or bad. For some, it's a pass-fail situation. And if you're someone who could be in a pass-fail situation, then might I suggest Zadok Jewelers. You're always going to be on the pass, and not just pass, you're going to hit a home run. 28,000 square foot location, every type of designer you can imagine. In many cases, they are the boutique providers. So they have unique pieces, whether it's timepieces or jewelry. And Valentine's Day, this is a chance for you to go all in, whether you're treating her to something that she's always wanted or something she didn't know she needed. Zadok Jewelers hits the home run every single time. Brands like Bulgari, Chopard, Mikimoto, Cartier, and many, many more. They've got the top brands, the best designs, and the hottest items right now. Diamond tennis bracelet, statement rings. I didn't even know there's a statement ring. You got to know these things. We can't know that. That's what the experts there know. And then the Huggy earrings and many, many more. Let Zadok Jewelers' expert team help you select the perfect gift that will make your Valentine's Day feel loved and show her how much she means. Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For more information, go to zadok.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Uncle Freddie sent us this. Did you see it? These are Super Bowl facts that are real but seem fake. No player drafted from Alabama has ever scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Pretty incredible. But a lot of but when you think about it, skill position like
Devontae Smith was in the Super Bowl.
No, Julio Jones. But how many Super Bowls did he get into?
One.
Well, there you
go. Wow. That's crazy.
Mark Ingram.
Did he?
That's what I'm saying. Like, who are the good offensive players? They've cranked out more defensive players than skill position players.
Yeah.
Wide receiver, Julio Jones, Jerry Jeudy, Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs. It's not Ruggs.
It's not Ruggs.
Ridley, OJ Howard, Jalen Hurts.
Has Mechie ever got one?
Jalen Hurts didn't run for a touchdown.
He wasn't drafted out of there.
He was an Alabama player.
But not drafted.
He wasn't drafted from Alabama.
Is that what it says?
Yep. Yeah, it says no player drafted from Alabama.
Oh, okay.
There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in a Super Bowl.
You would think. You would think one time
Tony
there was.
came close,
Wait. Was that a kickoff return that Desmond Howard had?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was a kick return?
Devin Hester kickoff return. It happened in the Chargers San Francisco Super Bowl kickoff return. Percy Harvin had one. Tony came close, I think, against the Eagles. He set the Chiefs up for a score, but he did not get in.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, he was having a big game.
Yeah.
Mahomes and Brady have played in 1/3 of all Super Bowls. That's crazy. What number is this one?
59.
59? Wow.
LIX.
29. So they would have played in 20.
So
19.
Brady's played in 10. Is he 7-3 in Super Bowls?
So this is 59. So they'd have to come up with 20. They'd have to come up with.
And Mahomes has played in. He's won 3, lost 1. This is his 5th.
That's not true then.
Right, it's 15. This will be the 15th one. One of them is played.
The 15, 1/3 is 45. 3 times 15 is 45. So
yeah, that's not good math. Whoever
that's
did
not
that.
good math at all. That's not true. Teams that have a pick 6 in a Super Bowl are 12-1. The only loss, Falcons.
28-3
That
in
doesn't.
town.
That's not crazy. That's not a crazy stat. Is that all Brady played in?
He's 7-3.
Yeah.
Joe Namath, so that doesn't count. Joe Namath didn't score.
Yeah, right. He didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah. Only receivers and wide. I mean, you could as a quarterback. Has Tua? Well, did Tua score in the?
He didn't play in a Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Joe.
I mean, what is that? Is that supposed to hurt?
Shot. Oh, you got a bing zinger.
Wow, you got me.
him.
You got me. I was unaware that he hadn't played in one.
Wow.
Has the Texans scored in the AFC title game?
It's to be determined.
Okay.
It is TBD. TBD.
It's TBD is what we
Interesting.
call it.
Never happened, huh? Texans never scored in the title
TBD.
game.
We're going to get a new stadium and then watch what
Not
happens.
a single point in an AFC title
Watch
game.
what
from a
happens
Texan.
when the city of Houston has to pay for a new stadium or they move to San Antonio.
Scoreless, Del.
I live in Galveston County. Good luck with that, you guys.
Yeah.
When we get a new stadium and move it to Kingwood, watch how many points we start scoring then.
Kingwood.
We're moving to Kingwood?
We got to go somewhere with land's cheaper.
Isn't that occupied? Didn't we take it over? We took Kingwood over, I think.
We got to go somewhere where it's just cheaper land.
Well, Kingwood's not going to be that much cheaper.
Than Houston? Yeah, it is property. It's way cheaper.
You can find a lot cheaper places in Houston than you can in Kingwood.
You
lot.
think?
Yeah, there's
John
a lot
knows.
of areas where you get cheaper land in Houston.
Well, yeah, if you want to break down all their homes.
Well, yeah, that's what we do. Chavez Ravine. How do you think we got it? Get out.
Who's
beat
we?
it. Beat it.
Who's we?
Yeah,
The
what are you
Dodgers.
talking about, we?
How do you think my Dodgers got it? Now Johns wants Jordan back. We need Jordan back.
That was us. How come Bud Selig didn't step in and stop that trade from happening?
Yeah. We do. Well, they do. No. Sean Alexander played at Alabama. He didn't score
against the Steelers.
I'm telling you, this has been vetted. It's right.
Yeah. But
What
the Brady
Freddie
one
had-
wasn't right.
What do you mean it's not right? He played in a third of all of them?
No. Brady's Mahomes played in 5?
Yes, he'll be playing in
That's
his fifth.
15. 3 times 15 is 45. There's a lot more Super Bowls than that. So,
Well, he probably wrote it wrong.
he might have written it.
Maybe
wrong.
they're only counting certain Super Bowls.
What?
Like the early ones don't count.
Why?
Well,
I'm pretty sure they do. This is no. There's a
they
certain
played
number.
one at Rice's Stadium. That Super Bowl counted? Really? We're counting Super Bowls?
And that was like
They played
what
at
was the
Rice.
final score of that? 12-6 or something?
Yeah, they played at Rice. That's not real Super
It
Bowl.
still counts.
Yeah, it kind of counts.
Can you believe they played a Super Bowl at that stadium?
Super Bowl.
Yes, back
How
then.
did that get in the rotation?
Well, back then. It
Yeah.
was,
Here's our
That
Super
was
Bowl
a-
announcement. Super Bowl. What do you think?
Super Bowl
face
7.
What do you think face value of tickets were? $15?
Miami Dolphins, Minnesota Vikings, 24-7 was the final.
No secondary market.
No.
You probably could have snuck into that.
You
Stadium.
could have gotten, yeah. I don't even think you needed a ticket.
Went
Just
in
come
full.
on, walk in. Do you know so you know what the face value of a lower bowl ticket is now?
It's the face value.
Yeah.
Didn't you say? Isn't it like 7,000?
No, it's 5.
5,000.
Well, in the end zone, it's $49.95 or something like that.
So here,
but it used to be here. It was like $300,
$400, and
$400.
then when I went to the one,
Well,
my
not
dad-
lower bowl. We got we were in the first deck.
yeah,
Yeah.
we were lower bowl, about goal line area, about between 10 and goal line for the Super Bowl, for my dad's Super Bowl at Raymond James with Steelers in Arizona. That was at that time 2008, 9. I think 8 season, 9 Super Bowl maybe. It was $750 a ticket.
No.
At that time. The markup now has been unbelievable.
Well, instead of the secondary market making all the money now, and you know what? This is a really soft ticket. Normally, I got buddies who resell Super Bowl tickets. They get a bunch of Super Bowl tickets and they resell them. Normally, you'll be able to pay the guy, the NFL player. It happens. You'll be able to pay the NFL player $1,000 more than the face value, or $1,500 more. Right now, $100 or $200 more than the face value. That's it. That's it. Because it's just such a soft. Kansas City getting in again was a disaster for the secondary market. And I really hate that the secondary market is.
Yeah, and it's still not affordable to the average person.
The scalpers not making money on this thing is really
them in the
distressing.
casino. It is a rough year for
casinos,
for the people we're
scalpers
and casino bosses. Man, when are they going to start making more? No, it's not affordable for regular people.
No,
it's not.
never
It's
has
not
been.
possible. $5,000 for a ticket.
Never has been. They sell it all to companies. It's all companies that buy them, and they
Well,
entertain.
you could get into some Super Bowls at, you were paying a premium.
Yeah.
Back in the day, upper deck, not now, because even that's really expensive. And then, like college football. So one of the things that I was talking to our boy, who said the college football playoffs is a disaster for ticket sales. He said these fan bases can't afford to go to all these games. And our boy who was there, it just said Texas playing those games, the semifinal games, complete wipeout, because you can't sell those tickets because the fans.
Well, that was so untrue. Texas, that was a great ticket at the Cotton Bowl. It was a great ticket.
No, I'm sorry, the one before it. The only one that was good is because they were close.
No.
The Arizona State game, my buddy lost $1,200 on 2 tickets. He had to sell them for like $150 a ticket.
Oh, he was selling in the wrong place.
No.
Yeah.
Martin said the same thing. Wipeout on tickets. Ask him. He said it was a total disaster.
Well, the Cotton Bowl was a big, big success. That was a huge ticket. Huge ticket.
But the problem is these fans can't travel to all these. It's like he said, your plane flights are.
Yeah.
If you find out 1 week in advance, you're trying to fly a week in advance.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Hotels, they all jack rates up on you, and you can't go to multiple games. Like the average person who earns an honest living, who's a blue collar fan, they have no prayer. No prayer of going to multiple games because these tickets have gotten out of control. I can't believe how high the college ticket is for a regular season game like Georgia versus Texas. I went on a press pass. My wife, we were looking at tickets for my wife to go. I was like, nope. TV time for you.
No. All right, we got a break. Man, we're up against it. We got some news of the weird coming your way next. But first, I want to talk about the Golden Nugget. I want to talk about how awesome it is. You're talking about that. We're talking about plane flights. We're talking about going to Vegas. You know how much okay, so the plane flight, between the plane flight and the hotel room and then everything else in Vegas, what it's going to cost you. I mean, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, you got the same thing right here. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles is awesome. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles is like and I listen, that's the first time I've seen the spa tower. It's beautiful. It's been around for about 5-6 years, and it is beautiful. It looks like it's still brand new. Boy, they really do. They keep it up. It is that the rooms are awesome. Lance and I both have gotten year in and year out. We get great rooms. It is fantastic. Martin came up and he put his bag up. And goes, man, that's a really nice. I'm like, that's how it is. That's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, man. I'm telling you, you're going to get a nice room. You got all the amenities. You got the pool. You got the golf course. You got the Blue Martini. You got 12 restaurants. You got the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got poker. You got everything you could possibly want. The casino, are you kidding me? It's a Las Vegas casino. So you're looking for the best way to have just a great time and not spend all that money that you'd have to spend going to Vegas when Vegas is just right 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Do you guys believe in reusable toilet paper?
No.
A woman does. She says it's budget friendly. Now, she does have a bidet. So if you drop a deuce and the bidet cleans you up, will you pat try and then reuse that towel?
No.
You don't want to?
Nope.
I mean, come on. I mean, I feel like it's kind of saving the world, but
it's not.
It really kind of is, but you don't want to. Okay, you don't care about your kids and how they're going to live.
Okay, you're going to use disposable. You're going to reuse toilet paper?
No.
Okay, keep that same energy.
I know
for your own butthole.
I'm not.
I can say butthole, Dale.
She puts it in the dirty bin and then washes it. You know, parents back in the day.
Oh, the disposable diapers.
Cloth diapers.
Whew.
I can't even imagine how gross that was for my mom. A Minnesota senator, Lance, listen up. A Minnesota senator wants to make it legal to eat beavers again. Do you want to eat beavers?
That's fine.
Del, do you want to eat beavers in Minnesota?
Not in Minnesota.
Where do you want to eat beavers?
I mean, I don't have a particular state in mind, but I wouldn't want to travel to Minnesota to do it.
You don't think their beavers are good up there?
I just don't want to travel for it. I mean, is a Minnesota...
Apparently it's illegal in Minnesota right now to eat beavers. I don't want to.
Is it legal here to do that?
I think it's legal to eat beavers here.
I don't
know. Do you know? Ask Sean.
I'm not asking Sean.
Nope. Don't ask Sean anything. Just keep it moving. Don't let him do this to you.
What?
That's why he's known as the problem.
Asking if you want to eat beavers.
Is a Minnesota,
that's why he's known as the problem.
Is a Minnesota 8 like a Texas 6 though? Is a Minnesota beaver an 8?
I don't know how good their beavers are. I have no idea. Okay. But all I know,
it's illegal up
it's
there.
illegal right now.
Well, I hope that law changes.
Man, I would protest.
Going to be a lot of, well, I guess happy beavers if they're not being eaten.
What are you leaning into this for?
No, they're going to be happy if it's illegal to eat it up there.
I never know what Dell's going to lean into.
You know, he's on the
Because sometimes you're like,
he just,
oh, here he goes.
Sometimes he likes to get away from it. And
yeah. Sometimes he just steers into the slide.
That's what
you
you're
have
supposed
to steer
to do.
into.
You're supposed to
steer into it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you have to do.
I mean,
Pennsylvania troopers are hunting for an assailant who swiped 100,000 organic eggs from the back of a trailer.
No, we're not doing that.
100,000. You know what that's worth? Like $17 billion right now.
You know how much eggs cost?
Eggs are ridiculous. They say it's only $40,000.
You got people robbing
for whatever. 100,000 eggs is only $40,000.
Oh, I'm not buying that.
Yeah.
You got people. Well, all you have to do is divide by 12.
It's by the dozen.
Yeah, you divide by 12.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I still think it's a good swipe. Taliban minister is forced to flee Afghanistan after speech in support of girls' education.
Whoa. That's what he gets.
You better get out of here, buddy.
What did you say? Learn to read.
This is a lesson in know your audience.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think girls should be able to read.
Women have rights. Whoa! Out of here.
The only thing we want to hear from you when you're talking about women is this.
Bitch. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. And here's another beaver story.
Wow. 2 of them?
In the Czech Republic, the government had been planning on building a dam for 7 years.
Yeah.
The beavers built the dam in 2 days and saved them $1 million. You see what beavers? And you want to eat them?
Our
and you want to eat them, Del?
But you know
I
what?
didn't say I wanted to.
You know how many jobs and how much that was going to help feed families. The work.
Yeah.
But it was going and the beavers
it was going to cost taxpayers all that money.
Yeah, but it was going to create jobs for the economy. And what did beavers do? They took our jobs.
They took our jobs.
Let's
eat them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to eat a working beaver.
A working class?
A working beaver.
Yeah, that beaver's putting in work.
You want a dead beaver?
Okay, I'm doing this.
No, I don't want to eat a beaver, period.
I'm not listening anymore to this show.
You said you did, and now you don't.
Well, not one that's working.
A Czech beaver?
I don't want one that's all beat up and putting in work.
See. This is a problem show. We gotta call. They gotta call this a day. That's all. We're done. No, I didn't think he'd take it that far. What's a dead beaver? We're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow.
You're beating
everybody.
a dead beaver. As annoying as last night's was for the Rockets and for Rockets fans particularly, at least you didn't just trade one of your franchise cornerstones for Kyle Kuzma, because that's what the Bucks just did. That news broke over the last 30 minutes or so as the Bucks are trying to scrap and claw to stay relevant somehow, some way, and keep Giannis happy. They trade away Chris Middleton, who has been injured quite a bit, but was part of that team who won a title and beat Phoenix after being down 2-0 and coming back and winning that finals. He's out for Kyle Kuzma. Sean and I were trying to figure out when's the last time Kyle Kuzma took a meaningful shot that anyone cared about. And we have to go back to like the 2021 playoffs, because as soon as you sign up to go play for Washington or get traded to Washington, it's over for you. No one cares about you anymore. But now he's back. Kyle Kuzma will be playing playoff basketball for a Bucks team, I think, who's lost 4 in a row. And they figured they needed to make a move, and they made it. It may lead to a bigger move. They're trying to stay under the second apron so they can possibly acquire a better player by combining salaries. But the first relatively big trade of the day is Kyle Kuzma into Milwaukee, Chris Middleton, and others to Washington. The Rockets may not make a move. We've seen reports consistently that tell us that they are not in any rush to trade away any of their young talent. Well, sometimes you live with the results of your young talent, and sometimes they're positive. Sometimes they are what happened last night, where you had multiple 20-somethings, young 20-somethings. We're talking about Reed Shepherd, who got extended minutes at 20. Jalen Green at 22. He'll be 23 later in the week. And Amen Thompson, who just turned 22, all contributing to, let's just say, an improbable and embarrassing loss to the Nets. The Nets not even playing the likes of Cam Thomas or Cam Johnson. The Nets want to be bad. At least the franchise does. The players are trying. The players took issue with some of Ime Udoka's comments leading into this game, because he referenced the Nets being a low-level team when the Rockets lost to them here in Houston. They remember that, and they pulled those receipts afterwards as a D'Angelo Russell 3 put the Rockets down by 2 after a bad inbounds pass by Amen Thompson. Hell, the shot that led to it was a wide open, barely, maybe you want to say contested jumper that got the Nets within 1. And then D'Angelo Russell takes advantage of a bad pass. The ball's tapped to him, and he knocks down a 3. So somehow, some way, the Rockets have lost 4 in a row, 2 of them to the Brooklyn Nets. Getting swept by the Nets in what to this point has been a really good season is a bit of a black mark. There's no other way to talk about it. It's not backbreaking. It's not a killer. It's embarrassing. More than anything else, it's just embarrassing. And you knew you were in a little trouble. Look, you're a good basketball team. They're a bad one. So there is some self-belief, or at least belief in your team, that at some point they'll find a way. Yeah, they're putting up a stinker, but it's the Nets. They'll find a way to win this one, right? They had the lead throughout the fourth quarter. It's a close game, but they never can really get any distance. But anytime the Nets turned it into a 1-point game or 2-point game, the Rockets push it out to 4. They score a bucket here, score a bucket there. Not a lot of breathing room, but enough. Alpern missed a couple free throws down the stretch. He did make his final 4. Dylan Brooks, when he had a chance to put him up 2 possessions, he missed 1. So it wasn't just the likes of Shepherd and Reed and excuse me, it wasn't just like Jalen and Amen and Reed. You can throw Alpern in for his missed free throws, although he was kind of the backbone of their offense late. And then Dylan Brooks, the veteran, split a pair. So a lot of things had to happen for them to be living and dying on a Jalen Green desperation shot to end the game. But you could say it's a full team loss. They all found a way. And the head coach, not thrilled with Jalen Green. Reed Shepherd, you could say that was an ill-advised shot. But when Jalen Green, after the miss by Reed in a transition opportunity, when they could have run some clock up 4, Jalen Green got the offensive rebound, which eventually the ball found him, and he took a shot within half a second of him touching the ball. Once they hit a stoppage of play, Ime is on the court asking, "What are you doing?" And not in the way I did it. There might have been an expletive, but he did say, "What are you doing?" These are the wages of having a young basketball team. They're going to do things that make you love them because of the athleticism, the exuberance. They're approaching games not knowing they're not supposed to be as good as they are. And then they're going to do things to remind you that, oh, yeah, we are led by a bunch of guys who are 4-6 years away from their prime. And you got one of those last night. You got a overall not good performance, and then you snatch victory from the jaws, or however that goes. You snatch the loss from the jaws of victory, however the hell that goes. But that's what they did last night. It's nothing more than that. They are playing poorly, though. That's now 4 losses in a row, and to varying opponents. Like, you understand the Knicks game, even though you're up big, that's a good basketball team on the road. You lose that one, you're down guys. You fought, you scrapped, but you were down players. There's no real excuse for the Brooklyn games. People tried to shoot them some bail after they lost the first Brooklyn game, but even Ime didn't want to hear it. Yeah, Alpi wasn't there, but what's that got to do with our energy? We didn't play with any energy. That's why Brooklyn ran away with that one. Last night, just a failure from top to bottom. And is this going to be a problem for the rest of the year? I think the rest of the year should be about building good habits, because we know they're a playoff team now. Maybe we're not so sure they're going to have a home court advantage spot in these playoffs, because the Lakers keep winning, and that's before they add Luka to the mix. Of course, the Grizzlies are playing better basketball now, and then the Nuggets ain't going anywhere. So you went from what felt like an assured top 4 seed within a week span. Now you're still in the top 4, but it's not so assured. And when you start to see little dings in the armor, you start to question, is this the start of something that's going to be an issue throughout the year, or is this just a hiccup? The Rockets haven't really had a hiccup, right? Isn't 4 games their longest losing streak of the year?
Yeah, 3 games was their longest.
3 was.
And then now 4.
Now 4. So they haven't had one of these, which speaks to why their record is what it is. So they're due for a bad stretch of basketball, and the coin flipped. They were winning games when they were living on the edge, and now they're losing them. You hope it flips before the All-Star break, because everyone's saying, hey, they need the All-Star break. They still got like 5 games.
Yeah.
You can't say they need the All-Star break now. They got 5 more of these to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're right now in the middle of a stretch of 5 games and 7 nights. Bad time to be beat up and be playing your worst basketball, because it's all if you have a bad week, you lose 5 games.
Yeah. Now they go to Minnesota. That's their next game. Minnesota does play tonight. So while the Rockets had the back-to-back against the Nets and the Knicks, they didn't have to travel very far. They will have the rest advantage. Minnesota is playing at home tonight. They don't have to travel, and then they host the Rockets tomorrow nights. But the Rockets will be able to be in town, relax, try to get themselves together, and hopefully Tari's back after sitting out the second night of a back-to-back. So you're as close to full strength as you can. We'll see about Fred VanVleet. Apparently, he's pretty important. You know, the question about his salary, understood. No one likes paying a point guard who shoots the way he shoots, $40+ million a year. Not going to fight it. We had, I think, Thomas call up about that yesterday. Yeah, that's a lot of money for Fred VanVleet. I still don't think the intangibles get you to $40+ million, but there's something there about having them.
Not throwing the ball to the other team.
Yeah. I don't know if he would have been the inbounder, but maybe that play doesn't happen. Maybe Reed Shepherd isn't the guy in the situation taking the ill-advised jumper. Either you get a better shot, although you do have your shooter open, but considering time and situation, you get a better shot.
Running off 20 seconds is better than a 38% chance of making a shot.
Yes. You get a better shot. Maybe you get fouled. There are all the scenarios that could have gone their way that they eliminated once he took that jumper in transition. And then Jalen was like, you know what? You don't think I'll do it? You don't think I will?
You know
I'll definitely do it.
Here's one more.
Here's one more for you. And he was like, I didn't want the first one.
Yeah. Well, when Shepherd shot it, I was like, you can really feel that this is this guy's first like big meaningful game, like closing it out. I mean, this guy, he's been playing in the G League or not playing at all for most of the year. So like that kind of mental lapse, like, all right, this isn't Kentucky anymore, dude. All right. So just chill out next time. And then the ball bounces to Jalen Green, who's in the middle of his 4th season, and he puts up an even worse one. You're like, oh, what are we doing? What's going on?
That is why the coach asked a question. What are you doing?
I mean, because listen, like, I don't want to like pin it all on Jalen, but like Jalen that's where you need Jalen Green to be, not even be a star, just be like a NBA player.
Yeah, you're a
that
young vet
knows-
at this point.
Knows how to play. Like, again, he's played what 155 straight games. He should know that, hey, there's 40 seconds left and we're up.
We don't need this
3
shot
or whatever.
I think they were up 4.
Up 4, even worse.
And the Nets come down and knock down
Yeah,
a
just
3.
hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
Honestly, a shot clock violation
Would have been better.
Is better.
Would have been better.
That helps you win more. Yeah, and then didn't love his effort on the inbound pass trying to get open. That's another one where it's like, I don't know if Fred VanVleet's inbounding the ball instead of Amin Thompson. At the very least, he's working harder to get open than everyone else on the court was, because Tate didn't really move towards the ball. Like, just it was they needed a timeout there. To save themselves from making a terrible decision.
Sorry, while you're talking, I was listening, but I was looking at edits of Kyle Kuzma in a Milwaukee Bucks jersey.
Looks good, huh? Aura?
Depends on
No aura?
Depends on who you are. When's the last time anyone threw him in a big 3? The Lonzo Ingram days in LA, when they were supposed to be that Lakers young core?
Maybe he got thrown in a Davis LeBron, and then we need to say
We
we're a
need
big
someone
3.
to be a big 3.
Yeah, so we just throw him in there.
That's possible. Still, it's been half a decade either way.
Yeah, when I saw Shams Charania, because he tweeted out the actual trade, and then like 2 minutes later, like it was so fast that driving in, like I saw the edit first, the Photoshop first, and I was able to surmise what happened. But I was like, do we really need the like first look at him in a Bucks jersey? Like,
No, we don't.
I don't know if Kuzma's that.
It's Kyle
that level.
Kuzma. And what's even sadder is a graphic from NBA on ESPN talking about the Bucks starting 5 and the question, how far can this potential starting 5 go? Dame, Andre Jackson Jr., Kuzma, Giannis, and Brook Lopez.
Maybe second round of the play. Lose in the second round.
Maybe. And as it stands now,
are they like the 7th seed?
I think they're the 5th seed. So they wouldn't even have home court against the Pacers as it stands right now.
Rematch from last year's first round matchup.
They were not healthy that time.
Yeah, no Giannis. I think Dame missed a couple games.
Yeah. And Doc Rivers is still there, so that should make people feel comfortable and feel good about
they
the
did
Bucks.
have Milton.
Yeah, they did. They don't have him now. They have Kuzma instead. Cool.
They're 2 games up on the Pistons.
That's what I'm saying. They are not that far away from being a play-in team. That's why you go trade for Kyle Kuzma.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Couldn't be me, Dell. Couldn't be me.
You're correct, because it's the Bucks. Now, all I hope, if the Rockets are making a move on that level, they don't really have a franchise cornerstone that's going to piss people off if they trade away. But at least Kyle Kuzma's off the board, so Kyle Kuzma can't be a Rocket.
It is one of those moves. I mean, it mostly happens in free agency where you're glad someone else signs a player that you don't want your team to sign as like okay, good. You took the car keys out of the hands of the GM there. Like, okay, we're not going to drive this thing off the ditch. Like we can at least we're not going to make that mistake.
Yes.
We can say that. No matter what we do, if we do anything, we're not doing that.
Like, I don't feel confident enough that the team, not the Rockets specifically, but in your example, that this team wouldn't have made that move. But at least someone got to it first.
Yeah.
Someone got to it first, so it can't be us. We
They jumped on that grenade. They traded the, I don't know, second most important person from their title team.
Yeah.
For Kyle Kuzma. Not us.
Not us. What the Rockets may do could be a small move. Steven Adams was mentioned because the Lakers are looking for a big man. They're not close to a deal there. Apparently, the Rockets are asking for more than the Lakers can provide for their backup big. So people are interested in Rockets players. The Rockets aren't that interested in trading any of them away, except for one guy. We'll mention that one guy when we come back, because the Rockets, as we talked about weeks ago, have shifted from a 35 to 36-year-old star to a star in his late 20s who may not even be on their timeline, but at least this one makes more sense. We'll get to that. I will say this, there's not a lot to it. It's a lot of, hey, if this guy became available, then the Rockets would listen. But right now, this guy isn't available. But we'll talk about that when we come back. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. Dana Brown spoke, and just more evidence that all the Bregman stuff is more of a creation of fans and pseudo media types, and then some real media members than anything the Astros are actually providing. as far as real news. So a lot of the Dana Brown's vibes we got last year when he was discussing injuries, like, yeah, it's close, but he won't even say that about Bregman. And it's more, hey, yeah, we know he exists. And that's the approach we're taking to it, despite some of the buzz that started maybe 2-3 weeks ago now. Okay, we'll get to that. And we have news about the Texans, and they've made a hire. And I think maybe they've made a second on that offensive staff that's being revamped. So a lot to get to here as we're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Thanks to the break, I was able to watch the entire new trailer for Jurassic Park. I don't know what it's called, Jurassic Rebirth or something like that. I don't know where I stand with Scarlett Johansson as an action star. She is the person. She's the Chris Pratt of this particular movie. She's the one who's going to be firing the weapons, saving the scientists, stuff like that.
The Sam Neill, please.
Well, Sam Neill he was a scientist. That's why I didn't use Sam Neill. Like Chris Pratt was not stupid, at least in the movie, but I don't know if he's stupid in real life. I'm just saying.
Andy Dwyer.
He wasn't. He wasn't Andy Dwyer. He wasn't the dumb meathead. He was smart, but he was the guy who saved people from things. He was the smart action hero. She is playing that role in this one. Trailer's fine. It's mid.
I'm
honestly.
sure she's like, don't lump me in with Chris Pratt.
Well, they both are Marvel stars, so there's a connection there.
Did you watch the last couple of Jurassic World movies?
They're not good.
Yeah, don't lump me in with those.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a proper defense.
Just
I don't know that this one.
There's a reason this one's Rebirth. All right,
and they're going back to an
that
island.
One's dead.
Yeah, they're going back to an island.
Nice.
Love it. The dinosaurs in places that are heavily populated, they're not doing it here. They're back to an island.
I saw like a detail for it and I read it very quickly, and then there's like the pictures, and so my brain filled in the blanks that I didn't quite all the way read at the end of the sentence. But that one of the dinosaurs is based off of like a T-Rex, some like Star Wars thing, and a xenomorph from Aliens. And I just read that as those three things are going to be in this movie. And I was like, what?
I don't know why
alien?
If they can do I know the Godzilla Kong thing has happened, but why can't we get Kong against a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Great question.
Why can't?
Great question.
What are the properties involved that is keeping that from happening?
The one that's like it's Jurassic Park. It's not realistic. The one that's like pseudo realistic is that Jurassic Park, one of the bigger properties that Universal owns. One of the other biggest ones that they have is Fast and Furious. If you haven't made a good Jurassic Park movie I'm gonna be nice and say no, I'm not gonna be nice. The first one.
Since the first one. Wow.
I was gonna be nice and say maybe the second one. The first one. Although I do like Jurassic Park 3.
But not because it's good.
No, because I watched it when I was 10 and I was like, this
nostalgia.
Rocks. If you're gonna save this dying franchise that needs a rebirth, do it with Dominic Toretto and the boys. It would not be the most insane thing.
What's the premise? Orlando, I see. You'll get to you. The premise is that Dom takes his family to the park for what they think is a regular old trip to see dinosaurs.
It's Kurt Russell's Mr. Nobody character, and he goes, Dom, we have a situation.
We need you to corral all these dinosaurs.
Yep.
So you want to go back to the end of the Chris Pratt movie where they're running around.
No, it's this off the books. Or you know what? Someone stole the whatever formula for dinosaurs. You can bring back Wayne Knight if you want to. And they're making illegal dinosaurs off the coast of Costa Rica, right?
Yeah, sure.
We can change the location. Doesn't matter. I guess because that's the on the books one. They're making and we need your team. We need Ludacris. We need Tyrese and the gang to put it into this. And then they're driving cars around T-Rexes.
Whatever gets me more Vanessa Kirby, because isn't she the sister of what is it, Hobbs or Shaw? I don't know. I don't remember what Jason Statham's character's name is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Declan Shaw.
Yes, she's his sister. Get her in there too. I wouldn't mind it. Either way, Scarlett Johansson, action star, corralling dinosaurs, coming to you soon. Orlando, it just says you want to talk to me. What's up, Orlando?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, favorite show in Houston, man. Appreciate
that.
what I did.
Thank you.
I was calling this Houston Rockets situation, man. We need a closer. Jalen Green is good. Amin Thomas will be that guy, but we need a closer. These games come at the end of the game, all nail biters. Who's out there? Who can we get? And I'll shut up and listen. Appreciate you guys.
I appreciate the nice words, and this is why the Rockets need a star. This is why they want one. I know there's just pushback because everyone's excited about the core 7. However deep you think this core is going to be, everyone's afraid of giving up some of the youthful talent for an established guy. And honestly, I understand some of the names when they're talking about Butler or Durant. Those older guys who don't fit the timeline. The guy I mentioned and I was talking about before going to break was Devin Booker. That's the one guy the Rockets would listen to offers from the Suns about if they decided Devin Booker was on the table. Now we see that Kevin Durant is actually a viable choice for the Warriors and others, which felt like they were trying to get Jimmy Butler to team with those guys. Now it seems like with that having the Bradley Beal albatross in the way, that Kevin Durant could be on the move with the Warriors and others sniffing around to see if they can get that done, while Jimmy Butler becomes a secondary potential star to acquire for some of these teams. I would say Devin Booker is your guy. If you're talking about likely candidates, not even likely, guys the Rockets deem appropriate for where they are right now and what they want to accomplish, that's the name. Do you think Devin Booker's worth? I brought up just random guys. I wasn't even really thinking about it on the morning show. Devin Booker, you're sending Jalen Green out. You're sending Tari out. 2 first-rounders and salary filler. If that's what gets it done to go get you a 28-year-old star, perennial all-star, although not this year, and he was complaining about expanding the rosters. But generally,
that's what we need.
Generally, that's what we need. More guys who don't care that much. Generally, an all-star. If you're talking about shipping your 2-guard out, shipping your wing defender out to help the salaries, then shipping a promising young player who has some injury concerns, and then throwing on some picks. Is that too much? If you're conceiving of we always gotta put it in the big 3 lens. A big 3 of Amen, Şengün, and Booker, with Booker being your lead dog. When you know you have to consolidate some of these pieces anyway, you're not gonna be able to pay all these guys anyway.
Yeah.
And if Tari and Jalen, who you've already given a shorter deal to, are the ones who go out, I think it's well worth exploring. But this is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
The Suns have their own franchise player that they love, and that is Devin Booker. They have given no indication that they would send. He would send him out. He would have to ask out, and he is not to that point yet.
I do wonder, and this is because I agree with you on the Devin Booker thing. I do wonder where the reports that you mentioned of the Suns listening on Kevin Durant, and it's seeming like he's going to Golden State as they tried to work out a deal to get Jimmy Butler to Phoenix, which is kind of lightly mind-boggling. Not completely mind-boggling, but a little mind-boggling. I think that hurts the Rockets' Devin Booker chances this offseason if they reshuffle the deck again. Because normally they're not going to, normally these teams don't reshuffle the deck, and then after half a season, the guy's like, all right, I'm out. We've run back the same core for now. This would be 3 playoffs with the Suns, with the Kevin Durant, Devin Booker pairing. And if they keep hitting their head at the first round of the playoffs like they have, I think that's when you get the Devin Booker, what are we even doing here? I think if they reshuffle the deck, you probably give it another year if you're Booker.
Well,
that's just speculation and how this stuff normally goes.
Windhorse, in a report this morning, in talking about all the scenarios involving Butler and Durant and what could possibly happen, the one guy he said ain't going anywhere is Booker. The Suns aren't dealing him
until he asks.
Until he's going to have to be the one. Yeah. They're not going to offer him to anyone,
which they shouldn't. They 100% shouldn't. It's like Luka and the Mavs. You should not trade. Devin Booker is the guy you don't trade until he asks to be traded.
And if he never asks, count yourself lucky.
Yeah, then congratulations, you have Tim Duncan on your team.
There you go.
Much worse Tim Duncan.
Devin Booker's like, you didn't have to add that. No, you're not wrong, but Devin Booker's, hey, what are
Tim
you doing?
Duncan, he's been in the league a decade. Tim Duncan had what, 3 rings by now?
He was in a much
4
better
rings. He had
place.
4 rings.
He was in a much better place to start. Yes,
he had better teammates than Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, Bradley Beal,
for the
DeAndre Ayton.
For the first half of his career,
Mikal
first
Bridges.
5 years of his career, Devin Booker was playing against guys you can't even name. Can you remember Son?
Goran Dragic? Yeah, I remember him.
How long was he there before he got traded?
long.
He's thought
Not
more
long.
of as a Miami Heat player than he is
Not long.
a Sun. So, but to your point, yes, Tim Duncan has done a lot more winning than Devin Booker, but he is their version of Dirk.
Yeah,
and we can use Dirk because Dirk didn't win until he was like in his 30s. So maybe Devin Booker is 3 or 4 years away from them putting a good team, a better team around him and him winning. But right now he wants to do that in Phoenix. We'll see if Kevin Durant gets shipped out and he's stuck with Bradley Beal. There may be a different conversation. He may look at this franchise as a dead end and get me out of here.
If they trade Kevin Durant, they basically have to get Draymond Green back, right?
Trade, unless they decide they must have a star no matter what, no matter how bright the star is, and say, yeah, the plan was for it to be Durant, Butler, and Booker, but we can't get rid of Beal because he has the most valuable thing in all of basketball. Apparently,
Brian Horst should have said there's 2 guys that aren't getting traded.
That's true.
It's Booker and Beal.
Well, I guess he has to. Maybe he did, but the caption or the headline was that. But I guess from the Suns' perspective, the only one who's untouchable is Booker. They say, hey, touch on Beal all you want, but nobody wants to.
All right.
And Beal doesn't want to allow it to happen either. He says, I'm fine.
By the way, Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green's salary add up to almost exactly Kevin Durant's salary. And the Suns are a team over the second apron.
So they can't aggregate.
Yeah, so it has to be only Durant. He can't be in a trade with someone else on the Suns. So you can't even go like over and then, throw in more stuff from the Warriors. You also have to keep in mind the what's it called? Roster limits.
Yep. It would have to be a multi-team deal. So maybe that involves Wiggins going to Miami and Butler winding up in Phoenix. Who knows? Who knows how it would all work? I can't envision them trading Draymond. I know it helps make it work, but Durant and Curry, I think that would involve Draymond being there, and Draymond and KD years later you would assume have already worked out all their problems for this to be a reality. But at the moment, certainly possible. Rockets not really involved in any of it. We're just dream casting a potential closer.
Yeah.
Like Orlando was asking about.
The moves that we would have the Rockets be doing are not like knock your socks off, super sexy
franchise changing moves.
Let's talk about it for 3 days. Like it's just going to be like, solid backup guard, or maybe a Rob Williams. Rob Williams is probably the guy that gets us most excited that is realistic for the deadline
without having to give up very much. I've talked about the guy all week, Cam Johnson. I would like that move, but the Nets are asking for plenty. I'm not sure the Rockets value Cam Johnson that way. That 2 first-round picks could be on the table, which is apparently what the Nets asking price is.
It's a situation where his price is so much, or it's not like so much that the Rockets can't do it, but it's like they can't do it while also keeping their powder dry for a star in the offseason, where it's like, okay, so we're going to be trading this stuff for Cam Johnson, then we have to turn around and trade even more. Like at some point, the Cam Johnson trade limits what you can do in a future trade while also keeping like a good team around. So that's why it's like a weird like middle ground of he might actually be too good to be trade or for the Rockets to get into it. Also, someone's probably going to be more desperate than the Rockets are for this guy.
We saw a lesser player get traded to Milwaukee. If Milwaukee had the assets, I'm sure they would have loved to ship Middleton for Cam Johnson. Just costs far too much to get that done. Kyle Kuzma instead, their new pseudo big three. We will get to the Dana Brown, Alex Bregman stuff, and mostly it's Dana Brown taking the same position he's taken for the last couple weeks. It's interesting that he's still out there, but we're not really talking to his agent about it. We'll hear from Dana Brown when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and of course, you got the big game coming up on Sunday, of course, Super Bowl Sunday, and they already have all the projections out there right now. You have a feeling that you think that maybe Jalen Hurts is going to go over his 213.5 passing projection. If you think that obviously Pat Mahomes, they're still offering over half a yard passing. I think he's going to get over that. You put those together, you're at a ×3 right there. You can win 3 times your money if Jalen Hurts throws for more than 213, and if Patrick Mahomes throws for 1, you can get 3 times your money. Just that easy on Prize Picks. If you don't like football, if you're not into football, or you realize, hey, it's only one game, you got an entire year of sports ahead of you. They also have full season MLB projections. Of course, they have NBA, college basketball, hockey, whatever you want. They have darts. If you're into darts, they have whatever you want on Prize Picks. Whatever sport you're interested in, you can make a little money if you know your stuff by playing Prize Picks. Just download the app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Sean's heavy into the trade machine right now. He's very excited about the trade deadline, the NBA coming up, and he's maneuvered Kevin Durant to Golden State.
Yeah.
So,
Warrior again, Kevin Durant, son, Jimmy Butler,
and
son,
Lindy
Lindy
Waters.
Waters, the third. Specifically, I said, I want the third, not the second. And the Miami Heat, Wiggins, Kuminga, and I'm sorry, in light of recent comments, I feel bad trading
Dennis
them now.
Schroeder?
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man.
If you missed the Dennis Schroeder compared all the buzz around the trade deadline to modern day slavery.
Yeah, now I feel bad. Hold on. You know what?
I would ask.
I'm taking him out, and it's gonna be Buddy Hield instead.
Yeah, you got to be fair to the multimillionaire when he discusses being moved. Look,
I just don't want to feel like
it does suck. I'm not going to pretend like.
Oh wait, the trade failed. If I did that, never mind.
All right, Sean will work on it. But either way, he's got the structure of a deal. He just has to figure out all the particulars. I won't crush Dennis Schroeder for acknowledging that it sucks to be at the whim of a franchise and you get sent to some city you weren't planning on living in. But use different terms. You're opening yourself up to get crushed.
Yeah, like
it's very silly to use that phrase. Just say, hey, it's not great to get yourself established someplace, sign a deal someplace, and then
it's hard. It's
and
hard
then have someone call you and let you know, oh, by the way, beat it. We're going to send you someplace else. It's not fun. You don't want to pick up and move, even particularly for a place who may send you someplace else in a matter of a month or so. But you just got to use different words, man. Your message would have been fine. No one would have killed you. You just use two words that are very, well, it's the one word. Modern's not so bad. But the slavery word, too far, Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to avoid it.
No, people didn't like it. People didn't like it when NCAA players would throw that around or make that comparison. And those guys weren't getting paid.
At least
those
not
guys
above the table, at least.
Yeah, these guys actually weren't pulling in a salary.
Yes.
When they're comparing that.
Anytime the word slavery crosses your mind as a modern individual and you want to compare yourself to it, unless you're actually working for no pay, don't say slavery. All your points will be considered void. No one wants to hear a word you say once you throw that word out. It's a non-starter for most people. We have
a
breaking
trade.
news.
We have a Houston Rockets trade.
What?
The Houston Rockets have made a trade.
Who did they trade? Who did they get?
So the Boston Celtics are trading
Luke Cornett,
Jaden Springer, and their 2030 second-round pick to the Houston Rockets.
For who?
Both teams are also exchanging heavily protected second-rounders.
Oh, so
that's all that Shams has for.
So the Rockets are acquiring a
Jaden Springer,
a player out of the Celtics rotation,
a young, promising player.
That's right. So another young player.
Mm-hmm.
He's a wing. Does that mean the Rockets are on the verge of making a separate move? They're acquiring Jaden Springer?
Move before the move.
Exactly. Jaden Springer is a little used wing for the Celtics.
Is he the AJ Griffin replacement that the Rockets have been waiting
Remember when people on Rockets Twitter were excited that AJ Griffin was a first-round pick? What can they get out of him? Nothing. That was the answer to that question.
No, he retired on his own accord.
Yes, but what the Rockets could get out of him? Nothing.
They got nothing.
He retired.
He played like 10 games.
Jaden Springer was drafted in 2021. He's been hanging around with the Sixers. That was his first team, and then he recently became a Celtic, playing in the G League, playing on the NBA level, and playing, I put in quotes, he's been on the roster while games were being played. He doesn't get a lot of minutes, 6'4". Don't know exactly what that's for. They seem to already have a glut at that position, but they do add Springer and a second-round pick is what you said?
Yes, they get the Boston Celtics 2030 second-round pick, and they're because the Rockets have to give something up in this trade.
Cash considerations?
No, they're exchanging second-rounders, heavily protected.
So perhaps this is more about what the Celtics are trying to do, and they're freeing up a roster spot?
Either freeing up a roster spot or
getting away from the tax.
Getting away from the tax.
So there it is. The Rockets make a move for someone who you may not see play for them for a while unless a lot of injuries occur. He might get sent right to Rio Grande or waived. I don't know. Jaden Springer won't cost the Rockets much if they want to get rid of him. They get a second-round pick out of it. So there it is. The Rockets make a move.
31% from three this year? I don't know.
What don't you know?
Shooting 0.7 per game.
I won't call it a nothing, but it's pretty close to that. This is feels like mostly a salary dump for the Celtics, and the Rockets are accommodating because they got a pick out of it.
He shot 40% from three in 2023.
No, you're not gonna get me. He played. No, you're not. That was 2 teams ago now.
He was and also for that season he shot 40%. He was 2 for 5. I wouldn't say the biggest sample size.
Not at all.
That's the first half for Jalen Green.
There it is. Breaking news. Jaden Springer, a Houston Rocket, in what most likely was a salary dump for the Celtics. Okay. So we will get to the Dana Brown thing when we come back. We did have to pause and actually alert you to
The
some
Rockets
news.
made a trade. I'm
They,
sorry.
They did make a trade.
It's the trade deadline, and they made a trade.
There are some things we cannot hit the buzzer for. We could have just talked about it.
See, I think if we would have just blown past it and Dana Brown saying the thing that we already know, and then we don't get to it. As I played the Dana Brown sound, you would have been in my ear being like, "Get ready with the Lance horn. We have breaking news."
It's not a chance in hell.
I don't know.
It's an assumption you're making, and I appreciate your initiative. I just wouldn't have done it. We could have gotten to it coming back from a break. Instead, we will come back from a break and play the sound you all know it's coming from Dana Brown. Dana Brown on where the Astros stand with Alex Bregman, and he's got an update on Altuve and left and McCullers pitching. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Dana Brown spoke yesterday, said things that are reminiscent of past things he said about Alex Bregman, but this one apparently really caught people because he mentioned Bregman in the past tense along with Kyle Tucker. And then he had to do a little cleanup and clarification after people needed more from him on it. So you're going to hear the initial comments and then the follow-up when reporters asked him a question directly about the status of Bregman and the Astros.
And so we're trying to build this club not only for 2025, but we're building it for the future and beyond. And so, I know we're going to miss out on Tucker. We're missing out on Bregman because he was a free agent. And, but we felt like we added two big pieces back in that first through five in the order. We lost Tucker and Bregman, but, adding back Paredes and Walker, guys that are going to hit, that early in your lineup, we felt like, we're a good team. I mean, we know that those guys that are leaving that were good, they were a big part of the winning here, but we also feel good about, the current team, and we feel like we've got every opportunity to win the division again. Well, I mean, ultimately, we're still having conversations about Bregman internally, and I could probably leave it at that.
There we are. Same place we were since the start of this whole thing, but the past tense stuff got a lot of Astro fans, at least people were holding out hope for this thing to happen, a little upset, as if the end wasn't always near. And we are simply waiting on Bregman to take an offer that, at least at this point, he doesn't feel is his proper value. And I'm not talking about the Astros offer. I'm talking about one from another team. This is only a story and only still in the cycle because Boris and Bregman have, to this point, overvalued what they're worth, while the Astros have consistently stayed at one point, and no matter what a reporter says or an Astros aggregation site puts out, nothing's really changed. Dana Brown has to dance around mentioning that he is not even talking to Boris. He's like, yeah, I got to get back to him. Yeah, I owe Boris a call. That should tell you where things stand. They aren't having active conversations where, hey, Alex, we'd really love to have you back. We're going to change the offseason we've nearly completed waiting for you. And if you decide to come back, we'll figure it out. That is something internally they might be having a talk about, but they're not telling Boris that. They're going about their business. And part of that business is putting Altuve in left field, no matter what. Altuve was open about doing it for Bregman, but the Astros have a plan to play him in left field. Is that more to keep Jordan out of left field, or do they really think Altuve has slipped so much at second base that the only spot to hide him is in left field? Well, Dana Brown says there's joy from Altuve playing left, and he gives an update about McCullers as well.
Yeah, so I walked out one day, I saw him taking some fly balls, and me being a scout from coming out of a scouting background, I was like, look, this guy looks pretty good out there. And we all know he could run, and I just saw the fun and joy on his face like a little kid. He was out there having some fun, so that's always a good thing.
You're also an outfielder too, aren't you? Dana, going into camp, what's it look like right now for Lance McCullers? Where is he in his rehab?
Yeah, he's been throwing very well. I think he's had like 5 workouts off the mound. There's no pain. I think he's been up to 90, and so he's throwing the ball very well. It looks very promising, and we hope he continue to progress.
I know there are some that aren't as bothered by the Altuve and left field thing. They're not as bothered as I am, but for some reason I'm bothered by it. Can he just play second? Can he? I guess it'll have to play out, but I don't know where the value of putting him in left is, other than we never want to see Jordan out there again. The guy who despite Sean poo-pooing it, was voted the best left fielder in baseball. The best left fielder in baseball by MLB.
You also were like, how much does the guy actually have to play to the position?
Yeah, but you were more dismissive than I was.
Well, because they didn't have DHs, and every team in the league has a DH.
See, you're ripping apart our guy being the best left fielder in baseball. You can't let it go.
Just plays DH more.
A lot more.
Next year, they're going to go back to back on best left.
Hey, Yordan's so great in left field. The Astros never wanted to play left field
ever.
That's how great he is in left field.
Second.
They'd rather put their franchise corners legend, best Astro ever in left field.
Yeah,
a position he's never played, than have him out there, despite him being the best left fielder in baseball, according to MLB.
Craig Biggio moved to the outfield for Jeff Kent. Jose Altuve's doing it for Mauricio Dubon.
Well, he potentially was doing it for a Polanco.
Yeah, they struck out on all the people that would make sense, or not even make sense. That would at least play second base. They're not. They just haven't signed anybody,
and they still want to do it.
Yeah, they signed a first baseman and a third baseman. They're like, also, you're outfield.
We don't even have a viable, real replacement for you. But get out of here. We want you to play second. We want you to play left. Excuse me. It's better for us and better for you. At least we'll tell you that. And Altuve's having the time of his life. I'm out here playing left field. Ain't it great taking paths to baseballs?
This thing's way bigger when you're up close.
Hey, look at that. I can't wait. I can't wait for the
God,
I'm not gonna call it. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a disaster. Although I have that thought in my head. Forget about the home park, because he gets all the practice he wants figuring out how to play left field in his home park. When he's got to go to all these places. He's never stepped foot in the outfield except to chase down a blooper. And he's not even in left. He's generally chasing it down and right. Or center, maybe.
I don't know what the closest he's ever been to the Green Monster.
Yeah, but he's gonna get an up close and personal look at it.
God, I can't wait. This has really made me excited for Astros baseball.
I do welcome the moments that we're going to see. Although, still, if I had my way, just stick the man at second and be done with it.
Because now when we get the lineup tweets from the beat reporters every game, and then Jeremy quote tweets it, what's wrong with Joe's lineup? Like, now it's not just the order. It's where the hell is Altuve playing?
Exactly.
That could be a problem.
The mystery of where Altuve is playing day to day.
And then when he's playing left, I'm like, oh, gotta lock in on this one. This game, gotta both eyes on this one. Man,
it's gonna be good stuff.
Man, it's gonna be so exciting. I can't wait.
A breath of fresh air to Jeremy's tweets. He's got more.
I thought it was done when Dusty Baker left, and he went through. He's maintained the bit with Joe Espada.
Do you think he will stick with that question? What's wrong with Espada's lineup, or will it be where in the world is Altuve?
I think he'll go. What's wrong with Espada's lineup? Still.
Okay, he'll stick and be consistent. Okay,
yeah.
We'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back. He has a existential approach to Lance McCullers. He's just very happy to see him out there, man. Just feels good to see Lance out there. Lance, a person out there throwing baseballs. The Astros have been very good about not giving us any type of timeline for when he's actually going to throw a competitive pitch in a major league game. It's just he's feeling good, but you can't pin them down for an actual time. Like if you ask them after opening day, that's as much as they'll give you. We'll hear from Joe Espada on Lance McCullers when we come back. But before we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. Maybe we don't know when Lance McCullers is going to pitch, but I can tell you where Monument Chevrolet is and where you should go to check everything they have to offer out. MonumentChevrolet.com is a website, and they're in Pasadena off of Beltway in 225. The lot is expansive, and all the vehicles you see on the website, those prices, they don't change once you get out there and see them up close and personal. One of the best things about Monument Chevrolet is no hidden fees, no upcharges. They're not going to trick you with anything. They're not just trying to get you out there, and then once you're on the campus, everything changes. The friendly service remains. The convenience remains. They will walk you through the process and get you in the best vehicle for you, and they're going to work with you. Their job is to get you in the right car in the quickest amount of time. So once you check out, whether it be a Tahoe or a Trax or a Blazer from their new inventory on the site, or maybe you want something pre-owned, no matter what you see, you're going to go out to the lot and see it and know that the people out there will make sure you get the car that you love. So from the 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty for pre-owned vehicles to savings across the inventory, it's all there for you. Check them out at MonumentChevrolet.com. understand that you're going to be part of the family once you get out there. They're going to welcome you. They're going to make sure you want to come back and buy your next car for yourself and the car for your wife or your husband or your children. You become a family member as soon as you step out there. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive. You know, the first Wednesday in February used to be a big deal. If you are a college football nerd like myself, it was the time that your class was solidified. National Signing Day. We didn't have early signing day, which is now in December. In fact, it was earlier than ever this year. The first Wednesday in February was always a big deal. When I was in college, what I would do, sometimes I might skip class, but for more reasons than just National Signing Day. But, today I'm not going in. I just want to watch all the updates and see if some gym in South Florida, some kid picks my favorite school or does a hat trick and goes to Florida State like I knew he was to begin with. We don't have that anymore. All that stuff is wrapped up, but Texas is the number one team in the country in recruiting, according to Rivals. There are multiple sites. You can go to 24/7 and ESPN. They all have their.
But Rivals is the best.
As long as your team is number one,
Yeah.
Rivals is the best.
Sorry, I'm the first college football fan to just go to the one recruiting site that has us number one.
I mean, it's not unique to you. It's what we all do. We pick the team, or excuse me, the site that favors our team the most. And right now, Rivals has Texas as the number one recruiting class in the country. And they have also the National Recruiter of the Year. Did you know you have the National Recruiter of the Year?
I mean,
they
should.
Jackson.
They have the number one class in the country. They should. They have the best recruiter.
The Texas passing game and receivers coach, Chris Jackson, is Rivals National Recruiter of the Year. Congratulations to Texas for winning another offseason title.
And congratulations to Chris Jackson.
That's right. For getting it done, for living up to the legacy that is Texas recruiting.
Yeah.
I used to care about this day so much. Now I forgot. I forgot that this was even the day.
Do you think that I think it's mostly because, or 60% because of the early signing period is where most of this gets done. But I do think like 40% of it is that on National Signing Day when guys would sign, you're like, cool. They'll be on. These are going to be the guys on our team for 3 to 4 years. And now, like, hey, if this guy doesn't play after a year or two, he's out.
Some of it is that
I'm just not
that
as
reality
attached
hits
to these
that.
guys. Yeah.
I think at least for me, you get older a little bit. You stop caring about the whims of some 18-year-old, even if you pick your school. That has mattered less to me as the years have gone on.
Yeah.
But there's also the part where if he doesn't get playing time or another offer comes in that he likes, hell, he might not even make it to. I mean, it's less likely. It rarely happens. He may not even make it to fall camp.
Yeah.
Depending on if that NIL deal hits when it's supposed to, he may say, "Nah, I'm going to go someplace else."
Yeah, I mean, Oregon had a dude like that, signed with them in December, and then I think in January transferred to Cal.
And we found out, if we didn't really do the story on the air, we found out the transfer portal isn't actually real. Like, a kid doesn't need the transfer portal to leave, because Wisconsin did not want to allow a kid into the transfer portal because they got him to sign what isn't really a legal and binding contract, because the House has a vote on revenue sharing, but they got him to sign a 2-year deal. And no matter what you get a kid to sign when it comes to an NIL contract, you're supposed to put him in the transfer portal if he asks. There's nothing that should be able to block you from doing that. Wisconsin said, actually, we have something that can block you. And the kid was like, you know what? I'm going to try to do this normally and try to get into the transfer portal until he got some lawyers involved. And they found out that you can just unenroll from one place, enroll in another school. As long as you're in by the drop date, you can be in class and be eligible to play literally the next day.
Yeah.
So the transfer portal isn't a binding thing. It's just a database for teams to know who's in and who isn't in.
That's the thing where people are like, when the transfer portal first started in 2018, I was like, but there were transfers before that. Like,
and we didn't need a portal for it.
You don't need the portal to transfer. Like that's not necessary to move schools. But I mean, I think hopefully a lot of these things will get sorted out, at least to a certain degree, with either the revenue sharing or even farther down the line when we stop pretending and just make these guys employees.
Yeah. It's the one thing and one line they don't want to cross as of yet, making the college kids employees.
I will say, but the NCAA didn't want to cross the NIL line. They didn't want to try the immediate eligibility after a transfer in football and basketball rule. You could transfer and be immediately eligible in like every other sport except for football and basketball.
Yep.
That's why the rule is just like, oh, it's just because you just don't want guys moving around.
Yeah, the coaches had a say, and the
Yeah,
administrators at the schools had a say. They didn't want it to
baseball
happen.
players, who cares?
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not even full scholarship players. At least at the time, they
If you guys
weren't.
are good,
Do
you're
whatever.
double A.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be in school. You'd be playing for, at least in this case, Corpus Christi or Sugarland. But here we are, signing day, the official one, no longer really that important. And Texas, no matter what day they got their players signed. In fact, I don't think Texas had a player commit today. They had all their guys signed before then. They are the number one recruiting team in the country.
Gotta get done early, Dell. That's what recruiting champions like Texas do. They don't leave it all till the last minute.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden used to do that. He wanted the hype of winning signing day, so he just tell guys to play with the other people in their top three. Oh, I'm still open, and then he would have this big close because
like
he had it all
guys
planned out. All these 4 and 5 stars that would commit. They've been committed for months, but Bobby set it up to break the hearts of his rivals and have momentum on signing day.
That's a great way to do things back in the day, especially.
Yeah, it's nice. You crush fan bases of your rivals, and then you win the day. You get all the buzz for the day.
Easy PR win.
Yeah, it's perfect. He was one of the masters of that, Bobby Bowden. So we will get to the Joe Espada stuff when we come back. Also, at the end of yesterday's show, we were talking about the never-ending debate between who's better, LeBron and Michael Jordan. And because this show wasn't about basketball, it was about fatherhood because Marcus Jordan got in trouble with the law. Well, the dash cam footage is out. We'll play that. And yes, he did pull Don't You Know Who I Am. And I'm going to say maybe it's another check mark in the LeBron column because he tried to pull Don't You Know Who I Am? The cops were like, yeah, I don't really care about that. I'm more concerned about you being impaired. Who your father is doesn't matter to me. So if Bronny dropped Don't You Know Who My Dad Is, does it go differently? We'll discuss a little bit later. We'll get to that at some point before we close out the show. But we'll get to Espada and his thoughts on Lance McCullers when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So, the trade so far today in the NBA. Chris Middleton to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma, and your Rockets acquiring Jaden Springer and a salary dump for the Celtics. Oh! Del Bomb.
Yeah, whoa. This is just, we still got another day before the deadline.
Yeah, the Celtics save millions and millions of dollars off their tax budget by trading away Jaden Springer. And the Rockets are happy to accommodate, all for the price of a second-round pick. Whether Jaden Springer makes it to the afternoon before they waive him, I don't know.
They can't do that.
They could. Or they could send him to Rio.
One of Ime's Celtic guys, I know they didn't overlap even a little bit.
And they didn't draft him originally.
Still, one of his guys. He wouldn't do that.
He might. And maybe Ime doesn't even know anything about it. Maybe it's Rafael Stone's like, you want to give me a second-round pick for some salary dumping thing? Why does the coach have to? No, he's not going to ever coach this guy.
This is a genre of basketball moves. It's like, I don't know, 40% of the basketball trades. Or like, oh, I just need to take out basketball brain and put in like business school brain to understand why they did this, where it's like, oh, wait, this is all accounting. All right, cool. Got it. Don't need to see his highlights. Although I did watch him. He looks good.
You watched Jaden Springer highlights?
Yeah.
Would you at least wait for confirmation that he will remain a Rocket through the deadline before you actually?
No, I mean, someone said Houston got this demon for free. And I watched him. I'm like, wow. 3 steals in the third quarter against the Clippers.
Great.
Like half of them against Kevin Porter Jr.
I hope you didn't waste your time, and he does play minutes for the Rockets. We will see.
I don't think it was a waste no matter what. It's great highlights. I mean, none of them he has the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
But great highlights.
Maybe he could shore up that fourth quarter defense. You never know.
I mean, can he close out better than Jayshawn Tate at the end of the game?
Yeah, the Rockets, not great closers right now. It's another game. They dropped one to the Nets. Had a big lead. Well, big lead for the time frame. They didn't have a big lead. It was a close game throughout, which was kind of annoying. But they had a 4-point lead with 9 seconds to go. The Nets were inbounding a basketball. They knocked down a 3. On the ensuing inbounds, Amen Thompson throws it away, winds up in D'Angelo Russell's hands. He knocks down a 3. Rockets call a timeout. Jalen Green doesn't hit rim, I think, on a desperation 3 that would have won it. So the Rockets went from like what felt like a sure win, as long as that particular scenario didn't take place, to losing a game because the particular scenario took place. So that was unfortunate. They lost 4 in a row. But hey, the good news is they made a move, and Jaden Springer is that move. Ime and Rafael Stone doing the Celtics a favor.
That loss last night left everyone in the organization a bad taste in their mouth.
Had to change up the vibes, right? By making a move.
Do you think this is in response to?
I would say no.
Okay.
I would say win or lose, this move was going to be made. Don't think the Rockets were so desperate for an extra second-round pick that the loss forced them into finally deciding and making the move.
I don't know. First 4-game losing streak of the season got you making different decisions. You know?
Maybe they're trying to distract us from what the real issues are. Their inability with the young team to close out games.
Well, did you see this? This is a thing that would have been a big deal 15, 20 years ago. Now we don't even mention it, and it's only because of this conversation we're in. Speaking of distraction, maybe for the 4-game losing streak, do you know who was on the cover of Slam magazine? I don't know if they still print it as a magazine
I've seen
anymore.
Okay. And it is Green and Şengün, and then Van Vliet and Brooks, which takes a little of the luster off of it.
The big 4.
Understood. Those are 4 of your starters.
The big 4.
But if I wanted to be super excited about this Rockets team,
can we put in a 5th guy? I'm not even saying you need to take someone out. Can we just add?
I'm saying take 2 guys out. Get the 2 veterans off the Slam magazine cover and start the hype train, and get it going even further, and put Reed and Amen Thompson on that cover. What do we? The Dylan Brooks, Fred Van Vliet portion of that quartet ain't getting anyone that excited.
I don't know. They're part of the new era though. Because they helped turn this thing around. I know that they do this weeks in advance, so that's why like Amin Thompson isn't on there. Because probably when they shot this, like, I don't, was he a starter? Was he still suspended for body slamming Tyler Hero?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when the photo shoot took place, but I don't think that would have kept him from taking the photos.
No, but I just mean that like he wasn't viewed in the same way that he is viewed
now
today. Because like it's changed a lot.
Well, to be honest, if they're doing it, there's already a cool nickname for two of your guys, even if they were bench players. Put the Terror Twins on it with Shingun and Green. You already have a nickname for two of them. What's the nickname for Brooks and Van Vliet? Reclamation Project?
Hey.
That's what they were when they got here. Things have turned around, but they weren't looked at as, wow, I can't believe the Rockets got those guys for a combination of $60 million for each year for both of them. That wasn't what the vibes was. It was like, wow, they gave Dylan Brooks $80 million. They gave Fred Van Vliet a team option of $44 in the final year. It was like, oh, okay, they had to overpay.
Yeah.
It has worked out, certainly. But it did feel like an overpay at the time.
We are like an hour and a half away by saying like Fred Van Vliet would have won that game.
I don't know if they would have won that game with Fred.
He wouldn't have lost that game.
We saw him fall down and turn the ball over in Memphis, but they wouldn't have shot the ball because Reed Shepherd wouldn't have been in a position to shoot that ball if Fred Van Vliet was available and healthy.
Yeah,
that's all. Okay, let's get to someone who has trouble staying healthy himself. Well, at least we'll hear from his manager. We talked about this a little bit. We'll get to it here. Joe Espada, he along with Dana Brown spoke quite a bit yesterday. We played some sound from Dana Brown. Let's hear from Espada on his oft-injured starter, Lance McCullers.
You know what? Lance looks really good. And that's a conversation that I will have with Lance once it's close for him to getting on the field. And he's really, really close. But right now, I just like the Lance McCullers that I'm talking to almost every single day, how excited he is about the future and where he's at in his progress. But bullpen starter, it's just too early for that. I just want Lance to be healthy, because when he's healthy, he's going to help this team, and he's going to help this team this year. He is in a spot right now where I see his bullpen conversations with him. He wants to be on the field so bad that I know that he will, play a role this year.
So he's close enough to know, or at least McCullers are close enough to know for Espada to know, that he is going to pitch, but not close enough to tell us when or where he'll be pitching, whether it be a starter or the bullpen. But he's close. But I can't tell you how he will contribute. I just can tell you he will contribute.
He will contribute.
I don't have a date for any of this, but he's close.
And hey, he likes the Lance McCullers that he's getting. He doesn't know if he'll get the pitcher, but he likes the guy.
The guy he's talking to, he likes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good, cool guy.
He said some stuff that McCullers is close. We don't have a date, and we don't know where he's going to pitch. But we're inching closer to Lance McCullers making his reappearance for the Astros.
Yeah.
Would you say he pitches before April is over?
Before April ends, no.
I agree.
But if you go before June 1st, I might go before. I think May, there's a chance. Because May is still that's a long time.
Yeah. We're early February, yes.
Where even if it is like, hey, like we saw with Justin Verlander last year, where it's like, we're going to go a little bit slower building him up to be a starter. It's going to take, a month into the season, and then he'll join. I think that could happen. Now, Justin Verlander is 41 years old. Lance McCullers is like 29, so don't love that comparison. But I think it is going to be a little Verlander-ish as far as the timetable for when he's actually on the mound. Hopefully.
Before Lance McCullers' next pitches, do we hear shutdown or setback? Do we hear that terminology used, or are we clear sailing up until he's back?
We'll get
irritation, inflammation.
No, I think we'll get setback. or setback or
when the Astros throw out setback, we're talking months.
yeah.
When a guy,
it's like Luis Garcia.
Yeah, if we hear setback, we're talking at least a month plus before he even gets back to ramping up.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's why
I didn't run it through the Astros translator.
Yeah.
So it'll be, I mean, honestly, it'll just be like, we're taking it slow. We like where he's at, but he's not going to pitch for 6 weeks. It's like when they do that, we really love where he's at. He's doing great. But I will keep saying this for 6 more weeks about how great he's doing. Well, pitching in a t-shirt, in some simulator, baseball simulator. Yeah, I think that it'll just be like we're taking it easy. Maybe that's what it is, taking it easy.
I don't want to go out on a limb because it's Lance McCullers and there's no guarantees. I can't tell you when he'll pitch again.
Okay.
But I'll say we don't hear about something slowing the process down.
Wow. All systems go?
They're not full steam ahead. They are
all gas, no brakes.
Nope,
that's what you're saying.
Not at all.
There's no brakes. They're not slowing down.
Okay, but they're not going at a point where not touching the brakes is going to cause an accident. They're not going fast enough for that. It's like, hey,
they're in neutral going down a hill.
We're on I-10 heading to Lake Charles, but we're only going like 40. And we're in the right-hand lane.
Cruise control.
Staying out of the way of everybody, letting the truck zoom by us. But we're going 40, smooth sailing. And if you hear a honk,
wave them along.
We'll wave them by.
Wave them by.
Hey, keep going, man. I'm just trying to make it.
Are the hazard lights on?
No hazard lights. Nah, the hazard lights to be safe.
Okay.
To warn potential cars coming up behind you.
I think with Lance McCullers, the hazard lights are always on.
They stay on.
I think they're just always on.
Yeah.
It's always a hazard to somebody.
Cruise control, the hazard lights are on, but we're on a straightaway. We don't have to make any turns.
Okay.
We're just trying to get to our destination. And maybe as we get closer, we press the accelerator down just a little bit.
Whoa.
Just a little bit.
Whoa.
But right now, we're just making sure we don't have to hit our brakes.
Okay.
That's where we are. That's where I'm at on the last
Once you get past Beaumont, then
that's right. Yeah, maybe pick it up when you get near Viter for reasons.
Really? Why? What reasons are those?
Do your history.
I've never had any issues in Viter.
Odd, you've never had any. Surprising, you've never had any. All right, we got a couple segments ago. Sean with the breaking news that he's never had issues in Viter. Surprising. But before, thanks. You must hit the horn when you're alerting us to giant news. But before we get to more on your favorite teams and maybe some teams that aren't your favorites, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to when maybe you need the hazard lights on for your plumbing. They're the people who are going to turn that off and fix it for you because I know and you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you don't know. But Aqueduct Plumbing does. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all they have to offer. They have so many services from the big jobs to the small jobs. It's all there for you. And you want to be preventative. You don't want to be reactionary to a big issue. So why not have them come out there and check your place out? If you sense something's going on and you're not sure, don't let it become a big problem. Take care of it when it's small. And what they have for you is a free price quote. You can call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll check it out for you. They'll figure out what's going on so you don't have a major problem that should have just been a small one. From the big jobs like a repipe, or you're fixing, or you have a plumbing fixture to fix, or you need to replace a water heater, whether that be tankless or standard. They do it all. They'll clean your drains. They'll do some reroutes. Gas piping remodels is all there for you. Check out the services that they provide. And remember, you're going to be dealing with great contractors who are local, who are going to help out the local customer. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The Texans hired Cole Popovich. That name sounds in any way familiar. It's because it floated up when they were making their initial firings of Chris Strausser. Cole Popovich was reported to be someone who's out the door too. He was the assistant O-line coach. Now he becomes the head O-line coach for the Houston Texans. Does it bother you, or if it bothers you that he was part of the staff that could not figure out how to block a stunt from week one? I understand. This is one of those moves that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, at least for me, from the outside looking in, until you hear from Jonathan Alexander, who works for the Chronicle, and he tells us that the players in that O-line room like Cole Popovich, and he's well respected. So the sound we played yesterday of Ian Rappaport discussing the firing of Bobby Slowick was about the O-line, particularly them wanting him gone. Didn't mesh with Bobby Slowick. Now we hear about that O-line room getting a guy they like it and respect. It's not bad that you respect the guy. It's not even bad that you like a guy. It does feel like if the Texans knew that he was capable of all this, there's nothing that says you can't fire your own line coach in the middle of the year. Now, he wouldn't have been able to fix all the problems. I think there's a talent issue there. But you would assume that if the call was coming from inside the house and you already had your guy, maybe you could have made this move halfway through the year and see if he could find some answers to your big problems that plagued you throughout the year. But he gets a fresh start, sort of. I mean, he was there, but he starts fresh as the O-line coach, and they go from there. This one, I can't approach it with the positivity of the Nick Caley one with, well, we'll see. Like, that's as much positivity I can give the Nick Caley thing because of how most of these hires go. He's never done it before, but at least he was rubbing shoulders with Sean McVay. If you're using that as a defense of the hire, plus you think you know what he's going to run because Sean McVay ran it, and you think that can translate to what the Texans have, then how do you rationalize Cole Popovich rubbing shoulders with Chris Strausser? Because if the Caley thing is good with McVay, how can the Strausser thing with Popovich be anything but bad? Because other than Bobby Slowick, the person you could point to once you learned his name and he existed, the person you could point to and say, he's the blame for what's going on, it was Strausser. And yet, his protege, or at least the guy who was under him, is the guy they hire. Look, we can dance around it and hope for the best. And maybe we've got a genius who is being kept down by the veteran O-line coach.
That's what
who
I
wouldn't
hear.
get out of the way.
Yeah.
But on its face, it's like, oh, either you settled or you weren't quick thinking or acting enough last season to make the move for this guy you think highly of. That's where I am.
Yeah. We need the anonymous reports that, like, behind the scenes, Cole Popovich was just could not believe what Chris Strausser was teaching these. Like, they're getting screaming matches every offensive line meeting or something. That's what we need. Like, Cole Popovich was the dissenting opinion.
Look, if Cole Popovich PR team can get that off, cool. But I'm not believing that. I bet you the inexperienced guy, now he's been an O-line coach before on the college level. I bet you he stood there, and whether he agreed with Strausser or not was like, just nodded his head. He ain't trying to make waves because you don't know. You don't know how well thought of Strausser is with Slowick or D'Amico until they get fired. You don't know where you stand. Yeah. So you just keep going. You get along and wait for your opportunity. And it came. And now we've got a new old O-line coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Continuity, Sean, except all the continuity sucked last year.
He's not just part of the Chris Strausser
coaching tree.
He's part of the Dante Scarnecchia coaching tree.
There you go. You found it.
Yep.
The Nick Caley McVay thing. This is This is our version of this in the O-line room.
Yep.
He brushed shoulders with Dante Scarnecchia, the great Patriots O-line coach.
He's also distantly related to Greg Popovich.
I can't give him too much credit. He didn't even know that until recently.
Well,
he didn't even know.
How do you not know that? Your last name's Popovich.
Lack of awareness.
I would at least lie.
Maybe Popovich is a very common name. We don't know. We've never heard any. Hey, hell, Miami had a safety from like 25 years ago named Popovich too.
He's probably related to Cole.
Oh, they all know each other, Sean? I don't know where Jeff.
I think if you work on sports and your last name's Popovich, there's a chance.
Maybe. But Cole Popovich, distantly related, very distantly related to Greg
Just,
Popovich.
That's just what the personal life said. That's what sentence 2 of his personal life on Wikipedia says.
Distantly related.
Yes.
Exactly. Fourth cousins or something. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. He was the Troy offensive line coach in 2020.
That's right,
guys.
No, don't use him coaching at Troy. Use the fact that he was in the same room as Scarnecchia.
Oh, okay.
That's the best way to sell this. He knew Dante Scarnecchia.
He could call him right now.
You don't know that.
He could call whoever handles Dante Scarnecchia's phone for him because Dante. Oh, he's only 76. What? Come on, he's not that old.
No, I
thought he was like. I thought he was in his mid 80s.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant that maybe Popovich never got Scarnecchia's number because Scarnecchia didn't want to talk to him. Not that Scarnecchia's not able to answer a phone.
All the old New England guys are weird like that, so maybe that's a chance. Who's the Ernie Adams, Belichick? Like they're all weird. If you told me that they don't answer their phones, I'd be like, yeah, probably.
So in one off season, we found a way to put more Patriots connected people, in positions.
They're running the Josh McDaniels offense. That's Houston Texans 2025.
I'm not looking for that.
Season tickets available now.
And this shows haven of nonsense. If we're going to go one route and make fun of this, do it the McVay way, not the McDaniel way.
They hired Sean McVay and
McDaniel's
Dante
way,
Scarnecchia's proteges.
You want to use proteges for Popovich, for Scarnecchia?
Protege.
That's a better sell.
He replaced Scarnecchia when he retired as a co-offensive line coach with some guy I've never heard of.
Yeah, the last time he was in New England was 2020, and then he parlayed that into becoming a high school line coach.
Well, did you know the reason he wasn't the O-line coach for New England 2021?
Tell it to me.
Refusal to take the COVID-19 vaccine.
So he lost his job because of us Fauci?
Stood on principles. Yes.
Does that make you feel better or worse about him?
He stands on business.
He's a principled man.
He stands on business. That's what I want.
Was he going to stand on business when Larry Tunsil says, I don't want to practice today? Or does his standing on business have a breaking point?
Laramie, it's like, I don't want you practicing either, Laramie.
Is he going to stand on business when it comes to the guys who helped him get the job? The guys who like him and respect him very much so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to repay that favor.
Yeah, that's how it's going to work. That's how Larry Tunsil's going to expect that to go down.
Yes, Mr. Tunsil.
Whatever you say, Mr. Tunsil. Would you like me to take the photo for your Instagram, Mr. Tunsil?
Great. Wow, a lot of Gucci on today, Mr. Tunsil. That's great.
I hope he does the Mr. Tunsil thing. That would make this worthwhile. If that became a fact, not just something we want to make fun of. Mr. Tunsil. Well, Mr. Tunsil got his guy. And so do the rest of that Texans O-line room, if we are listening or reading what Jonathan Alexander has to say.
Also, I just want to clean it up. In 2021, Bill Belichick wanted to keep Popovich as his offensive line coach. It was reported that Popovich wouldn't be coaching the Patriots in 2021 due to reasons relating to the COVID-19
you don't know
vaccine.
that he refused to take
I don't know
it.
if he refused.
That's true. You don't know.
It's related to it is why he doesn't.
It seems like it's a refusal to take it, but we don't know that.
I imagine,
at least not from Wikipedia. There may be.
Yeah, I imagine that's more likely than he got it too many times. I would just say that.
He overdid it.
Yeah. 4 boosters? Get out of here.
Hey, man, that's not medically sound. Beat it.
You still need old people to get this. All right, get out of here.
He took too many and he took up the supply. But Cole Popovich, your new O-line coach, the former assistant O-line coach, is now the head O-line coach as the Texans try to find answers for an O-line that greatly disappointed in 2024. Well, and in 2025, they did give up 8 sacks in their final game. We'll hear from Marcus Jordan, and we'll hear from the officer who arrested him when we come back. That dash cam footage is out. He got popped with cocaine possession, a DUI, and there's something else. We're keeping track of the greatest basketball players to ever do it, mostly by how their offspring react to legal incidents. And Marcus Jordan's just the latest. And he did try to pull Don't You Know Who I Am? Did not work out for him. We'll hear that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Before we get to the sound of Marcus Jordan and his arrest, you guys like fishing? Well, I'm going to give you a chance to have a good time. The 50th annual fishing show is February 12th through the 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. You're going to have factory reps there, guides from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats, and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen, which will cover salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. We're going to give away a pair of tickets right now to caller 4, 713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets to the fishing show February 12th through the 16th at George R. Brown Convention Center. And what about golf? Do you guys want to help out kids' meals? You should. It's almost time for our occasional invitational. We're going to be doing that at Wildcat Golf Club. And as you can tell by the name, it's occasional. But we're doing it March 4th, which is Fat Tuesday at 10:30 at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer is going to be receiving beverages from Carbach, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for $97.50 registration for a limited time. Let the good times roll at the ESPN 975 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational, benefiting kids' meals. Caller 4 if you want those tickets to the fishing show, February 12th through the 16th at George R. Brown Convention Center. Okay, so yesterday we talked about Marcus Jordan getting arrested. It led to the show and listeners giving us spouses of LeBron's ex-teammates who Bronny or Bryce could end up with if they're going to model themselves after the Jordan kid, Marcus Jordan, when he wound up with Larsa. I think after the show was over, or maybe before I saw it, I think maybe Jermaine tweeted us, and I didn't see it till after the show. He said Keisha Cole could be an option. Keisha Cole did marry Boobie Gibson, so it does fit the ex-wife of a teammate of LeBron. And according to Jermaine, she likes youngins. Not my words. Those are his words. Keisha Cole. Probably in the realm of Larsa Pippen, although Keisha Cole's a talented musical artist. Not sure where Larsa Pippen gained her fame other than knowing Scottie Pippen. But Keisha Cole may be the leader in the clubhouse for that particular designation. But that's down the line. Unlikely for the James kids. But what we do know is that the Jordan kids have had trouble with the law. Marcus Jordan, the most recent case. And I'm not going to tell the man not to do coke. We've already seen him do it publicly at a restaurant. What you cannot do is get caught by the police and get snagged with a DUI and leave your car on the train tracks. That's going to be a prominent part of the sound. You're going to hear him talk about wanting to get his car off the train tracks. And you're also going to hear an officer who's completely unimpressed with who Marcus Jordan is. Here's Marcus Jordan getting arrested by a law enforcement officer and his response in trying to get away from it.
Thought we were making a right, and I turned onto the train tracks, apparently. I'm trying.
But yeah, we're not getting back in the car right now, okay? The reason why, so.
Give me a favor, keep your hands out of your pocket,
Yeah.
man. Yeah. Keep your hands in your pocket. There's nothing in my pocket. That's all. I'm going to pass you down and put the hands out there, man. Bro, I'm Marcus Jordan. I'm Michael Jordan's son. Okay. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to get home, and I made a wrong turn. Okay? And clearly, we would just like to get our car off of the train track, which we were not trying to be on. I mean, I'm just saying, if there's 6 of us, and we throw this thing in reverse.
Okay. Well, I've already got concerns for your level of impairment anyways, okay? So that's why. Because like it's not alcohol coming from you, and you're on train tracks. Okay. So
come on, man.
Just listen to me. That's why I don't want you back behind the wheel anyways, okay?
I'm fine behind the wheel. I just would like to get my car out of this.
We'll deal with that after this, okay? We'll deal with that after
Sean,
this.
if we were law enforcement
but that's why
personnel,
I have to get you out of the car.
Would the not so famous kid of a very famous person be able to dissuade us from, offering the correct punishment if he just told us, I'm Michael Jordan's kid? I don't think it would hit the same. I'm not a responsible individual, but you got to be the famous person if I'm going to be convinced not to give you a ticket or arrest you in this case. And it wouldn't even, I don't even think a dude would work.
Like Dennis Quaid's son, Jack Quaid. That wouldn't work. I was trying to think of a famous, as someone who's like moderately famous.
Like I don't, Huey, you're cool. You're cool in The Boys, but not enough.
All right, Huey, back of the car. Watch your head.
Yeah, watch your head, Huey. Jack Quaid. Hey, you're pretty good in one of the Scream movies, but still, it ain't gonna work out for you. To be fair and honest, gotta be honest, you'd have to be a famous woman for me to even consider. Like, you know what? And the level of offense is gonna play a part too. Like, if you're impaired in driving, I got some standards. I ain't gonna let you get away with it. But if disturbing the peace, Vanessa Kirby disturbing the peace, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go. I'm sure whoever pissed you off was in the wrong. But Marcus Jordan ain't gonna get. I'm Michael's son, and that's not gonna work on me. None of that's gonna work.
Gosh, I wish we had more time.
Zaire Wade, forget about it. Never gonna work on me. You better have Gabby with you for that to work. We do need more time. I'm trying to figure out the level.
Elijah Arenas.
F no. Your podcast ain't good enough, Gilbert, for that to happen. We do need more time. What's the level of star that could come across my path as a law enforcement official that would get their kid off?
I know what we're doing tomorrow.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
All 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll have a list tomorrow. We'll create our own list. We can't do that now because we got to go. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. We'll come back with our list tomorrow.
Trying to get the ball inbounded, does to Green. Green for the win. No! It's 4 straight losses for the Rockets. And this one really hurts as the Nets pull off the miracle with 2 threes in less than 6 seconds to turn a deficit into a 2-point win in a stunning, shocking loss for the Houston Rockets.
Great call by Craig Ackerman on the Space City home network of an absolutely disastrous finish for the Houston Rockets and a 99-97 choke of a loss against the god-awful 17-33, 5 wins at home at the time, Brooklyn Nets. Hello and welcome aboard, Gallant and George. It is Wednesday, February 5th of 2025. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. I'm going to need to have Sean's finger ready because last night demands an expletive and a war, a crusade against the FCC. To quote the psychotic coach from the hit Hulu television show Letterkenny, fucking embarrassing. That was embarrassing last night.
That was a ugly loss. As I nearly died to start the show.
You almost choked.
I know.
But the Rockets choked harder.
They passed it on to me. They're passing the chokeness. That's not a word. Around all of us, apparently. That was ugly, Paul. Get the ball in bounds to someone. Don't just stand there as it's bouncing up the court. That's what Jayshawn Tate and Jalen Green were doing. Like they just watched it go to the Brooklyn Nets player. I know they're a young team, but that's one that no matter what the quality of team you're watching is a terrible, terrible loss. It's not just the last 4 games. I think we have to go back to the Atlanta game too and include that where yes, they won 100-96 on the 28th, but remember they almost blew that game. They had a 16-point lead in that game and they only won by 4, outplayed again in the fourth quarter of that game, only scoring 18 points. They've got a fourth quarter problem.
Yes, I saw Lance Zierlein put out a tweet before the game showing their stats in the fourth quarter. We talked yesterday about how they have the 24th ranked fourth quarter differential, but this was a game that I thought that they gave away in the third quarter. And they allowed a game where they had everyone back to get to a point where Brooklyn could have something like this at the end of the game. In case you didn't hear it, I really do think that Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins have been crushing it this year as the Rockets are finally good. But over the last 4, it's been rough. And the agony in their voice, in case you missed it last night, truly doesn't even paint as good of a picture of what a effing disaster that was.
Johnson made it. This is still a game. And Are you kidding me? I cannot believe that just happened.
So the Nets, they make a 3. Amen Thompson's trying to inbound the ball. The Nets have some pretty good defense under the hoop. He can't get it to anybody in an easy way. He tries his hardest to inbound the pass, and it just rolls straight out to D'Angelo Russell, who hits that 3. The last Rockets shot, 31-foot by Jalen Green, misses, and that's 4 straight losses.
Yeah, I don't know. Ime got to call timeout. Amen also had another 2 seconds there to not panic, but I think it's all bad at the end there. It's the defense, it's the offense, it's the game plan. Because I think Ime does deserve a little bit of criticism here for what's happening at the end of the games. You are the coach of this team. You can call them soft, rightfully so, for the way they play defense. But what's happened these last couple games is it seems like it's a struggle from top down, the execution at the end of the games. I just don't think we can pin this all on the players. I don't think we would do that in any other sport. We would look at the coach a little bit too. and just say like something is going wrong here.
I mean, I'm going to pin it on the players. They're not listening to Ime Udoka. I feel pretty strongly about that. You got to be focused at the end of the game. It's the second night of a back-to-back. I get it that your legs are tired, but Alperen Şengün's back. Okay, you missed 6 free throws.
Yep.
That happened. Jalen Green, a 5 for 14 performance. He did have some good moments defensively, but you see some of the same out of control stuff. I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're Ime Udoka when with a minute 07 to go, after you would just hit a 3 and you play some good defense, you get the ball back. You got Reed Sheppard, who played great outside of this moment, shooting a heat check transition 3 attempt with 21 seconds left on the shot clock and 1:03 to play. Clank. Rockets get the offensive rebound. Şengün tries to put it back up. Doesn't go in. Rockets get another offensive rebound. They fire it back out to Jalen Green, who shoots immediately with 10 seconds left on the shot clock, 57 to play. It's stuff like that where, yes, you don't want to be too conservative. You don't want to completely stop trying to score points, but you got to know this isn't something that Ime Udoka needs to call a timeout for and say, hey, guys, you know you're winning and you know you have to run out the clock, right? And they got careless in that spot and in other spots down the stretch, and that's how Brooklyn pulls this one out of their ass.
Honestly, I do think the 2 threes there, specifically the Reed Sheppard one, are probably like really where it felt like the game was unraveling, because you just, if they're taking that shot, you know, like they're kind of just like unaware, maybe is the best way to put it, of like what's going on around them. Like it's a terrible shot selection in general, just even in a good moment. And I give Ime credit for putting Reed in and letting him play 28 minutes last night, his best game as a pro. But that's a terrible shot. And again, to what you said, Jalen with 10 seconds left to rip a 3 again, just go to the paint, try to get to the free throw line. Don't be just taking shots to take shots. And that's what it felt like there in the fourth quarters, where I don't know if they just felt like their 3 was going to put the game away, but it really just felt like it was just, well, this is all I know how to do. And with Reed, I get it. I get that with Reed Sheppard. He's a rookie. Like that is all he knows how to do. Basically.
He's barely played.
He's barely played. It's like I'm not going to crush Reed Sheppard too much for it, but Jalen, it's all of it. Again, it's Jalen Green and Jayshawn Tate really just watching the ball dribble to D'Angelo Russell and not running towards it, because at least they could have put some defense on him if they would have just moved their feet.
Some comments are suggesting, hey, if Red Van Vliet's out there, they calm down a little bit more. Youth is showing, especially without Fred, writes one texter. Sure, I agree with that. It's still Brooklyn. You should win that game, even if it's the second night of a back-to-back, especially when you're getting Alperen Şengün back. This is a very deep team, even with the injuries that they have. Tari Eason didn't play. Fred Van Vliet didn't play. You got a lot of Reed Sheppard last night, but what? You can't make it work with the rest of your guys? I do wonder about Aaron Holiday going forward, given that Reed Sheppard seemed to be giving more on both ends of the court all night long. But now they make a trade today, right before the trade deadline. They don't have to give up anything to get it. They get from the Boston Celtics someone who I would imagine Ime Udoka would have a massive rocket in his pocket about. I'm talking about Jaden Springer, who is a just psycho hustle player. But, you know, hey, it's great to have guys like that. Still, though, there's common sense things that I don't care if you're young. These are things you got to know.
Yeah. No, they are. And to the Fred Van Vliet point, he's not going to be on this team forever. He might not be on this team next season. It's like, it's not just, you have to be able to do these things without him. Like, yes, that's what he's there for, to help be a leader of this team in these moments. And maybe he's doing like the inbound pass at the end instead of, but also, are we sure Fred Van Vliet's not just ripping these threes that Reed Sheppard took? The guy who says he doesn't care about how many shots he takes and when he takes them? Like there's no, like,
fair.
I mean, we just don't know. Like, Fred's not going to do the exact same thing in that moment. So
I think I'd like to think at the end of the game that he would know better, but you're right. I mean, if it's open, and it was open for Reed in transition, maybe they take it. But that Reed Sheppard 3 was 100% I watched TikTok 3. That was entirely Kobe. I mean, this was hero ball to the max. Reed, you're not Steph Curry.
It's my least favorite shot in basketball right now, is the transition 3 where you have some numbers and guys just rip threes. I
Some
don't care
players-
what point of the game it's at.
Right. Some players can take it, and when you hit it, it's awesome.
Yes.
But Reed Shepherd has not been given that pass yet. I will give him he's allowed to slap the court whenever he wants pass because he is 100% the hardworking stereotype of every single West Coast Conference kid sitting on the end of the bench waving a towel.
Yeah,
Like
first one in, last one out, coach's kid, all that stuff.
Yeah, or he just looks the part. I mean, much like on my new flag football team, I look very unassuming, to be frank. On the Rockets, Reed Shepherd looks unassuming. And he played well. It's a shame. I mean, he wasn't the most efficient night shooting, and that was a bad moment for him. But there are plenty of other opportunities for the Rockets to win this one, and they blow it. And it's been a trend. They've lost 4 in a row, but in some of the games that they won before that, they were also struggling at the end. You want to chime in on the loss, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That's on the table. And the Astros media luncheon had a theme coming out of Dana Brown's mouth. I'm not talking about a foot going into it. They are saying something, and I'm curious as to what it means. You'll hear it next. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Yuck. That loss by the Rockets last night. Gross. Disgusting. Embarrassing. And look, still the honeymoon phase, but now they've lost 4 in a row. Time to shake it off. Shake it off. Well, you know?
I do know. Yeah, shake it off.
Speaking of shaking it off, the Houston Astros might have shaken off Alex Bregman based off of some comments made by GM Dana Brown at the Astros media luncheon. God, that sounds douchey. Yesterday at now Daikin Park. So a bunch of Houston sports media noticed that in his initial address at a podium, Dana Brown had mentioned Alex Bregman multiple times in the past tense. Interesting. Tense leads to people thinking, what's going on with Alex Bregman? So right away, Dana Brown had a separate media availability session where he fielded questions from Houston sports reporters, writers, TV anchors. And here's how that went.
Ultimately, we're still having conversations about Bregman internally, and I could probably leave it at that.
Okay. What's the frustration level on that progress or lack of it?
Which progress?
On Bregman's situation, decision from their side, and I guess from both sides as well.
Yeah, I mean, Bregman's a free agent. You know, they can decide to do what they want to do, and so, and as long as he's a free agent, we'll just continue to have our internal conversations about him still being available.
No past tense there.
Some annoyance though. He seems annoyed, right? He seems like he's kind of tired of answering these questions.
One of the things I noticed at this press conference, Joe, is Dana seemed to be screwing with some of these guys a couple of times where he was asking for clarification. What player are you talking about?
Yeah.
So maybe he's trolling a little bit. I'm with you. It's possible he's annoyed. I'm sure if you are the GM of the Astros and you've put out an offer for Bregman and there's been no dialogue since you put that offer out, I would get a little bit tired of being asked about it all the time. But this is the industry you're in. Brown was asked a little bit later if he had talked with super agent, who Joe George thinks is washed, Scott Boras.
No, I have not talked to Boris recently, but we are still having conversations internally, and then I'll leave it at that.
Has Boris talked to Jim recently?
I don't know. Jim has not told me that. I'm sure Jim would have told me if he talked to him.
I love that follow-up from Chandler Rome.
Good job.
As he talked to Jim recently. Look, you can, at this point now, Paul, they can keep having all these internal conversations. If you're not talking to the agent, you don't want him back, right? Like, or is it really just, this is the offer and we're not moving. If you want it, come take it, but we're not moving. That's the number. There's the story to him and Scott Boras. But I do wonder if, Josh Hader, reports of Starling Marte interest, Justin Verlander. Those are the kind of guys that Jim Crane would swoop in, get the deal done, and kind of avoid his GM. Obviously, it's part of the reason why Click got fired, because he didn't get Starling Marte like he wanted. So it's a totally fair question, too, to ask if Boras and Jim are having these conversations, and excluding Dana Brown. Because it feels like they would be. Just Dana Brown's not talking to him. So he's got to be talking to somebody if they keep having these internal conversations.
The internal conversations are interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. I do still wonder who sent the last message. Did Boras send it to Dana Brown, or did Dana Brown send it to Boras? But you picked up on the thing that I picked up on. When you listen to Dana Brown, all of those answers right there, he kept on talking about internal conversations. I put it all together. Here's the GM of the Houston Astros.
Ultimately, we're still having conversations about Bregman internally, and I could probably leave it at that. As long as he's a free agent, we'll just continue to have our internal conversations about him still being available. We are still having conversations internally, and then I'll leave it at that.
Internal conversations.
Got to keep having them internally.
What does that mean?
They're just talking to each other.
Who?
great question. I don't know anyone on like Dana Brown's staff's name at this point.
I'm pretty sure
I don't know any of them.
all the internal conversations, I would assume, with people who matter to us. No offense to everyone working behind the scenes with the Astros. Jose Altuve and Dana Brown. What's the conversation? Jose's going to say, hey, sign Bregman. Joe Espada and Dana Brown. What's the conversation going to be? Hey, sign Bregman. Altuve in the outfield. I don't know, bro. What's the conversation between Jim Crane and Dana Brown? Window's always open.
Window's always open. Built for this.
Which we saw in the video that they released yesterday after this media scrum. We'll play that later on in the show. I don't think internal conversations are happening.
I don't think so either.
And go back to what he had said. He's talking about Alex Bregman in the past tense. The conversations have already been had. Who's bringing it back up?
Yeah, unless like there's like one annoying person in the front office that's just like beating down his door, telling him every single day they got to bring back Alex Bregman. I don't think these internal conversations are really happening, unless it's maybe the only conversation I could really see that like would make sense to still be having on a consistent basis is what they're early on seeing from Jose Altuve in left field. Of like, if we actually sign Bregman, can he play left field? I do think that's part of the equation. Like, even though you're giving yourself, 3 or 4 days at Minute Maid Park before they leave tomorrow to Florida, like if you don't think he can play left field, then maybe it doesn't make sense to sign Alex Bregman, because then what do you do with your lineup? What do you do with who's on defense? Who's your DH? Joe Espada's already said he wants Jordan Alvarez to play less than 50 games in left field this year. So that would assume Altuve would have to play almost all the games in left field. So if you think like maybe that's the internal conversation, but I don't feel like they're deep internal conversations, Paul.
I bet the internal conversation, the more I think about it, is let's just not say anything about this and wait for he to sign with somebody else. And as far as that goes, in case you guys didn't see it last night, we are at the very least aware of what another team has offered for Alex Bregman. This offer comes courtesy of some fella by the name of Jacob Zanola, who covers the Chicago Cubs for some random website. I'll be honest, not a huge following. Don't really know how much credibility he has in the baseball industry, but he reported that sources have confirmed the Cubs have offered Alex Bregman a 4-year contract with opt-outs worth north of $100 million. What does north of $100 million mean?
I think it's 120.
4 years for 120?
I think it's $30 million a year.
Then why didn't they say north of 120?
Because I'm not told, because I don't know if they have I don't know if it's exactly 120, but I think it's close to it.
I feel like if you're saying worth north of $100 million, you're probably offering $102 million.
That's probably
I don't think that this is actually that far north of 100 million. We'll see. If it was something that was more palatable to Alex Bregman, it has to be more than the 6 years and 156 offered. And this ain't that.
No.
This is not that. So I honestly feel like, too, especially when you consider taxes in Chicago, like this is just not even serious. So I'm wondering if the other offers towards Bregman are as unserious as this one. And if there is a moment in time where Bregman comes back with his tail between his legs, thanks to the failings of washed Scott Boras.
I think that's why I view these offers as this. They're all, none of them are, he can't get the perfect deal. I think some of them are getting there close there on dollars for year, but then they're not there for the years. You have the Astros who are there for the years, but they're not there for the dollars. I think Alex Bregman just is going to have to decide at some point, does he want 5 years security or does he want close to $30 million a year with some opt-outs? That's what it's up to at this point. But I really don't. The more we hear about this, the less and less it feels like the Astros are really a contender. And the more I'm starting to feel like the Astros are being used as a tool to increase offers for the Red Sox, Cubs, Tigers, and potentially Blue Jays.
How so?
Leverage.
Increase
the dollars, increase the years. If not, like if you don't get to 5 years, 5 years with the same dollar amount, he's just going to go back to Houston for less money.
I get what you're saying. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how do you think they're using this leverage? Like, I get it. Like, the Astros offer's out there, but what is it that they can use about that right now?
I think that he wants to go back to Houston. Like, that's what to me all these reports are kind of circled around, is that in a perfect world, Alex Bregman would like to be a Houston Astro. So if they're still talking about it, if the door is still open, if they're still having internal conversations, if I'm running the Blue Jays and I'm looking at these reports all about the Astros, I know I might have to increase my offer somewhat. So it feels like it's trying to use the media and the public as a way to negotiate against these teams. That's just my guess, because it feels like no one's increasing their offer. So it feels like there has to be some reason why the Astros became such a hot button team again for Alex Bregman after all this time.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 if you want to call in and text in. What the hell are these internal conversations the Astros are having about Alex Bregman? Up next, who has been soft in the world of sports? We know the Houston Rockets have been. DMA Udoka called them soft again last night. And I cannot believe what this one NBA player said about the trade deadline. Stick around. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka, in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game, looked at LeBron James, who was whining and bitching, and called him a soft-ass boy. We do this every Wednesday at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Number one, obviously, the Houston Rockets, who have now lost 4 straight games. Here is what Ime Udoka had to say about them after Monday night's loss against the New York Knicks.
Very soft and uncompetitive defensively, and just going at us one-on-one, and we're complaining about offensive fouls, not boxing out.
That's soft. All of that. Not complaining, not boxing out, bad defense. I'm glad he calls his own players soft and not just LeBron. I appreciate him so much.
What do you do if the night after you call your players soft, they also are soft down the stretch and play mentally foolishly? What a polite way to say it. They played like idiots down the stretch.
You walk in and go, that sucked, and you leave, and just leave in disappointment and anger.
Oh, that sounds like a deadbeat dad kind of approach.
Just walk out.
No,
he was joking.
You go out to go get some cigarettes and never come back?
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll be there for the next game. He's joking around before the game about Amen Thompson not being February Player of the Month.
For defense, yes, because he's the defensive player of the month for the month of January.
Yes, but January's over, as we saw. I just assume more yelling or a stern talking to is what Ime Udoka did after last night's game. But at least last night, like, you know, point to the offense is part of a huge problem too. It's not just the same message. They only scored more than 23 points in one of their quarters the entire game last night. So they weren't good offensively either. But I don't know what you say to that team last night.
I don't either. I mean, it's very obvious that they need to play more intelligently. And at some point, Uncle Fred ain't going to be there. And guess what? He wasn't there last night. But this is one of those nights where there's no babysitter. And whoops, we dropped the baby in the garbage disposal. You know, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Whoops,
that totally happens.
We chugged bleach. Yeah, probably wouldn't fit in the garbage disposal. But it's stuff like that. We got into the Stolishnika vodka and we replaced it with water, hoping that no one would notice. More soft boys in the world of sports, and you can nominate yours at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. You can also do it on Twitch at ESPN 975. Twitch is calling Joel soft. Interesting. Not surprising. There's a war between Joel and the Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting heated in these streets.
It's getting spicy out there.
You can also add it in on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Dennis Schroeder. He plays for the Golden State Warriors. And he's not a big fan of the NBA trade deadline, which is tomorrow. Here's what he had to say about it in an interview that was noticeably absent in video form, both from the NBC Sports Bay Area website and the NBC Sports Bay Area X/Twitter feed. It was on the NBC Sports Bay Area Warriors X profile, and it has been properly roasted. Quote, the NBA trade deadline, it's like modern slavery. It's modern slavery at the end of the day. Everybody can decide where you're going, even if you have a contract. Yeah, of course, we make a lot of money and we can feed our families. But at the end of the day, if they say, you're not coming to work tomorrow, you're going over there, they can decide that. They got to change that a little bit. They've already changed it too much, Dennis. It is starting to ruin the NBA. That is how LeBron James and Rich Paul of Clutch Sports now basically have the Lakers, until really the Luka Doncic trade, cowering in a corner with a shotgun to their head. And that F's over the consumers of the product. The reason you make money is because people want to watch you play. And people actually really enjoy the trades. Yeah, it sucks to be traded, especially to be traded to a place that you don't want to go. You are comparing playing a game for hundreds of millions of dollars to slavery. Hey, Denny, remember the time that you turned down an $84 million contract? Did having the power to, I don't know, choose to turn down that contract feel like slavery to you? Just a question. Just a question. And I doubt that anybody at NBC Sports Bay Area is going to push back on this, but they should. And Schroeder should be completely destroyed today by anyone with balls. That is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And I'm so tired of athletes who play a game for a living who get inconvenienced by things that are in place to make leagues more competitive. It drives me crazy that they bitch and moan about this. How do you think anyone's going to keep watching your product if this is the kind of stuff you do? How can you take this seriously? It's just like everyone comparing things to Hitler these days. At a certain point, you got to realize, I've probably taken the hyperbole all the way too far.
Yeah, it's way too far at that point. I mean, like,
how far is too far?
This is way too far. I know he's on his 8th team since 2018. Not all of those were trades, and it seems like he might get traded in the next 27 hours to the Phoenix Suns if the Warriors somehow land Kevin Durant. So he'll be traded for the 3rd time since last year's trade deadline. I get it. That sucks. I do. But, man, that's a bad comp. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
You can say it's like being forced to work for a bad company, but if you're compensated like that, tough.
How about this? Retire. Quit.
You have that option. It is the United States of America.
It is your right to retire and not make any more money in the NBA. You're not being forced to play for the Warriors, not being forced to play for the Suns. Accept the trade, like be part of the trade, and then never show up.
Joe, you could stop playing, period, and still get paid.
Yes.
Look at Ben Simmons.
Oh, you mean like when he got traded to the Rockets in 2022, Dennis Schroeder, and then didn't play the rest of the year because he was hurt? He still got paid for that entire year. Like, just quit, man.
It's ridiculous.
It's. I kind of get what he's trying to say. He's trying.
I don't.
He's just trying to say he doesn't like being forced to move all the time.
I don't. This is the kind of.
But the approach he took was wrong.
This is the kind of comparison that deserves someone telling you to go F off or give you a middle finger. Like and if that leads to hands being thrown, fine. But it's just completely ridiculous and out of touch. And the rich people in our country that are like this, you guys suck. That's all I really have to say. Like, no one likes you when you do stuff like this. No one should like you when you make ridiculous comparisons like this. Oh, it's so hard for me and my family. And they always bring up, oh, my family. I got to provide for my family. Your family is provided for.
And they don't have to move.
You could walk away and you would be set for life, assuming you've put together the right investments and aren't a gambling addict or something like that. You're fine. Okay? Relax. My family. I gotta think about my family. We're gonna pick up and move.
Well, like, don't sign with like the Toronto Raptors on a 2-year contract for $26 million. You know you're gonna get traded. Like, it's also like when you're not a great player, you're gonna get moved. I mean, I remember JJ Redick being upset because he had just like bought a house in Brooklyn and all these things, and he was being traded and he didn't like it. And Luka Doncic just bought a house for $15 million, and Zach LaVine just had a baby and then got traded.
Oh, no.
His wife's like a week after giving birth. It's part of the business. Just quit. It's okay, man. We won't judge you.
I'm glad you brought up the house thing. It does remind me of that South Park episode where people in music are angry that their music's being illegally downloaded, and this police officer takes the boys of South Park to show them, like, Master P's son's not going to be able to have his own island in the Caribbean because of illegally downloaded music. Here is Anthony Edwards weighing in on the possibility of being traded and how, man, he feels bad for Luka.
I feel bad for Luka, man, because I saw some on YouTube that say he just bought a crib and everything in Dallas, so that sucks, man. That sucks.
Does it inform, like,
everybody,
you at 23?
Everybody get informed, yeah.
I was going to say, like,
I'm scared.
How you see the league?
Yeah, I'm scared. Tim, hey, if you're going to trade me, let me know, dog. When Luka got traded, anybody is able to get traded at that point.
He's right on that front, and he's joking around a little bit. But I stop with this. Oh, he just bought a house. Oh, he's not going to be able to sell it.
Or just move back in the offseason. It's okay.
1-800-BlackRock. Like, just you'll be able to sell that property. If it's $15 million, somebody else will be willing to buy it.
Sell it to Anthony Davis.
You could also just stay living there and keep it. Oh no, I can only live in one house at a time with the ridiculous contract I make because I'm an NBA player. Oh God, it's so hard to be me.
I think it's funny how like all these like superstar players are like anybody can get traded now. Well, it's always been like that. A, but B, not everyone's. No one's on the Mavs. You guys are all okay. You're not getting traded, Anthony Edwards. I promise.
We have some soft boy nominations on the text line at 713-780-3776. Wemby for the hip check and fight that came as a result of it. For sure. I think we talked about that last week too, with soft boys, but it should be brought up again.
It was ugly.
And never be forgotten.
He couldn't get off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like struggling to like he wanted to fight, but he couldn't get there fast enough.
Right.
It was pathetic.
The Pelicans are being soft with their treatment of Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson said, yes, I can play back-to-backs, but the Pelicans are restricting him from playing in back-to-backs.
Interesting.
That's soft of the Pelicans. You got to make the guy play.
Yeah.
He even seems like he wants to.
Yeah, they're so scared for him to get hurt, I guess, but what are they trying to do with him? Like, don't you want to trade him? Like, because he can't play, because he's usually fat and out of shape? But like, if he's gonna be on your team, play him. I don't get the whole not playing back-to-back thing.
Yeah, there's only one reason people are watching. It's because when Zion does play, he's pretty good.
Yeah, you're the Pelicans.
Yeah. Doug Gottlieb, he's soft because even though his team has lost 18 in a row as he hosts a radio show and coaches a basketball team at the same time, said, hey, I love that people are paying attention. You get people who troll you, people that post things that we lost 18 in a row. You're a head coach in college. People make it about you. It's my team. I represent all of us. I do think it's interesting how nobody seems to want to dig in and give any sort of context. I think it exposes how little people understand about, one, this level of college basketball, how fragile it is when you lose your top two players. And so what my challenge to these people is, when we start winning, I want a mea culpa from every effing one of you. That's what I want. Yeah, you're not going to get that, dude.
Dude, you're not going to win. He shouldn't be coaching. Also, what level are they at? This isn't D1, right? Isn't this like NAIA? It's not even like like an elite level of
off the top
basketball?
of my head, I don't know. I do know it's not a Power 5 conference.
Oh, it's Horizon League. Okay, so I guess they one day could make the tournament. They could win the Horizon League. You got like 2 wins this year, dude. We don't need to be preparing our apologies in the future. I think it's going to be okay.
Soft Boys continues. Matt Rule says there will not be a spring game for Nebraska because he doesn't want other teams to be able to watch his players and have them perhaps transfer via NIL.
Man,
that's a real big indictment on the state of Nebraska and their campus.
I think it's an indictment on college football. Just like, you can't have a spring practice and televise it because you're so scared that all your players are going to get poached. It is soft, but I think it just shows you how chaotic college football also is at the same time.
That's fair. A couple more soft boys. Patrick Mahomes' heart was hurt when he found out that the Dallas Mavericks had traded Luka Doncic.
I think he'll be okay.
My heart is hurt. Ooh.
Just watch the Lakers, dude.
No.
Just be a Lakers fan.
What are you, biased, Houston?
No. If you're a Mavericks fan and you start rooting for the Lakers, I wouldn't blame you.
I would. It's the Lakers.
I know, but
you can't root for the Lakers.
They screwed the fans by trading Luka.
Well, the Lakers were a part of that.
That's true. That's true.
Rob Pelinka, Nico Harrison, they're buddy boys.
Nico Harrison soft for being taken advantage of, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
he definitely seems soft.
I would say, like, have a little more balls here, saying like, hey, this does seem a little one-sided, Rob. What do you think? No, it's okay, Nico. It's fine.
He said Luka's fat. We're gonna get rid of him.
Hey, Nico, remember the old days? Remember when we were working with Kobe Bryant? No, I'm not talking about when he was in Colorado. I'm just talking about the other years because the rest of it was a great time.
Yeah.
And you know what? For old time's sake, how about we just make this happen? Huh?
It's just, just like Kobe played in LA. Let's get Luka in LA.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. That is Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. You want to jump in 713-780-3776 to talk about a Rockets collapse last night. Ime Udoka weighed in on it, as did Calvin Murphy. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
More of the same, lack of physicality, toughness, all those things. And so we didn't really deserve to win the game, and basketball gods got us at the end.
Right, you are, Ime Udoka. 4 losses in a row for the Houston Rockets after last night in Brooklyn on the second night of a back-to-back in the city, or at least the hipster part of the city, New York. They fell to the Nets, who are, unlike the Knicks, a god-awful team this year. This was their 6th win of the season at home. They're 17-33, 99-97. No bueno, embarrassing, and I do wonder what it's going to take for the Rockets to get back on the right track, especially considering Alperen Şengün did play last night and had 24 and 20, Joe.
Well, hopefully it's playing down to your competition is a thing that happened in these 2 Brooklyn games, at least. Obviously not the Memphis and Knicks game. They need Fred back for sure. But the problem is that could be weeks away. And that realistically, we just don't know when Fred VanVleet's going to come back. So they have to figure this out, starting tomorrow night when they play Minnesota, because when you do look at the Western Conference standings, like they're going to make the playoffs this year for sure, but they're not far from unraveling out of being the 2 seed at the start of the week to very quickly being, maybe the 5 seed by Monday next week if they keep losing. So they got to get this thing back on track. And, at least it seems that Ime seems pretty confident it's mostly an effort issue. It's a toughness issue. That just means the players just have to do it. Like that's fixable. That's easy to fix.
I don't know, though. They've lost 4 in a row.
Yes, it's easy to fix in terms of it's not a broken jump shot, right? Like it's not like a full fundamental basketball thing that you have to change. It's mostly effort.
I mean, they are pretty streaky as shooters.
That they are. I mean, look, they were terrible in the first 2 quarters in last night's game. And Ime, and I also didn't love as soon as the game started, Ryan Hollins complaining about the referees within the first 5 seconds of the game about the way Alperen Şengün was being guarded. I was like, that's gonna be a long day.
Well, I'm glad he did that, honestly, because later in the game he did say that the Turkish mafia is out there to watch them, and he was definitely trying to say it in a complimentary way. But you got to watch it.
Also, are you sure you want Alperen Şengün shooting free throws?
Yeah, I missed 6 last night.
Just hack them. Who cares?
At this point, he is weirdly very inconsistent at the free throw line.
By far his worst, or maybe not by far. He was not great last year too, but
he's had some really bad games.
Yeah, he shoots like in the 60s or maybe low 70s.
To what Joe was saying a moment ago, here is Ime Udoka being asked if there's a commonality to these losses in a row that the Rockets have had.
The confidence is gone and aggressiveness is gone. The things that obviously we had some big wins last week, and it's night and day from then. So got to get back to that. And just because a player or 2 is missing doesn't mean that we fall off a cliff. And like I said last night, it feels like we're out of sorts due to a few guys being out. But that's where we always talked about our depth coming into play and guys stepping up. And we've never been relying on one person. So can't look a certain way just because 1 or 2 are out.
Unlike in years past, where I don't think the Rockets had much depth, no matter how much the Rockets little kid internet club like to act as if some of these players on their bench were fantastic players who are now getting moved all over the NBA around the trade deadline as basically like additional pieces. This team does have a ton. I mean, we finally saw Reed Shepherd, and this was one of those games where it wasn't consistent, especially from a shooting perspective, but you're like, oh yeah, they drafted Reed Shepherd 3rd overall this year, and they still lost.
Yeah, but it was when it looked like they were going to win at one point, it felt like it was largely because of Reed Shepherd, of what he did in last night's game. So Alpi being out, Tari being out, Jabari being out, like it's a lot, and Fred, of course, as well. So they have depth, but there's a certain point where your depth can't cover the amount of injuries or guys not playing in back-to-backs, like Tari Eason, specifically in this game last night. Like, he's not going to play in back-to-backs. They're going to load manage him this season, maybe his entire career, honestly, like with the injuries he's faced. It just seems like it might just be part of his future. Specifically, though, with Fred, I like Reed Shepherd, but you start Aaron Holiday. He doesn't start the second half. He just barely plays after starting the basketball game. Like, there, to me, is a very clear gap in the roster that when Fred's not out there, the Rockets are really struggling with.
Yeah, and this is going to be a spot where Shepherd has a chance to prove he belongs out there. I think at the very least, he did everything that he possibly could last night, and I know that's a weird thing to say, but he is somebody who's clearly appreciating every second he's out there. The hustle points that he had.
Maybe appreciating too much with that shot.
Yeah.
That's one where I feel like if you play all year, not just experience wise, but also just it felt a little bit of like gotta make the most of my opportunity. They've been telling me to shoot it when I'm open all year. I'm open. So I'm shooting it.
And he takes the transition 3.
Yeah.
And
not great. Not great by year 4 Jalen Green for making that same exact mistake 5 seconds later.
Green should have slowed it down. And look, if Green slows it down, there's less time on the shot clock for him to wind down. But yeah,
it's at least 10 seconds. Like,
yeah,
that's at least
it's still
some
like,
time.
Instead of 2 seconds, I don't know. Maybe we do this. So I do appreciate that the Space City Home Network now has Calvin Murphy in all his sparkly glory to talk about the game afterwards. I thought Murph was in rare form last night. He was pissed. I could see him sweating. I think he was sweating in anger because I'm assuming those studios are very cool. They make you wear a suit, and there he is in there, and he is. You could see the perspiration on his forehead. This is part one of a rant by Murph.
I've been involved in the NBA basketball scene for 56 years, and it never ceases to amaze me some of the stuff I've seen, but nothing like this. We were up 4 points with 9 seconds to go and had the ball.
It was
and had the ball.
Yeah.
Now this one hurt.
Hurt a lot.
This was a major game for the Rockets to come out with a victory, and they gave it away. That's all we can say about that. This is not radio. This is TV.
Whoa.
And you saw what happened, Kevin. This one hurt. And they, as players, now I don't know about the staff, coaching staff, them as players should be angry with themselves.
You wanted to go further.
I mean, he's right. He should be angry. That loss sucks. And that's a young team, but they have raised the expectations
with how they played this year.
How they played this year. And yes, there is a honeymoon period that exists, but when you play to a certain level, the honeymoon period goes away. Like when people are wanting to have conversations about how far this team, we had them last week about how far this team can go. Not everything can just be like, oh, they're young. No, there should be. The Rockets are pissed, the players are pissed, the coaches are pissed. I can't talk. And then you're now hearing it from guys like Murph, where you can just tell the expectations have been raised for this team internally.
More from Calvin Murphy, and you could tell Kevin Eschenfelder on the Space City Home Network is trying to make sure that he stays PC, that he doesn't go after the team, and I know Murphy wanted to there.
It's about the clock, number one, and it's about getting something out of the possession. You got to come up with something, a foul shot or something.
Yeah. Hey, one thing I know for sure is the game's a lot easier sitting behind this desk than it is on that hardwood. That's for sure. It was a tough end of this one.
You had to watch it, but you could hear the heavy breathing. I've seen Murphy in a lot of different ways. Like he's done the TV show that I used to do with me and John back in the day. I don't think I've seen him quite like that. And I know he wanted to say a lot more and probably go on a rant. And since he's the partner of the Rockets, he has to be very careful with what he said. But there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's one of the worst losses you're ever going to see. That is a vintage Houston sports loss. If that happened in the playoffs, we're talking about that for years.
Hopefully it's the worst loss of the season. Hopefully there's not anything that comes close to that this year.
But, I mean, on Saturday, Ime Udoka even said Saturday was the worst loss of the year. So now you've had the worst loss of the year less than a week after the worst loss of the year.
Against the same team.
Yes.
Yes.
Do the Rockets have a Nets problem?
Clearly.
We should never give them the picks back. That's where we went wrong. I don't know. The direct comparison I thought of right after the game was like a March Madness loss. That's what it felt like. It felt like the 6th seed who completely poops its pants against the 11th seed. That's what it felt like, where you have some missed free throws, you have some terrible decision making by not running out the clock, and then you have one of your star players literally throwing the ball to the other team.
Yep.
Not calling a timeout. Like it was a March Madness loss, except these guys, I guess they're not that much older, but they're pros. They should be better.
A lot of these guys didn't play in March Madness.
True. Reed Shepard only got 1 game of it.
Yeah.
Jack Golke sent him home.
Jalen Green, no games.
Yeah. Amin Thompson, 0 games.
0 college basketball games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Never.
He played for Instagram account.
Yeah.
That's basically what he played
He's playing against influencers.
Yeah.
And plumbers. I don't think there's any influencer plumbers. Gallant George, Sean behind the glass, Joe to my right. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. NBA trade deadlines tomorrow. There's some very interesting rumors involving the Houston Rockets, who already have made a move. You'll hear what all of those are next. Stay put. Gross loss for the Houston Rockets last night. The only glass half full is that Reed Shepherd came in and, hey, you drafted him 3rd overall this year. We finally got to see him. Not the best night shooting and not the best decisions, but the guy's heart's in the right place.
Saw some flashes, some moments, some toughness.
He's doing what everybody wants the white guy to do out there. And he's very unassuming. And I think that he has earned, after that little play he had where he drives to the hoop and gets absolutely swatted. But much like I would while angrily playing pickup basketball, refuses to give up on the play because he's embarrassed and tries to steal it and almost does. He has earned the right to slap the court indefinitely. He can slap the court defensively, and he looks like a court slapper. I know that sounds racist, but he looks like a court slapper.
Do people still do that?
They should. Reed can.
I don't know. Because Duke was the one that that there. When you think floor slapping, you think of Mike Krzyzewski Duke teams, and I don't know, John Shire.
Does it hit the same?
No. Has Cooper Flagg slapped the court?
I don't think so.
Yeah. No, we're out. We're out. I'm done.
Reed Shepherd can slap the court though, because Reed Shepherd looks like a court slapper.
I like that a man who went to Kentucky, whose dad went to Kentucky, who wore an Arkansas T-shirt on Saturday to support Coach Cal when they were playing Kentucky, is now also getting Duke by proxy. He's gonna be able to claim every team in the league or every NCAA team in the league.
I know I say very often I don't see color, but Kentucky Duke, same to me. They're the same.
Yeah.
They're the exact
similar
same
color blue.
Yeah,
They're pretty close. If you just put a picture of Reed Shepherd up and said, "Where did he go to college?"
All you had to do is just blank out the name on the jersey, and I don't know,
Duke.
So the Rockets did make a move today. They traded for a guy in the Celtics who can't get on the court, Jaden Springer. The Celtics are trading Springer to the Rockets and a 2030 second round pick. I guess there's a heavily protected second round pick swap going on. The Rockets got this guy for free, and he seems to be, Joe, what Ime Udoka wants to a T. Look at me. I'm rhyming. Hee.
Because Bill Simmons loves him. Because Bill Simmons tweeted last night. Let's see what he tweeted. Joe Mazzulla, refusal to play Springer this year is becoming a problem. They need his defense against certain guys, and Mitchell is one of them. Springer can't shoot, but he's a beast. I don't get it. And then he got traded for a top, honestly, didn't know you could do this, top 55 protected 2031 pick. That's what the Rockets gave up.
Yeah, I don't even know how that works.
So if it's
why do you even announce that?
If it's a pick in the first 55, the Rockets keep it.
Because you literally have to give up something in a trade. Well, because that way you can't just trade and not give up anything.
Can you cash? Does basketball not do cash considerations?
I guess not.
Not really. I mean, the cash considerations is them being like, "Hey, we'll pay this guy to sit on our bench for the rest of the year." That's kind of that is the considerations that they're making.
I wonder if he plays at all. He does seem fun though. He does seem fun.
I mean, what did Bill Simmons say? Can't shoot, but dude's a beast.
Yeah,
Houston Rocket.
I mean, more guys that can't shoot that play great defense.
Yeah,
you know what? 101.
If they make a move and they lose Jay Sean Tate, cool. We got another one. Just there we go. Jaden Springer. Welcome to the
he's
club.
a guard. Is he starting on Saturday?
No, hell no.
No.
Does everyone on the team are they all going to get COVID like 3 years ago?
Well, Reed might be starting on Saturday.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I don't need everyone else being out.
Yeah, this is just another defensive player to come in, fill rotational minutes for Ime Udoka. He has a type, and Jaden Springer fits it.
I saw a joking tweet of the Celtics, the league messed up because they thought the Rockets get this guy, and it was Jaden Springer highlights, and none of them he had the ball. It was all just steals and deflections and just hustle plays.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, look good.
I'm not going to lie. This is what I want.
Defense.
I don't want shooters. I want guys who are just completely obnoxious to the other 29 teams in the NBA. That's what I want.
Obstructionist, Paul Gallant.
I want the basketball to be brought down a level or 12 to become more like football. I like a lot of football in my basketball, and that's why I love this Rockets team. That's really why I love them. And they're terrible shooters on top of it. So a lot of other teams get pissed off when they watch them, but they are fun. They got some stars. So we'll see if they make any more moves. I would doubt it. From a rumor perspective, they have been linked to Devin Booker and Kevin Durant on the Suns. Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated reported the Rockets are not interested in trades unless Devin Booker is available. The Athletic reported, though, that the Rockets could show interest in Kevin Durant based off of what the Suns are putting out there with the trade deadline tomorrow at 2, less than 25 hours away. Booker will remain with the Suns, but Durant offers are being entertained. There's a very fun one out there that he could be going back to the Warriors.
Yeah, but it's one of the most strange things I've ever seen.
Why is that?
Because they'd be getting Jimmy Butler back in a 3-team deal. Why would Phoenix want Jimmy Butler over Kevin Durant? Am I an idiot?
They're soft right now.
Like how does that make any logical sense to say Jimmy Butler better than Kevin Durant?
Yeah. I mean,
unless KD wants out.
I mean, you get cheaper. You can save a little money.
Okay, Jimmy Butler's going to opt in, make $50 million next year.
Yeah, but Durant already makes 50.
That's true. So you save money for 1 year.
Yeah.
But
and then you don't re-sign him. Then you save 50. I mean, they probably are going to re-sign him. That's why Jimmy Butler wants to go to Phoenix, and that's why he's shutting down every other trade or trying to shut down every other trade, which works because he's Jimmy Butler. And so it's like, hey, if I get traded somewhere I don't want, I'll be a pain in your ass. And most times, teams can maybe call that bluff. With Jimmy Butler, like, actually, we're not going to call that bluff. Like, you will be a pain in our ass. Like, we can guarantee that.
Yeah, they know. They know it.
So, yeah, I mean, Phoenix Suns gonna Phoenix Sun. That's really what I got on the Durant Booker swap that they're trying to do with the Warriors getting Durant. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the Devin Booker stuff, it seems that's the Rockets' dream here. They got the Phoenix picks back from Brooklyn, sending them all their first. And the front office for Fellstone, they're betting on Phoenix collapsing and eventually wanting to trade Devin Booker and be able to say, well, here's all your draft capital back.
Yeah.
So you control your destiny.
It's so embarrassing.
And the Rockets get Devin Booker,
Yeah.
and the Suns get maybe like
Now you can tank.
Jalen.
Here you go.
Exactly. Like that's what they're betting on.
If you're the Nets, wouldn't you be too embarrassed to actually do that?
The Nets already did it.
Or excuse me, not the Nets. I mean the
Suns.
The Suns. Yeah.
The Nets did
That's
it.
why I was thinking about it because the Nets.
The
are
Nets
on the
didn't
brain.
work for them. No, I mean, yeah, it is embarrassing. That's why they're not. Windhorse put out there that the only guy untouchable, or the only guy who's definitely not going to get traded off the Suns is Devin Booker.
For now.
I would asterisk also Bradley Beal, but for a different reason. But I think that you are just waiting for Devin Booker. If you're Phoenix, you're waiting for him to demand a trade before you trade him. And if you're the Rockets, you're kind of trying to keep your powder dry. Best part about this year is that they're good enough to where you don't feel rushed to make a move. I am worried a little bit that if they do trade Durant and then get Butler, that might push back the Devin Booker trade demand timeline a little bit, just because, they can do hey, we didn't get a full season to gel together with this Doom fit that we swapped out the other Doom fit for. But, if it's the third straight playoffs of Durant and Booker and they still don't win anything, you would think that might lead to some urgency from Booker to get out of here, where if they kind of wipe the slate clean again, it might be, well, let me give it one more try. And so you're extending the time before Booker realizes, like, hey, we're not winning anything with this bozo owner we have.
I hope he understands that now. Like, if he wants out, this is the time to do it, to move on. But there's also no guarantee that he wants to be a Rocket. Like, I know that's what might be best for the Suns to get their own picks back, and that's what the Rockets are trying to accomplish. But what if he wants to be a Laker? What if he wants to be a Clipper? Like, you don't really know.
I would just think that the trade is too good for the Suns,
to pass
that they
up.
would just shove them in the back. Like, they would just shank them to do that. To like, hey, we're going to be terrible anyway. Like, unless they think that we can make a Anthony Davis, Luka Doncic type swap where, like, yeah, we're trading Devin Booker, but we're getting back, I don't know, someone who's older, worse, and more injured. Just pick a guy. Paul George. Thank God we got Paul. Now we can stay competitive.
James Harden. That would be funny.
Harden for Booker swap. Oh my God.
That would be so funny. Hey, he's coming back home to Arizona. There's an Arizona tie.
He is. He is reliving those ASU days.
Oh, man. James Harden in Scottsdale.
That's when we should have known. We should have, like, when we saw that James Harden, one of the top high school recruits, was going to Arizona State. Like, we should have been able to forecast how his entire career is going.
Smart decision by him.
Oh, no, for sure. If you're only going to go to school for 1 year, go to that one.
Now I really just want to see like James Harden, Bradley Beal, Jimmy Butler. on a basketball team.
I can't imagine Jimmy would love
the
James
chaos of this.
I can't imagine that they would get along.
Yeah, that's why he never came here.
James would get Jordan Poole.
Oh yeah.
You would get the Jordan Poole treatment. For those who don't know, that's a punch to the face.
Speaking of Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, the man who punched him in the face, apparently not untouchable for the Warriors.
I saw that. That was very interesting. By the way, you might have noticed that Draymond sort of apologized to Jordan Poole, but also said get over it at the same time.
Yeah.
That kind of submarined his apology. Hey, I'd love Draymond on the Rockets. I wonder what it would take. Obviously, this is not a trade that you make. It's more because I just want the Rockets to be the most obnoxious troll team of all time.
Yeah.
Where you have 1, Dylan Brooks, 2, Draymond Green. So you have like alpha and omega as far as insufferable. Everyone across the league hates them basketball
It's like
players.
a WWE tag team.
It really is. Imagine playing in NBA Jam and those are your two.
Oh my
And I mean, they would like have super punching abilities.
Yes.
It looked like Mike Tyson out there. But it would be funny if they made that move. That's not going to happen.
Well,
They're not going to trade for Draymond.
I mean, there's this weird rumor floating out there that they might trade Steven Adams to the Lakers.
Well,
which makes no sense to me.
The rumor is that the Rockets aren't interested in trading
they're not?
the
Okay,
Lakers.
okay, good.
The
Yeah, I
rumor
wouldn't
is
either.
the Lakers asked and the Rockets said no.
I think everyone should hang up when the Lakers call, at least for the next year.
Well, no, I don't think Pelinka gets Luno rules. I don't think he gets.
I think he should as a punishment. This is not necessarily about like whether or not he's going to get one over on you, because clearly there's a previous relationship with Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
This is more about F you.
Yeah, but people still trade with Danny Ainge all the time, and all he does is take them to the woodshed.
Well, see, that's a real reason to not do it. This is a reason of just go F yourself,
No,
Rob.
what you're saying
F
is,
you.
That's what Danny Ainge and Kevin McHale did. That's what Kevin McHale did when he was the GM of the Timberwolves, where he's like, you know what? I'm sending KG to Boston.
I think if Ainge had known what was included in the deal, he would have vetoed it immediately.
Yeah,
and the Lakers do deserve credit. I mean, imagine like you're just Danny Ainge, you're this old, like you played for the Celtics back in the day, and you're also considered to be like one of the best GMs in basketball. And Rob Pelinka pulled you into this. I mean, like this is
like,
almost
yeah.
a Lakers title victory over the Celtics.
It's almost like Looper, where he takes off the hands him from the future that he's shooting, where it's like, oh my God, what have I done? I just gave the Lakers Luka Doncic.
NBA Trade Machine says you could trade Steven Adams and Jeff Green for Draymond Green. Do it. Draymond Green, small ball 5. Come on.
I mean, sure. I don't.
See what
Again,
happens.
for the WWE tag team elements of it, sure, but for actual human basketball, no thanks.
The Rockets would lose their honeymoon phase with like the NBA. Where fans are like very pro Rockets right now.
It'd be like the Grizzlies 3 years ago,
Yeah.
where I mean, with Dylan Brooks, weird. Where people are like the young, exciting team that everyone's like, F those guys.
Yeah.
We don't even like them at the start.
Good.
Booker's a no-brainer. It's not going to happen. Just to reset the rumors that the Rockets are linked to. How long do you think about Kevin Durant?
There's a reason why I'm not a GM or working a team, because right now my reaction is do it immediately. They need it. They can't close. They got no one in the fourth quarter. We've seen the last 4 games. They can't close. They need someone to close on offense. Kevin Durant's that guy. Like, if it takes 2 of those firsts and Jabari, do it. Like,
the impatient side of me agrees with you from that perspective. Having Kevin Durant dribbling the ball at the end of the game, even if he's maybe not as good at handling it as he used to be, that is someone that you trust entirely to run the shot clock down and then get off the best possible shot, because he's still 7 feet tall and can shoot from anywhere.
King of Twitch says number 1 reason you're not a general manager on a team is because basic arithmetic issues.
Well, that
fair point, King of Twitch.
But if
You have a stat. You have a
fair
stat
point.
for that. You have
no.
You're whatever. Brian Gosling in The Big Short. This is my quant right here.
Fair point.
You'd be able to use a calculator. You just don't get to do it when it's in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Or artificial intelligence. That's not
Yes.
fair, King of Twitch. Like now, all these rat bastards on Wall Street, now they've got AI to help them do all of their terrible things. Sean's making a face. What's up?
What if Nico Harrison blamed the Luka trade on AI?
Oh,
he was like, yeah, I plugged it into Chat GPT. He told me to do it. I don't know.
Use NBA 2K.
Yeah.
Honestly,
accepted.
it would be a better fall guy and a more believable fall guy than Luka's fat, like which is what they tried to put out into the ether.
He was fat last year. You went to the finals. Congrats.
Durant returning to Houston would be cool, or just returning to Texas. It would be pretty cool that his career started off in, with Texas, and he goes to the Sonics, and the Sonics moved to Oklahoma City, and for him to wrap it up in a place that would, I think, very much appreciate him if he brings them a title in a way that maybe Golden State didn't. It would be cool for Durant, who I've always enjoyed, even if he is perhaps a tad too sensitive sometimes online. I respect that the guy does keep it real.
Yeah, and he has a good relationship with Ime.
That's probably why he keeps on getting brought up, and why the Athletic put it out there that at the very least they're thinking about Durant.
Yeah, I mean, Ime was almost made the
Check
head
that. That was
coach.
Chris Mannix,
the head coach of the Nets, after they fired their coach in season the year after the suspension. I mean, it is a more complicated trade because you have to get pretty close to $51 million in terms of like the players that you bring in. And I think that where they're at with the aprons, I think they are above the second apron the Suns are. So I think you also have to do like 2 for 2. You can't do 3 players for 1 player. So it would be complicated, but if you can find a way to pull it off, if you're not trading all of your future draft capital, which you shouldn't for Kevin Durant, then I think I'd do it. I think I'd do it right now. And because why not? Why not do it? Like, what's the worst case that happens? You lose a first round pick that goes back to Phoenix, and you trade Fred VanVleet because
it's really
salaries.
I just wonder about how many picks you'd have to give up.
Also,
that's really all I wonder about.
Your best player would be 35, while your second best players would be 22.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, I mean, you win last night against the Nets, but you don't like long term. Like, he's not lifting you to any reasonable expectation of like actual winning.
But I think it's part of the transition process because as we're seeing with this team not be able to close right now, I think part of the idea is with Kevin Durant is he's there to help close that gap and be the closer for this team as the rest of your young guys continue to develop and you figure out what your roster really looks like.
So Kevin Durant's like, all right, so here's how you close.
You shoot the ball.
You shoot the ball right over the guy who's guarding you.
He's
you
Alec
dribble
Baldwin and Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yeah, here's
coffees for closers. Reed Shepard, never shoot that again. You're fired.
Watch this. All right, so you're just 7 feet tall, right? And Reed Shepard raises in. No, I'm not. How's this help me?
I got stuffed underneath the basket at the end of the game.
What good defense after though.
He did. I was cool to see Shepard out there. This really was. I tweeted this at Lance Zerline because Lance has been doing this. This is the XYZ game, and I tweeted at him. This is the we have Reed Shepard game, but then they blew it. So now this is the classic Houston game,
which means we're still due for a Reed Shepard game.
You would think,
sure,
at some point he might start on Saturday.
We pray. We pray for I don't see color, but we pray for this man, the savior of basketball.
Yeah, the little guy on the court with the sometimes bad mustache.
It's not the worst. It's not the worst.
It doesn't fit.
Joe, we just because we can both grow better mustaches.
I know, it just doesn't fit his face.
He's got, because he's got a baby face. That's why he's growing it, I think.
It's just like a child.
Maybe, can you go to Turkey for the face hair transplants?
I feel like that's a bad idea.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't look good.
I've seen some people that have done that recently, and it's not really working for them.
Interesting. Well, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, 10-minute drill. There are odds out for Cooper Kupp's next team. What are the Houston Texans' odds to trade for him? We'll get into that and some other things. Stay put. Here are the trade odds for Cooper Kupp. The Rams told him they will be trading him this offseason. We'll see if that actually happens. The Steelers and Bengals are co-favorites to get him, both plus 500. Interesting that the Bengals are there, given, hey, T. Higgins, anyone? Jamar Chase extension, anyone?
I guess like that's their backup plan in theory.
Also, the Bengals generally don't trade with anybody. More odds. Plus 600 Commanders. Plus 600 Patriots. Man, he'd fit in so well in New England.
Why?
What? What do you mean by that?
I just said why.
What do you mean by
I just
that?
want you to explain it to me like I'm an idiot.
Because he's a white
Oh.
receiver.
Chris Hogan type.
Chris Hogan, Julian Edelman,
So
Wes
much for not seeing
Welker
color over here.
type. Well,
Amendola.
yeah, Danny Amendola. That's
Although
true.
he is Italian.
Mm-hmm. They had Braxton Berrios. They drafted him.
They
did.
discovered
You're right.
Braxton
Right.
Berrios.
And if not for the Patriots, would Braxton Berrios have dated Alex Earl? I don't know. Chargers plus 600, Broncos plus 600, Cowboys plus 800, Bills plus 1,300, Rams to keep him at plus 1,500, Ravens plus 1,500, and the Houston Texans are tied with the Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions at plus 2,000 per DraftKings to land Cooper Kupp.
I think I like the Chargers here. They have a ton of cap space. They need wide receiver help. You kind of do a favor to Cooper Kupp by not making a move. Let him stay in LA.
Cross conference, not in the same conference.
So it's not slavery.
Same building. I wasn't going to say it.
Dennis Schroeder loves this idea.
It would be really funny if a white player did this.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder is
Dude, could you-
German, so it's a little bit like all right, German boy. Let's be careful about historical comparisons.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't understand it, because he's from Germany, not the United States.
Yeah.
of
not
America.
as bad over there.
Except for that one time.
Oh, yeah.
That one time.
Commanders makes a lot of sense. The Bengals makes no sense to me. Can you imagine trading for a guy, like, even if they eat half the contract? You're just like, yeah, we're not going to bring back T. Higgins, though, or Trey Hendrickson. We're not going to pay Jamar Chase yet. Joe Burrow's going to demand a trade at some point.
The tricky thing is, I mean, he's missed 18 games the last 3 years.
I don't know. Is he was like a fifth? Well, Diggs went for a second.
No, it's gonna. I mean, if you're trading him and you're gonna take on some of his salary, you got to get a better draft pick than that.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they will. I think there's still a chance he gets released.
Yeah. Fourth conditional third of, like, if he plays 15 games, or, a yardage number that's hard to get if you don't play 12 games, 14 games.
That's what Keenan Allen went for last year, was a fourth. Feels pretty comparable at this point.
Yeah.
In terms of
Chargers.
missed games.
Chargers trade that fourth you got for Kupp. Yeah.
His best season was 2021, one of the best wide receiver seasons ever. Did you know he's only had over 1,000 yards receiving twice in his career? And that the last 3 years, 9 games, 12 games, 12 games.
Wow.
Yards don't matter all that much. I like Cooper Kupp. I'm not trading for Cooper Kupp. I am waiting for him to be released, and then I pick up the phone, much like I'm monitoring Stephon Diggs, see how his recovery goes. I pick up the phone, but sorry, Stephon, we're probably going to give you a 1-year prove-it deal, and it's not going to be the kind that you had last year.
Yeah, I don't think the Texans will get a shot at Cooper Kupp, because I think one of these teams towards the top here that has cap space will be overly aggressive and trade for him to put with their young quarterback. Like, it does make a lot of sense for the Patriots to do this. They have a ton of cap space. Why not?
He feels like a guy who, if you're a team with a lot of cap space and you miss on T. Higgins, or you miss on maybe trading for someone else who's available, another receiver that's going to be available via trade. If you miss on your first two options and you still have that money burning a hole in your pocket, then you go with Cooper Kupp. At least that's how I kind of see this going.
Yeah.
Continuing to go around the NFL in the 10-minute drill. NFL Hall of Famer Terrell Owens said that the NFL is rigged on a podcast interview, and he brought up the Houston Texans game all the examples in it as the primary reason. Meanwhile, the NFL Referees Association is pissed off that people are suggesting these games are rigged and released quite the statement saying that actually you're wrong and it's insulting. How dare you?
Well, then be better at your jobs. Like, let's start there. Be good at your jobs. People won't think it's rigged.
It's a tough job. I
It
will
is,
give them
it
a
is.
little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But this is what the NFL said. NFL Referees Association Executive Director Scott Green. Commissioner Goodell's comments that it's ridiculous to presume NFL officials are not doing everything possible to make the right call on every play is spot on. Officiating crews do not work the same team more than twice each regular season. It is insulting and preposterous to hear conspiracy theories that somehow 17 officiating crews consisting of 138 officials are colluding to assist one team.
Well, I mean, that's what a group of 138 individuals would say.
Yeah.
If they were colluding.
Obviously. They're not going to come out and say yes.
I mean, they have
so.
a union, I'm assuming, like the MLB umpires do. So maybe it's just written into their contract.
That's what Pro Football Talk said. This is what Florio might have lit one up. I think Florio partakes. Shout out to Florio. I like Florio. He's funny. That's a bit strong, that statement from Scott Green. And it teeters on the possibility of protesting too much. Hell yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah, Mike.
There we go.
Go after the shield.
Yeah, I mean, again, does the referee union know that Terrell Owens said that it's rigged on a podcast? Like, I feel like, sure, you can deny it, but Terrell Owens said it's rigged on a podcast.
He's played.
That's what, last year, another NFL great, Arian Foster, said they literally get a script at the beginning. Like, how many guys need to say this before we just open up our eye? You know what? I don't think Sunday.
I'm finally seeing it.
Sunday, I might be busy, so I might not watch it live. But don't spoil it for me. I'm gonna watch it on Monday. I just,
all right.
I might have plans Sunday night, and so if this is just a scripted TV show, I'll catch up later.
Watch it Wednesday.
I'll binge it.
Yeah. Maybe you'll watch it next Friday.
Yeah. When's the next Rockets off day? Then I'll watch it then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm blocked out. Date on Sunday with the marathon girl. Like we're just gonna. No, I don't.
We haven't heard about her in a while. The Twitch was asking.
Yeah, they can f off. The
Aggressive.
Paul doth protest too much.
Yeah,
No.
I was gonna say this is like the ref union.
No. Things are great.
We've only got one more year potentially until another ref strike. So
hell yeah,
that's good.
I was just googling it.
That's
I was
good.
curious. Thinking back to 2012.
Yeah, Fail Mary, love it.
Scott Green continued with his statement. There are many things that fans can worry about over a 17-game season, such as coaching decisions, player injuries, weather, even close calls on incredible plays made by incredible athletes. But you can rest assured that on every single down, NFL officials, both on the field and in the replay booth, are doing everything humanly possible to officiate every play correctly. I don't know if I buy that. Humanly possible.
No, are they taking Adderall before every game?
Ooh, good point. NFL refs should do drugs. 713-780-3776.
My biggest problem with that statement is that we know that the people in New York, like, they side with the refs. Even when they see something that's not totally correct, they don't want to, like, tarnish the referees on the field. So, no, you don't do everything in your power to get it right. You don't do that.
Also, they don't take performance enhancers. So they should take maybe actual steroids so on a long pass play they can run and keep up.
I mean, they're usually most of these guys are usually on.
But imagine if they're faster. Imagine if they're even faster.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they were outrunning the offense.
That would be great.
Also, would be a bad look for the offense.
I really stand with T.O. here. Houston's own Terrell Owens. He lives here now.
Oh, that's right.
He's even playing pickleball every now and then. He almost joined the Texans at the age of 50, whatever he is. I think he's 50.
You know, there's another team in town he should join.
Roughnecks.
Oh, no. I think even bigger. DJ Bieniemy's flag football.
No.
No, yes.
I need to get on the field.
Could you imagine?
T.O. on one side, Gallant on the other? Woo.
Yeah, but I'd have to get on the field. Like, I'm in the process right now of and I understand why. Because of the way that I look, which is older and let's just say different. I'm having a tough time earning the trust to get on the field and prove that I am what I am on the
Who's
field.
the captain of this team?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's not DJ.
There's no captain.
Okay.
There's like after the game, I had some thoughts that I shared. I don't know that they were necessarily appreciated.
Okay.
All right, Reed Shepard.
There was a play that there were a couple of plays they were running, and I was like, these are terrible plays, and you guys don't understand the concept of spacing downfield on offense, which was accurate.
Yeah.
Like they were all running to the same spot. It was like soccer out there. So I was a little frustrated with that. But again, we'll save it for another day. But that's the 10-minute drill, everybody. Terrell Owens could potentially be joining our flag football team.
Look, it's the off season. I think Tuesday flag football updates at the end of the 10-minute drill works for me.
Okay. I did not play well in the first game. I did not play well. I'm definitely a little rusty.
Yeah, knock off the rust. Come on. No preseason. People
they got to put me in the right spot. This is what sucks is like I know what I'm good at, and they have me rushing the passer. I know what I'm good at.
It just
but
takes.
since I'm a white guy, I can't play defensive back.
Do you guys have practice?
The non-whites are keeping me down, and you know what? We Irish, we've experienced racism. Unlike anybody. Some would say, like maybe only Dennis Schroeder and NBA players who might be traded have experienced more racism than us.
Do you have any?
Also, the thing, but there was that. But it was a while ago.
Do you have any footage of you versus Raheel at the media game from a couple years
Yeah,
ago?
I do, but that's
See?
not gonna.
You should just tweet that out.
Send in the tape.
Yeah, just tweet it out. Maybe tag GJ.
It's not gonna help.
Oh, okay.
It's not gonna help.
Thought it might.
People forget Paul Gallant was a problem.
MVP.
They just sent a bunch of texts. We got some plays. We're putting a playbook together. We need a playbook. All right. Sean Mapes behind the glass. He's Joe. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we're closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ugly collapse of a loss by the Rockets last night, if you want to chime in on that. Also, yesterday, the Astros held their media luncheon. At said media luncheon, GM Dana Brown referred to Alex Bregman in the past tense twice when asked to clarify after the fact. He would only say that the team is having internal conversations about Alex Bregman and would not elaborate any further.
They're talking to each other, Paul, every day.
Every day.
Nice little cup of coffee in the morning. Hey, man, what's going on with Alex? He's free agent.
That kind of conversation. If it's an early morning convo with the guys having a cup of coffee. Like,
just-
hey, hear about Bregman? Like the water cooler talk.
Just Jim and Dana walking into the building every day.
I think at a certain point, Dana would say, F off, dude. Like, I sent the offer. Scott hasn't responded. What do you want from me?
Well, it doesn't feel that way. It feels the other way.
It could be.
I'm not responding.
I am assuming, though, I am 100% assuming that in this situation, the last text was sent by Dana. It might be an assumption, but I bet Dana said, this is what we're offering. And if Boris wants to show he's still Boris, he's probably not responding. Anyway, guys, oh my God. We're a week away. We're 7 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Give me that bone. All right. The Astros have released their motto for 2025. It's built for this. We talked about that yesterday, but we did not play the amazing montage narrated by somebody with a great voice to announce this.
The stars are shifting, but the foundation we've built is rooted in defining the standard. Success doesn't come without trials, calluses from the consistency. Our fans, they expect greatness. We demand it. The pressure doesn't break us. It sharpens us. For every early workout, every extra inning, we're all 162.
That's the first part, Joe. Any
I was-
thoughts?
Well, I didn't realize it was cut up into two parts. It ends at 162, and I was like, what about the playoffs?
Hey.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't end
That's what
at
I was-
160.
I was confused.
Didn't they play one less game than 162 last year, too? Am I wrong?
That's yeah. They had a game canceled, didn't they?
I think so.
But they didn't reschedule.
I think so.
So they still played 100. They only played 163 games last year.
161.
Well, no, they played two playoff games.
Oh, total. Okay.
Yeah.
Including the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I do like the voice guy. Don't know who he is. The Astros didn't include him in their press release info. So
We've got calluses from consistency.
Also, almost stepped on the Texans' toes with iron sharpens iron. They got
Pressure
close.
sharpens us.
Yeah, got close to iron sharpens iron.
It did. Copyright infringement. I don't know if the Texans have trademarked that, though, like Pat Riley trademarked 3-peat.
if he's smart, if they did, I just don't know if you're allowed to.
We demand success. Yeah, and more than last year.
Especially, it'd be nice at home in the playoffs. Some success.
It's a little flexy for being out in the wild card round. I get that they won the AL West. Here's more from the Astros built for this montage to announce their team motto for 2025.
Reaching the pinnacle isn't luck. It's persistence through the storm. We know who we are and what we're after. You can try to shutter the Stros, but the window is always open. We are built for this.
team.
Window's always open. That's my biggest takeaway. Is they put it in there.
Persistence through the storm. You can try to shutter us, but the window's always open. Oh my God. Just a massive pants tent.
Yeah.
Wait,
God, I think I'd feel
go.
so different if they won a playoff game last year.
wait. The window's always open, but there's a storm coming.
The storm's coming.
Yes,
But the windows are open.
They're the storm, and also they're the windows that are always open.
But you
because
should
they
try
keep
to-
work with me. They keep the windows open because they're a powerful storm.
They're the storm coming through the windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're blowing the windows
Yes,
open.
they're
always.
the storm.
Okay. Okay.
They're keeping the windows open.
Storm's coming. 7 for an S. Got it.
Like the time that Colin Kaepernick did it, except for used a 7. Yeah. Coog Blaze asks, was that a Dodge Ram commercial?
It was very
Monster Jammy, as Coog Blaze also said. Yeah, I agree.
It was more like, yeah, like, I don't know, 2000s disaster movie. Is almost what it sounded like. Maybe I'm just thinking the storm coming. I'm just thinking it's Geostorm.
Second movie.
Not really.
Okay.
What?
Geostorm?
Yeah, I doubt it.
not that good.
Who's the lead in that?
Gerard Butler.
Yeah.
Okay.
My guy.
I've watched it. I just don't know if I think it's a good movie.
There's no
or not.
hurricane heist.
Who's in that?
I think that's a bunch of no-namers.
Oh, dang.
It's a heist during a hurricane.
What about Money Heist? The Hurricane Heist, starring Maggie Grace. Oh, yeah, she's in some things.
Sorry, Maggie Grace.
And Toby Kebbell, who plays Rutledge. Not to be confused with Ryan Quanten, who also plays Rutledge.
What? 2 Rutledges?
There's 2 Rutledges in that movie. Hell yeah, dude. The Astros are Hurricane Heist. So you better try. You could try to shutter against the storm.
But the window's always
the
open.
window's always open. Like
Okay.
that sounds like a horror movie. Like you can't
Yeah.
always open the window. You can't close the window.
There's no way out.
But you're stuck looking out because the pressure sharpening you with the persistence through the storm.
All right.
Okay.
I have killed it.
Yeah. No, they killed it. Built for this.
We are built for this. So we'll
Bad hashtag.
Why?
When's the last time they won a home playoff game? What are you built for? I don't love it.
Mm.
Just being honest. It's not good time. It's bad timing. Read the room.
It's like the Rocket Slam cover, Slam magazine cover. It's like, ugh, bad time.
Yeah.
Bad day for it to come out.
Yeah, after 4 losses in a row. And for those who don't know, yeah, the Rockets are on the cover of Slam. So that's kind of cool.
Some of the Rockets.
Who's not?
Amen.
I know.
Yeah, there's only 4 of them.
Disrespect. Dylan Brooks over Amen Thompson.
Well, you had to put Alperen Şengün on because you don't want the Turkish
Oh.
mafia
Could you
calling
imagine?
xenophobia.
They would have freaked out.
They would have been so mad. I didn't know magazines still existed, honestly. But hey, shout out to Slam Magazine. And shout out to Houston Pet Monthly, which once featured me in a magazine, an interview with my cat. So there's that. Hey, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. Sean's behind the glass. We're built for this, baby. Storm's coming. And the window is always open. They should have done window still open.
It's still open.
Open window. Hashtag open window. No.
Hashtag open it.
Hashtag window is open.
There's definitely
Window's still open.
Windows still open. Yeah, there's perhaps the potential for that to backfire this year more than others.
100%.
So maybe that's why they didn't do it. And they could very well be built for missing the playoffs, given the outfield. Hey, I'll stop. It's Gallant and George up next. What the hell are the Astros doing? We're gonna get the perspective of a guy who used to work in the front office. He knows a thing or two about baseball. Stay put for Jeremy Booth on Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. And joining us right now in studio, you can catch him on KHOU. You can catch him on the Extra Bases with Bristol and Booth podcast, available wherever you get your podcast. Former Major League Scout Jeremy Booth back with us once again.
What's up, boys? How you doing?
It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
I'm still cackling at the end of the Astros season press conference when Jason Bristol, who works with you at KHOU, asked this question involving some statistics that you'd found. This is the Astros 2024 record with Kyle Tucker batting second, 16-13. This is the Astros 2024 record with Yordan Alvarez batting second, 24-30. And the Astros 2024 record with Alex Bregman batting second, 42-24. As that statistic was brought up to Joe Espada after the Astros had lost to the Detroit Tigers to end their season, Jeremy Booth turns around and just looks me dead in the eye as Joe Espada tried to tap dance around answering that question, and I tried very hard not to laugh. So now, think about it from this perspective, Jeremy. Now it's no longer an Astros problem because Alex Bregman's a free agent. So, like, they don't have to put him in the 2 spot. Now they're going to have to put somebody else in the 2 spot.
Yeah, it's that was that was a fun one. Like, we kind of went back and forth with that all year, and that was a good. We talked.
I was with you right away on that.
Yeah, my thought process is like when you have that many good hitters who are comfortable, like you don't have to fix what's not broke. That's where I look at it from that standpoint. Bregman's numbers and then data, like everything's data. Stats been around forever, but we talk about being such an advanced analytical game today, right? That's pretty compelling data. Like,
I agree.
you winning games or not. And if you're winning games, this guy in that spot, there's a consistent level of production that goes from 1 to 9 because of that. Now, with that said, you're correct. It's not their problem anymore because 2 of those 3 guys you mentioned, Tucker and Bregman, likely aren't here anymore. So, where they go from that with Alvarez in the 2 spot, I'm going to advise against it right now. Let's just not even go back to that. But finding some guys in that spot to hit behind Tuve, likely a Jeremy Pena who's on the roster as of today, is going to be key because they're going to have to generate from the top part of the lineup.
Yeah, what do you think before we get into like Bregman and stuff? Like now, this new look 1 through 5 is what? It's in some order, whatever they decide is Altuve, Alvarez, Yainer, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes. Yordan Alvarez, of course. Maybe Jeremy Pena just squeeze into there if they put him back in the 2 hole like when they won the World Series. What do you view like this new core group as, assuming Bregman's not back?
I think Dana's done a really good job with addressing the needs he has. When you see Soto, who I'll go on record now here and say that's a ridiculous contract for his production. It doesn't make any sense to me. And Tucker's a better player. Overall production wise, the Astros aren't re-signing Kyle Tucker, and we all knew that. So trading him to get what you can to address 2 needs, and Cam Smith, who's not in that conversation yet, he's the real deal. He's a real prospect. He is an aircraft carrier. He is a cornerstone type player.
Can you explain the aircraft carrier?
Yeah, was that said?
Because Dana Brown said that.
I saw that yesterday, and I thought to myself, what in the effing F?
I've said that before. It is a scouting term.
Okay.
What it means is imagine an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean, and you've got planes landing on it, and they just got them on their back. And Cam Smith is that type of guy.
Okay.
Now he's going to be a corner anything. Like, where's he going to play? Right hand. Who cares? He's going to hit. You know what I mean? Right hand hitter, left hand hitter, DH, shortstops. Doesn't matter where you play him. He's in the box, right? And when it's right field, left field, third base, I don't know. To me, he ends up in the outfield with the way this is structured. To me, you got Christian Walker, who's going to be good there. That's a good contract. You've got Paredes, who's going to fill in. You've got Altuve as it sits today, who's not going anywhere yet. You got Alvarez, who now can get out of the outfield, and you've got Bryce Matthews, who's going to fight his way through. You've got the Melton kid. You've got a couple of guys down there who now can grow up here and allow McCormick and or Myers to be what they really should be. Right. And that's 4th and 5th pieces, not center of the lineup type guys that play every day and get exposed. All of that said, to answer your question, I think they're going to be really good. I think they're going to be good. Now, where they hit, I don't know. I don't know yet. That's going to be a lot of fun for Joe. This is where you can kind of get creative. You don't have the proven Alex Bregman formula in the 2 spot to mess with. You have Pena, which lengthens your lineup, who gets on base, right? You then have Alvarez, who probably has to at third. I would say, in that
Mhm.
setup, and Walker probably has to hit behind him, and then you can have some fun. Then you've got Paredes, and then you've got Diaz, and real quickly you're at the 7 spot. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that you have all the pieces here. Now, Bregman in that lineup, let's just indulge me for a second with that. He goes back into the 2 spot. Now you're a World Series team. And so that's where the Bregman thing for me is important. Verlander off the roster finds in San Francisco. The pitching is a different topic altogether. They have enough. They actually have enough, right? They have enough pieces in the system. In AAA, there'll be 4A guys. They have enough on the roster for starters to lengthen it. They actually have enough. The question is, do they have that extra bat, right? And if they bring Alex Bregman back, if they can get him back here, which I don't know that that's actually going to be productive at this point for either side with how dragged out this has been. But if he was to surface here, they're a World Series team for me.
Jeremy Booth from KHOU and from the Extra Bases podcast with Bristol and Booth, former Major League scout. Let's bring it back to Bregman.
Yep.
So yesterday at the Astros media luncheon, Dana Brown at a podium multiple times talked about Alex Bregman in the past tense. Then he was asked about Bregman further by reporters, a lot of non-answers, and going back to the idea that there's internal conversations being had about Bregman, which to me does seem to be a clear sign that talks between he, Scott Boras, and Alex Bregman have cooled down. What we do know is 6 years, $156 million is the reported offer that they have for Bregman. So let's just start off here. Is that a fair offer?
It's a fair offer. My intel says at one point there was indications they would go above that, and not by much, but at one point there's indications they would have gone above that. That is not the case today, and there's nothing saying that offer is even back on the table from what I've been told. It's kind of out there. I'll say this, and I actually like how Alex has grown up here in Houston. I was very critical on him early in his career as far as how he was carrying himself, but I like how he's grown up. I'll say this: if I'm the Astros, it's 4 and 120. That's it. I'm stopping right there because, and then I'll give you options after that because now I don't have to pay you 6 and 156. I'm going to shorten it. I'll give you the higher AAV that you want, but I know I'm getting 4 good years out of you. And Alex's main contention seems to be that AAV, that he wants that 28.5 to pass that. Well, I don't think his last AAV of the whole contract was 28.5 million. I think it was 25 million.
Yeah, I think
is that right?
Yeah, that sounds about
okay.
right.
So if he gets 26 million, he's passed it. To me, this has become a silly argument. It's $10 to $12 million in a scheme of things when we're talking in hundreds of millions instead of like 5 to 12.
And think of all the millions you gave to Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero and still might for them not to play this year.
Yeah, and that's dead money. And having talked to Dana at the winter meetings and listened to some of the stuff that was said, that's dead money. I mean, it just is. It's not going anywhere. And so, when that comes off the books next year, perhaps there's another way to revisit this. Alex goes out and hits, let's say he's here and he hits 290 with 35. I don't think that's going to happen, but let's just say that it does. What's to stop the Astros from redoing that? Picking up a deal, adding some other stuff into it. I'm not saying Jim would do that, but what's to stop them?
Well, no, there's nothing to stop them. There's nothing to stop them from revisiting Kyle Tucker next offseason either.
And so when you get into
They
that,
won't do it, but
they won't do it. But with Alex still here, where it's gotten to is I want $10 million more. Okay. If this was the New York Yankees, or this was the San Francisco Giants, or this was the Dodgers, people are probably not really caring as much. The problem with Alex taking that stance is that this is Houston, and everybody is on board with kind of an extra feel layer for their team. We've talked about that, right? I mean, it's the fans here are so in tune with the players and the organization. It's personal here, different than is other places where it becomes very transactional. And so if you have one of the best second basemen ever to play, a Hall of Famer in Jose Altuve, who's telling you, I'm going to go play left field so I can accommodate you, and you still say no over $10 million, I don't know if the city's going to welcome him back as much. I think they'd like to see him back by now. I don't know if the clubhouse welcomes him back as much. I'm not saying they don't, but it's a question now that wasn't there a month and a half ago. Now that's a question. So, Altuve's working out in left field. He's already getting started out there. He had a glove in his locker already. He wouldn't have said it. That stuff's starting to happen. And that's a guy that wants to win. He wants Alex Bregman back here. Whether Alex wants to be here remains to be seen. He clearly has issues with Boston, Detroit, and Chicago. Clearly has issues there. Otherwise, he'd be gone. And in Boston, it's Alex Cora. And in Chicago, half his teammates are there now. That's like Astros North, right? And then in Detroit, it's AJ Hinch, but he ain't pulled the trigger yet. Something's up. Something's up where he still wants to be here. And I don't know that that he's ready to move on just yet.
Dana Brown had mentioned yesterday 3 times in like a little under 3 minutes that they're having internal conversations about Alex Bregman. What does that mean as someone who's been in a baseball front office?
Oh, we're having internal conversation about Alex Bregman too. I mean, the camera's on, the camera's off. We're all talking about it. You know, what it means is, what are we really willing to do to get him here? What scenario can we have to have him back in our lineup? What are we prepared to do if he moves on? If I'm Dana, I'm sitting here and I'm going, you know what? I've addressed this. I've got this. I have guys that are probably going to start in AAA. We've had a very good winter to help me address my outfield situation. I've got bats. I've got my catching question answered. I've got my corner question. I feel really good about my club. I might be a piece or two away, maybe 1 or 2 away, maybe Alex that piece, but I'm feeling really good about my club. What I would say is, and I can't speculate past just throwing it out there into the clouds. Randall Grichuk going to Arizona for $5 million. Was $5 million?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to walk away from if you're not going to sign Alex Bregman, because that's a low cost addition as a gap that could be productive. Rosenberg guy, right, from Houston, who would love to come play for his hometown team in theory. That helps fill some spots, right? While some guys are ready. Cam Smith, Bryce Matthews, Milton, the other guys we've discussed. So passing on that tells me that Bregman's not dead, because that fits the budget. $5 million for Grichuk fits the budget.
So do you feel like, because I guess I feel the opposite way a little bit. Just like the longer this drags on, the feels to me less and less likely that he ends up within Houston and he ends up somewhere else in spring training. Do you feel the opposite way?
No, I don't disagree with
Okay.
you. I think the Astros just haven't moved on yet.
Okay.
I think they're still holding that on. When I see Grichuk go here to X team, to Arizona, for $5 million, which fits the budget. Like, that fits any budget Jim Crane's going to throw out there, is that $5 million. And there's a reason why you're not spending it. You just saved $14 million with Presley. So why are you not spending that money? It can't be because of Montero, and it can't be because of Abreu. That's already dead money. It's already factored no matter what. You're saving that money for something else. What are we, 2 weeks from camp? 10 days?
7 days from pitchers and catchers reporting.
Yeah, so we're 2 weeks from position players reporting. And so if we get to that place, Bregman has to make a move here in the next 72 hours. 96 hours to report to camp on time.
Yeah, no, I mean, if he wants to be, I mean, like, I think that's why some of this feels like it's gotten, I think, sped up a little bit because of the Cubs' involvement, because they report Sunday because they're playing in those Japanese games.
That's right.
Games in Japan. So it feels like their timeline is a little faster. Joe Espada was pretty confident yesterday when talking about Jose Altuve in left field. Do you agree? He'll be a good left fielder.
It was interesting the way he framed it too, because you're right. He said he was confident, but the way that he explained it, I'm still having a hard time figuring it out. I think he was like the how it looks isn't what he's most excited about, but he is excited about an element of this.
I think Jose Altuve is a good enough athlete and baseball player to be good at anything. You know, I think those guys grow up shagging fly balls and reading spin, having a good time like they always do. And while he hasn't played it professionally, certainly at the major league level, playing left field in Minute Maid Park isn't the toughest thing in the world. You know what I mean? It's more about the other places that he's going to have to play it. It's not Minute Maid. I'm sorry, Daikin. Is it Daikin Park?
Daikin
yes.
Park, yeah.
I apologize to Minute Maid.
No, the signs just came down today.
Did they really?
They finally came down today.
Yeah. I still apologize to Minute Maid. So Daikin Park. When it comes to that, I think playing it there with that wall is different. I also think moving a legacy second baseman out of his Hall of Fame position is tough. I don't know how that plays mentally. And Joe has always been very optimistic with his players and very supportive. And it's one of the best things about him. So if he believes in Jose, you got to give him benefit of the doubt right now. That said, I don't know if that's a long-term solution. The only reason for Bregman still to be doing that, or rather Altuve still be doing that, is if Alex Bregman's coming back.
The specific terms Espada said he's more excited about the feedback than what it actually looks
Makes
like.
sense.
It's an interesting answer.
Makes sense.
So that's Altuve, the possibility of him in left field. Jeremy Booth in with us, former baseball scout. You look at this outfield. Good God, without Kyle Tucker. And okay, Altuve plays out there a little bit, fine, but from a budget perspective, they have this money that you mentioned a little bit ago, where it looks like it does fit Alex Bregman to bring him back. okay, say he leaves. Is outfield where you address? Can you even address it at this point?
What are they rolling out there without Altuve? Let's say Altuve is playing second. Okay, what are they rolling out there? They got McCormick.
Yeah, he's in right.
They got-
Myers in center, and then Dubon or Trammell in left.
So I'm likely putting Dubon in right field because he's a better thrower than McCormick. McCormick's gonna play better in left field with that wall, and I'm leaving Myers in center because Myers can play defense, right? So I'm leaving him there. I'm not feeling great about it, but I'm feeling okay about it. If I have Altuve that goes out there and Bregman's in the lineup, then I've compensated for 2 of the bats, and I can always make defensive replacements later in the game. I also don't think Cam Smith and Matthews are far away. I really don't. I think they did a really good job of drafting Bryce Matthews, and I think that Cam Smith was a big piece of that trade that people were overlooking. The Cubs, just to shift to them for 2 seconds, as you can tell by their acquisitions, they have to win now, like right now. Jed Hoyer and the Theo Epstein regime has been there how long? 20 years now?
Something
And
like that. It's pretty close.
They've got to win, right? And
Yeah.
so if they don't win now, Hoyer's gone. The other people that have been there are gone. You know what I mean? So to take Presley and to take Tucker, and to send that back, Cam Smith was a big piece of that. I don't think those guys are far away. So the answer to that is, do I feel great? No. Do I feel okay? Yes. I'm a big Dubon guy. I know he was up and down last year. I think if you leave him alone, he's going to play well. And I think Alvarez can get a day or two out there. I don't think he gets much. I think that every day that Jordan Alvarez has a glove in his hand is a bad example of what an outfielder should look like. No offense, Jordan. I think he can rake, but he shouldn't play left field at all. So if you have to do it, you have enough. You have enough reinforcements in the system to come up and down. You have some of that. But short of going to get a big outfield bat, which is what you really need, you're stuck. You're stuck. And so it's Bregman at second or third rather, and Paredes at second, and a mix of guys in the outfield of Alvarez, Altuve, McCormick, Myers, and Dubon.
Yeah, it's not great. And then Grichuk is an interesting name. We saw Harrison Bader today signed for $6.25 million for the Twins. So another are they massive upgrades? I think Grichuk is a pretty good upgrade. I'm not sure about Bader. I don't think they're going to spend more money though if they're not going to bring in Bregman. That's what my gut tells me is that, because why is the Nolan Arenado thing dead? If Altuve can play left field for Bregman and Paredes can play second, why can't Arenado play third base, Paredes play second, and Altuve play left?
Internally, I don't think Arenado wanted to come here at the time.
Yeah.
And I think now since then, he's like, get me out of St. Louis and I'll go wherever. But at the time, I think it was no. Similar to players can overplay their hand, similar to what Alonso's done and what Bregman's done. I mean, there's overplaying their hand. That said, I don't disagree with you there either. I think, if you're looking at what was it, Brady, 20 million?
Yep.
So this is the last year of that. Montero was 13 million. Is that right? That was last
Too
year.
much.
Yeah, that was last year. So it's $33 million in dead money. And at the time, we weren't sure when I had this conversation, we weren't sure what McCullers was going to give you. Right. So you kind of count that as dead money till you see it. Right. You don't really know.
They're trying to talk it up. They were doing that a little bit
Yeah.
yesterday, but skepticism should be high with that.
Right. So for now, that's still dead money. You got $45 million in dead money. Unless you're going to go get something impact, you're probably not. Right. So if Presley alleviates 14 million of that, now you're back to let's call it 30. You're $30 million. If you're in a situation where you get Bregman back for 30, it's 60 mil, man. It's 30 dead and 30 above. So I think you're on point here with where their strategy's at. I'm not a Bader guy. I'm out on Harrison Bader.
Yeah, no, me either.
I'm with you on Grichuk.
It's just it could be options that instead of what you're rolling out there, because just the outfield itself, like Paul and I talk about this all the time. Obviously, it leaves you uninspired.
That's Joe. I mean, that's you and I. We go back and forth. And stuff. So I'm with you on this one today. You're rolling. I like where you're putting down. I don't feel good about this out from the standpoint of every day. I feel skeptical that we're going to go out there and piece it together to win. Feel good about the infield. Feel good about the offensive production 1 to 9, especially if they're balanced right with Dubon, who also is a candidate to hit second, by the way. And would keep paying at the bottom third of the lineup. So it just depends what they really want to get out of it. I do think that with the team that's constructed today without Bregman, that putting all your power at the top of the lineup is a mistake. it's a big mistake this year because you have to lengthen it. You're going to have to get to guys that can produce different spots in the order, and especially if you don't feel good about your production, in the outfield anywhere. You feel okay. You don't know what McCormick's going to give you. McCormick come back and hit 18, he can hit 2. You don't know. Myers is not an everyday guy. He's a fourth outfielder. It's going to play really good defense. That's what he's going to do. And he's fine in center field here, and then whoever's playing right field is playing right. So that's for me. I'm with you. I think they're a bat away. I think they're looking at Bregman as the bat by, you see Grichuk and Bader go off the board like that. And Grichuk is the one that stood out to me. If he goes off the board somewhere else like he did for that money, they're not spending anything. They're going to go ahead and grow from within. And unless it's Bregman, that's it.
Jeremy Booth with us from KHOU, former Major League Scout, the Extra Bases with Bristol and Booth podcast. We haven't gotten a chance to talk to you post the trade, and we've heard some of your thoughts on it, the Kyle Tucker trade. My question for you, Isaac Paredes or Hayden Wesneski, who are you expecting more of an impact from this coming season?
Paredes going to play every day, right? It's hard to be in this lineup as a hitter that can hit it all with the guys around you and not produce. Like, that's really difficult. He's a good player. And if you've got just the guys we've discussed, and Diaz and Walker and Alvarez and Altuve, who are you pitching to in that lineup? Just those 5 guys. Who do you pitch to? Probably him, right? Probably him.
Yeah, because he's banking on the Crawford box.
That's right. So you're going to go ahead and throw him 4-seam fastballs all day and to figure it out, because I'm not pitching Alvarez and I'm not pitching this guy. And so, when you look at that type of an effect, you feel pretty good about him. So I'm going to stick with him. I'm going to say Paredes.
Okay.
How do you feel about the rotation as it stands right now? Fromber, Hunter Brown at the top, very good. But you have Wesneski, and then you have all these other questions of McCullers and who's touching 90, and Luis Garcia's had another setback, and Javier, who claims he's going to be back at the deadline or at the All-Star break.
Are we still talking about McCullers as a starter?
I'm not, but they are.
They need to stop. They really do. Look, somebody said to me, "Well, Lance wants to start." I said, "Great. I want to run a 6.5." It's not gonna happen. You don't do that. And I think you can get something out of McCullers in 1 inning burst. I think he goes every third day for an inning or 2, and that's it. That's the best you're going to get out of him. I think the rotation is going to hinge on Blanco and guys that have extended themselves for the first time. How does Arrighetti come back? Some of the things we've talked about during the year that may have been surprises, may not have been, depending on your lens. For me, there were. Blanco's innings limit was different. How they pushed him, and I still thought Arrighetti for a lot of times belonged in AAA, and a lot of people I talked to in the ballpark felt the same way. Belonged in AAA. Now he came up, he did a great job, really did. Right, he was here and he did a good job. He cemented himself as a chance to pitch. Valdez is Valdez. Javier, we'll see how the recovery goes. I'm with you. Garcia, also, we'll see it. We'll see how that goes. McCullers is a reliever, which puts us back on Valdez, Brown, Blanco, and Arrighetti, which again is enough. Am I missing somebody? Wisniewski?
Well, he'd be your 5th guy. Yeah.
Is he going to pitch in the rotation? Because this is a Sam Houston State kid, right? So
yeah.
For me, I again, he's that swing guy. He's got to have something else to really dominate a big league lineup, right? And pitching in a 1 to 4 hole, you have to get through a lineup at least twice. You got to. Even in today's game, you got to get through 1.5 times to twice. And I don't know he can do that yet, at least consistently. We'll see. If he's your 5th guy and you're shortening it to 4 because the 5th guy can rotate, it's enough. It's better when Javier comes back. Verlander wasn't a difference maker this year for me on that, so that's the right time to move on from him. But we will see what happens in the guys that are in AAA that come up and help out, or some of the depth in the rotations fills in that 5th spot. That's as far as they'll go. That said, having a 5th spot that's rotating door puts more pressure to bring in Alex Bregman. And so maybe Alex knows that. Maybe him and his camp are sitting there saying, "I know you need me. We know you want me. I know you love me. Maybe I need to come back." So I think Bregman makes some World Series team. I think right now they're a playoff team.
Is he going to be back? Just bold prediction time.
My gut feel is he's back.
Okay. It's a great way to wrap it up.
I'm going to feel he's back. Yeah.
He is Jeremy Booth. You can catch him on KHOU and on with that podcast. You know what? I'm so bad at remembering names of things. It was right in front of me. I had it this whole time. Yeah, Extra Bases with Bristol and Booth. My God, this is what happens when you have a small brain. You have a small brain and you just end up just completely submarining at the very end of it. But Jeremy, always appreciate you coming in. Hopefully we'll have Alex Bregman coming back to the Astros to talk about. some really good performances out of Cam Smith, who you were very bullish on in spring training. Jacob
Yeah.
Melton, that makes us feel a little bit better about the future of this team. But thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being back. Of course.
It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Always fun sitting down with Jeremy. Twitch is talking about it. Some on the Twitch like that he pisses off the analytic nerds. I'm not going to lie. I do too. On X, on Twitter.
I feel like he's a really good balance of it now that we've gotten to know him a little bit. Like he does very firmly believe in the analytics, but he also doesn't strictly believe in them.
For sure.
He's like he's supposed to be like the modern day baseball scout.
It's supposed to be a blend.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with using analytics, which is really just like an annoying way of saying extra information. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always paint the full picture. The interesting things that he said there. First off, the big one. They're a World Series contender with Alex Bregman back in the fold, and his gut is telling him Bregman will be back.
I mean, you look at the American League. If Bregman comes back and you put him in this lineup, there's no reason to think they couldn't get back to the World Series. I think it's totally fair to put them in that category with or without Bregman. It's much easier with them for sure. But the American League's not that threatening this year. The best teams are mostly in the National League. The Astros could get through this. I disagree with the gut feeling on Bregman. I don't think he'll be back. I think it would have got done by now if he was really going to be a Houston Astro. But I'm still hopeful it is, honestly. It's a way more entertaining team with him here. So I hope he's right about Bregman.
I do too. We all do. I don't think there's many people out there that want him gone. I know we've had a couple of people text in, but I do think they're in the minority. We had a couple of people, I think, also call in and say that the last couple of days. I forget what day it was where we had two people at the very end who were like, yeah, I'm totally fine with him going. But yeah, if you bring him back in, I do think that you had the best lineup in the American League, even with the questions that you have in the outfield. Now, I don't know how bullish I am on Christian Walker, but Isaac Paredes, just given the numbers that we've seen from him and how well he pulls the ball. Yeah, this is a great ballpark to be here for. So then you bring Bregman back, who is at his best at a park like that. Like he should, in my opinion, if he wants to keep on getting numbers, be looking at the Astros and the Red Sox. I saw something today, Joe, too. Someone, forget who it was, but it seemed to be fairly reputable baseball people who were saying that Wrigley isn't exactly the best place to go for a guy like Bregman as far as hitting.
Yeah, it's the reason why Paredes was an attraction here. Is the same thing for why Bregman works here, is because that pulling into the Crawford boxes. And Paredes, he struggled a little bit at Wrigley last year.
And left field's a little wonky there.
Yeah, and it's just the wind doesn't usually blow that way.
It's not 200 feet.
Yeah, so it's
that too.
It's hard to get out there. It's not always the most hitter-friendly ballpark if you don't have some like real pop in your bat. And there are times where, like we like, you know what I mean, like when Jordan hits a home run, like it just like it looks different. Bregman's don't always look like that. Paredes is kind of the same way. So that's why people think Paredes is going to work well here, because there's that one website that like they take all of his outs and everything, and then they put the Crawford boxes into it, and they said he would have a ton of home runs if he only played at Minute Maid Park. It's mostly based on that graphic of why people think it's going to work here, but it's why Bregman works here too. Like, I think the slow start gets dramatically worse in Chicago for Bregman. Like, I think this is where he would be at his best.
I agree with you there. Boston, I think, could be better.
Yeah.
And I don't want him to go there, by the way. Oh, you're from Boston. No, I hate the Red Sox.
Red Sox Paul over here.
No, I think that's the only other park where it works, because left field, he's going to be hitting balls off the wall all the time.
I mean, like, I'll be straightforward. I want Alex Bregman here. As a selfish Cubs fan, I want him in Chicago. I want Alex Bregman in Chicago.
And if Bregman goes, I might also be a Cubs fan.
I mean, like,
half the guy, like Jeremy said, half his teammates last year.
Half Cub, half Astros.
They're still looking at Maton,
and then I'll take the other half.
Yeah, we can each get one. Who gets Presley? Who gets Tucker? Who gets Bregman?
Yeah.
We each get one.
I want Bregman.
I'll take Tucker.
Okay, I'll take press.
Sorry, Sean.
No, a couple Texas guys. You know?
Yeah,
Texas
fair.
guys were
That's fair.
repping.
You
Texas.
could go throwback. Remember, Maldi got traded to the Astros from the Cubs.
True.
So you go.
Oh no, never mind. I want Maldi. Someone had a license plate yesterday that said
I saw
Maldi,
that.
and it's I think the account online that always gets confused with Space City Home Network
yeah,
posted it, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, this is great. Maybe he can play the outfield. He's a defensive mastermind.
Yeah, why not?
Jeremy Booth was just with us, and he does think that if the Astros bring back Bregman, which he does think will happen, they're a World Series contender. He also believes that Cam Smith, who he also called an aircraft carrier, that's a new term for me, and Bryce Matthews are not that far away.
I think we talked about this a little bit last week with
They're two top prospects, by the way.
Yeah, like with the Altuve and left thing. Like part of it is one of those guys plays second, one of those guys plays right field, and then Jacob Melton's your center fielder. Like that is a very logical starting lineup with what you currently have in 2026. Cam Smith that's a quick move, but Dana Brown is aggressive. We saw it with Jake Bloss last year. We saw it in Atlanta. Like they move guys quickly through the pipeline. And like if Chas McCormick's your everyday right fielder and Bryce Matthews or Cam Smith are playing in the outfield in the minors and they're crushing it, it's all everybody's gonna want. It's gonna be Joey Loperfido times 10 because these guys are real prospects. And like people are be begging for those guys to come up, just like we saw Loperfido come up last year and have some success. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bryce this year, and Cam Smith too. Like Jeremy's right. Like he's an elite prospect.
And I wonder if that's part of their process. They have to think at least one of the young guys is going to be able to play at some point this year. Because if we've noticed anything with Dana Brown over the last couple, it's that he's a lot more willing to put the young guys in. And now with Dusty Baker out of the way, we saw how many of the really young players were playing like right away. And we're not just talking Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, we're talking poor Blair Henley, you know?
Yeah. Well, think back to the last two trade deadlines. Like, what is everything we've heard around the Verlander trade and at the deadline last year? Jacob Melton is the one guy that Dana Brown doesn't want to trade.
That is what I wonder about is, and I'm sure you were about to get there. Is he going to be up this year? Like earlier, sooner rather than later, because they mentioned those prospects, and when Dana Brown talks about those prospects, we generally see them in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them quickly. Brian McTaggart had a piece out earlier. It might have been last week talking about Zach DeZenzo and like what he did last year coming up. Like he could be a factor in left field. I think opening day is going to be that tough outfield, but I just don't know how long it lasts. We know what those guys are. Like McCormick's not going to get any better this year. He might have some stretches. Same with Myers. Like Myers for the first month of the season last year was like everyday center fielder. And then 2 months later, it was like, this guy stinks.
Yeah, he had like a 900 OPS in the first 2 months of the season or something. He was like one of the only good Astros at the start of the season. And he ended up, his numbers look the same as they always look.
And like, I know like it's always numbers and arbitration and all the advanced stuff of why you keep guys into the minors. But at some point, if Cam Smith, Matthews, and Jacob Melton are better than the guys on your roster, then they're going to come up this year.
Yeah, if they can play and you're a team like the Astros that are trying to win their division, trying to win a World Series, like sweat the arbitration might be 1 year early. Sweat that later.
Yeah, it's the window's open.
Yeah, again,
and we're built for this.
5 years from now, like who cares if Bryce Matthews is a free agent early? Hopefully, you learn your lesson from the Tucker, Correa, Bregman, Springer stuff, and you maybe sign one of these guys early, like you did with Yordan Alvarez. Maybe you try to get on that.
I'm still waiting for the Yiner contract because I'm with you, Sean.
Yeah, that feels like the next kind of evolution. That's something that Atlanta does a lot. The Braves have done that with so many of their young guys. They did with the Albies, Acuna, Riley. Dana Brown came from Atlanta. I wonder if maybe that's more of an ownership thing. Maybe that's something Jim Crane's not willing to do, but I'm surprised that we haven't seen that, especially like you said with Diaz.
Yeah, I mean, we saw they did it with Bregman. They paid him early.
Yeah.
They paid Altuve when they didn't need to. Like there are guys that they can pay. So yeah, I mean, look, I think the idea of the window always being open, I'm more willing to listen to that now, actually, with where their roster is at because of a guy like Cam Smith. And it really, He is very limited in his time though of like playing in the outfield. I don't know how much even outfield reps he got last year in the Cubs minor league system. So that might be the wrinkle where like yes, you're willing to maybe put Altuve out there on the fly in left field. Typically with prospects, they don't do that as much.
But it's Dana Brown, and from the 409, Dana was the one who promoted Michael Harris from Double-A to the majors, and he played well. That is the one fun wrinkle with Dana Brown. Like you're going to see all these prospects that constantly get talked about, and you really want to go spin zone. Well, the reason the Astros prospect system, their farm system, it's not one of the tops in baseball's almanacs because the Astros just play all their young guys. You just don't get it.
Yeah.
As they're winning all these championships.
Also, Michael Harris is the guy they signed to an 8-year, $72 million contract.
Yeah.
Right after he came up.
Yeah, they brought him up and did it immediately. And like, and even like
You got Pippen, Jesus.
Yeah.
I know. Oh, dude, look up the Albies. The Albies contract, I feel bad for him.
It's almost as it's probably one of the only contracts that's like really worse than. I mean, Jordan's is pretty terrible. Jordan's probably one of the worst.
But at least Jordan makes like close or in the 20s or close to the 20s. Albies is making like $7 million from now until 2040. Like, he just will never ever make more than $7 million.
And the other thing too that like helps the Astros here that like it's a little bit different than when they had Springer and these guys coming up is Major League Baseball did put in like a incentive program to not keep your guys in the minors forever, to where you can get draft capital if you promote Cam Smith opening day and he wins Rookie of the Year. Like you get extra draft compensation because of that, because they're tired of seeing their best young players sit in the minor leagues for extra years for no good reasons besides owners being cheap. So you never know like how quick these guys could come up.
7 days away. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 7 days until Astros pitchers and catchers report to spring training in West Palm Beach. Up next, we have garbage time. And the latest as the Rockets are less than a day away from the NBA's trade deadline. Stay put.
Let's talk about O Athletic. 2025 is here. We are into February. It's time to get back into the gym. If your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, then you haven't gotten there yet, get in there now. O Athletic, oathletic.com, and you can find them at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. They have over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer that will work around your schedule. Whatever you want, you can find at O Athletic, including things like sauna, steam room, and even the endless pool. And another perk that I love having there, full-on coffee shop on the way out the door, so you can grab something on your way, and you can get a protein shake as well. So everything you need at a gym, O Athletic, they got it. I love going there. It's a gym for me. It should be for the gym for you. Check them out, oathletic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Sean's here, Joe's here, Paul's here, and he's talking about himself in the third person for the rest of this segment.
I'm glad Paul's here.
That's how Paul rolls.
Paul's got his Sonics jersey on.
Paul does have his Sonics jersey on. Paul's wearing the glove.
Kemp? Oh, it's glove. It's Peyton.
It's Gary Payton, yeah. Yeah, Gary Payton's more my style.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not the hugest guy out there, but talks a lot of trash.
He's
Now,
still talking trash.
A lot of people are probably thinking that's true.
He's still talking trash to KD.
He was talking to Kevin Durant, possible future Rocket, in the midst of a game, I think this week. So, best case scenario, the Rockets theoretically get Kevin Durant or Devin Booker in terms of, whoa, damn. And it definitely changes things. I am not expecting that to happen in the next 23 hours.
I'm not. I would like them to trade for a backup point guard. Specifically, I think Lonzo Ball or Malcolm Brogdon actually would be really interesting to me.
Would Reed Shepherd's development, with the cost being you don't win as many games, be a sacrifice you're willing to make given the way this season has started? I would say yes right now, but it's entirely based off of a performance against the Nets.
The math also for me changes a little bit with the Fred VanVleet injury and just how, and this is something we don't know. When they say week to week, that's like, oh my God, week to week. Like that's 3 weeks and that's such a long time. But if it's just, a couple games after the All-Star break, then maybe not. But if this is actually a week to week thing, then I think you do need to get just, really, it's more of an upgrade on Aaron Holiday in the meantime.
Yeah. And that's why like Brogdon for me would make some sense. I know he didn't technically play for Ime because he was in Boston the year that Ime was suspended. But like that's someone who last trade deadline, this last offseason, has been linked to the Houston Rockets. Like obviously like Washington's gonna be moving on from pieces.
Yeah.
Like
they got Chris Middleton.
They you know what? They did give Chris
you know what?
Middleton.
They need to build around Middleton.
What a dumb I don't understand.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Chris Middleton.
Yeah, you got traded for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma and Giannis. Here we go.
I saw someone post seriously like, what do you think about this team?
Yeah, who's
it showed
stopping these
Giannis?
guys?
Yeah, it's like Giannis, Lillard, and Kyle Kuzma. It's like,
Shams
who's stopping
tweeted
them?
that.
Yeah, you're right.
He tweeted like the Photoshop of them together with Kuzma in the middle. By the way, where I'm like, Kuzma should not be in the middle. Yeah, what a dumb trade. I mean, I kind of get it. If Middleton's body is just breaking down, that's why you do it. But
yeah,
Middleton's
players
better.
Go to break down as Washington.
Yeah, Middleton's better today, like by a lot. And so, yeah, I don't know. But we're talking about Brogdon as a possible target. I feel like that falls into doesn't blow your socks off territory. And yeah, unless it's one of the Suns guys, I have a hard time seeing them do anything that really shocks the world.
All right, guys, it's that time. 2:51. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Rick Pitino did a post-game interview with Bill Raftery with a kiss. Here's how it sounded. It began with a question about free throws.
You control yourself. I know the free throws, you just ignore it and keep plugging.
Yeah, inside, I want to kill myself. Outside, I just say, that's okay, we're going to make the next one.
He said that with a smile. He's not seriously contemplating throwing away the Lord's greatest gift. And Clarence from It's a Wonderful Life is not about to appear in his strange nightgown to show Rick Pitino a world where he'd never been born. But I did get a kick out of that comment as someone with a dark sense of humor. Here's the question I guess I have coming out of it. That's in bounds to say in jest, right?
I think he's going to get in trouble for this one.
I think he will, but I would say in just general conversation. So you're not a basketball coach. Can you?
Yeah.
Is that okay to say?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I'm gonna kill myself.
If you're watching a game, if you're watching, I don't know, Rockets Nets, and you're like, if Alperen Şengün misses another free throw, I'm going to kill myself. I feel like your friends aren't going to be like, well, "Hey man, are you all right?"
Yeah,
Like,
I think you're okay.
I think most people get it.
He's got them humming. First 9-game win streak since 1984.
The man can
for St.
coach.
John's.
You can say a lot of things about Rick Pitino. He 100% can coach. He's not tweeted at least a apology or a, I should be more careful with my words. So,
I just typed in Rick Pitino on Twitter, and apparently in January of 2024, when they lost to Creighton, quote, "When we lose, I bleeping hate the world. I want to kill myself and die of frostbite."
Okay, so he just hates losing.
He hates losing.
That's why they're so good. That's why they're so good, is because
he's like,
if
I'd
he
rather
loses,
die.
he wants to kill himself.
Yeah.
It's do or die.
Imagine how he thinks it makes the players feel.
Maybe the Texans need that kind of mentality. Forget swarm. How about like Texans? Don't kill yourself. Texans, Sapuka when we lose. Yeah. More in garbage time. I heard this on Dell's show. Marcus Jordan, son of Michael Jordan,
Ex of Scottie Pippen's ex-wife.
Wait, isn't he still dating her?
No, they broke up.
Oh, they broke up. Okay. Damn, I thought Love had a chance.
Now I see why he's getting in trouble. He's going through it.
All I've got is Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift now. But here's how that arrest of Marcus Jordan, who apparently had driven his car onto train tracks, sounded.
Thought we were making a right, and I turned onto the train tracks apparently. I'm trying.
But yeah, we're not getting back in the car right now, okay? The reason why, So
do me a favor, keep your hands out of your pocket.
Yeah,
Man. Keep your hands in your pocket.
There's nothing in my pocket.
That's all. I'm gonna pass you down and look at that. Put your hands out there, bro.
Man, bro, I'm Marcus Jordan. I'm Michael Jordan's son. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to get home, and I made a wrong turn. Okay, and clearly, we would just like to get our car off of the train track.
Who's laughing in the background?
The girl he's with?
The girl he's with is laughing like the entire time. Like she talks at one point and she's like cracking up as she's talking to the cop.
Because she's drunk and realizes her idiot boyfriend is on the train tracks.
That might be it.
It is a funny situation.
And she ain't going to jail.
So he got arrested for that, and apparently he had the cocaine.
They say he had nothing in his pockets.
He did have something in his pockets, it turns out.
Well,
Seems he lied. Yeah, guys, be careful when you're driving under the influence of cocaine. Marcus.
Hey guys, I know. You're probably we're about to go home. Just wait until you get home to start doing the cocaine. All right,
or
don't do it before the commute back home.
I've always wondered this. So I actually I'm not justifying it. I get if you feel like you can't afford to drive home for a taxi or an Uber these days because the prices have gone up a lot for it. But I mean, if you're the son of Michael Jordan, I would think that you can afford an Uber.
Yeah, if you're a full-on scam artist, you can afford it.
You can afford a driver. Scam artist.
Is Marcus Jordan a scam artist?
Oh, I can't remember if it was him or the other one that he would.
All of the Jordans look alike.
No,
DeAndre Jordan, Michael Jordan, same
Marcus's
guy.
Other son, or Michael's other son. One of them got access to all these Jordans and was reselling them before they hit the market. He was taking them from the Nike factory basically and reselling them at a shoe store. So a little scammy.
A little scammy, okay.
Yeah.
Listen, we learn new things every day. Marcus
Every day.
Jordan, scam artist, but he couldn't scam his way out of that one, and he did have something in his pockets. So,
yeah, cocaine.
You live by the scam, you die by the scam.
Just drive, get an Uber home, folks.
Yes, it's really that simple. Especially if you have money, you have no excuse. No one has an excuse, honestly, though.
Yeah, just walk.
When I wake up, yeah, I know I'm not gonna get arrested with cocaine. Song by the Proclaimers, a really good one.
It's a great song.
And I will walk 100 miles with cocaine in my pocket. Yes, I don't do the cocaine till I get home because my daddy will be upset. Ba-da-bop, ba-da-bop. Oh, crap, I drove on the train tracks. And on that note, guys, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been everything. Big thanks to Jeremy Booth, who stopped by earlier, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, callers, texters, and everybody else who tuned in. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, for Joe George to my right, I am merely the Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Pretty good, you?
Not bad.
He's Blake, I'm Branham. It's Brian Behind the Glass, the Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. A tale of two cities in the city of Houston yesterday, depending on who your rooting interest lies with. Good win at the Fertitta Center for one Houston basketball team. A bad. How many bads can we put on this loss for the Houston Rockets yesterday? They dropped their fourth in a row. A 3-game losing streak was already their longest. They dropped another one to the Nets yesterday, their fourth in a row. And I didn't think that they played well, but like, okay, whatever. You're like in a losing streak. You're getting Alpy back for the first time in a while. Like, you don't need to play well. Just go win a game on the road, right? Win a game on the road. Get Alpy back into rhythm. Break the streak. but they absolutely cough one away late. Embarrassing, I felt.
Extremely embarrassing. And just the fact that, like, I'm walking in, get ready, Brian. I'm walking into the gym. Dream is walking out.
Oh, there's two. There's a workout and a flex in the same, like, word.
And I didn't see him, and all of a sudden I hear, man, what was that? And I go, hey, Dream. And he's like, embarrassing. And I'm like, it was awful. And we started talking about it, and it's like, I went back and watched it a couple of times.
I did too.
And I'm like, okay, yes, you can nitpick the last sequence. But, like, it goes back to, I understand, look, good experience for Reed Sheppard. You know, he didn't shoot the ball great, but, you know, he rebounded the ball well, and he got some minutes. But that sequence with about a minute left to go in the game where they get the ball in transition and they can run clock. If the break is there, take it for an easy one. Otherwise, pull it out and run some clock. And he yanks a on-the-run three. He misses, but they get the rebound, and he kicks it out to Jalen. And Jalen immediately reloads and shoots another three. And I'm going, just run the damn clock. You'll win the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure which irritated me more, that specific sequence that you're talking about, or Min Thompson throwing the ball away.
That pass it had so much speed on it. There was no way a guy could run into it.
There were so many things wrong with that play. Like, the execution of getting open was not there. Like, Jalen Green's kind of like going through the motions. Dylan Brooks kind of going through the motions. He actually tried a little bit. The other two guys on the floor didn't even move.
Tate was like more towards half court and never came towards the ball.
He just sat there.
It was brutal.
He sat there. A min can run the floor, can run the baseline. After a made shot, you can run the baseline. So he's sitting there stationary without moving.
I don't think he knew that.
And they had a timeout.
Yep.
They also had a timeout left. So it was bad on all fronts when it comes to that. So I'm not sure which one irritated me more. The inbound pass by a min, or the sequence that you talked about where Reed Sheppard comes and jacks up a three. They get the offensive rebound. So it's like, oh, okay, well, they dodged a bullet here. Nuh-uh. Jalen Green, fourth-year veteran, does the same exact thing.
This is why in the past I've been putting this on the players. And, you know, the fact that once you're in the sequence of a game that, you know, if Jalen has the ball, it's on him. He has to do whatever the coaches tell you. You have to pass the ball, do these things. But the coaches didn't do enough last night because it seemed like a man didn't know he could run the baseline. It seemed like they didn't know they had a timeout. From the standpoint of after the first miss from Reed Sheppard, that's in front of your bench where they should be screaming, hey, kick it out front, run some clock. Whatever you got to do, short and sweet, to tell the guys, we don't need to take another shot for 10 seconds. But instead, it's just like breakdown after breakdown after breakdown. And like you said, on that last sequence, there were multiple things where Ime could still start yelling timeout, timeout, timeout. But I put some of that on the coaches last night.
Yeah, I get it. I have a tough time being critical of the coaches in that moment because it's like you put your players in position to do that stuff on their own, right? Like, I think it's fair to be critical of that. But I put it far more in the execution. And I also think, like, greater picture, this is why this team still needs veterans. This is why this team still needs the veterans of Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. Like, I didn't think they were going to miss Fred VanVleet a whole lot. I think Fred VanVleet gets the ball in yesterday, or at least takes a timeout. I think that he helps guide them to a victory and sees that game through, even though they didn't play well. Same thing with the two missed shots with a minute left to play. Reed Sheppard, like, I don't think Reed Sheppard's ever going to make that mistake again. I really don't. I think Reed Sheppard's going to learn from that moment and never make that mistake again. I wish I could say the same thing about Jalen Green, but Jalen Green's kind of a veteran at this stage of his career. That's unacceptable from Jalen Green. It's really unacceptable for both of them, but it's even more unacceptable for the guy who's been in the league for a few years, not the rookie who barely plays in the NBA. So that was embarrassing on both fronts there. The Amin Thompson thing, like, hey, if you don't know you can run the baseline, that's something you need to know. And if, like, yeah, the coaching aspect comes there too. But I think Fred VanVleet gets the ball in, or Fred VanVleet takes the timeout. So I think that the youth was on display yesterday, and it is kind of a very big reality check that this is still a very green team.
See, that's why when I took all the heat about being critical of the people that think they're contenders, it's not because I don't want them to be. It's because, just like you just said, that they're green in these situations, come playoff time when everything's magnified and everything is ramped up even more, I don't expect them to be perfect. I don't expect them to be on the level with the decision-making and everything else. So I think that they're going to get there, and I think it would be good for them to get that kind of experience this year. But when you look at this team, that's why I'm saying ride it out. Let these guys keep learning as they go. Look, I think in a lot of ways, Reed Sheppard was thrown into that so that he could get some seasoning because, before the game, Ime was talking about, look, he dominates the G League. He doesn't need to be down there anymore. He needs to understand and travel with us and be ready for those moments. And I think they kind of felt like, hey, here's a game. We should win it, but let's get him some extended minutes. And at the end of the game, he the coaching staff, and he got caught because of what happened. I agree with you. I think he knows, and his basketball IQ knows that wasn't the right shot, but I think he felt like this is my moment to kind of pound one in the coffin against anybody that has anything negative to say to me, and I make my I'm in the NBA moment.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't think that Ime was playing them because they were playing a bad opponent, though. Like, I disagree with that notion. Like, to me, he started Reed Sheppard in the second half. That wasn't like, oh, we're playing a bad team, let me play the rookie. He subbed him in late in the fourth quarter.
Well, I think he was looking,
I think he thought he was one of his best 5 players yesterday.
I think he was looking for energy when he started him in the second half.
Well, he played well in the first half. I think initially in the first half he was, but then he played well and he rewarded him.
Right. He was looking for energy when he put him in the game. What he saw out of Reed was enough to start him in the second half because he needed some. He kind of felt like he still needed kind of like, a little bit more oomph in the offense and the way they were playing the floor. The rebounding total was impressive to me. I mean, and he's got some athletic ability, but I think that late in the game, and because you're down numbers, and he kept going with him. And I think they kind of got caught. You're right. If they would have had Fred, that's one thing. But I think even when you're talking about, the veterans on the bench, you had guys that have been there, done that a little bit more, like Holiday, where you could probably avoid that.
Yeah, it was a really weird finish. The Reed Sheppard shot that you're talking about, where he just came up and jacked up a 3 within the 5 seconds of the shot clock, whenever they were leading that game and needed to, eat some clock. They were at 4 whenever he did that. Short term, it was really stupid. Really, 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 really stupid. There's no denying how stupid of a basketball play that was by Reed Sheppard. Maybe the stupidest play. I don't want to say it's the stupidest play you're going to see all year, but one of the stupidest plays you're going to see all year. On the other hand, I kind of like his bravado. I know it sounds crazy, and you don't want to see him take that shot, but I like the fact that this dude who's barely played in the NBA, and we've been critical of, and I haven't loved what I've seen from the number 3 pick of the NBA draft, that in that moment he runs down the floor and shoots that 3. Because it does speak to his confidence. Stupid. It is stupid. There's no doubt it's stupid. But at the same time, I think it actually shows that he does still have confidence in his game.
Oh, I think so. And I think that, you and I have talked about this, and we watched him last year at Kentucky, where he's not short on confidence, and he knows he has ability. And I think that's the beauty of guys. And look, he comes from a basketball family and all that too, but he played at Kentucky. I mean, he was on the main stage. I think he's going to be just fine. I mean, when you go down to the G League and you drop 49, look, you say, but at the same time, a lot of guys that are high draft picks go down to the G League and they struggle to get theirs down there.
But who was that point guard the Rockets had that was awful?
Ty.
No. It was the Knicks.
Deshaun.
He was dropping 50 in the G League.
I don't know that he ever had 50, but I'm just saying his first game in the G League, he goes down there and he just terrorizes everybody for 49 points. And you're like, look, because I had people coming up to me going, is Reed Sheppard a bust? I'm like, how can you judge this kid as a bust in his first year when he's just getting his feet wet in the NBA? I think that's totally unfair to him. And I think that his ability shows you he's going to be just fine. But I think last night was a learning experience that he will definitely learn from. But I think it was valuable. I think that's one of those moments where he's going to be better now going forward.
I do too. It stinks that it came in a loss, in a critical moment for him, in which it was, again, a stupid play. Knicks had a 45 burger in a G League game.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to put any stock in the Rockets made a trade today, which we'll get to. I mean, who cares? We'll spoil the trade. They traded for Springer, not George. The dude was a G League Finals MVP. Like, I don't put a whole lot of weight in what a guy does in the G League, but that was nice to see by Reed Sheppard, despite the fact that they lost. I can't believe Amin Thompson, who I think has a high basketball IQ, threw away that inbounds like that. I really can't. He had 7 turnovers yesterday, Amin Thompson.
Yeah, he did not play his best game, and that pass specifically, I mean, that's a tough angle anyway, but he threw a fastball, and it was like, at least kind of throw it, lob it over the top, or kind of just push it out there, because whoever was going for the ball,
Brooks,
had his guy on his back pocket sealed off enough that he could go get it, but he threw such a fastball, no one could get it, and then the tip goes right out, of course, where it didn't need to go, and you get crushed with a 3, and then I thought the last play of the game was terrible too.
No doubt. We didn't talk about that.
No,
enough.
we didn't.
Because that shouldn't be minimized as well. That certainly wasn't going to Jalen there, right? Like, there's no way that the play was Jalen here, go jack up a three. No chance.
It definitely, I don't think so either, but it definitely should not be. And two, if Jalen gets his hands on it, and if you look at it, the defender from Dylan Brooks slid over when he got the ball to where even if he just shot fakes, there's still time on the clock. And Dylan Brooks is wide open on the right side of the three-point line, and he just was hell-bent on, I think the New York atmosphere for Jalen is one of those where he feels like, I got to show out. And I felt like last night he tried to play hero ball.
I didn't think that Jalen was like his worst. I didn't think he was the best either. I didn't think Jalen was great in that game, but he was better against the Nets than he was the Knicks. You know, like
the Knicks, he was really trying to
didn't turn it over as
press
much.
the issue. Last night was better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was good last night, to your point, but I don't think he was as bad as he was against the Knicks. But disappointing loss for the Houston Rockets as they dropped their 4th in a row, and they lost to the Nets twice and absolutely gifted that game to Brooklyn yesterday. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on it. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sag by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. Lots to get to today. It is a Wednesday. Nick Caley, is he really putting together his offensive staff? I don't know. It's tough to tell. Brian does weird things on his phone that we have to get to. And then Joe Espada, Dana Brown, they're going to West Palm to get the team ready for the season. Spring training right around the corner. They had a lot to say yesterday. We'll get to that. Lots more. Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees. 713-780-3776. Does this 4-game losing streak the Rockets are currently on, does it change your mind on what the deadline strategy should be for Rafael Stone and the Rockets? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bobby on the YouTube. They miss Fred VanVleet more than I thought they would on as simple as an inbounds pass from the Amin turnover. Does this change your mind on what the Rockets should do with Fred VanVleet's contract? Because they can get out of it. They could opt out of that deal at the end of this offseason.
At the end of the year, it doesn't change my mind at all. I just feel like there are plenty of other options for this team, and I know that they've had discussions already about a potential extension, and maybe that's you opt out of that, and then you make maybe a more financially friendly deal with a couple more years for Fred. If you can make a reasonable deal where you're not breaking the bank to keep a veteran around like Fred VanVleet, so be it. But if he's looking to try and stay in that kind of tax bracket, then I'm out. Because I think that you can find other guys like that, but also you're watching the development of this young team enough that they're going to get they deserve the more significant minutes.
It was the first time this season where I'm like, I don't know if Fred VanVleet off of this team makes the Rockets better. I think it's the first time I've thought that all year. Going into next season, like looking at it from a next season approach. I agree with you that they're not just going to like let him walk. I think that they could repurpose the contract, sign whatever they can do from a financial perspective. I think that they will try that because if you let him to walk out the door, you're not going to be able to use the money because of where they're at in the cap. So yeah, I think they'll be creative. I don't know if he's on this roster next year, but it does make me think, maybe veteran point guard still something that they need going forward. Because I like him in a lot, obviously. I think he's baby honest. I'm not sure he's a point guard, though.
See, that's the other question. Like now we're talking about the fact that when he came into the league, I think that their master plan for the big picture was going to be he was eventually going to turn into your point guard. But now you've seen him in kind of that versatile role where he's positionless, starting in Jabari's spot, but being able to do so many different things that I don't think you want to earmark him as a point guard. And maybe let's just be honest, in terms of a ball, just pure ball handling, because at some point you're going to get pressured in the backcourt and you're going to have to do some things from a ball handling perspective. I'm not sure if that's all in his repertoire as it is. Like he can handle it on the break, but it's a totally different situation if he's trying to bring it up on pressure.
Yeah, he's still lacks a little bit there. Like they currently have Jabari out. They currently have Fred VanVleet out. Do you think the Rockets are better with the men starting at the 1 for Fred VanVleet or starting at the 4 for Jabari?
Starting at the 4 for Jabari.
I think so too.
Yeah. That I don't think that's arguable. I just think that, look, Jabari hasn't knocked your socks off enough to say that he's a guy that you have to have in there. And then when Amen is filling up the box score like he is, it makes you less and less likely to miss Jabari. But when we see what happened last night, just strictly from a leadership free throws perspective, look, I mean, they missed free throws down the stretch too that they needed to make. And Fred normally makes those free throws. So there's enough to hang your hat on to say for this team for this year right now, you miss Fred a lot more than you miss Jabari.
I would agree with that. And I like Jabari. Like I think Jabari's skill set's pretty unique. I don't think there's many guys in the NBA that can rebound like he's capable of. I still think that he's missing some there. I think he can improve in that area and shoot the way that he can from 3. So I like Jabari, but I think he's like a glorified role player. Texter, Amin's great, but I would prefer him receive the ball instead of bringing it in. Point guards bringing the ball in that spot. And that goes into the conversation we're having. Like if you're facing the full court pressure and they're going to defend everybody man on man for the length of the floor, you're going to have your point guard bring the ball in. And Amin yesterday was playing the point because Fred VanVleet was not playing. He's going to be out for a couple of weeks. Texter, it's all a part of growth. We're like 2 years ahead of schedule. Remember, everyone expected for them to be a play-in team at best. I wouldn't overreact just yet. They're still growing and learning. Yeah, bigger picture, you're absolutely right, Texter. But as we react to the game, yes, that was a bad loss. Like big picture, you're right. It is part of the growth of this team, trust the process, all of that. At the same time, we can sit here and have an honest conversation about a game that they absolutely coughed away.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Regardless of where you see this team in the big picture or for this year and how far you think they can go, that's an awful loss. And that's something that a lot of good teams don't do. And you did it twice. And I know, like I said this the other day when people were telling me about why this team is a contender, and it's because you beat the Celtics and you beat the Cavs twice. Well, now the 2 Cavs wins are canceled out by the 2 bad Nets losses. And now you're looking at Celtics versus Hornets wins and losses and things like that. That's why I don't do that. I think from the standpoint of this is still a team that's developing. Just, again, similar to the Texans, the curve has been sped up. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a great thing if you're a fan of this team. But that doesn't mean that they're not still going to have nights like last night. The inexperience is going to show. The guys still have room to grow, and that's what you got to kind of pad the brakes on, that you don't want to rush it too soon by making a dumb trade to try and, get a veteran for a year or two. But you also have to be patient enough to realize they're not going to just be able to do the things you expect a contending team to do.
Are you telling everybody to temper their expectations with the Rockets?
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm doing.
I think it's fair. I think you're right about that. Like I want them to obviously go to the playoffs, and I want them to win a playoff series. I think it'd be really good for their growth as a team. I also think playoff failure would be good for their growth, but I think it's critical that they make the playoffs, especially with the start. Like, you collapse and don't make the playoffs after this start, now you're talking about some seismic shifts, I think, with this team. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Another texter, I'm in with two big into-the-game blunders, 2 games in a row that cost the game. Yesterday, for sure. I don't know if they win the Knicks game if he doesn't turn it over late, but it did diminish their chances greatly.
No doubt. And I think, again, that's what we're just talking about. You, as much as, and again, when the national media picks up on it and they start kind of blowing him up, now everybody's in belief that this dude is already ready for stardom. He's going to make mistakes. He's young. This is his first chance to really kind of get the spotlight on him a little bit more. He's been playing his tail off, but these things are going to happen.
Texter says, can you see 86 Celtics doing that? Come on. You're not comparing the Rockets to the 86
Seriously?
Celtics, are you? Come on now.
How many Hall of Famers were on that team?
You can't do that. What, 3? Or was there
Walton, Parrish, McHale,
I forgot about Walton.
Bird.
Dennis Johnson
Is Dennis Johnson in?
I think he did.
If
make the
DJ's in, that's
Basketball Hall of
5.
Fame. I think he did.
And I don't know if there were veterans on the bench that were hanging on for a ring or not, but you got 5 Hall of Famers.
Let's see. Dennis Johnson, Hall of Fame. Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame.
There you go.
Dennis Johnson.
5 Hall of Famers on that team.
That's insane. You think the Rockets have 5 Hall of Famers?
I
on
do
their
not.
team?
I absolutely do not.
Do you think they have 1?
I do not.
I think one of them will get in.
Maybe.
Like Alpi, I think could put together like
kind
a
of like
huge
with the
statistical
Astros.
career.
Altuve will be the guy that actually gets in, but they had, even going back to Springer,
Maybe
Verlander will get in as a pitcher, but
sure.
Yeah, but I'm just saying from position players.
One, like the Basketball Hall of Fame, though, they put guys in that have no business.
Oh, they sure
like
do.
Their bar is pretty dang low. If they had a normal standard, I would say no. But because they have a very low standard, I think that they're probably going to get one we're super premature to have this conversation. Is this 4 in a row since Amin Thompson said he felt like Kobe? Basketball God said no. I hope that's just a coincidence.
And I don't think he was saying full-blown Kobe in his game and his abilities. I think it was his first game winner.
He said he felt like Kobe knocking down a game winner.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anything, that was paying him respect.
Right.
Yesterday was one of the most crushing regular season losses I've seen the Rockets in a long time. Just in time for y'all's segment today. Also says if Reed Shepherd hit that shot, we're raving about Reed today. He said he liked the confidence. I like that he has confidence. I don't think he should have showed it in that moment. I don't think that was the moment to show that confidence. It was a stupid play. Does it show he's still confident in his game? Yes. But should he be taking that shot? No. And I disagree with you, Texter. If Reed Shepherd made that shot, I would sit here today and say it was a stupid shot.
Yeah.
Because it didn't go in does not change my opinion of the selection of the shot.
Someone else texted in or sent us a message too that said we'd have a different attitude if they won this game. We're still not going to turn a blind eye to the mistakes that they were making. The fact that, again, from a closing standpoint, they weren't executing and doing the kind of things and getting the kind of shots you're supposed to do when you're a good team closing out a game. Would it take the sting out a little bit more? Sure. But we would still be talking about dodging a bullet and getting really lucky and having things go their way. From a Shepherd perspective, I think it meant more to him from kind of like his welcome to the NBA moment than it did from a team perspective.
Good game for Alpi though. 24-20. Pretty
huge game. Yeah.
Pretty massive. I didn't think that I thought he left some points on the board too. Like I think he could have had a 30-20 game.
I don't disagree with you. And I think the other thing is, as much as when he goes up against a Gobert or a Jokic or some of the best centers in the league, especially defensively, he's in complete attack mode. And I thought that he could have attacked Claxton more. And I thought that he could attack. Brooklyn doesn't have anybody that they're going to put out there that can move him around. And I thought he could have been more physical.
Yeah. Texture says Steven Adams is a Hall of Famer. Come on now.
Maybe in Australia.
Come on. You think Steven Adams will be on this team at this time tomorrow?
Boy, the Lakers evidently are hot and heavy trying to see if they can get him.
What would they give up, though?
That's what I'm saying. If
I
I
want to
only
see a
get
proposal.
if I only get a second round or something less than I'm not trading Steven Adams because I think he has value to this team.
Yeah, I would need something kind of significant. Like
The Lakers have one first round left to that they could trade, and they're not giving up a first round pick for Steven Adams.
No. How much are they playing Dalton Connect these days?
You know, he was supposed to be in the Luka trade.
Yeah, he's only playing like 10, 20 minutes.
And then did you see that? Was it last week that
Could you get Connect for Adams?
No.
I know you'd have to like make the salaries work.
Yeah, no.
But would they part with Connect for Adams? I don't love Dalton Connect, but he can shoot.
JJ, did you see that though last week with JJ?
Hey, was griping at him.
Well, he said he goes, you called timeout and we called the effing. It was your effing play.
Yeah.
And you called timeout and didn't know what we were running. Like
I loved it.
That's beautiful on JJ's part because he's a deep X's and O's guy. But Dalton Connect, you and I have had this conversation. I've been a big fan when he was in the draft. I thought he could really play, but I don't know how he fits there now with what they're trying to do because there's not going to be a lot of minutes for him.
I think he's a taller version of Reed Shepard. That's me stereotyping, isn't it? I'm comparing one white guy to the other.
Well, to throw another white guy in the mix, don't you think that he is at his best in this league, Austin Reeves? At his best.
I think Reeves is a little bit more of a playmaker. I don't know if Connect has that playmaker in him.
I think that Connect is a better athlete.
Do you?
Yeah, he can jump. I think he can jump a lot higher, and I think that he's stronger. But I don't disagree with you on the playmaker part.
Like Reeves can slash and like cut into the basket and stuff. Like Connect doesn't really do a whole lot of that. Rockets did make a blockbuster trade today, though. If all of you have been living under a rock, the Rockets made a blockbuster trade. They traded a heavily protected second-round draft pick for a heavily protected second-round draft pick, Jaden Springer, in the Boston Celtics 2020 second-round draft pick. Is Jaden Springer the man that's going to be the savior for the Houston
Rockets?
Rockets?
They got him for free.
Oh, yeah, they got him for free.
Like that second round pick is protected top 55. That's five
Is
picks.
that what it was?
That's 5 picks left in the draft.
It was a cash dump by the Celtics.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, it was 100% a cash dump.
The Rockets had some space to absorb like the $4 million in contract, and it saves the Celtics like $15 million because of like all the apron rules. I saw Beam a Thug break it down on Twitter.
Yeah,
I'd be lost without him. But it's funny how Shams his tweet. Boston Celtics are trading Jaden Springer in their 2030 second-round pick to the Rockets. Both teams are also exchanging heavily protected second-rounders. Like, are these second-rounders Fort Knox? Like, why are those heavily protected? Like, they're armored. They're behind tanks.
Yeah,
protected by the military.
Go back. When's the last, 50 and above second-round pick made any kind of impact in the league? It's rare. I think teams throw them away a lot.
Oh, no doubt.
But I think that, and it's kind of scary in a way too, but this is kind of the Daryl Morey philosophy of lottery picks and first round picks had value just because they were lottery picks and first round picks. Because Daryl used to collect all the scrap heap of lotto picks and then say, but he was once a lottery pick. And I remember McHale saying, yeah, but if he can't play dead, then what does that mean? But, this kid was a former first round pick.
Late first, yeah.
Yeah, but I saw one of the headlines read, Rockets acquire former first rounder. And I'm going, okay, but how long
I hate
ago?
headlines like that. When some guy that got drafted, not in this case, but drafted like 5-6 years ago, a former first rounder, what does that matter at this
He's
point?
a champion.
Okay.
Jaden Springer is a champion. He's bringing a championship pedigree.
So is David Carr.
That's true.
They're both facts.
Jaden Springer was also the G League Finals MVP.
G League, we care about those stats.
No, we don't.
I know. I'm being highly sarcastic.
I do care about MVPs.
I'm glad that Udoka got another guy that can play defense and can't shoot though. That's I think it's really important for the team construction.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be cut tomorrow.
Probably.
Jaden Springer guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A couple of more texts on the Rockets. My struggle with let it play out is if Jalen is not the guy, there are only a few 1A stars in the league. If they can get one, Anthony Edwards, I think he's talking about Booker. I think they need to do it when they can, even if it shorts the full process. I don't think that they can right now, though. I think if they could do it, they would have already done it.
I think as much as you're looking at an owner that's trying to be hell-bent on winning now in Phoenix, the one guy that he doesn't trade is Booker. He just became the all-time league scorer in franchise history. He's actually playing at a high level. Beal is not. KD is just kind of...
Bill's refusing to waive his no trade either.
Right. And from the standpoint of KD is their asset that they're throwing out there, but what they're trying to get for him is so ludicrous that I don't think they're going to get that either. But they're just desperate.
Yeah, they're having a tough season too. I hate social media. Follow me at Jeremy Branham on Twitter, at Jeremy J Branham on TikTok. So many people believe Luka is the first white guy to be the best player in the Lakers. Hello, the logo. I didn't know Luka wore the logo. I don't see color in my athletes.
You were just talking about white guys earlier. You got to see some sort of color.
Yeah, it's a good
or the lack
rebuttal.
of color, I guess.
Good rebuttal on that one, Brian. Shut up. Shut your mic. You're not talent. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So this is interesting that Nick Caley, like, he's allowed to pick all of his coaches on the offensive staff, yet he's holding everybody over, and everybody that gets hired has a connection with Nick Caserio. I'm going to tell you what this reminds me of next. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Hey, Blankers. Happy National Girls and Women in Sports Day.
What are you trying to say?
Well, you have daughters. You play sports.
It's true, I do.
So you're a little closer and more connected to it than I.
Okay.
You pass
Back
that
at
along
you.
for me. I
Back
don't have
at
a
you.
daughters.
Brian.
Do they play sports yet,
happy
your
girls
daughter?
No,
and
my
women in
daughter does not
sports.
play sports.
There you go. So you're the only one that this applies to.
Okay.
Did you wish the girls down the hall happy National Girls and Women in Sports Day?
Sure didn't.
I didn't either. 713-780-ESPN.
So we're the problem?
We are the problem. We are the problem with America. Do you know what so Nick Caley's keeping all these offensive assistants, right? He's keeping Gerard. They're promoting Popovich.
Is that done, Gerard?
Yeah, but according to reports, Aaron Wilson reported that. So I guess
I'm
it's
glad
not
to hear that.
nail in the coffin done. But Popovich getting promoted to the offensive line coach. There's only like one assistant that they're bringing in on the offensive staff, and it's actually like he's more connected with Caserio than he is Nick Caley. So that's kind of head scratching. Okay. It's interesting. But Nick Caley, and I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. Only time will tell. I like the most of the offensive staff. I'm a fan of Gerard Johnson. I guess I don't know enough about Popovich and his scheme and what it's going to look like under a new offensive coordinator. I don't love the idea that they're keeping the assistant offensive line coach for an offensive line that was putrid last year, but maybe it looks different with the new offensive coordinator, and maybe it was past Strauzer's time, and Popovich would have done much better. You can make the argument, well, if you knew that, maybe you should have just promoted Popovich halfway through last year, or also promote Gerard Johnson to offensive coordinator if you didn't love what you were seeing with Slowick, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm not saying this is a negative. I'm just saying that I've had this thought, epiphany. It has popped into my head what this reminds me of. And it reminds me of what the Houston Texans did a couple of years ago. Remember when they fired David Culley and they promoted Lovie Smith to be the glorified interim head coach? He wasn't given the interim head coach label. He was given the head coach label, but he only lasted a year. He was a glorified interim head coach. But what did he do with all the assistants? He kept all the assistants. That's why he was the interim head coach, is because he kept the entire coaching staff for the most part. This reminds me is the same exact situation. You fire David Culley, you promote Lovie Smith, you keep the entire staff. You fire Bobby Slowick, you hire Nick Caley, who was the runner-up to Bobby Slowick 2 years ago anyways, and then you're like, here is your staff as well. I'm not saying this is a negative. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. But it's the same thing on a lesser scale, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, that they did when Lovie Smith took over for David Culley.
Yeah, I have reservations about this too. Just like a guy that first time offensive coordinator, no play calling. It's even worse when we talked about it the other day. I just want a guy that if he is going to be fully in charge of the offense, that can do everything that kind of allows him to do just that. I want him to pick his staff that can run his system, that knows what he wants to do. And we've talked about, from a trust, continuity, communication, you want your OC to have all of that already established with your coaching staff, so it's easier to kind of get everything done. And you don't like the fact that I personally don't like the fact that I don't want Nick meddling too much. I want the coaches to be coaches.
And you weren't good offensively.
No.
It's the reason you fired Bobby Slowick. You weren't good in David Culley's first year, and I don't think that Nick Caserio could have co-signed a second year of David Culley, because then you would have looked really bad for him to co-sign a second year of David Culley. But you make one change. You don't make these wholesale changes. David Culley, Lovie Smith. You go, well, they weren't ready to win. They were still embracing the suck. Okay, good point. But they're ready to win now. They were better offensively last year than they were this year. They didn't like what they saw on the offensive side of the ball, so they fired Bobby Slowick, who has been considered as an NFL head coach candidate for several teams. I'm not saying they were wrong to fire Bobby Slowick. I'm glad that they moved on from Bobby Slowick. But then you keep his entire staff. Yeah. So it's like, yes, I know that the rest of the staff isn't calling plays, but they're part of the offense. They are the ones that are coaching them up. They're involved in, game plan installment. They have a hand, maybe not 100% of the hand, but they have a hand in how successful this offense is. And then they decide to keep almost all of them. And look, I like Gerard Johnson. I want Gerard Johnson to be here, but it's just very, very odd that for the second time in 4 years or whatever it is, that they have fired a prominent position on the coaching staff and then keep all of the other staffers on the coaching staff. It's weird.
Yeah, the Popovich thing, to me, I guess you want to believe then that he had different thoughts and ideas, and that's why maybe he'll be able to be more of a problem solver with the line. But I don't see it. I thought the best answer would have been going out and getting someone from the outside, another veteran offensive line coach that could kind of have the experience and take full grasp of the situation.
Hey, look, they work together, so maybe they will have alignment. They brought in the guy who used to work at the Patriots, so maybe there's going to be a line. I hope that it works. It's just really, really weird that You fire a head coach, you keep all the assistants. You fire the offensive coordinator, you keep a majority of the offensive assistants. It's bizarre to me. And I don't mind the first-time play caller thing, but if you're hiring the captain of the ship, I want the captain to hire its staff.
Exactly. It's different than the Parcells line, but because it's not, if you're going to be expected to serve dinner, you need to pick the groceries. But to a certain extent, if you want the captain to be able to kind of navigate his ship to victory, then you let him pick his crew.
Yeah, I want him to pick the bosun. The captain should be picking the bosun. And look, all the reports say that Caley has been like signing off on these guys. So maybe there's nothing here. Maybe there's nothing here, and it's all Caley driven. And he doesn't know Gerard very well, but he's keeping Gerard. He's worked with Popovich, even though he was an assistant offensive line coach on a bad offensive line last year. Maybe it is all above board. Or maybe it's Nick Caserio's picking and choosing the coaching staff. And D'Amico Ryans, who was the one that advocated for Bobby Slowick, is like, hey, I didn't get this one right. Nick Caserio, why don't you take a try? Like, it kind of gives me that feel. It kind of gives me that feel a little bit.
What I don't like is we know that he had other offers to where that he turned the Jets down, and he was going to be very selective. Was this on the table all along? If it was going to be Caserio kind of involving himself?
I didn't want it, right? Like I don't want Caserio picking the staff.
I don't
this
either.
This is D'Amico's coaching staff. Now, if I'm playing devil's advocate for the sake of the conversation, D'Amico picked Slowick. It didn't really work, and now it's Nick Caserio's turn. It's kind of like what we do with Who Said It. Like, you get the first crack at it because you're better than me. Whenever you get it wrong, I get the next crack at it. It kind of gives me those feels a little bit where D'Amico picked Slowick. They fired him after 2 years. Hey, Nick, you bring in your guy who almost was the offensive coordinator, and then we're also going to keep the staffers that you picked for Slowick. It's just kind of a weird way to go about it.
And I would look at it from a different perspective. I understand what you're saying, but I look at it too about saying, okay, well, look, the running backs were good, so I can live with the running backs coach. The receivers were good. Okay, I can live with that. The biggest thing is if CJ really likes Gerard, then I definitely want to stick with Gerard. And that's a benefit for me because he can tell me things about CJ that I don't know if I don't have a relationship with him. The offensive line was garbage, so therefore I got to make a change. And I don't think that change, it's a significant, they were so significant to the less than performance of the offense that I need somebody different. I need a total change.
See, you're coming at it from like a resume point of view, which is totally fair. I look at it more from a matching of scheme. Like if I'm the guy that's running things, I want a wide receiver coach that's going to be really good at coaching up the receivers based on what I want, whether it's blocking, whether it's the way they run routes. Same thing with the offensive line. I want it all. Like, they need to be aligned with me. We need to be working in unison together. So it's weird, again, that the guy that needs to work in unison with the receiver coach, the quarterback coach, the offensive line coach, all of the coaches on the offensive staff is just holding over the coaches that were previously here. I don't know how you're going to get alignment there.
Well, that's the biggest thing. And what we're not talking about, Jeremy, is what like I always harp on from my personal experiences, which is you also have to have a trust value that some of the guys you held over might be really loyal to Bobby Slowick because Bobby Slowick gave them an opportunity that they didn't have previously. So no matter what they talk about in the coaches' meetings, who knows if behind their backs and otherwise they're like, Bobby wouldn't have done this or Bob. And it does happen. And that's
sure.
And that's something that you have to be cognizant of.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of odd to me. And look, maybe I'm just being dramatic here. Maybe I'm just being a little extra. Maybe I'm reading something that isn't there. But usually you bring in a guy, he's going to pick out his entire staff. Brian, you had something you wanted to chime in with?
I mean, part of it's kind of echoing what you guys said. I just don't like the idea of you have such a massive step back on offense. Stroud takes up, a pretty big step back, obviously, as a part of that. And you kind of just rubber stamp and don't bring in any new ideas. Like, I mean, you bring in Nick Caley, who's kind of coming in with new ideas. The Sean McVay offense different than the Kyle Shanahan offense, but it's still West Coast. And then you promote your offensive line coach from within. Like, I don't like the idea of, okay, we had a catastrophic failing of the offensive line. Our franchise quarterback takes a big step back, and we're kind of running with the same ideas that didn't work the last time. Especially with one of the things that Joel said, I want to push back on a little bit because, I mean, obviously the offensive line coach, massive failing. They had to make a change there. But you mentioned, like, the running backs were fine. The wide receivers were fine. No reason to replace them. And while that may be true, they may be great coaches. They were good because Joe Mixon's good. they're good because Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs are good. They're like the guys underneath that weren't already established, the Damian Pierces, the John Mechie's, the Xavier Hutchinsons, none of those guys took any step forward. So I maybe they are good coaches, maybe they fit what Nick Caley wants to do, but I wouldn't say, okay, Joe Mixon and Nico Collins were good. That means these coaches are good.
See, I think the alignment comes before that. Like, to me, it's we all need to be rowing in the same direction. Like, you might have been a good running back. Maybe you're the 7th best running back coach in the NFL, but your way of doing things is very different than the offensive coordinator's way of doing things. That's not a marriage. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Right. No, and I think that look, all aspects of this have to be addressed. And I think that, again, if you want a guy to feel in his first chance doing this, if you want him to feel as comfortable as he possibly can and feel like he can trust everybody in the room, he can do whatever he wants. This is why most coaching staffs are not constructed like this, because you need guys that are going to say, be able to have the confidence in a relationship to say, hey, don't do that. Right. This isn't, I think you need to rethink this. And if you don't know the guy's going to be pretty apprehensive about saying, and maybe he wants to see you do something that's not going to work.
Yeah, and I think coaches are capable of coaching like multiple schemes, but like the Texans last year were more zone blocking scheme, and this one's like more gap scheme. So like, well, how do we know that a running back, the running back coach or whoever is going to be as good in that department as he was the previous scheme? So it's just weird to me. Now, do you think that DeMeco can survive if Nick Caley is the disaster? Like if he's, let's just say it runs out like Bobby Slowick where you're fired him after 2 years. Can DeMeco survive that?
See, this is the tricky one because it depends on if DeMeco had a say-so in the hire. If DeMeco has a say-so in the hire and this is the guy that he wanted, then I don't know that he does. If this is a guy that Nick Caserio picked and he didn't have anything to do with it, well, it's going to probably get out there in short order if he's catching any heat. And I go back to the whole Mike D'Antoni thing when he knew the Rockets defense sucked and he knew he was brought in and he was like, I'm the offensive coach and Jeff Bezdelic is the defensive coordinator. Any issues with the defense, go see him because he wanted to wash his hands of it. I'm not saying DeMeco would do that, but who hired him matters if it means my butt's on the line.
Yeah, see, I think I'm with you. I think that DeMeco can survive it, but I don't think that both heads can survive it. I think a head would roll if Nick Caley is the disaster and gets fired within 2 years. And I think ultimately it comes back to who made the hire.
Yeah.
Like this one kind of screams Caserio to me, which I don't love. I like Caley, but I don't love that it feels like Caserio's imprints are all over it. So I think that one of those guys would get sacked. If Caley's fired after a year or two, and look, hopefully that doesn't happen. Caley's hired as a head coach next year because that means you did something special in this upcoming season. But if Caley's a disaster, either DeMeco or Caserio gets sacked.
No doubt. And I think that similar to what I said about if you're the offensive coordinator, you should be able to pick your crew because of the fact that it's going to help you do what you do. I think from a DeMeco standpoint, it's the same thing. If I wasn't the guy making the ultimate hire for my OC, then I should speak up and say something because it's my team and it's my butt and reputation that's on the line for everything that this team does, to where if Nick came in and said he wanted to do that, I should be able to push back, go, well, time out.
There's probably some unison there, right?
I mean, it seems like they got a good relationship, but at the same time, to your point, if one or if not both of the heads are going to roll, but if it's one or the other, well, if it's going to be on my watch, under my regime, I should probably have something to say about it.
It's totally guessing, right? But I feel like it leans Caserio higher, but at the same time, DeMeco's cool with it. Because I do feel like if DeMeco is like, that's not the guy, then he wouldn't be the guy. Like if DeMeco didn't at least co-sign it, I don't think Nick Caley's the offensive coordinator.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I hope that.
I
hope that they were both on board with it. I hope that what we see on draft nights and what they tell us about how on the same page they are and the working relationship they have, I hope that all played into this hire. But like you said, we don't know.
Yeah, I just feel like DeMeco has more pull than Caserio.
If that were so, though, wouldn't this feel more like a DeMeco hire?
Yeah.
No, I think DeMeco's like, I'm not great on the offensive side of the ball. You go do your thing.
Isn't he just completely deferred to Caserio?
I wouldn't say completely deferred. I would say more oversee, but willing to listen, knowing that he's the one who hired Slowick and he's giving Caserio a crack at it.
I don't think so. I don't think DeMeco would do that.
Well, so what do you think happened? Do you think DeMeco would totally like oversaw the whole thing and didn't listen to Nick?
No, I don't think that DeMeco's the kind of guy that says that I'm going to stick to the defense and not understand the fact that I'm still the leader of the entire locker room and the entire thing.
But I think he deferred here.
I hate that.
I think
I
he
hope
deferred
that's
to
not.
Kaylee.
I don't want him to do that.
But I mean, that's also sometimes a sign of a good manager, right? Like, hey, okay, like this isn't my. Yes, I'm not going to completely eliminate myself from this side of the ball, but I do understand that the other side of the ball is my forte, is my expertise. I was vouching and standing on the table for Bobby Slowick, and he regressed greatly in year 2, so far to the point that we had to fire him. Now D'Amico kind of takes a step back, oversees the process, still kind of like, listening to ideas, ultimately makes that final decision, but listening to the people that he trusts, and maybe the person that he trusts is Nick Caserio here.
But I think more so than that, if I'm the head coach, rather than let my general manager pick someone that's going to work under me that I'm going to have to work with, why not say defense isn't my forte, but I've been in this league long enough as both a player and a coach when we go back in the process from the Chip Kelly angle all the way up to guys that are in the one or both of the most successful offenses in the league, or 2 of the most successful offenses in the league, that I got to know enough people that I can still hand pick a guy that I know knows offense, whether I know it or not, as opposed to turning it over to Nick Caserio.
But he did that with Slowick.
Okay.
So he's 0 for 1.
But, well, even then, do we know that Nick didn't have input with Slowick?
I mean, D'Amico and Slowick were boys, and then we'll go back way to San Francisco. Like, the finalists we think were Slowick and Kaylee. Like, Slowick is obviously the D'Amico guy, and then Kaylee would obviously be the Caserio guy.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Texter says, let me tell you about David Kelly, who's a junkie. No certainty, but Chip Kelly probably wanted too much power in moolah, which led to the Texans making a lower pivot move. What say the Beehivers? Here's the so John Alexander, Houston Chronicle, great reporter. He does his mailbag. And in his mailbag today, he said that the Texans did have interest in Chip Kelly, that they had interest in Chip Kelly, and that they had conversations, not a formal interview, but he said that they had conversations. He also said that Chip Kelly had interest in the Texans, but the Texans didn't want to pay Chip Kelly $6 million, is what Alexander said in his mailbag today.
Never
I don't
quit.
blame him. I don't think that the Texans are like the kind of franchise like the Yankees and Dodgers in baseball that they're going to go out and suddenly get kind of strong-armed because of a Raiders offer into $6 million a year for an OC, and especially if that's more money than D'Amico's making.
D'Amico's 4.6, so you'd have to bump probably.
You got to bump D'Amico and pay an OC.
Yeah,
$6
if you're going to
million.
pay the OC $6 million, you probably got to give D'Amico at least 6.1. Like, he has to be making more than the offense coordinator.
So really, Chip Kelly costs $8 million because you're going to have to bump D'Amico up too.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's only annually. Like, not even talking long term. That'd be $6 million or $8 million every single year. Now, I'm surprised to hear you say that, though, Blankers.
Why?
Because, one, it's not your money. Secondly, it's not against the salary cap, so it's not preventing the Texans from signing players. And third, you wanted an offensive play caller with experience.
But I still think I could have gotten that without paying that kind of money. That's exorbitant. I just don't think. Yeah, I just don't think from an organizational standpoint that's a smart move. I think it sets a bad precedence across the league as well for your franchise.
But if he's your number one target, why do you care how much he gets paid?
Because I think that at the end of the day, the bottom line still has to matter to some degree. That's way too much for an OC. I mean, you're making more than a lot of coaches in this league, and there's no guarantees that he's going to be worth that kind of money getting back to the NFL right away.
Why do you care if the McNairs are spending $8 more million on their coaching staff, though?
I don't think it's smart business. I don't think it's a smart move for the franchise. I mean, look, I would love to have Chip Kelly at the right price. I don't want Chip Kelly at that amount of money, whether it's my money or not. I just think from an organization making a sound decision.
Yeah. If I don't care if Cal McNair spends money. I will say that. Now, if I'm Cal McNair, different story. But I don't care if Cal's spending his money. If I'm Cal, I'm at $8 million, different conversation. Texter, if it's out of your area of expertise, you outsource the task. Another texter, I kind of see it from both ends. Both things can be true. Maybe D'Amico deferred to an extent, co-signed Nick's decision. I feel like the position coach is staying, says D'Amico has pull. Maybe this is the ownership saying, get this right, Nick, or we will find someone who will. I don't love Caserio's hiring of coaches either. Like, if we don't think that he hired D'Amico, he's hired David Culley. He's hired Lovie Smith. He's hired Pep Hamilton as an offensive coordinator. Like, Caserio's history of hiring coaches
is like him
has
drafting
not been
offensive
good.
linemen.
It has not been. If we eliminate D'Amico here because we think ownership was more involved there, then Caserio does not have a great history of hiring coaches. Quite frankly, the more they spend, the harder to pivot if it goes bad. I don't know. I disagree with that. I think it's easier. Like, you fire everybody, right? Like you're investing, you're spending a bunch of money. If it doesn't work, well, you're out money, and then you get rid of everybody.
Yeah, I just again, I think though to the listeners' comment, the big thing is you set the precedent. No matter who you bring in after that, that you're going to probably pay them as much or more, and
Yeah.
that's a scary proposition.
Yeah, maybe so. 713-780-ESPN. Do you delete your text messages? One of us does. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lazela Bonsalrula. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station, the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational, benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 14th, 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbog Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. 18 holes of golf, not 15 like that stupid TGL. Did you see the other day where it didn't pick up the guy's shot? I can't remember the golfer, but he hit a shot and didn't pick it up.
I saw the Colin Morikawa shot that stuck on the side of this big embankment, and it didn't move, and he was like shocked that it didn't move. Like in real golf, it would have fallen down, but yeah.
Yeah, this thing's it's a scam. Is what it is.
So you're out already. It's been here for what, 3 weeks?
I was out after the first one.
Wow. Okay.
I was out after the first.
Yeah, you were jacked up for it at first, excited.
I mean, I was intrigued to see what it looked like, and then everybody's like, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, "You're not going to be watching in 2 weeks," and they have not been watching in 2 weeks. Tiger still pulls numbers, but whatever. So one of us deletes their text messages. Can you guess which one of us it is? 713-780-3776.
Are we allowing for texters to guess before we reveal this?
It's probably too short of a time here.
What is exactly?
Delete text messages.
I guess you're outing yourself.
What does that mean?
You just delete them.
You just delete them.
Like you have a text message and then you scroll right and you delete it.
Well, I
guess you scroll left.
I don't have an iPhone, but at the same time, like if we have a group chat going and then all of a sudden, then I will delete it.
You will delete them?
Why would I keep all those open in my inbox?
I guess two of us delete because why not?
Vindication.
Because I'm the only one that doesn't delete my text. You weirdos.
Yeah, you're the old.
Is that an old
That's
new
what
thing?
my mom does. Part of
that's what lazy does.
Part of my OCD with this is I'm tech support for my mother who's almost 70, and when I go through her phones, the phone to find stuff. She has every text that's
Why wouldn't you?
Every text and every email that's ever been sent
it's
to her.
history. It's archived. Like you can know things that are said. You can search for passwords that people send you because you're sharing accounts. Not that I would ever do that.
I don't need
tons of things.
I have no need for that. I have my own
account. I rarely save phone numbers in my phone too. That way I have the history. I don't need to save the phone number.
I don't like
can
to
just
scroll
up
through too many messages to get to. I want to keep the most current ones, and a lot of times it's like a pseudo to-do list. Like if I know that I owe someone a return message or something like that, then I'll leave it.
I can't believe I'll delete it.
But if I know that it's already been addressed or stuff like that, and I talk to the person regularly, I don't need that.
Yeah, like it's an organizational for me. Like if you don't delete your text, like how do you find something?
The most recent are at the top. What do you mean?
Okay, sure, but I mean,
you can search the name of the person
if you're
texting
never deleting anything,
now,
you're just going to scroll through.
Huh? Yeah,
it's funny that this came up because a buddy of mine is an HBD like FBI guy, and like
brag.
No, it's not really. He's a really good friend of mine, but it's like a long time ago. Like we were discussing like an invoice number, and I was like, "Hey," the other day I go, "Hey, you know what? Someone asked me the other day what we paid to do this or something like that. Do you have that invoice?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I got it right here." And I go, "Wait a minute, why do you still have that?" And he goes, "Well, because you and I texted about it." I go, "But it was like 8 months ago." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I still got it." I go, "Who does that?"
Because they don't delete their text. They're normal. They're normal people. They're normal people.
No, I don't delete every text.
I don't either. Like Lisa and mine is a running I never delete that.
Partly out of guilt and shame, like my wife and a few of my like really close friends found out I was deleting their texts and they got on to me about it. I was like, all right, I'll give in on this. And like text to you guys, like text directly to Joel, text directly to you, Jeremy, and the three of us, I don't delete those because those are ongoing.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's how we discovered that you delete text because of that. You texted me yesterday.
Yes.
Sorry, deleted the text. Was today the day you remote and leave at 5? Which I immediately responded. You delete text? Question marks.
Which group?
Mark.
Okay, but which group text did I delete? Because the one with the three of us was that. Yeah, exactly. The one with the three of us plus Joe is how often are we texting in that group text.
Do y'all
Once
delete
a month, maybe. There's no reason for me to keep
like
that.
text 713-780-ESPN? That's so bizarre to me. Y'all delete text.
Yeah, the only one
It's
that
just-
I don't
hate
delete
it.
is my wife.
OCD kicks in.
Because I never know when there's like a combination code or something like that for our storage unit or something for it to get in and out of the property.
It's a sick brag. You have a storage unit.
We have a storage unit. And I'm like,
That
if I
flex.
forget it,
Bragging
I
about
can
a
I
storage
can
unit
scroll
would be the
back
worst
and go,
brag
oh,
ever.
she texted me it. I got it.
You got a storage unit. You got lots of stuff. I don't know how it's OCD though. You can only see 7, 8 texts. You have to scroll down to see more than that.
That's where my OCD kicks in. Like, I don't want to scroll. Like, if I had my way, I would only have enough text to fill up the screen without scrolling down. Everything else would be deleted. That's how I would like to clean up. Unfortunately, I've got more than that, and I do have to scroll, but I clean it up as much as I can.
I'm pulling this because
I'm
there's
kinda
no way
with-
that
I'm
there's
with
no
you,
way
too.
I'm
Like,
the weird one here.
I don't like to scroll
I don't
through
want to scroll.
a ton of stuff.
If
I'm
it's
with
not an
Brian
active,
on that.
if it's not an active conversation with someone I barely talk to, there's no reason for me to keep it. If they have something to say, or if I have something to say, I'll just text them and it'll pop up again until the conversation's over.
I have people that'll text me from like 2 years ago, and because I don't save their names in my contacts, I see the message. Oh, okay, it's so and so.
Well, that's weirder to me that you don't save their names in their
Yeah, I would
Very,
just save
very
them. I
rarely.
would just save them to contacts because
Just-
you can
yeah,
have as
then
many as
whatever
you
they
want, and then I
text you-
delete the text.
Do you delete your text? I cannot be the weird one here. 713-780-ESPN. We're gonna put this on Twitter. HPD FBI guy, eh? Did you say that?
I
Yeah,
did.
Joel did.
I certainly did. I have a friend that has done both.
My 65-year-old mom has 250 tabs open in Safari on her phone.
Yes.
I have 104.
Wait, tabs on your internet browser?
I do, yeah.
Let me count mine because it'll take all
I
of
have
2 seconds,
104.
but it is
Because I go onto a website. I'm like, I'm gonna want to see that later, and I leave it there.
I've got 8.
You guys are weird.
Same thing. Like, if I'm not looking at the website, if it's not something I check on a daily basis, it's closed. Same thing with like the red numbers you get for app updates or notifications on apps. I make sure I very
How do you have time to do this stuff?
I have downtime all the time. Everyone has downtime. I mean, how long does it take to delete a text thread? 1 second?
But to delete all of them, to go through to like, like
But it's
I
not
have
like you're-
I have 5 minutes here. I've never once in my life with 5 minutes of free time, like, you know what? I'm gonna delete my text. I don't even delete my inbox.
I delete it as I go, though. So it's not like I'm sitting down and like, okay, I need 5 minutes so I can delete out all the old text threads. It's like, okay, that conversation's over, gone.
You still have to have a moment of time where you're thinking, I'm gonna delete this text.
Yeah, it's when the conversation's over. Or like, actually, usually it'll be like the next day. Like if I open my phone, it's like, okay, I see this text because I'm looking at something else. It's like, well, that conversation's over. Let me go ahead and delete it. I mean, it's 2 seconds.
The Twitchers are on my side, which terrifies me.
Yeah, congratulations
My
on
phone
that.
is 3 years old. Says Blaine. I have every text since day one. I'm probably in the same boat.
That's psychotic to me.
The only
Every text from day
I
one?
do. I absolutely
With none
do.
of
The
their
only
names saved.
well, I have some saved. It's a line. If you get your name saved in my phone, consider yourself special. Both of you do. Don't worry. The only ones that I'll delete are the spam ones, like the commercials. Like, hey, buy
Sure.
this. Like those are the only ones I'll delete. I do not delete a single conversation. I never have, ever. My old iPhone, like probably like 5 or 6. I didn't even know that you could close out apps.
Oh, really?
I didn't know
I do it
that.
all the time.
Yeah,
I do it now,
They
but I
run
didn't
better.
know that. Like
They
10
run
years
better.
ago, I had no idea. I had like whenever I exchanged phones, they like opened it up and I had like 100 apps open. Like, you
Yeah,
can
no.
close these. I was like, nope, I had no idea.
Yeah, you close them because they refresh when you open them again and they run smoother.
Texter says
sure.
I'm the weird one. I don't know. I think it's pretty torn. We're gonna open this up on a poll because I find this very interesting. Another texter says deleting text is sus. Says Tyler and Conroe. I agree with that.
I think
It's kinda like,
keeping
oh,
them
you're
is
hiding
hoarding
stuff.
and psychotic. But
Hoarding.
It's hoarding.
There is not
Why do you
physical
need all those text
hoarding.
messages?
In my opinion, it's got to be something tangible for it to be hoarding.
So,
it's like
like-
a collection of stuff in your house, not something in your phone that's in the cloud.
So if you went for, I take it you go from most recent on your text messages. If you scrolled all the way down, how
Well,
long
that's
would
how
that
it's
take?
sorted.
Yeah,
right.
it
So
all-
how
I
long
think
would
it
that
auto
take?
sorts
I don't
that way.
want to find out.
I don't think you should. We might be here a while.
I mean, you can scroll.
You might
pretty
need a
fast.
Snickers.
I mean, no one really texts me. I mean, I'm not very cool. I mean, you can do it pretty fast. I'm already in 2019.
Oh my God, you got
The latest.
From
Oh, that happened. I
2019.
did that really fast.
Oh my God.
The
Does it give you the
latest
total at the bottom?
It doesn't give you total, but it gives you the date. My last the oldest text that I have on my phone is probably the day I bought this phone. was May 5th, 2019.
Oh my God. No, that hurts.
That's
me.
yeah,
that hurts me. I hate
Y'all,
that.
no, I'm not the weird one here. Y'all are gaslighting me.
No,
Y'all are
no,
gaslighting me. Absolutely. I mean,
I
gaslight.
didn't prompt this conversation. You acted like I
Because-
was the weird one.
Because you are. You are the weird one.
We'll let the voters decide.
Team Branham, only people who are hiding things delete text, says
true.
a texter, or their OCD. Tyler and Conroy, I have text on my phone from March 10th, 2020.
Gross.
I don't delete anything because I stand on business. Same thing with me. Like, so I see people cover up their camera on their computer. The government's watching me. Bring it on. You're not going to see anything you want to see anyways. I have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. I couldn't care less if
I don't
somebody
either.
watched
I just
every
don't like
move of my life.
scrolling that long into my inbox, and I like to
Exactly.
use
I
it,
don't
like
like-
I
I
said,
don't
for
like-
like the most pertinent things.
But why are you scrolling? I don't understand that. Like, why are you scrolling deep into your inbox to text?
Well, if you keep the,
I
if
don't
you
have to
keep
go
the
deep
text-
into it because I delete
But
a lot
why?
of text.
But why would you? If you didn't, I don't go deep into my inbox whenever I'm texting people. I say click new message and type in their name or
Because-
search their name if I don't have them saved.
I guess because I
How
don't.
can you search their name if it's not saved?
Because or like things that were said in the conversation, like I can remember.
I guess from like a clutter standpoint, I don't want to
Yeah.
like keep going.
It's clutter.
It's not clutter though. Like
It is clutter.
It's only clutter if you scroll.
Well,
Don't scroll.
Yeah, I guess this is depends on what your level of OCD for this thing. Clearly, you're not affected by it, but for me, it's 100% what Joel said. It's clutter, and I can't stand it. Same thing with the little red numbers for the app notifications or the messages through the apps. I have to clear that stuff out. Old emails, I clear them out. I do not keep them. Like if you look at my email at the end of the day, there'll be for the notifications.
I
I've
do the
got
same thing on
friends
emails. Yeah.
that'll have like the email notification, and their number is like the thousands. For me, it's 0 at the end of the day. I clear all that stuff out.
What I am learning is that there are two types of people in the world.
Good people and bad people.
The people that delete their text and people who do not. At least we know Branham's not hiding anything. Fact. I'm an open book. Stop being a weirdo. Delete your old text. There's not a single text I need from 2019. I'm not saying I need them. I just do not have the interest in spending the time to delete them. And even
Sounds
if it's
like a
only for
hoarder.
3 of them. I'm not a hoarder. I'm a
I don't have
minimalist,
anything to hide
actually,
either
but I'm
because
also
quite-
lazy.
You can look it up, whatever text I deleted, based on the records for the phone.
Oh, that's next level stuff.
Right, but I
Now
don't
you're
need
going
it, so I'm
way
never
too
going to have
far.
to do that. But if I would, I could still get it.
I'm OCD like BMAC. iPhone keep for 30 days. I delete mine. I think that might be a setting.
There is a setting that'll do it for you. Yeah, I just like to have more control over it.
Give the test deleters a tinfoil hat. You guys can wear that tomorrow. Keep the receipts always. Internet is forever. People are sending in their oldest text that they have in their phone. December 27, 2022, when I got the phone. Yeah, let us know your oldest text message in your phone. I'm like BMAC. I definitely delete old texts. If you delete your text, you belong in a mental hospital. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. Branham owns 35 hard drives. How much space do you think text messages take? What? This is 2025.
It takes up none, but that's kind of funny.
No delete text. Yeah, we're gonna put a poll on this. I keep them for a week max as a texter. So
Feels very split.
So people who it does.
Yeah.
It is 50. I'm shocked that it's 50-50. So like for you to keep them for a week max. So after 7 days, you scroll down in your phone, and anything that's older than 7 days, you start deleting texter. What? Who has time for that? Like, get a
It takes
job.
far less time than what you think it does.
Get a job. Get a
Again, like,
hobby.
You pull
Spend
up
some
your,
time with your family.
You open up the text. And it's not really an app, but whatever. The text application. I guess it is an app. But you look. I mean, you see a few texts, and then for me at least, I can't speak to what that caller's doing or that texter's doing. But if it looks like it's a conversation that's over and it's been over for a few days, why am I keeping it? It's
Because
clutter.
you're normal. Acquaintance Brandon, he sent his oldest text is June 10th, 2008.
Oh,
That's my kind of guy. I'd have a whiskey with that kind of guy. I tell you that.
Horrible.
It's like the text deleters are scared their old
What
texts are going to come out of the closet at night. Exactly, like they're monsters.
What about the
what am I?
What about during
You tell
election
us.
season when you get all those BS texts?
It's a spam texter.
Yeah, he said
I
he
delete
spam.
those.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
So if I have time, auto delete text after a certain period of time, your phone can do that. Thank me later. I just don't care to do that. Oldest text February 14, 2024. Branham's a hoarder. Okay.
Facts.
June 18, 2017. The oldest I have, my kind of guy. This is like people who stand or sit when they wipe. I keep them, but
Which
only
one is
because I
which?
don't care to delete them. I save links to reels, funny videos, and spam text so I can find them easy. That's a good idea. I just bookmark them though. A global sales director here. Numbers are rarely worth saving, but you never know when you'll need to reference something. Facts. My kind of guy. Smart. Do they delete old photos too? I don't know. Let me ask them. Do y'all delete old photos too?
Yeah,
I don't.
I do.
I don't. Now I used to put them in the cloud or whatever and get them out of there because I thought it was taking up storage space, but now I don't.
Well, I should clarify, like old family photos, no. But if it's like screenshots of things, like I'm sending a meme to somebody, like after a while, I'll clear those out.
My oldest text combos from March 12th, 2017, someone who passed. That's a little different. Blaine, January 12th, 2022. That's a baby. You're a new guy there. Someone sent a screenshot with Les and Eric, the people he was texting, on August 27th, 2018. Whew, those guys are normal. Another texter.
Normal.
How have we had a 20-minute conversation on a sports radio show about deleting text versus not deleting text, and why have I listened to the entire thing? Because you're a big fan of the Killer Bees.
Because you're just drawn in. You tried to get out, and we suck you back in every single day.
Everyone's fascinated by the ramblings of a psychopath when they're explaining their rationale.
You care about our opinions on literally everything and anything. Look, football season's over. Spring training hasn't started. Rockets have lost 4 in a row. Cougars number 5 in the nation, though. We can talk about that. Go Cougars. Speaking of the Astros, are you bullish on the Astros rotation as much as the most interesting manager in the world, Joe Espada? That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Spada can wait. Sorry, that one texter out of hundreds that liked that conversation. Although you stayed with us. My wife holds text for decades to hold it over on me.
I can see that.
We all love our wives, but I think all of our wives do that.
That was, I think, part of why my wife.
That's why
guilted
mine is
me
one of the
into.
ones where
Yeah.
I just let it keep going.
Yeah, I think we've all been there, texter. We can all relate. Texter September 2017. There we go. There we go. What is the oldest text in your inbox? If it's not at least 5 years old, you're not living. Texter, I still use an iPhone 7. No deleted text. iPhone 7 is a bit of a flex, I think.
Is it?
I think
kind of a sad.
I think he's a hippie.
That feels like a sad admission more than anything else.
I think they're a hippie. You have an iPhone 7 nowadays. You're a little crunchy.
Yeah. I thought my own iPhone was old, but man, I've got one newer than a 7.
Or you have a non-iPhone.
Looking at Joel, yeah.
Like
Don't you just hate it when you have a text group and it's not blue?
I do. I'm not gonna lie.
Joel. And even like tagging messages.
The real reason why I don't like it, though, is because I can't type a text because I have iMessage, obviously, on my Mac.
Right.
So a lot of times I don't even have my phone on me. Like, you guys will text in the morning in the group chat, and I won't see it till like hours later because I don't have my phone on me. What are you going to do? I'm not like, how is you going to hold that to your advantage and not mine? Like, I don't understand what you're going to do.
I just realized I'm partly guilty here, Brian.
Uh-oh.
He's got an old one. Got an oldie.
I have three old ones. I have 3 old ones, 2016, 17, and 21.
Why do you have such old ones?
Well, because some of them were like used for proof.
Oh.
My oldest, just for the record, January 21st, 25.
Sicko. You don't even have text with your wife that are.
No, I see. I admit it up front. Like, there's 2 people I will never delete. Well, like one of my oldest friend and my wife. So they go back a long time. As far as anyone outside of those 2 people, it goes back to January.
Tell us more about your friend.
Why?
Where did y'all meet? Whenever you are studying at the University of Texas?
I don't know why that's such a big deal. No, it was in elementary school, actually.
Jorge on the Twitter, at the end of the year, to start the year fresh, delete all text messages, phone logs, and DMs. Could you imagine you're ringing in the new year? Dick Clark has just dropped the ball.
He's dead, right?
I know, Ryan Seacrest, but you get the joke. Ryan Seacrest drops the ball in Times Square. What do? First thing, you don't try to steal a kiss from the lady in your life. No. You're deleting all text messages, phone logs, and DM the moment the new year rings in. Could you imagine doing that?
No, I could not. But you said you save all your text messages from your best friend. Like
because
why?
he guilted me into it. He found I deleted it. I was like, all right.
You have a weird relationship with your friend.
It's
Sounds a little
one-
jealous. This guy. I'm a little worried.
It's one person.
A little
Well,
worried.
2
He wants
people,
to be
my
on the
wife and
same
him.
status as your wife.
No, I can see how you could say that, but no, I mean, like, I've known him since like 3rd grade.
I
It's like,
save
whatever.
all my text. I would feel weird if I ever told a dude friend of mine, "Hey man, you got to save all my text."
No, I agree. I would never tell a
Yeah, I
male
don't
friend
care.
that, but
I
it
don't
was,
care what you do with mine.
It wasn't worth the argument, so I was like, yeah, whatever.
Do y'all delete the deleted text from the recently deleted folder also?
I do not.
I did not know that
I
existed.
didn't
So
either.
no.
I obviously didn't. I don't need that folder. March 19th, 2016, July 30th, 2011. I love this, people. The polls are not going y'all's way.
That's
by
fine.
The way.
They're on the wrong side of
Did you
history.
delete your text? Yes, 17.5%. No, 82.5%. I told you I wasn't the weird one. Told you.
You're on the wrong side of history.
Nah.
Time will judge me well.
You're not going to have any text messages to support time.
Damn right.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Are you as bullish on this Astros rotation as Joe Espada is? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Are you as bullish on the Astros rotation as Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world? Doesn't delete his text. Here was Joe Espada. They're about to go to West Palm Beach, and they did a little media deal, met with the media, talked, and did all that stuff. Joe Espada, bullish on the Astros rotation, courtesy of Brian McTaggart. Go Cooks.
I do. You know, you could make a case that we probably have one of the best 1-2 punches in the game. Looking at Valdez and Brown, and then, you look at the middle of our rotation, the year that Blanco had Spencer Arrighetti, how he's turned the corner, the season around. And, Wisniewski will get an opportunity to be in the rotation. So I'm excited about these guys. They throw strikes. They're ground ball inducers. So, putting good defense behind them will be very important. But going into spring training, I'm excited about the 5 guys. And you guys know that we're going to need more than just those 5. So we have a couple of guys in mind that are going to get an opportunity to start some games, and I'll get a chance for us to evaluate them.
You perked up there in the middle of that. Anything specific stood out to you?
I mean, there's a couple of things. Look, I think that the fact that he brought up, and Brian and I talked about this yesterday in the 5 o'clock hour about the Wisniewski thing. I was surprised, but it seems like maybe they already are like pre-penciling in he's going to get the first crack. And you and I talked about it earlier in the week too. Like maybe he's going to be the first guy to get a shot at the 5 spot.
Yeah,
but
yeah, they just don't have a ton of healthy.
Please don't tell me Sean
arms.
Dubin is one of the guys that's going to get a chance to be one of the starters.
No, he'd probably be in the pen.
If it's blue ball or something like that, then I'm more likely to give that an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think either one will start.
No, but I'm saying he has other guys in mind that could start for you and get some starts.
Blue ball's not on the 40, so I think a lot would have to happen for him. I think Gusto and Gordon, who we interviewed last year, whenever we went down to Constellation Field, they're probably more likely. To me, whatever I heard was he said that they needed a good defense behind ground ball pitchers.
Yeah.
That's Jose Altuve in left field, my guess.
Absolutely.
That's
yeah.
Altuve in left field.
Instead of,
I want good infielders behind my ground ball staff. To include that Jose Altuve might play a good amount in left field, that it's not all just a smoke screen, or it's not just all Alex Bregman. It's he wants really good infielders because his top 2 pitchers, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, induce a lot of ground balls. I think Mauricio Dubon's going to play a lot of second base this year.
That's
possible.
He's
going to play a lot of second base.
I think that's possible regardless, but I think that that for the Bregman people that are hoping that something still happens. I mean, if you put Bregman at third and Walker's Gold Glove at first, and Pena and Paredes, it's a pretty damn good defense.
Yeah, it is. I think Altuve is going to play a good amount of left field no matter what, though. Now, am I bullish about the Astros rotation? XX Ron says Framber and Brown do whatever they're capable of. I think they'll be okay, but I also think that the 3 spot, maybe Blanco, going to be big. I like the Astros rotation. And Espada also says that, he thinks that he has maybe the best duo in all of baseball. I don't know if I'll go that far, but I like Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown as my top 2 starters. I'll go to war with that as my top 2 starters. Spencer Arrighetti last year as a rookie had moments, but showed flashes. I think Spencer Arrighetti has a chance to be a good middle of the rotation starter. Ronel Blanco was last year a career year. Probably a good chance that was a career year, but is he a capable back of the rotation starter? No doubt about it. I like the Astros 1 through 4. Hayden Wisniewski, he hasn't been great in his career. Can the Astros pitching coaches do something with him? Maybe. Like they do have a good history of that. But then you have some guys down the road that could potentially step into those roles as well. Like, you think that you're going to get Luis Garcia back at some point. He should be back. If not, there's major disaster there. We'll talk about Lance McCullers in a little bit. Who even knows if he'll be in the rotation, but you expect him back at some point this year. Javier, I'm not counting on, but he's hoping that he's back after the All-Star game. Yeah. But they said Lance and Luis Garcia last year in June. So if you get anything from Javier, that's bonus. I'm not counting on Christian Javier, but I am bullish on this Astros rotation. I think the rotation is going to be their best unit, and I think it will carry them to a lot of victories.
See, I'm a little bit different opinion than you in the fact that I expect Blanco's going to pick up where he left off. I thought that Blanco's whole body of work for the year showed me enough that I believe I put him as my number 3. I think Arrighetti is where all of this kind of lies. If we get the later in the year Arrighetti, where it seems like he really figured a lot out and he was having dominating games, then I think that this rotation can be really above average. But I think that if, for me, between the two, it really comes down to Arrighetti, even more so than Blanco, that I think that he can be the guy that tilts this one way or the other.
I just don't think Blanco is going to be a guy who has a sub-3 ERA like he did last year. I think that last year's a career year
I think
for
he can
Blanco.
be in the threes. I think he can be.
Well, that's a huge difference.
But I think he
in
can be in the low threes.
I'd be happy with a 350 ERA from Blanco. And an ERA kind of an antiquated number, but I would take a 350 ERA from Ernell Blanco right now. Arrighetti, I would take a sub-4 ERA. He was at 4.5 last year, but had moments like you mentioned. He had some blow-up starts though. I think that affected that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's factoring JP France into this, but he had moments. But if you need a spot start, maybe that's one of the guys he was referring to that might still get opportunities to get starts.
Well, he wouldn't be ready to the summer either because of his shoulder.
I thought that when did you say?
The summer
for
France.
All right. Yeah, I didn't know when. I thought it was going to be early in the season as opposed to like mid-season. But I mean, I don't know. We talked about the other day where I think they could still use an extra starter because you just don't know what you don't know with all these guys coming back from injuries and surgeries.
They just don't seem like they're going to spend that.
The Garcia thing is just so mind-boggling to me because I said to Brian the other day, I have the Lance McCullers kind of prevention mode going now. All I can think about is he's going to be the next Lance McCullers, that he's just never going to be right.
Yeah, you can't trust the Astros medical staff. Like, they've been bad a lot.
I got the PTSD from the McCullers thing when it comes to pitchers and being ready, in the fact that it seems like every time they give you a date and say they're going to be ready by then, they're not going to be ready by then. And if he had the surgery and should have been back last year and never made it back, what's to make me believe that, oh, by the way, they fixed it all in the offseason, didn't have any other procedure or anything like that, he'll be fine?
I mean, pitchers come off of elbow surgeries and then eventually pitch again. Like, I don't think his days are over of pitching.
No, but I would expect, if I had the choice between saying Garcia's going to be back or he's going to need another procedure, I'm PTSD'd enough with the Astros to think that I'm leaning more towards he'll probably need another procedure.
Yeah, he's had a bunch of setbacks, which is a little worrisome. And they talked about Garcia and where he's at in his recovery. They say he's thrown off a flat ground, which it's like, it's been a long time since that surgery, and he's off a flat ground. Remember, he pitched in minor league rehab games last year over the summer. Like, I also do not have any faith in the Astros medical team. I wish they would have sacked them in the offseason, because I don't know how you use Luis Garcia in 2 rehab games, and then February 5th, after 2 summer rehab games, he's only throwing off a flat ground.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Pretty alarming. The JP France thing, that's well documented that they were trying to rush JP France back. Jose Urquidy needed Tommy John. Christian Javier, I don't think Christian Javier was right. I don't think Christian Javier was right to start leading up to him being shelved for the rest of the year.
We were talking about the velo being down and things like that even before he actually blew it out.
No, I am deathly afraid of the Astros medical staff, especially when it comes to
pitchers. Well, you should be. That's another PTSD. Yeah, the combination of the pitchers that just don't seem to get right as soon as they're supposed to be or be on the path that they're told. And the medical staff has been a disaster, along with, quite honestly, the PR staff that tells you one thing and another thing happens.
4133, what about Forrest Whitley? Sorry, can't actually ask that with a straight face. He won't be in the rotation. I think Forrest Whitley, unless he gets hurt, which is very high possibility, I think he's going to break camp with the Astros big league team.
I think he's going to be I think he's going to be a middle of the bullpen guy, like a 6th, 7th inning guy that can fill some innings, just 1 inning at a time.
You have higher hopes than me. I don't think he's going to be a leverage reliever for you. I think he's going to be more of the back end of the bullpen. Like, when I say back end, I mean the lower half, probably a low leverage reliever. Because I actually think the bullpen's gonna be fine. I mean, I think Hader is gonna be better than he was last year. I love Brian Abreu. I think Caleb Ort's probably your 7th inning guy.
I'm big on him as well.
Taylor Scott was good last year, probably a career year though. Like, is Taylor Scott gonna be as good this year as he was last year? Probably not. Brian King's still around. I think Whitley will make the team, but I think he's gonna be like one of the last relievers that make the team. Plus, he's out of option, so if you don't carry him, you have to release him.
He throws hard enough that I think that he will have a place in the pen. I'd love to see him be like 5th, 6th inning guy. And my biggest reservations are like Taylor Scott. I think that we saw his absolute career last year.
Probably.
And so I think he could climb the ladder quickly, no matter where he initially starts in the bullpen.
Texture, it's because Luis Garcia loves to go clubbing in Midtown and Edo. He isn't locked in. Don't text us that. We're not going to spread rumors on the Killer Bees. We're not going to read your text that says Luis Garcia loves to go clubbing in Midtown and Edo, and that's why he's not locked in. We're not going to read that clubbing stuff.
If you don't delete your pictures, you probably have some. People take pictures of these guys when they go out clubbing. We could see.
Was that a pictures joke or a pitcher's joke?
Both.
Dual threat joke.
Let's just leave the awkward silence here for a little bit. I think it's what it deserves, quite frankly. Is Graveman coming back in 25? He's coming back to baseball. He's a free agent, though. I don't think the Astros will sign him. Texture, can we delete the Montero and Abreu deals? I wish.
Be great.
That was the doing of one Jeff Bagwell. At least a front office that was operating without a general manager at the very least. Texture says, for your information, Randall Grichuk re-signed with the Snakes, and basically as if he did not test the market, I guess just past his prime. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. $5 million for good old Randall.
Yeah, I saw you tweet a bit, and it was like, yeah, that for that price, why the hell weren't the Astros involved?
They would say because they want a left-handed bat, but
At this point, just
I think he's probably better than Chaz and Myers. I feel like they missed an opportunity there.
Agreed.
Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm the one that's wrong there. Also the Bregman, my latest feeling with the Bregman stuff is like, cause Dana Brown was talking yesterday. He's like, hey, past tense. We're not, blah, blah, blah. We're not talking to Boris. He also said that they were waiting for him to make a move. I believe that Bregman's offer from the Astros is still on the table. And I feel like they're just not budging, which good on them. It's already higher than I would like, but they're not budging on Bregman. And I think that's why they haven't signed an outfielder, is that they have this pending offer out. They're waiting to see if he either accepts it or rejects it, and then they'll sign an outfielder. Because Dana Brown also mentions that they want a left-handed bat. Why haven't they done it yet? Probably because they're waiting on Bregman.
So then the past tense Dana stuff is all positioning with Boris.
I think so.
Yeah, I could see it. It does. I do believe that they need a left-handed bat. But, I mean, if you bring Alex Bregman back and you put him into this lineup with everything else that you've added, it's going to be a challenge defensively, whatever you do. But boy, offensively, it's going to be a hell of a good lineup to put up some runs.
Yeah, my feeling is they're waiting on Breggs. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I finally gotten to the bottom of why Lance McCullers Jr. triggers me, and there's another Astro that's now doing it as well. Also, if McCullers does come back, I know, bear with me. But if Lance McCullers does come back, how does Espada deploy Lance McCullers? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, big game week is here. We're leading up to the big game on Sunday, and there's always a way you can make it more interesting. Maybe your favorite team is not involved, but you want to make the big game a chance for you to make some big money. That's why I always tell you to go to mybookie.ag. From the prop bets to the spread itself and all the other over-unders and bets that you could be making on the big game. The Super Bowl is here, and whether you're on the Chiefs side or the Eagles side, you can bet on it all at mybookie.ag. They take care of you every step of the way, and if you remember our promo code BET975, you can get extra money in your account when you sign up for the first time that can absolutely help you have more money to play on more games and place more bets and have more chances you can win. They also have live dealers standing by, so anytime and every time you want to play casino games, you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. You've got it all right there on your phone, on your laptop, with the app or their website. You can play and you can have fun while you stay in the comfort of your own home. Wherever you are, you can always put your money down and place a bet thanks to mybookie.ag. And they've got a rewards program, too, called MyBookie Plus. When you log in and use our promo code, and then every time subsequently that you place bets, they keep track of them. And the more you play, the more you're going to be raised in the tiers of the MyBookie Plus program. They're fantastic. I think they're the best. They've been in business for over a decade. Your money's going to be safe and secure, and you're going to have fun along the way. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
You bring up Lance McCullers and people want to weigh in. It's a polarizing name in the city of Houston. Look, he was very important to the Astros in especially the first title. Been good when he's healthy, just hasn't been healthy, especially as of late. Officially put away the football blinkers, and
we found it.
Graduated to the baseball. It's baseball season. The baseball is in hand.
Where was
Football's gone. Brian had it in his room.
Brian.
I know. This is a ball that I worked hard to catch.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I didn't put
There's
it in
video
here.
of it on the internet.
Tampa.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one you caught in Tampa. I've seen that video.
Yeah. Athleticism.
Best hands in the land.
Best broadcasting hands for sure.
Okay. If you want to limit yourself to that, that's up to you.
I would. Yeah, I would. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So I think I found what triggers me the most about Lance McCullers. We'll get to your calls and your text here in a little bit. It's all the videos, quite frankly. Like I believe in underselling, over-delivering. You know, you don't promise much and then you over-deliver.
Mm-hmm.
Him posting the videos is the opposite of that. He is overselling and under-delivering because he posts the videos. Everybody's excited. Yay, Lance back, gonna help. And then he never comes back. So he's over-promising, under-delivering, and that's what triggers. I wouldn't mind if he was hurt. I wouldn't mind because I believe that he's working hard. I believe that he's trying to get back on the field. And players are just hurt. Like, it doesn't bother me that Yao Ming, it's sad. It doesn't bother me that Yao Ming's career came short. He's got a bad body. He was dealt a bad hand. Like, that's going to happen to players, and I can understand that. But for me, it's the over-promising, under-delivering that triggers me.
Mine is just the fact that that one of the big hot buttons that I've had, especially anytime his name comes up, is how long it took to have the second procedure, surgery, medical attention, all those things, and how it was dragged on and how a lot of time was wasted and it was so frustrating. And then because of that, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Like now, every single time I heard from the Astros, McCullers is progressing even before the videos. And we heard, hey, he's projected at this date and then that date and then that date. And I'm just like, at a certain point, stop being the tease that no one needs. Like you keep dangling it like a carrot. He's going to be back. He's going to be back. No, he's not. I don't believe he's going to be back.
Ever?
I think at some point he's going to put on an Astros uniform again. I'm just so sick and tired of waiting that every time I see this trying to hype people up or get excited or be positive or have hope, my hope left a long time ago with how long all of this has been drawn out.
So it sounds like you don't like the videos too.
The videos are, regardless of whether I like them or not, what I'm seeing doesn't look like a guy that's almost there getting ready for Major League Baseball. And yeah, the numbers and even showing the speed gun on how fast the pitches are going, like we're so far from that. Even those numbers aren't impressive that I'm like, who cares at this point until like you can literally, instead of just on videos, put a real uniform on and get to spring training or some like minor league games so that we can see you closer.
Yeah, I mean, we all hope for that too, but I can deal with the injury prone stuff. And you can even argue that Lance, like we just talked about how bad the medical team is for the Astros. Like you could argue Lance McCullers was pitching through an injury that required surgery.
I don't know who was at fault there. Again, that's one of those where I don't know if we'll ever know. But it seemed to be so drawn out, and again, I'm not a doctor, but at the same time, it just seemed like another procedure needs to be done at a certain point because every time he picked up a baseball again after the first surgery, he still was experiencing discomfort and all those magical words that we've heard over this length of period of time that just made me go, screw it. I'm not going to believe in anything anymore until he actually gets close to throwing in a major league game.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think he's injury prone. I don't think he's like lazy and not working to come back.
I'm not questioning it.
But that's why to me it's the over promising, under delivering. Like you post the videos, you're teasing the fans. You're tantalizing the fan. Like I'm about to be back. Look at me work hard. And then, I'm shut down for the year. So it's the tease that bothers me more than the actual injuries. Yes, I would be sad with the injuries and I wish that he would pitch and all that stuff, but I wouldn't be as critical about him. I wouldn't be
I
as
just think
critical
that
of
at
Lance
this
about
point,
it.
anytime he posts a video, it ticks people off more than it gives them hope. So to your point,
I disagree with that.
Oh, you don't?
No, I know Schwabi's the over the top Astro like homer, but You go look at him post the videos and how excited he gets. He's like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah,
And I think there's a lot of Astro fans that are that way.
I think a lot of Astros fans are like, they focus on the money. They focus on the fact that we've been down this road too many times. And every time the video is posted, it's like, here we go again. But again, why should I get all excited, hold my breath, or say, yes, that's awesome, when it just seems like the inevitable is going to be he shut down again?
Yeah, I get, like, I understand that. And I get that. And I think a lot of people do share that thought process. But I think a lot of people get very excited. You had Joe Espada yesterday talk about Lance McCullers, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, Lance McCullers is going to help. Here was Joe Espada yesterday talking, the courtesy of Brian McTaggart, go Cougs, talking about Lance McCullers.
Bullpen starter, it's just too early for that. I just want Lance to be healthy, because when he's healthy, he's going to help this team, and he's going to help this team this year. He is in a spot right now where I see his bullpens, conversations with him. He wants to be on the field so bad that I know that he will, play a role this year.
There you go.
If he comes back.
I'm not asking you to believe it, but him saying that is going to get emotion from the fan base.
Sure,
like,
it is.
I understand
Either way.
you not believing. Like, I think he's going to come back and pitch 10 games, probably not be himself, and then get shut down again. Like, that would be my prediction. But whenever people see the videos of Lance and it's like, oh, okay, he's hitting 90, he's hitting 91, he's starting to mix in his breaking stuff, people do get excited about that.
So yeah, I think there's a reaction either way. Some are positive, some are negative. I don't even know if he comes back. I'd like to believe if he comes back, he's going to be a starter. But there, the way he's talking there's a chance he's a reliever. I don't want Lance McCullers in my bullpen.
713-780-ESPN. What would you run him as a starter or as a reliever? We'll get to that in a moment. First, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I actually want him as a reliever, and here's why. One, I don't trust the innings. I don't think you'll be able to build up enough endurance to be able to pitch the starter's innings. Second, he is so quick to get up with his changeup or it's his curveball, I believe, that he doesn't even warm it up. So to have a guy that can get warmed up that fast with such a nasty pitch, to have that sitting ready to go in your bullpen is handy. And finally, I really like the idea, if you're a hitter and you're the heart of the order for the other team, you're coming up in the 6th or 7th, you see McCullers and his nasty breaking stuff. The next time you come up to hit, you're seeing haters, hard slider and high velocity. I think it helps set up for haters to have more success, because you're having a greater contrast between at-bats when you come up to hit. You're being kept off balance a little better than if you're just coming up with guys throwing in the upper 90s. If you can get adjusted to that easier versus the kind of stuff McCullers has. And it plays well, I think, against Hader, where you could pitch him 6-7, Abreu in between, and then close him out with Hader and get that contrast. But ultimately, it just comes down to, I just don't think he can handle the innings. So wherever he can help the team, and I think that's probably the sweet spot for most optimistic that you can expect. You can't. I don't think it's reasonable to expect him to start 30 games and win 15 of them. It's just not after all these years and building up the innings. Maybe next year after he's been back for a bit and further removed from the surgery. But I would salivate him setting up for Hader in terms of like the consecutive at-bats for hitters, just for that contrast. I think it'll help Hader's success, and that'll be an extra bonus on top. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate it, Phil. We'll toss it. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that I want to mention, though, before the starter reliever conversation, I think we need to temper our expectations of what Lance McCullers is going to be. Lance McCullers in his career has been a good starting pitcher. Has been a very good starting pitcher. Last time we saw him, he was very, very good. Whenever he was at his best in 2021, he was the anchor of the pitching staff. 15 wins, and I know he said that he's not going to get there this year, but maybe next year. I don't think Lance McCullers has that in his bag anymore. The breaking stuff, that's like he mentioned how good it is. How do we know it's good? He hasn't pitched since 2022. We have no idea what Lance McCullers is going to bring in terms of a stuff perspective, his pitchability. Like, he hadn't pitched in a game since 2022. Velocity. His velo, they're saying like 90, 91, which he wasn't huge velo in 2022,
like
but yeah, still some. And maybe he can reach that velo again, but is he commanding it?
Right.
Like, he's always had some issues with command as well. He led the league in walks in 2021. So, like, I think that if Lance McCullers does pitch again for the Astros and like routinely, like in more than 5 games, I don't think we should be thinking he's going to be the 2022 version of Lance McCullers. But how does Joe Espada deploy him? 713-780 ESPN. What is that best way? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A texter that said Luis Garcia is too busy partying in Edo and Midtown sent us a picture of Luis Garcia partying.
I told you he would have one.
Yeah, but your joke was you were joking.
I wasn't really. I was more joking about the fact that we talked about, do you save pictures or not? But if they saved the pictures, they would still have it.
Luis Garcia, whenever he's looking at the camera in this video and he's doing the Dikembe Mutombo, he's saying, "Do not film me. It's too late. It's out there on the internet. We're not gonna spread bad name. Like, who cares? He's a young guy. He's enjoying life. It's not a crime to hang out."
Look, James Harden did it forever.
Yeah.
And
go to parties where they make you put your phone away when you go in. You won't have that problem.
That's true. He needs to step up his party game.
His security guy was pretty good at it.
Harden's?
Yep. Confiscating phones.
Just ask Moses Malone Jr.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Can you scratch that from the James Harden? James Harden's people are going to beat me up. If James
The
Harden,
boys are coming.
If I show up to work tomorrow and I'm beat up, just know it was James Harden's posse. Okay, let's put that on record. Would you rather have Lance? Let's change the subject as quickly as possible. Would you rather have Lance McCullers in the starting rotation or the bullpen? How do you think Joe Espada should deploy Lance McCullers?
I cringe at him in the bullpen. And like I said, I don't know what, if anything, he can be. But if he's going to get back to being healthy, my first choice is to have him back in the rotation and be a starting pitcher. You and I have talked about this multiple times about the fact that me personally, I think it's more taxing on his arm to be ready, every couple, as I guess, and normal relief pitchers are like 2 and 3 days, things like that. I don't think that him in your bullpen taking up a spot where maybe he can pitch every third day is good. And I would rather see him give it one more go as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I got into a nice, healthy conversation on Twitter about this today as well. I want him to be in the rotation. Now, I think he would need to be in a 6-man rotation. I think he wouldn't. I mean, he can't start the year with the team. He would have to kind of start the year on the IL, rehab assignment, stuff like that. But eventually, as part of a 6-man rotation, and you would have to pitch count him. Like, you're going to have to start him kind of low. Like, he's not going to go deep into games. He might have a 60 pitch count whenever you start him off, and eventually maybe gets to 80, like the topped off at that. So there are like pros and cons to both. Like, if he's in the rotation, he has the set schedule. You used to pitch. I believe you. Pitchers I talk to as well prefer the set schedule as opposed to the volatility and the unknown when it comes to the bullpen. And if you're like, well, you can put him on a set schedule in the bullpen. Well, you know who you screw over there? Joe Espada, because now he's having to deal with a pitcher down that he can only use on a very set schedule. That's in no position to put a manager. So I don't think it helps from a team aspect if he's in the bullpen and he's only pitching once every third day and has no idea when that day is going to be. I think it's better for Lance to be in a 6-man rotation on a low pitch count. I think it's better for the team if Lance McCullers is in the rotation as the 6th starter on a low pitch count. Plus, with his potential, and look, we have no idea what he's going to be. With his potential, if he actually hits it, which again, very, very low. I'm even embarrassed that we're talking about Lance McCullers' possibility on this team. If he does hit his potential, you're going to wish that you had him as a starter. The other aspect to this is the fact that he's making $17 million.
Yeah.
And like, well, it's $17 million no matter what. It's, the sunk cost fallacy. You're already paying him the $17 million. Doesn't really matter how you deploy him, how you use them. And I understand that. But whenever you have an owner that is unwilling to go above the competitive balance tax unless it's for a very special player, probably in this case, Alex Bregman, you do need to get return on your investment. Because if you're not going over the luxury tax, unless it's a very special case, then you're basically saying that this is a salary cap league, or at least your team is operating like it's a salary cap league. And for you to win at a high level, you have to get good return on your dollar. And if you have a pitcher in the bullpen making $17 million a year, and at best, he's your 7th inning guy, that's a terrible ROI.
I don't disagree at all. I just think that the other thing, too, on top of everything that you said is, what does he know his whole career? He knows how to be a starting pitcher. And now you're asking him to go into the bullpen and get hot and get warm. And whether there are limitations or not, and I would expect there would have to be based on all that he's been through with his arm health, that it's going to limit Joe Espada. It's going to alter the rest of the bullpen you don't know when you're going to use him. And if, say, you think that there's the perfect spot for him and then something happens in the game after you get him all the way up and he's ready to go in the game and you don't use him, well, does that mean now I don't have him for another couple days? Because those arms and the innings that they pitch are so hyper important.
Yeah, his bounce back ability, I question too.
Indeed.
Like, do you want him starting every 6th day and throwing 65 pitches? Or do you want him pitching out of the bullpen, taking a spot on your 26-man roster from the bullpen, and you can only use them once every 3rd day for 15 pitches? And also like the health aspect of it. I don't know which is better for the arm, pitching every 6 day, 65 pitches, or pitching every 3rd day, throwing 15, 20 pitches. I don't know. I lean it's better to have the set schedule.
Oh, and I do too, because it's exactly what I was saying. Like, you don't know if you think there's the perfect pocket to use him. And then if something changes in the game where you don't, well, does that mean I don't have him for 3 more days? As opposed to, I know every 6th game, he's going to get the baseball. He's going to have every opportunity to throw 60 pitches and be effective. And if he does, that's great. But I know that it's not going to be in flux based on how the game is going. or, a situation that arises, and I feel better about that. And he should too.
Texture in the 17 World Series run, McCullers looked effective in the split start role. Is that an option to pair him with another low pitch count guy? Kind of do the piggyback.
Piggyback's a possibility. I can see that.
The difficulty with the piggyback, though, is if you're in a 6-man rotation and you're doing a piggyback, now you're a pitcher down in the bullpen because you're going to a 6-man rotation. And if you're committing for another guy to be the piggyback for Lance,
7, right?
Now you're down like 2 guys.
Yeah, because that's 7.
Yeah. So I think that you could do it like with a long guy. Like Sean Dubin was a long guy last year for a good portion of the year. Probably, maybe. I shouldn't say probably. Maybe the long guy again this year. Maybe he could be that guy that you do it with. But at the same time, if you need him because Spencer Arrighetti has to leave the game after 2 1/3 because he's getting shelled, or that's where your long guy comes into play. Right. So it'd be, in a perfect world, that would be great. But then you need your other pitchers to pitch well so it doesn't burn the long guy.
Plus, like, we went through this with Jake Odorizzi when he had never been a bullpen guy before, and he had his routine, and a lot of these guys do, and it's an adjustment. I'm sure Lance probably would be more of a team guy and figure it out quicker than Odorizzi did. But at the same time, once that's been your regiment your entire career, and now you're going to go ask him to possibly be the long guy or, to get, warmed up that way, you still run a lot of risk, and he's probably going to be uncomfortable.
Not that I care about Lance's feelings or any player's feelings, because they're getting paid and they should do whatever's in the best interest of the team. And if they don't want to, they can go play on another team. He has been pretty vocal about not being a reliever in his career.
Yep.
Now, maybe things have changed and he's been humbled with all of these injuries, but it's just something worth noting. People talk about pitcher piggybacking a lot, and it seems like it never happens outside of the postseason. I think because it's very difficult to do in the regular season. You can only have 13 pitchers. You play almost every single game of the week. I think it's hard to commit 2 pitchers to a piggyback pitching in the same game whenever you need all of your pitchers throughout the course of 162.
No question. And your best hopes for Lance is the piggyback during the regular season. And then you find out what you don't know about the durability of his arm. And is there a chance that if he has success and he's doing well and he looks strong throwing his 60th pitch when he's throwing 60, at a certain point, do you ramp that up a little more? And is there a point where you can get him to where he can give you more than that for the playoffs? And that's a possibility. But at the same time, you just have to find out once and for all what he's still capable of doing for you.
Yeah, Spada says he's going to help. XX Ron, I don't have much faith in Lance coming in strong. I hope I'm wrong. I think that's probably the safest bet, is that he tries and he's average. Maybe even below average is the safest bet.
Yeah, I have deep concerns, just stuff, velocity, durability, all of that. So that's why I'm so pessimistic. We've just been down this road for too long.
He's 31.
Yeah, and he's
years
talking
old.
about this is his last team, his last contract.
He said it's his last contract?
Yeah, he basically has said he's going to walk away from baseball, spend more time with his family and all those things where he...
When did he say this?
Oh, this was just a few months ago, I think, where, maybe it was at one of the press conferences for the coffee and the whatever the shop is or something like that.
He's going to be 32 when he retires then. Because he's got this year left and he's got next year left. So if it is indeed his last contract, he's going to leave baseball at the age of, well, I guess it'd be 33. He'd leave at the age of 33.
Yeah, he had made
that's interesting
inroads about that.
A lot of people say that, and then those are usually the ones that hang on forever. I remember Roy Oswalt, I'm going to retire early, and then hung on forever. Charlie Morton, I'm going to retire early, still pitching. Like, the guys that usually say they're the guys that actually hang on.
And I think that's also a take that someone's given when they haven't pitched in 2 years. Like, if all of a sudden his arm is stable and he's great the next 2 years, why would he walk away?
Especially if you can.
If he's great and healthy, why would he not get another contract?
Yeah, if he shows that he's healthy, I mean, again, we don't believe this is going to happen.
Sure.
But if he shows he's healthy this year, pitches 25 games, and then next year he's completely healthy, and he has an ERA of 3. He can make $30-35 million a year.
Yeah, he could get a $100 million contract.
And he's gonna walk away from 35 a year. Yeah,
no chance.
I think he's using that as a, if I get hurt again or.
He's setting the bar low.
That is true. I do like that.
So maybe that's the first time. Maybe he's learning now.
Yeah, stop posting the Instagram videos. With the amount of surgeries, maybe he has a bionic arm now. With so many coming back from injury, get him in the 6-man rotation. We don't have Verlander complaining about it anymore. I do like the 6-man rotation. 3 years later, plus injuries, how good do we realistically think he's going to be? I don't think he's going to be that good. I'd put him in the bullpen. Brandon T says Schwab is a bad word. Come on, Brandon T. What do you have against Schwab? What did he do to you? Who comes back first, McCullers or Tank? I think it's McCullers. I think McCullers will pitch this year. They will trade.
I hope you're right.
I'll bet you.
I mean, I mean, whether it's a bet or not, at least he's not in uniform anymore, teasing people that he's throwing off a mound again. But
I think he'll appear in an Astro game this year.
I hope so.
You want to bet it?
No, because I think that if there's any chance at all, they're going to make it happen.
Yeah, they will trade for an outfielder, lower salary, more options available. McCullers in pin. Hopefully he gets 7th, and then hitters see Hader. Huge contrast. In a perfect world, whoever's pitching the 7th doesn't allow anybody on base, and then those hitters don't see both pitchers. Because, I mean, McCullers goes 3 up, 3. I don't think McCullers has the 7th, but the pitcher in the 7th goes 3 up, 3 down. Abreu goes 3 up, 3 down. Hader goes 3 up, 3 down. There is not a single guy in the lineup that faced any of those guys more than once.
No, and
the contrast thing is interesting.
Like
to me.
Philip was almost talking like McCullers was going to be the setup man to Hader. That's never going to. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Well, you're saying he's going to be the 7th inning guy. You said Abreu would be the setup.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear him say that. I thought he was saying you leads right into Hader.
He set it up like
he mentioned Abreu in the 8th, but that's the other part of the problem. I mean, obviously, like you said, you might not be guaranteed to face both guys, but if depending on how the lineup went, if you faced Abreu, then kind of that advantage is gone. Because I mean, Abreu like Hader is throwing gas, so I think the contrast thing is overrated, but I think that would disappear depending on the setup.
Yeah, I think it would impact a guy if you faced him twice. But like if Abreu's facing 1 through 3 and he mows them down, and then Hader's facing 4 through 6, the contrast to me is completely overrated, very overrated. Texter says I buried him in the H 3 years ago, but if he were to come back, it should be relief, build up 1 inning for a few games, and 2 innings for a few, and then 3. Keep building his strength up until the postseason. I hear where you're coming from there, Texter, but can you imagine how difficult it is from Joe Espada's point of view to manage a game with one of his relievers? And again, like you're using all these guys. You use 13 relievers, and a lot of times you have dudes that are going back and shuttling back and forth from the minors to the bigs. You only can do that 5 times nowadays because Major League Baseball wisened up to it. But you're going to use all 13, and one of those 13 pitchers, if he's in the bullpen, is going to pitch 1 inning for a few games here and there.
Nope.
And then 2 innings. Like that's a glorified rehab at the big league level where you're trying to win the division.
That's the other thing. If you expect at all that they're going to be contenders, absolutely no. I just don't see that being something that's feasible for them.
Mm-hmm. It's tough to do. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Rockets, 4-game losing streak. Does this 4-game losing streak change your mind on what the deadline strategy should be? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rockets lost a tough one in Brooklyn yesterday. Gave it away. Gave away the game. Up by 4. You know, the thing we didn't even talk about earlier? How easy of a look they gave to the 3 that made it a one-point game.
No question.
Jayshawn Tate's like, here you go. I think Jayshawn Tate basically said, here's the ball. Shoot it at
He literally backpedaled on it.
your
At
earliest
least hold your
convenience.
ground and just, he catches, he's got to step back to shoot it. He backpedaled so he could step into it.
Chase him off the 3-point line.
Indeed.
Like, let him, don't give up a 3 in that. And I know it's a 4-point game. 2 or 3 still makes it a 1-possession game. And even if they make it 2 and they still the inbound, they hit the 3, they still win. Just frustrated me. It was bad ball. It was bad ball is what it was. That whole last minute, really the entire game was bad ball from the Rockets. Rockets kept it competitive. They had a good fourth quarter up until the final minute where they regained the lead. Alpe was fine, 24-20 for Alpe. But we had the sequence where Reed Shepherd races up the floor to take a 3, misses badly. Alpe Şengün got the offensive rebound, kicks it out to Jalen Green, misses the 3. Like, that was bad ball. And then, of course, that final 10 seconds where you cough up the lead, give away a game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much intertwined with it about I said this. This is the first time that I've really pointed the finger at the coaching staff, too, to make sure that they know they had a timeout that they could have used, that Amen Thompson could run the baseline on the inbounds. The fact that even what you just said, that we want you to play up, to make sure that they can have a 2, but don't give them a wide open, easy 3. Because they need, they're trying to get as many points in a short period of time. Instead, you back off and you let them have the opportunity to knock the 3 down and make it a 1-possession game where you have a chance to do what they did.
Todd says, I'm tired of Tate late game minutes. He likes to use them for defense. Like, he's doing the offense for defense deal.
And then he does that.
He gives away a wide open 3 is what he did. So the Rockets 3 games losing streak. No Rockets should hold what they got. Young team still gelling, maybe make big move in the offseason. These young guys need to go through these tough times, but Joel is still wrong. They okay, Aaron in Mid-County. Why can y'all not say Super Bowl and have to say big game instead? Copyright infringement. We're not allowed to say, and you can't even text Super Bowl. So 1429, they're going to find you and you're going to have to pay a fine to the NFL. With the Rockets with a 4-game losing streak, should this change the way that they view tomorrow's trade deadline? I know they made a big splash today, trading for Jaden Springer. But should this impact their losing streak? Should it impact what they're doing with their trade deadline strategy ahead of tomorrow?
To me, it shouldn't. I've said stay the course. I've said soak in every bit of the experience that all these young guys are going to get from the minutes for some of these guys, the first-time playoff experience for these guys, for the chance to kind of just ride this wave of the season out, realizing it's only going to get better. The last thing I want them to do is blow it up and give up some good pieces to try and get a short-term fix that's probably not going to be here much longer than a year or 2 and not going to do nearly what you need them to do if you're looking to kind of jump and get to that next level. I would look for a cheap, inexpensive backup big, a versatile big, and that's it.
Yeah, I think if anything else, it tells you that you should be more convinced to hang on. Like, this hasn't been a great stretch. I don't think it defines who they are as a team, but I do think that for the some that thought they were going to be like NBA final contenders already, that this probably should temper expectations. I would say that they should double down on the whole, we're going to stand pat and we're not going to trade for Kevin Durant. Like, there was a rumor out there that the Rockets were calling on Kevin Durant. I think that it's more hold pat, continue to build what you got. Now, if a superstar like, Anthony Edwards, I know Devin Booker's been thrown around. Anthony Edwards has never been mentioned in trade talk, but if he does become available, like, these things happen fast. Remember when the Rockets got James Harden? No one knew James Harden was on the trade market, and then all of a sudden the Rockets trade for him like 2 days before opening night. No one thought Luka was available, and then all of a sudden he's an LA Laker. So you're always ready, right? Don't you always stay ready so you don't have to get ready type of deal. But I don't think that the Rockets should be trading from this core.
No, and I think that to kind of piggyback on that, the guys that are out there aren't going to be the next SGA for you. They're not going to be a guy that comes in and becomes the number one guy that leads you to the next level because he blends so well with everything else you have. I don't think that kind of player is out there and available right now at that point in their career. If you got prime KD, could KD do that? Absolutely. But KD at this point in his career, I don't think he's doing that for you. And I don't think that that's worth taking a chance at trying to get done. Booker's the closest thing to that guy, but even still, I think Booker is more of a really, really, really good shooter that can create a little bit off the dribble than a number one guy that can carry a team.
Yeah, I would say he would immediately be your best perimeter scorer.
Yep.
But is he the elite scorer that's just going to dominate, take over?
I don't think
Probably a little bit shy of that. He would be an upgrade, but probably shy of that bar that people seem to set. Texture, maybe not this season, but Rockets need a closer. KD or Booker would be that closer. KD would be that closer, but one, what are you trading for KD?
Right.
And then and how far are you even going to go with Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I just think at this stage in his career, Kevin Durant needs to play with other veteran stars to be successful. I think that defenses could very much key and capitalize on the fact that if Kevin Durant was on this team, that they would feel confident that if he's your number one option, we can do enough to stop him. Now, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it would make them better, but I don't know how much better. I still don't think you're coming out of the West. And then I think it obviously lessens your ceiling long term. Texture, if you can upgrade the point guard position only, I don't know if there's any upgrades to the point guard position to be had at the deadline.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anybody that's going to be the quick fix. Your upgrade at the point guard position is Fred VanVleet for the rest of the year.
Yeah, when
that's
he comes
it.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they missed him last night, especially on that inbound. XX wrong. I think KD does more harm than good to this young group in the long run. Yeah, I don't know how much, maybe more years. I mean, Kevin Durant's going to stick around,
and everybody's got to defer to KD, and he's going to, and he's going to demand the ball. He's going to command the ball on a possession by possession basis, and that's going to kind of set everybody else back.
Yeah, I mean, I think he and Alpi could coexist.
He and Alpi could coexist, but I just think the touches are going to go down for the younger guys because KD's a volume guy.
Yeah, I don't know if that I'm really bothered by the touches going down for other players though. Like who do you want to get consistent touches that you're worried about him stunning his growth?
In terms of, I think Jalen's going to expect it.
I guess I'm thinking Jalen would be in the trade.
If Jalen's in the trade, it's a different story. But Jalen's going to expect and command and want the touches. And I think that that's someone that as they develop him to see what he can be, that we saw it. He's getting touches, down the stretch in clutch time because they want to see how he can develop into a guy that gets it done for you. So I think that those guys, and even Amen with how much he's touching the ball and he's leading the break and he's doing those, I think that all changes if it's Kevin Durant.
See, I think Amen and Kevin Durant are so different. Like, I don't think that you're stopping what you're doing in transition with Durant. I think, hey, Amen, go run. And then if you don't have anything there, then you set up your half court and it's either Durant or Alpi. Texture, would you put Jaylen Brown and Booker in the same tier?
Jaylen Brown and Booker on the same tier? I think Jaylen Brown is a better overall player than Devin Booker. I think Jaylen Brown on a different team could take a step up in terms of the number one guy. I don't see Booker that guy same way.
To me, they're very different. Like Brown more on the ball, point guard-ish. I think Booker's more off ball. I think he's more of a 2.
Yeah, I think Booker's definitely a 2, but I also don't think he creates his own enough and has that take over the game from a with the ball in your hands mentality. He's catch and shoot. He makes tough shots. But do I expect him to be like an Anthony Edwards type or a guy that can just flat out, or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? I don't think put him in the same kind of category.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Richard, you're in the Hive. What's up, Richard?
Hey, guys. So first off, what I'm about to say is pie in the sky, but it's sports radio. We're talking about the Rockets. I vote for they don't do anything. Let the young guys figure it out. Let them suffer. I love this team. I love this team. I love this team. But in the offseason, let me also just say, what I'm about to say comes from a space of me not knowing why Minnesota moved Karl Anthony Towns. That was like, if I'm a fan of Minnesota, that was a terrible, terrible, terrible trade. And I like Julius Randle, but watching what he's been doing with New York, it leads me to believe that there are forces at work in Minnesota that now I'm manifesting a future destiny here. I'm hoping high in the sky that it's possible that Anthony Edwards in some multiverse might be available somehow that there's somewhere in the Timberwolves that the Rockets could unload all those first-round draft picks and Jalen Green and pieces to make the contracts work, that Anthony Edwards could potentially be a Rocket? Is there any universe that could potentially happen? I guess that's my question.
No. I mean, you never say never, but the only way it's possible is if there's another Luka situation where there's stuff we don't know behind the scenes that's leading an organization to believe that we can't coexist with this guy long-term, big picture, and we're not really jazzed about giving him the extra $117 million that we're going to have to pay him for the Supermax because there's questions and we have issues and we don't like it. I don't think any of those things are in play. I think you mentioned Karl Anthony Towns. Again, we don't know what we don't know. But it seems that there were some things behind the scenes that led Minnesota to believe that he wasn't the fit and he might do some things to take away from Anthony Edwards. The same way we saw the Luka trade happen that came out of nowhere. I think that's the only way that Anthony Edwards ends up being traded.
He could demand a trade. Now, that would leave
that
a lot
too.
of money on the table, though, because if you get traded, then it eliminates your chances of the Supermax, and I have a hard time believing that players are going to leave that kind of money on the table. But that would be the other scenario, is he's fed up with ownership. He doesn't like A-Rod doing those duck lips and spray tans, and this guy's a cheater in baseball. Let me go to a city that's never cheated in baseball and go to the city of Houston. The demand trade aspect of it would be there too. And like you said, there's always a possibility. There's always a chance. Like, guys get traded all the time that we didn't think they were going to be traded. So pipe dream for sure. Very low odds, but I would risk it all for Anthony Edwards. I love Anthony Edwards.
He's phenomenal.
I would risk it all for the
He
young
is
man.
phenomenal. He's shown you that there's no reason. Again, I don't think he has a bad attitude, but short of like a stifling organizationally like crushing attitude. And even still, I just don't think because of his marketability and the fact that he can flat out do it all, that any organization is going to get rid of Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, he'd have to demand a trade. He'd have to demand a trade. 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of trades, a lot of people want the Texans to trade for Cooper Kupp. Do you? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I want to tell you right now about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows are the end-all, be-all for me, and it should be for you when you're doing anything with the exterior of your house. They can do front doors too, but the main thing is they are experts when it comes to siding and windows, and they do a phenomenal job. They've been in business for almost 50 years, and they are hell-bent focused on making sure that they take care of you as customers. They do everything to make sure that you are satisfied, that you have everything you need, and that you know that they are the one-stop shop for doing things to your house. Look, when my wife and I, when we bought our house, we wanted to do some things to make it more energy efficient and kind of upgrade the overall appearance of the house. Boy, are we glad we went to Allstate Siding and Windows. They sent someone over for a free estimate. They told us all the different products that they had that might be a good fit. They looked at the year of the house and the architecture, and they're like, the windows would be a huge upgrade. We went with their advice. We got the new windows, and immediately the curb appeal and overall outside appearance of the house was modernized. It was upgraded, and it looked absolutely phenomenal. But then when you started looking at the energy bills, and we were saving 30 to 40% month to month on our energy bills, we knew we made the right choice. On top of that, they're storm resistant, they're hurricane proof. They keep the cool air in the summer and the warm air in the winter. They do everything that Allstate said they were going to do. And because they're family owned and operated, Mary holds down the fort at the headquarters. Her brother was the one that actually came out and gave us that free estimate. Everything was very believable, trusting, and perfect in terms of doing and taking care of their customers. They're taking care of their customers with deals all the time. 30% off a deal on windows, $2,500 off a siding job. Free estimates are available just by picking up the phone. Just call them. It doesn't hurt you, and they can tell you all the products that they offer and how they can help. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Or check out all their products and services at allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Get ready for Eat, Drink, HTX, kicking off on February 15th. 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for two great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat, Drink, HTX, a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out, do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com, eatdrinkhtx.com. So Cooper Kupp, he's going to be traded by the Rams. He had that sappy social media post, love it in L.A., didn't necessarily want it, but it's going to happen. Why are you laughing at that?
And just like how annoyed you get with anyone showing emotion.
Emotions for
Robot Branham.
For people who laugh.
I think you're due for a hardware upgrade at this point.
Anyway,
Branham 2.0.
He's going to be gone. He's going to get got. No longer in L.A. Where do you stand on wanting or not wanting Cooper Kupp?
Look, I think he's a hell of a receiver. I think he's plenty expensive too, and I think that depending on the fact that you have to pay him and you have to trade for him, and at his age, I'm just not interested. Now, if you want to talk about a trade for a guy, if the Jets make Garrett Wilson available, now that might be a different story.
It'll cost you more.
It might cost you more, but you're also not paying him right away.
Well, you
either.
probably have to do that and immediately renegotiate a new contract because he was drafted the same year as Stingley.
They are saying the Rams would eat a big portion of the contract, but if they do that, that means that the price would be more expensive.
Yeah.
If you could get him, I mean, Keenan Allen last year went for a fourth from the Chargers to the Bears. If you could get a fourth plus the Rams pay off, I don't know, let's say 25% of the contract, would that put you in a boat where you'd accept it?
I don't think that's enough. I think they're looking for more than a fourth.
I think that's probably your best. Like, as far as the Texans, I think that's probably your best case scenario.
That contract's not great. And he's old.
Isn't it like 19 and change and then
for
20 and
two
change?
more years?
And they're also talking that they could restructure, do all of that stuff. I'm actually out on Cooper Kupp. And that might not be a popular opinion because usually, like, big names are very exciting and everybody wants the big name. Football players at the age of 32 usually start to go downhill. I don't know, that's not the case for everybody, but I don't love the idea of trading premium draft picks for dudes in their 30s, especially wide receivers, especially skill position players into their 30s. The other aspect of this is Cooper Kupp's missed only almost 20 games in the last 3 years. Like, this isn't an Iron Man that you're trading for. He played in 12 games last year. He played in 12 games in 23. He played in 9 games in 2022. Cooper Kupp has been injury riddled in each of the last 3 years. He's going to be 32 next year. He's going to be expensive, whether it's in terms of money or it's in terms of draft capital. I don't want to trade for Cooper Kupp. I'd rather just pay Stephon Diggs if you're going to pay a receiver around $20 million. He likes it in Houston. There's actually financial benefits of signing Stephon Diggs because of the dead money or whatever they did when they restructured his deal. If you're going to sign a receiver or bring in a receiver that's in their early 30s, just give me Stephon Diggs, not Cooper Kupp. On top of that, why can't the Texans be the team that drafts a Cooper Kupp? Look, and he was a second rounder. It's not like it was this like mass or third rounder. It's not like it was this 6th round find like Puka Nacua. Kupp was a third rounder, and the Texans have had good success with receivers. Nico Collin a third, Tank Dell a third. Nick Caserio's done a good job of that. Don't trade for the Cooper Kupp. Draft the next Cooper Kupp.
Was it Lance's mock that had him taking the kid from Ohio State?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean that's a late
that's
first
a first
though.
round pick,
Yeah, so like I want. Go find a stud in the 3rd round. And they've done it. Like Caserio has done that before. That's one of the positions he evaluates well.
I do think, though, that they are going to look long and hard at adding a veteran wide receiver, whether it's Diggs and trying to bring him back. And I don't know what his health situation is going to look like after surgery. I know his rehab's been going very, very well, and he's been doing a lot of stuff that we've seen on the internet. But I think that they need that because they know Tank's not going to be ready, and we don't know when Tank's going to play again. I think that from a Diggs perspective, as long as his injury is healed, I believe that there's a guy that, like you said, had a good rapport with the team and CJ, fit right in. He's going to be trying to play it for a prove-it contract. What better situation than you already are familiar with the quarterback and again, new OC, but I think that helps him. I'm fine with a guy like a Diggs, a veteran wide receiver that you put next to Nico.
Yeah. I believe that they're going to do both too. I think it will be a veteran receiver, and I think that they're going to draft one as well because you can't count on Tank Dell coming back next year. Even if he did, it's not going to be until the final month of the year.
right.
So
And there's no guarantee he'd be the same guy right in that year.
that too. So like even if he does play for you next year, it's more than likely he's replacing somebody that got hurt. So you can't count on him to be one of your 5 or 6 receivers that you break camp with. You're not counting on anything from Tank Dell. So you're looking at Nico Collins right now, who's under contract, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and then probably like the reserve future guys. So you have 3 guys who currently are on your roster that would potentially make the 53. And you could also make the case that Mechie could be fringy. You can make the case that Xavier Hutchinson could be
no
fringy.
question.
You got one guy.
But even if those guys are your 4 and your 5, you can live with it. You have one guy. I think you're signing a veteran, and I think you're drafting a guy in the middle rounds. I want it to be Diggs as my veteran, and then I want hopefully they can find.
Are you guys mad if they take a
easier said
receiver
than
in the
done.
first round?
No, I'm not.
I mean, I
it
need
depends on
to know
what's
the
there, but-
scenario. Context is king, right? Like, if there's a dude that I love at a different position and they draft like a receiver I'm not in love with, then I wouldn't like that. But if it's whoever, if it's Matthew Golden, go Cougs. If Matthew Golden's there and I don't love the rest of the board, no, I don't have an issue with it. But
I really
context
like it.
matters big time.
I like it if you can. I'm with you. I think you sign a veteran, and then you're kind of your tank replacement becomes who you draft. If you get the kid from Ohio State, or you get is it Egbuke?
I think
That is the kid from Ohio State.
Yes, I'm saying I'm trying to pronounce it the
Oh,
right
okay.
way.
Yeah,
or
Brian,
Golden.
get off my guy's back.
Yeah, if you get it one way or the other, get one of those 2 guys, and that's your first round pick. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, I would look. I wouldn't kick it out of bed. Like I'd be okay with that. I'd be all right with that. But I also would be fine if they draft one in the 3rd round. You know, like we love this left guard that's here at 25. Okay, go draft that guy, but then go find me a receiver in the middle rounds. I think the middle rounds are where Nick Caserio can find himself some skill, and I think he's been good at it. Look, we criticized the Dameon Pierce thing. I think Dameon Pierce was more of a scheme fit than anything else. I'm actually excited to see what Dameon Pierce does with Kaylee because Kaylee's more gap scheme, which I think suits Dameon Pierce a lot better. I would rather him draft skill in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds and reserve that first rounder for best available. Like, and if best available is receiver, cool. If best available is linebacker, cool. Although at 25, that's kind of reachy. If best available is corner, cool. You play nickel 98% of the time, move Lassiter inside. Although you might be a year away from that because you still have Petrie on the roster.
Yeah, no, I really like the idea of a wide receiver there, but I'm with you on best available because, short of getting a pass rusher with all the pass rushers you have, you could use a corner. You could use a wide receiver. You could use another running back. You could use a safety. There are guys you definitely could plug and play that could have an immediate impact on this team. I just think that because we know the offense struggled last year, because CJ, and what we had last year to deal with until we saw the receivers get hurt and everything that happened, I think that CJ with weapons can be devastating. And so I would like to see them replenish the receivers.
Yeah, I do too. I'm just not, it doesn't have to be in the first round for me. I don't want Cooper Kupp, as a matter of fact. Texter's disagreeing with me. Well, this one didn't. No Kupp, too injury prone. He is.
What if he's cut?
If he's Cooper cut?
Yeah, if Cooper Kupp gets cut, and you don't have to give up the draft pick compensation.
I think he gets traded.
Okay, I'm just because I don't think it's I think it's greater than 0%. I don't think it's 100% that he is only going to be traded and not cut. I agree with you. The likelihood is there's going to be some receiver needy team, like maybe the Chargers. I think the Chargers make a lot of sense. That decide to trade for him.
I think the Jags make a lot of sense.
Jags make a lot of sense too. But if in that press release that they talked about trying to help him out with his family, I mean. Chargers need a receiver. He wouldn't have to move.
On.
Yeah. Who wants to go play for that guy?
Seems to be kind of like settled in California.
Yeah.
It's his former OC.
Yeah, I guess.
Chargers. Brian's point is great. Yeah, you don't have to move or anything.
I think the Chargers make a lot of sense. But I'm just saying, in the scenario where he's cut and they can't find a trade because of the price tag involved, both contract and draft pick.
I still rather sign Diggs.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I
if the
would
price is the same,
have the conversation.
Yeah, because there's financial benefits to bringing Diggs back.
Boy, if the price is the same, I'm leaning Cooper Kupp.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going Diggs over Cooper.
I think I don't know what I don't know about.
They're both not injury prone.
Do you ever know what you know about what you don't know?
No, but I'm saying about his injury. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know about the Diggs injury and all that. But I believe that if Cooper Kupp is on, I'll take him over Diggs at this stage in both of their careers.
We'll pull that one tomorrow. I've already done one too many polls today. That's interesting. I would go Diggs over Kupp just because of the familiarity and then the financial benefit. I think they're pretty evil. I think they're pretty even as terms of the level of productivity at this stage of their career. Another text on this. Do you want Cooper Kupp as a Texan? I would love to have Kupp. I think he becomes an elite second option for CJ. I would try to make that happen. Dude catches everything. Make Kupp happen. Says he's only 31. See, I think 31 is old for a receiver.
I mean, the Diggs is the same age, if not a little bit older.
No, I think they're both old, though.
Yeah, so
I
I'm
think
just
they're
as far as the age concerned, there's really no difference between Kupp and Diggs. But
best answer, Trey Tunsil, root of the problem. A lot of people say that. Is Popovich going to have the O-line running the pickle roll? Honey Glazed Branham. Whatever works, man. Whatever it takes. Coop is way better than Diggs. Says a texter. All right, that's where we stand on the Cooper Kupp. Cooper only missed the games the last 3 years because the Rams overused him. Okay, so the Texans aren't going to use him. Like the Texans aren't going to use him very much.
That would be smart.
And they had
get
Puka
him and then not use him so much.
They also had Puka. Puka had a lot of usage as well. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the day. By the way, the poll is out for the deleted text things. 20% delete their text. 80% do not. I work with some
80% is wrong. 80% is just dumbasses.
I would say 67% is wrong, as I point to Blank and Branham. All right, car wreck of the day. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What do you have, Blankers?
Well, to me, it's the ending of the Rockets game last night, and there's plenty of fingers to be pointed at the players, the coaches, the lack of execution, the lack of knowledge of timeouts and being able to move along the baseline, and the complete frustration that it gave all of us. So that's an easy one.
Yeah, that one's probably going to win, but we'll play along. Rockets, that was a debacle in yesterday's game. I have a couple of car wrecks of the day. First one is the Minute Maid Park signage as they get out of the way for the dike, which is taking over. They're selling this. The Astros are selling this. I hope that they're trying to find their way to sign a right fielder with the money that they're going to get for selling the signage.
Can the signage get us Alex Verdugo?
What does that mean?
Does it counter the competitive balance tax?
What do you mean they're selling it?
They're going to sell it. They're going to auction it off, the signage.
The Minute Maid signs?
Like all the signs in the ballpark.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I mean,
well, why not?
Yeah,
They
why
sold the Astrodome seats.
Okay, that's a little different to have actual seats from the park, but
They should take it to that guy that pays them in
what they
$2
get for
bills.
this.
Who's the guy that pays
CD
them?
scrap metal.
Yeah, send it to
metal.
scrap metal and pay everybody in $2 bills. That's where they should send that. I would never buy this, but I do think people will. I do think people will.
Who's got a first of all? Depending
Who would have room for the
Yeah, I
sign
was
on
gonna
the
say, who's got
outside?
room for the sign?
Yeah, you have to have a
big
huge
people.
backyard or
Well, I
wall.
mean, they're not. I mean, there's going to be multiple signs. There's a lot of smaller ones too in the ballpark.
Not that small, but
Maybe so.
I don't think. I mean,
Yeah, little ones.
Those facade signs and everything.
Somebody lives on a ranch.
I don't know who wants them. I'm
maybe-
curious to see what they get for
Maybe Drake in his new Texas home.
them. Where are
to
they
put it out.
selling them? Where
An auction
can
somewhere.
you? Oh my God.
Yeah, somewhere in an auction. And then the other one, Dontavian Wicks of the Packers. Josh Jacobs was telling some radio station that they need a number one receiver. And Dontavian Wicks put laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, thumb down emoji, as to say, like, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
And then somebody quote tweeted it. It's actually Underdog. It quote tweeted said, 1 game over 50 yards, 9 drops on 78 targets, 5th on his own team in receiving yards.
That feels like
He
they
got
almost
dunked on.
need like a community notes on X.
It
Like,
does.
like there's no one. I mean, if there was some guy, it certainly wouldn't be Dontavian Wicks in that roster.
Bad take
No.
there, Wicks.
Awful take.
What's yours, Brian?
I've got a couple. One, I don't know if you guys saw this quote from Dennis Schroeder, but he apparently tried to compare the plight of the NBA player possibly being traded to a team he doesn't want to go to slavery. Not a great look, Dennis
Yeah.
Schroeder, especially when you're German. Let's maybe ease up a little bit. And the other one, Terrell Owens. I'm getting so tired of these the league is rigged takes, and Terrell Owens was the latest one. Tried to come out and say the league is rigged. I mean, not to get into all the reasons why they aren't rigged, but let's just start with the first one and the most obvious one. If the league wanted to rig it, Why would the Jets have not made the playoffs since 2010? Why would the Giants be so bad? Why is the marquee team in Kansas City?
And why are the Bears so bad?
Yeah, why are the Bears so bad for since the 80s? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You're right.
That's T.O. just trying to stay relevant. Is he at Radio Row? Did he say it at Radio Row
I don't
or
know.
on a podcast?
He said it on a podcast. I don't know if it was a Radio Row or not.
That would make sense too, to try and get more action on his sponsor at Radio Row.
He loves him some him. What's winning? Or actually, I gave Terrell Owens a high five once.
Of course he did.
He was at a basketball game. I walked by him.
Does that make you best friends like you are with Joe Burrow?
He may have been crying and said, "That's my radio host," whenever I walked by. Kind of like he did with Romo. "That's my quarterback." He did that with me. "That's my radio host."
I don't believe that.
He did it with Romo.
Maybe it was the Baytown Baddie sitting next to you. Is that who he was talking to?
It was at an NCAA tournament game, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the first guy in the NFL that started as part of his contract, stay at a separate hotel,
really,
get a suite in a limo, and don't take the team bus, because he's all about team. Not.
Yeah. Love me some me. Rockets winning this?
Yeah. It's the Rockets.
For sure.
Yeah, Rockets. They need a win. Does that snap their 4-game losing streak? The fact that they won car wreck of the day?
Half game.
No, because their next one is a tough one, I believe.
Trade deadline tomorrow. Maybe they do something. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Soccer Matters coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Let's talk some football soccer tonight here. I am powered by a double espresso from Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe, locations here in Houston and Austin. Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 is always presented by the Daspit Law Firm. My thanks to the guys on the Killer Bees for pumping us up here. Streaming at ESPN975.com. The call-in number tonight, love to hear from you, 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN. Let's get your thoughts and takes and more. A lot going on today. There's some games we'll get caught up on. We'll review a few from the weekend as well. But I want to start tonight off with this. And just a reminder, some things, as we all know, are a little bit more important than sports. Bridgeland soccer player Nathan Alonso is fighting cancer. So we just want to dedicate tonight's show to him. But we're thinking of Nathan tonight. And Nathan, if you ever get a chance to hear this on the podcast, our thoughts are with you. And tonight, as I mentioned, we dedicate Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 to you. He is a soccer player at Bridgeland. He also plays club soccer with Aspire. And he is fighting cancer. So tonight, it is dedicated to you. We put something out on social media as well, and I know they're dedicating the Bridgeland High School soccer game against Cy Ranch tonight. They are dedicating it to Nathan. So our thoughts are with him. All right. So a little bit later on in the show, Jack McGlynn is going to join me, the new Dynamo signing. I got some thoughts about him in the first segment as well. We'll finish up tonight with MLS moves. We will reveal the man behind that social media site on Twitter, and he's always got good information. We'll talk some MLS transactions and maybe who's done well in the transfer market and who hasn't. All right, today is National Girls and Women in Sports Day, so it is fitting that today, through executive order, women's sports gain protection from having men invade their sports space. Now, for the record, I'm a huge fan of women's sports and have been involved not only in coaching girls at the youth level in soccer, but to being a commentator on NCAA Women's Soccer Championships, the NWSL Championship, Olympic soccer matches, and Women's World Cups. Now, through my lens over the years, I've seen the immense growth of women's sports, and specific to soccer, a remarkable watershed moment in 1999 when the U.S. women won the World Cup. Now, the 99 World Cup women win was a watershed moment. It spurred the overall development of the women's soccer game in the United States. It also reached across the globe to influence the game globally, helping to accelerate the acceptance of women in sport in other countries. Fast forward today, where the rest of the world has caught up in women's soccer. Now, let's also not forget Title IX, because Title IX was very important. It opened the door and broke down barriers for women in sports at all levels on up to the pro game, and with that provides opportunity. This fought discrimination against women. In the process, men's programs in college soccer with a lot of great history, believe me, were lost to create the balance of scholarships. Let us applaud all the men and women who have helped to grow women's sports with class and dignity. Now, during this crazy, bizarre time period, it was shocking, and I mean shocking in the last few years to me, that so many that had waved, carried the flag, stuck the banner in the ground of women's sports, disappeared and remained silent and mute when men competed with women and invaded the women's sports world. Now, some of these were giant pioneers of women's sports. I'm not going to name people, but they are big household names and had fought for years on behalf of women's sports. Enter Riley Gaines, the Kentucky swimmer who stood up for a woman, for women, and at her personal peril, by the way, got attacked, who took the lead in bringing this to light. She had support also from others. In the coming days, you're going to get to witness right here in Houston, the U.S. Women's National Team against Colombia. In 2017, you're going to be able to watch, 2027, you're going to be able to watch a Women's World Cup from Brazil. Today, a huge victory for women women's sports, and let us continue to defend, protect, and grow it. And that is Game On for 90 tonight. So that's a very big development. Now we're going to see what the NCAA and the U.S. Olympic Committee will do to this, but you're going to have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. So with that, let's talk about our next guest. And the next segment, it is Jack McGlynn. And by the way, the number to call in, 713-780-3776. So this segment, the next one, will be with Jack McGlynn from an interview we did earlier today. Now, he's been in a whirlwind coming here. And I want to kind of just put up the yellow caution flag here. Yes, we should be excited. And yes, the 21-year-old is the biggest signing in the offseason. He is a passer. Like I said last night, he's skilled. He can deliver set pieces. He's a long-range threat, which the Dynamo, without a doubt, need a threat from distance. They don't have that. He can be that. And he's confident for a 21-year-old. You're going to find that out. You're also going to realize in the interview, he's young. He's 21. Now, some may say, what are you talking about, Glenn? 21, that's not young in soccer. 17, 18 is. Look at Lamine Yamal. You can take that position. He's got a lot on his plate. He's been handed the keys to the Cadillac right now, or the Lambo, I guess. I better go a little more current, Lambo or Testarossa. He's been handed the keys, and he's got a lot on his plate in a very key position. And you heard Dynamo soccer president Pat Onstad say last night, these are big words, he is replacing Hector Herrera, a man who's played in World Cups, a man that's won a gold medal, and has played in the UEFA Champions League for Atletico Madrid. Now, that's a lot. Patience will be needed. This is, from another standpoint, a great signing to see an American player who is now going to be in a role of responsibility for the Dynamo, who, by the way, don't field a lot of Americans, right? Last year, it's pretty much Steve Clark in goal, Griffin Dorsey, the right back, in their starting lineup. I think once in a while you got Daniel Steris in there as well. It's a great signing. $2.1 million. So he's got to play. Additionally, if the Dynamo land a DP, I believe that can take the reins away from him in a way that may be good for him. And what I'm trying to say here is, if a more experienced DP comes in, the attention flows to him, it will take some pressure off McGlynn. The Dynamo are showing great confidence in a young man. And I think that's wonderful. And in an ideal world, you probably want a little less internal pressure. He's not going to get a lot of pressure, which is a good thing. Well, it's a good and bad thing. He's not going to get a lot of pressure from local media. We know that. And remember, he's going to affect others. Artur's going to have to guide him in games as a veteran and in big matches. But he is creative. He does take a risk in games, and I hope he continues to do that. He is left-footed. He is cultured as a player. And I think another great thing to point out here is he's on the fringe of the U.S. men's national team. I'll ask him about that in the next interview as well. So that's my last take on him. By the way, my numbers last night, it was $1.5 billion for the World Cup final. It was, and then I said 1.23 for the Super Bowl. So add another 63 globally, and you're still less than 200 million for the Super Bowl. But I gave you a number that was just the domestic number. So there was another 63 million globally that watched. Okay. But it's still a master and a monster gap. And that's because soccer's played in every pocket of the planet. Good stuff by all of you on Twitter at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, because I put out and talked a little bit last night about players that have played for both Dallas and Houston professionally over the years. I kind of went old school, but you guys all reminded me about Maxi Arruti, Chris Seitz, Brad Davis, Adam Moffat. I mentioned Arturo Alvarez today as well. So, yeah, thanks for that. And that's why we have great educated listeners. We appreciate that. So let's go to, we missed a couple from the weekend. I want to go to Nottingham Forest. Brian, they had lost 5-0 at Bournemouth the week before against Tyler Adams and company. Well, they come back this past weekend. They smash Brighton 7-0. Chris Wood gets a hat trick. Here's one of his goals.
Through the legs, Elanga. Elanga still. Elanga's cross. Wood's there. 3-0. Chris Wood can't stop scoring, and neither can Nottingham Forest. The Albion sinking without trace at the City ground.
Incredible. You lose a game 5-0, you really wonder. It's a lot of goals to concede. You wonder how that psychologically affects a team. Nottingham Forest just barely survived in the Premier League last year. And then they were able to maintain and stay in the Premier League. And I mean, their rise, to me, I think it's almost a bigger story than the decline of Manchester City. Because you don't see this very often. A team that just barely survives, stays in the money in the Premier League, and then now is in a Champions League place. It's crazy. So to turn around after a 5-0 loss and pound somebody 7-0 is amazing. This guy, Chris Wood, is from New Zealand. He's banging in goals like crazy. They got runners out wide. They got people that can run with the football. It's really a pretty remarkable thing. All right, let's go to over the weekend. Barcelona getting a 1-0 victory over Alaves, and this combined with a Real Madrid loss to Espanyol was good in the table.
It's the kind of day that maybe calls for some kind of magic from Yamal or Rafinha. Yamal puts everything into it. Lewandowski. Flag stays down. The only saviour for Alaves here may be VAR, because he was on the ground and he's celebrating goal 30 of the season. My goodness, Barcelona have needed that.
By the way, he's got 60 goals in 90 appearances since joining Barcelona. Robert Lewandowski, we call him Polish power, right? I'm sure Sebastian Kowalczyk on the Houston Dynamo is very aware of Robert Lewandowski. And by the way, last night, Pat Onstad saying, it looks like Sebastian Kowalczyk's going to be in that Coco role, at least as of right now, because he mentioned him 2 or 3 times. Then you had this. You had, and I might have played this last night, but I want to play it again because it's a spectacular counterattack goal. And what happens in world sports now, everybody takes the cream off the top from the big teams, right? You don't see people cheering on the Espanyol goal in bigger ways and putting that video up. When somebody scores a spectacular goal in MLS that could stand up in any league in America, any league in the world, a lot of times, it's just poo-pooed. Oh, it's just Major League Soccer. And, and it's a goal that could stand up in any league in the world. So here's the counterattack, which was very, very dangerous in this game by Espanyol. And this was the game winner in the 85th minute, Carlos Romero.
Manta Luka Modric, pero no Luka Modric, llegaban anticipando a Luka Modric, arrastra la pelota y se viene Ruka y está acompañándolo por afuera Tejero, mira Asensio, Tejero por afuera, llegaba Luka Modric, ya viene Tejero, por afuera la carrera y esa es buena, el Hilal y el centro pasado, Romero, ¿qué te dije? ¡Gol!
So there you had it. Today, we got some interesting stuff here. Leganés, which is the club that's owned by the group that Jeff Lunau put together, the former Astros GM, they were 2-2 in the Copa del Rey with Real Madrid. They had 2 goals from Juan Cruz. They're a team that's noted, for their defensive play, their shape. He's applying the baseball data to soccer, which a lot of people are now. There's tremendous data now. And in the end, Gonzalo Garcia scored the winner. That was 3-2. Modric and Edric also had one. By the way, it's hard to have sympathy for Vinny Jr. I'm sorry, Real Madrid fans. Biggest moaner and whiner going. I mean, come on. It's so boring. It gets so old. And whining is not in. Be a pro. Quit whining, moaning. What's the other word I want to say? I won't say on the air, Brian. I won't say it. So there we had that. Then today we had Milan 3-1 over Roma. Tammy Abraham had 2. So listen to what Milan has done. They have picked up Joao Felix. They have picked up Kyle Walker from Manchester City. And they have picked up Santiago Jimenez from the Premier League, who's now going to fight Tammy Abraham. Now, Abraham has gotten the message very quick. He had a pair of goals today. Milan beat Roma 3-1. Roma, which is FC Friedkin, Gulf States Toyota, the Friedkin Group from Houston, owners of Roma. Incredible. But there's going to be real competition. This was a great move to get Joao Felix, Kyle Walker, and Tammy Abraham's going to have, if he has a bad game or two, Santiago Jimenez is going to be right in there. Tonight you got Pachuca and Leon. So, Brian, remind me of some of the sound that we have. I think we have, trying to remember some of the sound. And while Brian's looking for that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Cristiano Ronaldo. He was out lately talking. So was Lionel Messi. Ronaldo said, quote, "I'm talking about numbers. I think I'm the most complete player to have existed. In my opinion, I think it's me. I do everything well in football. Who's the player in history," as he continues on, "with the most goals using their head, left foot, penalties, free kicks? I checked recently, and despite not being left-footed, I'm among the top 10 all-time left-footed goal scorers. Plus, I'm among the best with headers, right-footed goals, and penalties. All of them," Ronaldo added. Then he went on to say, "People don't know. They just talk too much," he said, regarding the quality of the league in Saudi Arabia. He said, "It's a different reality when people compare Saudi Arabia to USA. Is Major League Soccer worse? Obviously. But because it's Saudi Arabia, there's a lack of respect. People speak without knowledge. With the talent here, the league deserves recognition." How about that? So, by the way, if you are someone that is an MLS fan, Ronaldo just said Saudi Arabia's league is better than Major League Soccer. Leo Messi countered with, "As I always say, quote, I don't know if I'm the best in history, and it's not something I ask myself or interests me either. The fact that it's said that I can be amongst the best is a gift to me." That's the difference between the two guys. Incredible players. They needed each other. Ronaldo's work ethic and Messi's work ethic, ridiculous to become the players they are. And by the way, people say Messi's got an incredible work ethic and training also. So it's not just Ronaldo. We had that Gary Neville soundbite last week. All right, this is David Bowie. "Hey, man, leave me alone." Suffragette City. Quick word here for our good friends. And by the way, you're going to want to get into Nico Nico's and get your food for the Super Bowl. No better place. Get in there. They'll get you trays. You can cater it. Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe, location on Montrose, up in the Woodlands. Also, you get the one out on I-10 in the Beltway. They got everything. Pastries. You can get it done in one broad swoop. You don't have to cook. You can do it on your own. You can just put it together on your island in your house as you bring all your friends over to watch the Super Bowl this weekend. It's Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. All right, coming up on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, new Dynamo signing, 21-year-old. He is Jack McGlynn.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Whatever you do, 50% is in your head. Because there is no saying, I was born a football player. Trust me, that's all bull. I was born with a football on my feet. This is all to make the story more wow or whatever. Like, come on. You don't sell a fake story. You sell a real story. Hard work pays off. You work hard, you arrive.
That was the legendary Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He is now sporting director, I believe, at Milan. So he's been involved with these trades. Kyle Walker, Santiago Jimenez coming in, Joao Felix. These are great signings now to go along with Christian Pulisic. I love that this team's getting stronger. Incredible. Also want to remind you, for those that mention, the United States, MLS, in the context of the rest of the world, that's fine. I love it. It leads to great discussion. But I also want you to remember that when you do that, you're talking about a country that has 3 other traditional sports and lifestyle, and a lifestyle that is added to it. That's before we even get into hockey. That's before we get into other things. So the expanse of choices you have here, it's a little different than it might be in La Paz, Bolivia. Okay, so just, if you're coming in with that, just remember that, because that puts it all in context. And that's why 1.5 billion people tuned into the World Cup in 2022 between France and the eventual winners, Argentina and Lionel Messi, who, by the way, he's going to be here in a couple weeks. I mean, you're going to get more media at that game than you will all season long combined, probably, when Messi comes. So the Dynamo will start it off with a big bang, FC Dallas, and then they'll take on Lionel Messi. We pray he doesn't get hurt. He was down in Peru and Panama playing in exhibition games. A guy in Peru went in on him 2-footed. There was a fight. I'm just saying, please don't get hurt. Get to Houston as quick as you probably can. So there you go. All right, let's get into the Jack McGlynn interview that I taped earlier today. I started off by asking him what's exciting about coming to Houston. Very, very nice young man. You could tell he signs a little bit to like Christian Pulisic to me, to be honest with you. Um, really interesting interview. You can tell the difference sometimes between young guys, but he was very confident. And I think it's going to be exciting to see how well he does here. But like I said in the first segment, I think you got to put a little bit of kid gloves on this one to let him kind of get into it. But he's going to score from outside the 18. He's got a great left foot. He'll score from outside the 18. Now to Philadelphia, their sporting director, Ernst Tanner, said this about Jack McGlynn. He said, if I would replace Jack McGlynn, it would probably cost $5 million or more. Then you have no guarantee if the player is better. So this is kind of the moves that teams are making. They felt that Bradley Cornell's style of play, which is coming from St. Louis, which is high press, they didn't think he fit in that as well. But he has going to have the responsibility of pressing also for the Houston Dynamo. I don't think there's any question about that. All right, we're going to do some MLS talk. We're going to talk about which teams have done best in the transfer window. Again, the show tonight is dedicated to Bridgeland soccer player Nathan Alonso. Nathan is in a big fight with cancer. Nathan, we're thinking of you, and keep the fight up. We'll take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit. The Daspit Law Firm is daspitlaw.com. 713-CALL NOW, 713-CALL NOW. John and his firm, personal injury attorneys, getting soccer on the airwaves. And be on the lookout for our new promo spots for the show, because I think you're going to enjoy that one and some of the words. This is Stray Cat Blues, the Rolling Stones.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Football is a game of mistakes, and that's how it should be, and stay like that as well. And I feel like today, nowadays, everyone is making out that we are all robots and no one's making mistakes. Yeah. Well, I think that, football is taking that risk, making mistakes and learn from the mistake and make it up for it. And it's, why we all love the game. And that's sometimes good that you remind yourself to.
That was the one and only center back Virgil van Dijk of Liverpool talking about mistakes being a part of the game, players being a little more robotic now with all the data. And listen, one of the reasons you watch the game and some of the most exciting moments in the game come simply from mistakes. I mean, it's fun to watch goalkeepers who probably shouldn't be trying to build the game out of the back, making iffy decisions and making some bad balls that lead to immediate chances. That's why the repress was created, right? You win the ball close to an opponent's goal. So there you go. All right. MLS Moves is on Twitter. And I know there's more to it than just that. But our next guest, I don't want to reveal his identity, but he is the content creator, and he is the man that's opinion you love and hate. It is, you're not going to get his full name. We're going to disguise it. It is Will. Will joins us now from MLS Moves. That's at MLS Moves. Will, how are you?
Glenn, it's a pleasure to join you tonight. I'm excited to talk some Houston Dynamo, talk some MLS, and I cannot wait for the new season to start. I feel like the offseason gets longer and longer each year.
You are in Tennessee. First off, just tell us about how you started this. You got a lot of followers and you have all kinds of really cool, interesting updates and stuff. So I would say to everybody out there, give Will a follow at MLS Moves, MOVES. So just kind of tell us how you started it, why you started it, and maybe give your background in soccer.
Yeah, so I was kind of like the typical American, mostly watched the NFL, college football, NBA, didn't really pay much mind to soccer growing up. And then in 2010, I started to really pay attention to the U.S. men's national team during the World Cup, kind of got a feel for it, started to have a little interest. And then I really started to fall in love with the game, which through FIFA, playing the video game, which I think a lot of people have kind of learned the game, learned the different leagues, all the different players. And my American mind couldn't comprehend at first that there were all these different leagues around the world, and, that there were great leagues in every different country. And that kind of piqued my interest of, well, how is our league? How is the domestic league? And then I started to pay attention to Major League Soccer and learned that obviously it was behind other top leagues. And I had the idea almost 10 years ago, 2016, to create an account to engage with people, try to help the league grow, and also just try to maybe have more people discover the league that don't even know about it. It was a really cool idea just to connect with other people. I didn't grow up with a lot of soccer fans that supported MLS. No, they did like some of the European teams, maybe some Liga MX teams, but I didn't grow up around a lot of MLS supporters, and there still isn't in Knoxville, Tennessee, not many. But this was a way to connect with people, and my ultimate goal was, and still is, to help the game grow in this country.
He's Will with MLS Moves. So really interesting, Will. What percentage, and there are fans that are like you that have grabbed onto the MLS game for a variety of reasons, maybe didn't grow up even playing it. So what percentage of those you think are a part of the makeup of the MLS fan? Because everybody can't be, a hardcore soccer guy. You want a little bit of everything.
Well, based on everything, the people that I've met, and I've met fans from all different fan bases, right? There have been a lot of people who have never had any connection to soccer at all, who their first experience was Major League Soccer, going to a game or watching a game on TV. So I would say probably it would probably be more than half of these fans probably had no connection to any soccer league at all until they went to an MLS game. Because a lot of these people are able to build a connection with the team and feel like they're obviously part of history because they are a founding supporter of the team. And I saw this a lot with like LAFC, Atlanta United. I mean, Atlanta United, there were a lot of people, Glenn, who thought that was a project that was destined to fail. They said there was not going to be any soccer support in the South, more specifically Atlanta. And as you know, you called games when Houston's played them. You see that there are a lot of fans. I mean, they were packing the stadium, the Mercedes Dome, 60, 70,000 soccer fans in Atlanta, Georgia. So I think a lot of people experienced their first soccer match or their first soccer experience with MLS. So I would say there is a lot of fans who probably weren't soccer fans before they started following the league.
I always thought Atlanta was going to make it. I didn't know it was going to make it to that degree. And you did mention I did a national broadcast or two in there, and it was unbelievable. You felt like you were in Europe, and there was every type of fan you could imagine. But Atlanta, I mean, like Houston, has soccer history that goes way back into the 60s, and it has a burgeoning youth scene. But, you make a point about, is a lot of this about the social connection of people like-minded around their team? And is that what you see the clubs in Major League Soccer nurturing, Will?
Yeah, I think that there has been a lot of people. Now, there's even fans, Glenn, who don't even support other sports or don't typically like sports that have found a home in Major League Soccer. You see this in a lot of clubs. One that I can think of, too, is Portland. There are a lot of people that I've heard that weren't typical sports fans, not even supporting the Trailblazers or any sport in general, and they found a home with Portland, like a family, just being part of that supporters group, accepting them with open arms. It really is an interesting thing to see. But the big question is, and I think, this is something that's going to have to be answered in 2026. Is it enough? Because obviously the league isn't exactly where it needs to be right now to be propelled into top 10, in my opinion, in the world. How do we get some of these other fans outside of who's already into the tent? How do we expand and get more fans interested? Because, as you know, soccer is more popular today in America than it's ever been, but not every one of those fans support Major League Soccer. So the big question is, how do we get these people in here to support their local team or just find an interest in wanting to watch Major League Soccer?
Talking to Will from @MLS Moves. All right, so you got to post them over at your site right now, and that was a great answer. Who do you think expansion-wise will come into Major League Soccer in the future in your mind? And where do we stop? Do we stop at 34? What has Don Garber told us?
I don't know what the magic number is. Now, I have talked to a lot of people thinking that Major League Soccer might expand to 34, might be 36, might be 40. And, a lot of fans question or say there's a lot of American soccer fans who are discontent with MLS because there's no promotion relegation. But I'll say this, Glenn. I think if MLS were to get to 40 teams, which could happen in the next 10 years, 15 years, that we could see some type of promotion relegation, the MLS version. It's not going to be the typical one. It's like going to have the MLS spin, where there's an MLS 1 and an MLS 2. I think their ultimate goal is 40, but I think the bare minimum that we see this league grow to is probably 36 teams.
Yeah, interesting with the promotion relegation. I don't see that anytime soon. I do like the fact that it does seem serious about getting on the world schedule. I think for a number of reasons that could be helpful, including, certainly working in transfer markets. All right, so let's talk about some of the teams that have hit well. I think we'll start with Atlanta, right? I mean, not only do they get Miggy Almiron coming back, right? which is kind of a really cool thing for that franchise and that fan base. A guy they came to love and has gone to Newcastle. He's coming back. They get the new striker from Middlesbrough. They spent $22 million on him. But I think equally important is the hiring of Garth Lagerwey and Chris Henderson